Chapter 1208 Ring Road. After hearing what Mr. Chen said, everyone in the room's expressions changed. They used to feel that working here was very hard, but after hearing what Mr. Chen said, they suddenly realized that those hardships seemed to become unimportant. Mr. Chen really cares about them. It doesn't matter if they have a hard time. The salary they receive is already sufficient. These people already have high salaries, and a 50% salary increase is equivalent to an extra half-year's salary, isn't it? Mr. Chen, if all the construction is completed according to this requirement, it will probably consume a huge amount of funds. After the 5 billion yuan invested is consumed in these projects, I am afraid that there will not be much left for the project. Wei Yan said with some concern. You don't have to worry about this. All the funding needs for the projects I just mentioned will be paid for by Tomorrow Group separately. It will not occupy the funds for the projects that have already been invested. Also, after the construction of 10 dormitories, water resources and materials will need to be distributed in the future. However, it is impossible to ensure that all 10 dormitories are connected by roads. So building roads is also necessary. I need to build a ring road outside the desert, completely covering the desert and connecting 10 staff dormitories. The construction of staff dormitories and roads need to be carried out at the same time. You can decide which section of the road to build first based on the different locations of the dormitories. The budget I've given is that one staff dormitory will cost 500 million yuan, which includes the tools that all the staff in the dormitory need to control the desert. There are 10 staff dormitories in total, with an investment of 5 billion yuan. There is also investment per kilometer. Professors Wentao and I have learned that the G7 Desert Highway is more than 2,540 kilometers long, with a total investment of 37 billion yuan, an average investment of 15 million yuan per kilometer. Then I need to build a ring road. I will give you a budget of 20 million per kilometer, a total of 60 billion yuan. The total budget is 65 billion yuan, and I will continue to transfer these funds to the Desert Oasis project account. Chen Emo looked at Wei Yan and spoke word by word. He was very glad that he came here this time. Not only did you see the desert, but you could also find such a large way to spend money. 65 billion taking into account the 5 billion yuan of Desert Oasis project funds that have not yet been invested. The total amount is 70 billion yuan, with an expenditure budget of 70 billion yuan. The settlement this time should be at least several billion yuan. His company's current monthly profit is 3.2 billion yuan, and with 7 months left until settlement, the total profit will be more than 20 billion yuan even if it is only 7 months. Tomorrow Group has some other large income and more than 70 billion yuan in capital expenditure. It can be fully absorbed. Moreover, after he returns to the group, there are many other projects to invest in, which will consume even more funds. Thinking of this, when I think about the box office revenue of A Dream Journey to the West, it seems nothing to mention. Chen Mo's face was full of smiles when everyone in the conference room heard Mr. Chen's words. They all showed shocked expressions. Investing more than 60 billion to build roads is too crazy. The most important thing is that they can't see what benefits investing in this highway can bring to Tomorrow Group. Have you memorized everything? Chen Emo looked at everyone's shocked expressions and asked the same question repeatedly. I've made a note, Mr. Chen. I'll make a detailed plan for the highway. Wei Yan took a deep breath before coming. He just thought it was a project with an annual investment of 10 billion yuan, but now Mr. Chen has directly invested 60 billion yuan in the highway, and he has seen Mr. Chen's determination and ambition to take over this desert. Since Mr. Chen has made such a great determination, he must also do a good job in the Desert Oasis project. Alexander, by the way, I've learned about the well house over on the desert highway. Go find a way to get it into the Desert Oasis project. Then renovate all the well houses. At least they should be small 2-story houses with all kinds of electrical appliances and facilities. Don't be stingy with the water either. Chen Mo suddenly thought of the matter of the well house and mentioned it. Okay, Mr. Chen. Wei Yan nodded. Well, that's how it is. From now on, the two of you will be fully responsible for everything in the desert. I will book a flight back to Jiangqing for tomorrow. If any one of you has changed your mind during this period, you can talk to Wei Yan. I will arrange for someone to book tickets for you as well. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he stood up and left the meeting room, then entered the dormitory where he had lived for the past few days. Looking at the simple dormitory, Chen Mo suddenly thought of his own 400 square meter apartment and the comfortable big bed. If he hadn't found a good way to spend money here, he would have regretted coming here. One day later, Jiangqing Airport, Chen Mo walked out of the airport with a tired look on his face. Looking at the familiar scene, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He is finally back. Soon noticing the black G-Class parked not far away, Chen Mo walked over quickly. Hello, Mr. Chen. When Yang Dahai saw Mr. Chen got into the car, he couldn't help but say hello. Go home. Chen Mo simply said this and sat back in his chair to rest. Seeing this, Yang Dahai didn't say much and started driving silently. At the same time, Taklamakan Desert Staff Dormitory in a simple meeting room. Mr. Chen, we need to build 10 dormitories that can accommodate 5,000 people, and also build a ring road to surround the Taklamakan Desert. Zhuo Wentao and Zhou Bo were so shocked when they heard Wei Yan's story. After a while, Zhuo Wentao took a deep breath and looked up at Wei Yan. Boss Wei, you are not kidding about this matter, right? Professor Zhua, how could I joke about something like this? Wei Yan opened his mouth and smiled. Zhua Wentao looked at Wei Yan's serious expression and knew that Wei Yan was not joking, so he slowly spoke. If this ring road can really be built, in a sense, the preliminary work of locking the edge has been completed. Professor Zhou, what do you mean? Wei Yan asked with some confusion. Zhua Wentao pondered for a moment and then began to explain. The task of border locking is to prevent the desert from continuing to spread, and the highway itself can play a certain role in preventing the desert from spreading. Of course, we still need to do some specific things, such as planting certain plants on the side of the road close to the desert, about 50 meters wide, and on the edge of the desert. The probability of successful planting is much higher. Chapter 1209 Mr. Chen's pattern. So Professor Zhua, what you mean is that as long as the highway is built, and a strip of green plants about 50 meters wide is planted during the construction process, the border locking task can be completed? Wei Yan heard Zhua Wentao's words and asked. That's right. Zhua Wentao nodded. If that's the case, then there's no need for us to build 10 staff dormitories. Wei Yan spoke. Mr. Chen arranged to build 10 employee dormitory buildings. Isn't the ultimate goal to complete the edge locking project, but if the locking project was completed while building the highway, then is it necessary for them to build 10 dormitory buildings? If only the hemming work is completed, the 10 dormitory buildings will certainly be useless. But the completion of the edge locking project does not mean the end. Even if the green plants survive, they still need subsequent watering, otherwise they will die again after a long time. Also, you have not only the edge locking project, but also the desert oasis project. If you can really build the ring road in 10 employee dormitories. As for the future desert oasis project, I have an idea. That is to build the oasis little by surrounding it from the outside in. After the edge is locked, we will initially have 50 meters of greenery, and we can widen it again on this basis. In this way, our greening project can be advanced inward little by little until all the deserts are turned into oases. When Zhua Wentao said this, his expression became very excited. As scientific researchers in the desert, their biggest wish is to turn the desert into an oasis. However, due to funding issues, progress has been very slow, but now that Tomorrow Group has joined in and invested generously, he sees hope. After all, investing 60 billion to build a highway is enough to show that Tomorrow Group attaches great importance to the desert oasis project. Moreover, the research institute has made great progress in technological breakthroughs in sand control. He believes that as long as there is sufficient funding, results can be seen soon. The previous progress was slow because there was not enough money to recruit people. After all, the working environment here is very harsh, and if you want people to come here, you need to offer them sufficient salary, but he didn't have the strength before. But now it's different. He has seen the generosity of Tomorrow Group with his own eyes. The Desert Oasis project costs 10 billion yuan a year, the Ring Road costs 60 billion yuan, and building 10 employee dormitories and purchasing sand control tools costs 5 billion yuan. Just now, he has confirmed that the group will invest 75 billion yuan tomorrow. He believed that as long as Tomorrow Group does not go bankrupt, it will definitely not give up the project here. After hearing what Zhua Wentao said, Wei Yan fell into deep thought. Looking at the sand table map of the Taklamakan Desert on the table, expanding green space inward in circles is indeed a good method. The 10 employee dormitory buildings can also be seen as 10 sand control bases, which will make work much more convenient in the future. Moreover, there is a well-built ring road, which makes it very convenient to transport materials, as well as some corresponding equipment and green plants needed for sand control, to the 10 sand control bases. If you want to be rich, build roads first. If you want to attack the task first, you must first sharpen your tools. If we want to complete the Desert Oasis project, the ring road and 10 sand control bases will be the most powerful weapons. Wei Yan sighed in his heart, thinking that Mr. Chen must have seen through these things a long time ago, otherwise, they wouldn't have spent 60 billion yuan to invest in the ring road. This should be the largest project that Mr. Chen has decided to invest in, and there is absolutely no profit point. This is Mr. Chen's vision. I came here to visit for a few days, and during the visit, I had already figured out how to complete the Desert Oasis project. Otherwise, they would not have arranged the next plan at the meeting before leaving. Although it is not very detailed, it has set the tone for them. Wei Yan couldn't help but admire him. What Professor Zhua said makes sense. These 10 dormitory buildings must be built. Professor Zhua, please send a researcher to conduct an on-site inspection in the next few days. Finally, we need to determine the construction locations of the 10 dormitory buildings. We are not very familiar with the terrain in the desert, and we need Professor Zhua's help in planning the ring road. The last part is technical support for sand control. Wei Yan looked at Zhua Wentao and said very sincerely, professional matters should be left to professionals. This has always been his management strategy, and he won't get too involved. I will go with you to survey the terrain in the next few days. If I can really see the desert turn into an oasis in my lifetime, I will die with no regrets. Zhua Wentao's expression was very serious. He had been engaged in scientific research on desert oases at the Research Institute. IT has been nearly 20 years, and there have been great technological breakthroughs in the past few years. He thought he could see large areas of desert turned into oases, but all his expectations were dashed due to lack of funds. He had almost given up the idea of turning the desert into an oasis in a short period of time and had begun to plan for a protracted war. If his generation cannot do it, then let the next generation complete it. One day the Desert Oasis project will be completed, but the emergence of Tomorrow Group once again gave him hope. Wei Yan looked at Zhuo Wentao with a hint of respect on his face. These people who have dedicated their entire lives to scientific research are all worthy of admiration. With Professor Zhuo personally taking action, I feel very relieved. It is my responsibility to contribute to sand control. Zhuo Wentao smiled indifferently and continued speaking. Regarding the construction of dormitories, I have some suggestions. As for the network, I will help you contact people, but you need to pay for the construction. As for the source of water, I won't say much. The well water here is not drinkable directly. You can filter and purify it before use, or use other methods. It's up to you to decide. However, I need to remind you that the groundwater here is not allowed to be used excessively, so we still need to take good care of water conservation. Domestic sewage can be reused, for example, for irrigation. I want to talk about the issue of electricity. The electricity here is not enough at the moment. Using generators is one way, but it is not a permanent thing. In recent years, a new power generation technology has emerged, that is photovoltaic power generation. The Taklamakan Desert has plenty of sunshine every day. If we build a photovoltaic power station here, it will be enough to supply the electricity demand here, and the excess electricity can be sold. It can be considered as a kind of income. Chapter 12:10 Photovoltaic Power Generation. Photovoltaic power generation? Wei Yan looked puzzled. He knew about hydroelectric power, wind power, and nuclear power stations, but had not heard of photovoltaic power generation. Photovoltaic power generation can be understood as solar power generation, but solar power generation converts solar energy into thermal energy, which is then converted into electrical energy through thermal energy machinery. Photovoltaic power generation directly converts solar energy into electrical energy, and its efficiency is much higher than that of solar energy. Professor Zhuo began to explain, is this technology reliable and mature? The technology is already mature, and we have already done experiments here. And these photovoltaic panels, when laid over a large area in the desert, will also have a great effect in controlling desertification. However, because there is a lot of dust in the desert, we need to clean the dust on the photovoltaic panels in time. If the dust covers the photovoltaic panels, they will not be able to generate electricity. And during the experiment, we also discovered something. Water is needed to clean the photovoltaic panels, and after the water falls to the ground, it evaporates much more slowly because the photovoltaic panels block the sunlight. Over time, green plants have begun to grow on the ground. I thought about it. If we lay photovoltaic panels over a large area to generate electricity, and when enough green plants grow under the panels, we can graze some cattle and sheep. After all, if we don't manage the growing green plants, they may grow very tall, but if we graze them, we can effectively inhibit their growth. And the manure of cattle and sheep can be turned into fertilizer, allowing green plants to grow more vigorously. This is undoubtedly a virtuous cycle. When the cattle and sheep mature, selling them will also generate income. Zhuo Wentao explained the issue of photovoltaic power generation in detail. If Wei Yan and others really adopted his advice, then the electricity problem here would basically have been solved. IT can also play a good role in sand control. Wei Yan fell into deep thought after hearing Zhuo Wentao's words, and slowly looked up after a while. Professor Zhuo, can you take us to the photovoltaic power generation area to have a look when you have time? He doesn't know much about photovoltaic power generation. Only by visiting the site can we determine whether photovoltaic power generation is adopted. That's no problem. Our test site is not far from here. It's only about half an hour away. We'll be there soon. Zhuo Wentao nodded. Then let's set off now. Wei Yan thought about it and found that there was nothing else to talk about, so he made a suggestion. Good, Mr. Wei, Mr. Li, this is photovoltaic power generation. Zhuo Wentao pointed to a photovoltaic panel in front of him and spoke slowly. Wei Yan looked around and found that the photovoltaic panels were supported on the desert at an inclined angle. This time, several drones were spraying water downwards above the photovoltaic panels, apparently cleaning them, and on the ground where the photovoltaic panels are located, just as Professor Zhuo Wentao said, you can indeed see green plants growing. Wei Yan turned his head and looked at Li Xin, then nodded. Professor Zhuo, if we use photovoltaics to control sand, do you have any good suggestions? Do you have any suggestions? We can use photovoltaic power to control sand in the desert in the south. The southern part of the desert is the highest and receives the longest sunshine each day. The effect of using photovoltaic power to control sand there is the best. Zhuo Wentao spoke up of the south. Wei Yan recalled the map of Taklamakan and roughly understood where the south was. So, are you planning to use photovoltaics to control sand? Zhuo Wentao turned to look at Wei Yan and spoke. Professor Zhuo, we need to go back and discuss this before we can give you an answer. Wei Yan did not give a direct response. He felt that he should look up detailed information on photovoltaic power generation before returning. It's okay. If you have any ideas, just contact me. We have finished touring the photovoltaic power generation. It's time to go back. Okay, Professor Zhuo. 3 days later, early morning, meeting rooms, Wei Yan looked at all the employees in the meeting room. There are detailed plans for the ring road and 10 greening sites. The road is divided into 10 sections and the greening will continue at the same time. I have divided you into 10 groups. Each group is responsible for the construction of a greening base and the corresponding highway. The group list is as follows. Wei Yan gave a detailed account of the group list and distributed a printed plan to each person. All the plan contents have been written down in the plan book. Go back and take a look. In order to facilitate supervision, you will all be assigned to the corresponding greening bases. Accommodation has been arranged for you there, but it is very difficult at the moment. I hope you can stick with it. As long as you complete the Desert Oasis project, you will be pioneers and your income and honor will not be low. Wei Yan looked at the people in front of him and said encouragingly, listening to Wei Yan's words, everyone showed excited expressions. Okay, go back and take a good look at the plan. You may have to set off one after another in the next few days. Watching everyone leave, Wei Yan turned and looked at Li Shen, who was still in the meeting room. You have looked up information on photovoltaic power generation in the past few days, right? What do you think? I think it is feasible. First of all, we have been looking for profitable projects. I think photovoltaic power generation is a good opportunity. It can not only solve our electricity supply problem, but also effectively control sand and bring us some benefits. This is a three-pronged approach, there is no reason to refuse. Li Shen spoke slowly, then continued. I also learned about other profit points. There are many plants that can be grown in the desert, including red dates, walnuts, sea buckthorn, roses, etc. Among them, red dates and walnuts can generate income, so we can plant more of them appropriately. My plan is to develop photovoltaic power generation in the south and southwest, and plant red dates, walnuts, and other profitable crops in other areas. When the scale reaches a certain level, they can become red date and walnut forests. In another area, we can plant green plants such as poplar and saxaul and use it as pasture. Finally, there was an area planted with roses, which became a rose garden for viewing. Once all these projects are completed, we can develop tourism and travel around the ring road to see different landscapes. Li Shen explained his plan in detail. Now Mr. Chen has invested so much money here. He must find a way to generate income. Chapter 12:11 Tomorrow's Oasis. Since you have made so many plans, I will leave this matter to you. After hearing Li Shen's story, Wei Yan spoke slowly. He agreed with many of what Li Shen said, but currently did not expect these plans to make the Desert Oasis project profitable, but these plans can at least bring in some income. Leave it to me. I will talk to Professor Zhou and the others later. We need to find a place to cultivate a large number of those green plants. Li Shen spoke with a smile. He had discussed this with Professor Zhou once before. The Oasis Research Institute had some reserves. If they were to support large-scale planting, specialized cultivation would definitely be needed. Well, I also understand the matter of photovoltaic power generation. It takes about 200 million yuan to invest in 1 square kilometer of photovoltaic power generation, and 1 square kilometer is 1,500 mu. I plan to invest 600 million yuan to build 6,000 acres of photovoltaic power plants. After the projects are completed, we will see the specific effects and then continue to expand if possible. Wei Yan talked about his plan. Mr. Chen would invest a total of 10 billion yuan in the Desert Oasis project, spending 600 million to test the waters is well within our budget. Even if the final result is not very ideal, it can at least solve their electricity problem and also play a role in sand control. Then Brother Yan's photovoltaic business will be left to you to handle, and I will be responsible for the subsequent regional planning. Li Shen nodded. He was very confident in Wei Yan's abilities. Boom boom boom, there was a knock on the door. Boss Wei, all the people in the well room have been taken over. Okay, I'll be right there. Wei Yan nodded. He had discussed the matter of the water well house with Professor Zhou a few days ago, and now the water well house on the desert highway has been planned into the Desert Oasis project. I called those people here today to discuss what to do next. Let's go over there. Wei Yan turned his head to look at Li Shen, then stood up and walked outside. Upon hearing this, Li Shen also stood up and followed. When I came outside, I saw a group of people standing in the middle of the courtyard. They were all couples, and everyone had a very nervous expression. Wei Yan looked at him carefully, then spoke slowly. Hello everyone, Wei Yan. The person next to me is Li Shen, the person in charge of the Desert Oasis project, but in the future this project will be renamed Tomorrow's Oasis. And I called you all here to inform you that the 137 couples in your well houses will all be under the management of our Tomorrow Oasis from now on. At the same time, your salary packages will also change. Your future salary will all be increased to 10,000 yuan. It's not 10,000 yuan for the two of you, but 10,000 yuan for each person, and 20,000 yuan for the two of you. You will also enjoy all the benefits of Tomorrow's Oasis. As for the specific details of the benefits, I will not go into detail. I will sign a new contract with you later. When you sign the contract, someone will explain the specific benefits to you in detail. Wei Yan spoke slowly. As Wei Yan finished his words, all the couples in the courtyard showed shocked expressions. The salary is 10,000 yuan, and it's 10,000 yuan per person. Their current salary is only 5,000 yuan, 2,500 yuan per person. This instantly quadrupled their original salary, which was a little hard to believe for a moment. Boss Wei, you didn't lie to us, did you? A man asked nervously that if the salary increase was only about 1,000 yuan, he could believe it, but when they suddenly raised their salaries by 4 times, he found it hard to believe. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Of course this is true. Our Tomorrow's Oasis project can cooperate with the Research Institute. If you don't trust us, you should at least trust the Research Institute. If you are still worried, you can call for consultation or check it online. Wei Yan explained patiently. He understood that such a huge salary increase all at once would definitely make people think of bad things. Let's not talk about this for now. You can confirm it by consulting yourself later. Moreover, our salary will be paid first. After the contract is signed, the salary will be transferred to your account within 3 working days. Let me tell you about the next changes. After the well houses are assigned to the Tomorrow's Oasis project, each of our well houses will be rebuilt. Also, you have all been working in the well house for a long time, and you are more familiar with sand control and the environment in the desert. You may be transferred to a new department next. The main job is to control sand. The salary will increase accordingly in the future. If I get promoted, the salary will be even higher. As for the well house, we will recruit new personnel there. Wei Yan recounted the events of the well house in detail, and then he and Li Shan walked out of the base. There will be other staff members in charge of communication at the well house, and they will also visit several sites selected for building dormitories today. Well house, I have some ideas. On the way. Li Shan spoke slowly. What do you think? Wei Yan looked at Li Shan in confusion. He knew Li Shan very well, and he knew Li Shan had a lot of clever ideas. The new well house has to be built with 2 floors. It's actually too empty for just 2 people to live in it. I was thinking that it would be nice to add 1 or 2 rooms to the well house as a bed and breakfast. There is definitely no shortage of tourists in the desert, but I've learned that most of the tourists who come here live in the city, so it's not very convenient for them to travel. But living in a water well house is different. There is a desert in front of the water well house, which gives you a more intuitive feeling. I believe that if the well house is turned into a homestay, many people will choose to stay there. This way, we can also bring in some income. Li Shan briefly expressed his thoughts. Wei Yan thought about it and finally nodded. When building a new well house, you can take this into consideration. The 2 of them walked outside while talking. Zhangcheng, Tomorrow Group, President's Office. Chen Mo held the coffee and drank it with a relaxed look on his face. Mr. Chen, this is the information of each company under the Tomorrow Group. Shenro carefully placed the information on the table. Okay, I understand. Go ahead and get busy. Upon hearing this, Shenro turned back to the office, feeling a little confused. Mr. Shen has been in a good mood ever since he came back from the desert. Did something happen there? Shenro rubbed her cheek, a little confused. In the office, Chen Mo picked up the information on the desk and started to read it. The new year had already begun. As the president of the company, he should learn more about the current development of each company under the group. Chapter 12. No pressure. He simply looked through all the information and confirmed that there were no developments beyond his expectations among the companies under the Tomorrow Group, then put the information back on the desktop. It is almost the end of February now, and the box office of The Dream of Red Mansions has reached 7.2 billion yuan. He didn't expect that the box office of The Dream Journey to the West would be so high this time. By the end of December, when A Dream of Journey to the West is taken off the shelves, the final box office will be close to 7.5 billion yuan. After deducting various taxes and commissions, he can earn about 4 billion yuan. Add to that the remaining system funds and the group's revenue in February. By the end of February, his system funds totaled 9 billion yuan. Yes, there are only 9 billion in system funds. Chen Mo smiled slightly. He could easily spend the 9 billion yuan. What about the 70 billion yuan funding gap in the desert oasis? And he has a lot of plans that will cost him money. Coupled with the current change in settlement methods, he can definitely settle a large amount of personal assets this time. There will definitely be no surprises this time. No, even if there is any accident, he can make up for such a huge funding gap. Chen Mo smiled confidently. Boom boom boom. Suddenly there was a knock on the office door, and then Wang Manyan and Song Xia opened the door and walked in. Mr. Chen. The 2 of them greeted each other. Sit here. When Chen Mo saw the 2 people come in, he stood up and walked to the reception area. Mr. Chen, this is the budget and plan for the next city for Nanchi takeaway. Wang Manyan hurriedly handed over the plan he had prepared. Mr. Chen, this is Manhwa Coffee's future development plan and budget. Song Xia also handed over his plan. Chen Mo reached out and took the 2 plans. During the 1-month holiday, Manhwa Coffee did not continue to expand to other cities, but the planning and research have been done, because the workload of Nanchi takeout was relatively large and the recruitment of experienced chefs was a bit slow. It was not until after the new year that it met the requirements and officially opened for business in Shanghai. We are currently preparing to develop in a new city. I first opened the plan of Manhwa Coffee and took a look at it. I didn't look at the overall plan content in detail, but went straight to the financial budget at the back point 700 million. It's not bad. Manhwa Coffee has already opened stores in several super first-tier cities. The cost of opening stores in other cities will not be too high. Having a budget for 7 stores is already very good. He put the information about Manhwa Coffee aside and opened the information about Nanchi Takeout, also concerned about the final budget, 2.3 billion. The need for a takeaway venue at Nanchi is much greater than that of Nanhwa Coffee, and the overall budget is also much higher, but now, due to the chef's problems, Nanchi Takeaway basically takes 3 months to officially open for business. Manhwa Coffee basically expands to 1 city per month. In 3 months, Manhwa Coffee has expanded to almost 3 cities, therefore, in terms of overall capital expenditure, the two are similar. Well, the plans are all good. Just follow the plan. The funds will be transferred to your company's account within 3 working days. Chen Mo put down the information and looked up at the 2 people sitting opposite him. Whether it is Manhwa Coffee or Nanchi Takeaway, these 2 projects are currently a very stable money-losing industry, and it made him feel very relieved, especially with Manhwa Coffee. He has a good ally. Okay, Mr. Chen Isong Xia and Wang Manyan nodded at the same time. Then let's get busy. Chen Mo nodded, watched the 2 leave the office, picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. In this way, another 3 billion yuan of funds will be consumed. At the end of the month, there will be only 6 billion left out of the 9 billion system funds, and then another 5 billion will be transferred to the Desert Oasis project. At the end of the month, only 1 billion yuan of funds was left. There is really no pressure. Chen Mo sighed, then stood up and went back to his desk. Turned on his computer and happily played the game. Tomorrow Group Snow Game in the office. Fong Chang looked at the person in charge of the business department and spoke slowly. The live streaming rights for both Freedom Fight and Extreme Survival are about to expire. It's time to arrange for someone to make the connection. Now that the 2 games have become phenomenal games, the price of the live broadcast license still needs to be raised. The live broadcast license for the 2 games costs 500 million yuan in total, and half of it is enough for Hu to live. Also, the overseas game licenses need to be renewed, so we should arrange for someone to make the connection. Okay, Mr. Fong. The head of the business department nodded and said that they had done these things once last year and were very experienced. Not long after the head of the business department left, there was a knock on the office door, then Chen Song walked in from outside. Mr. Chen, please sit here. Fong Chang saw that it was Chen Song who came in, and hurriedly took him to the reception area. Mr. Fong, you don't have to be so polite. Chen Song smiled and waved, then sat down on the sofa in the reception area. I came here today just to talk about mobile games. The internal testing of the mobile game Extreme Survival has ended. At the same time, the problems found during the internal testing have now been optimized, and the release date has been set for March 1st. Is that so? That's a good thing. Fong Chang's face lit up when he heard this. Previously, Wei Yan was in charge of all matters related to mobile games, but after Wei Yan went to the desert, the mobile game matters were handed over to him. Sangshui Games can get 60% of the total mobile game revenue. It can be said that the more money mobile games make, the more profits they get, and there is no cost at all. I hope the mobile game can be as popular as the PC game. Chen Song smiled. He was very much looking forward to the launch of the mobile game. During the internal testing phase, live broadcast promotion had already begun on Hu to Live. The popularity of the live broadcast can be said to be very high, and now many people are looking forward to the launch of the Extreme Survival mobile game. I hope so too. Fong Chang followed suit and smiled. Let's not talk about this for now. Whether it will be a hit or not, we will know after the mobile game is launched. I came here today mainly to talk about the Freedom Fight mobile game. I think it's time to start developing it. Chen Song stopped smiling and got down to business. It has been more than half a year since Freedom Fight was launched, and this is a good time to develop a mobile game for Freedom Fight. With the technical support from Sangshui Games, he believes that the mobile game of Freedom Fight will be developed soon. Moreover, he has already recruited all the employees and is just waiting for the technical support from Sangshui Games. Chapter 12-13 Authorization Benefits. For this matter, I have already arranged a technical team here. Since you are ready, Mr. Chen, I will arrange for the technical team to go there later to connect with your people. Fong Chang heard Chen Song's words and said with a smile that the matters concerning the technical team had actually been arranged before Wei Yan left. Just wait for Chen Song to be ready and send him over. Thank you very much, Mr. Fong. Upon hearing this, Chen Song thanked him. What are you thanking me for? We have been working together for such a long time. By the way, the live broadcast license is about to expire. I have arranged for the business team to contact me. Due to the popularity this year, the price has been raised a bit. But I have already arranged with the business department to have the price of Hu to Live's license. Fong Chang looked at Chen Song and said something. Thank you very much. I will arrange for someone from the company to contact you. Chen Song nodded. They had cooperated many times on the issue of live broadcast authorization. Every time we give them half the price. This has become a tacit understanding that he once asked for the full licensing price to be paid, but was rejected in the end. But it is precisely because of this that they have been able to cooperate for so long. At the beginning, he and Du Ziting basically ran the company based on their emotions, thinking that as long as the emotions existed, the cooperation would be permanent. However, as they ran the company for longer, they realized that if they wanted long-term cooperation, profit was the most important thing. Then there's nothing else. I'll go back first. Chen Song stood up and walked out of the office. The mobile game was about to be launched, so he would definitely pay more attention to mobile game matters in the next few days. At the same time, boring short video. Inside the meeting room. Wu looked at everyone in the conference room and couldn't help feeling a little nervous. Before, Li Xin was the one who was in charge of the meetings, and he was just an assistant. Now Li Xin is in charge of the Desert Oasis project, and the entire operation of the boring short video falls on his head. Let me summarize the performance of our boring short videos last year. Overall, our performance of boring short videos is still very good, but we should not relax at all. Because the popularity of boring short videos has affected the interests of many people are looking forward to our boring short videos making mistakes. So this year, I will be more strict with myself and all quality control must be meticulous. If there really are any quality issues, customer service must communicate and resolve them in a timely manner, and compensation should be made accordingly. Everything is done with the goal of not affecting the reputation of boring short videos. Wu looked at everyone in the conference room and said seriously, and now that boring short videos have developed to the current level, word of mouth is very important. After all, the fact that so many people can buy products from their live broadcast room is a sign of their trust in the quality of the products they sell, because we have always strictly required quality control and after-sales service. Although there are not zero errors and there are occasionally some product defects, they also communicate and resolve them in a timely manner and provide certain compensation. Therefore, many people are willing to buy products through boring short videos. Moreover, last year, with the official promotion of Wulin short video, the number of users has now increased to 100 million. In addition, their live broadcasts cover a wide range of fields and sell a wide variety of items, which has seriously affected the interests of some people. But business war is not that simple. There are many ugly things. Boring short videos are not as easy as they seem. There is now tremendous pressure on quality control. Not only should we prevent others from targeting boring short videos, but we should also prevent the person in charge of quality control from being bribed by outsiders. Although boring short videos are given very high treatment by the quality control department, human nature is greedy. There will always be people who are driven by profit and do betrayal. There is nothing wrong with this. It's what it means to be good at fighting intrigue and deception. In the more than 2 years of running boring short video, he has seen ALOT.SO. Now we have a rotating reporting system on the quality control side, with the responsible leaders rotating. Lower level employees have the right to report in whistleblower complaints if they find that their leaders deliberately arrange for some products with quality issues to pass inspection. Those employees have the right to report, and as long as the report is confirmed, they will not only receive a bonus of 1 million, but will also directly replace the position of that leader. As for that leader, he will naturally be dealt with by law. The legal department of Tomorrow Group is not just for show. Under such a system, basically no major mistakes have occurred. However, as boring short videos become more and more popular, they will certainly face more and more challenges in the future. So he didn't dare to be careless. Everyone in the conference room, hearing Wu Yu's words, they all showed serious expressions. He is the backbone of boring short videos. Word of mouth is the core for boring short videos. Once the word of mouth collapses, the boring short videos will be not far from collapse. Naturally, they don't want any problems to occur with boring short videos. They can't find such treatment in other companies. Wu Yu saw that everyone in the conference room had listened to his words and nodded slightly, then he continued speaking. Another thing is the product licensing issue, and it's almost March now. All merchandise sales authorizations are about to expire, and it's time to renew them. But now the popularity of boring short videos is several times higher than before, so the licensing price has doubled. People in the business department can start communicating if there is no way to reach a cooperation. We will find new partners as soon as possible, at least to prevent the boring short videos from running out of stock. Wu Yu looked at the person in charge of the business department and spoke slowly. Okay, Mr. Wu. The head of the business department nodded. By the way, I asked you to do some calculations a few days ago about the licensing fees for all products last year. Have you figured it out? Mr. Wu, we have calculated that last year, the total licensing fees for all products from all partners, big and small, was 3.2 billion. If we charge double the price this year, it will be 6.4 billion yuan. 6.4 billion. When Wu Yu heard the subsequent price, he nodded slightly. The licensing price of boring short video products is not very high in itself. After all, they will also take a commission from the profits of the products. We now have licensing income of 6.4 billion yuan, which is basically accumulated from the many products we currently have. However, the biggest sectors are education and agriculture. Chapter 12-14, New Ken Goods Order. Wu Yu briefly talked about the other meeting contents and then directly announced the adjournment of the meeting. Leave the meeting room. Wu Yu simply edited the content of the meeting and sent it to Li Xin. It was his first time chairing a meeting, so he was still a little unconfident, so it would be better for him to ask for advice. great canned food in the office, Miss Tina. If you have anything to say, just call us. Why would you bother coming here? Meng Xiaohong looked at Tina, who was sitting opposite her, and said with a smile. If I don't come, when will the canned goods arrive? Tina said with a wry smile. As the overseas sales of Jinhao canned food continue to expand, sales volume is also increasing exponentially. Half a month ago, the stock of Jinhao canned food had already run out, so she started contacting Meng Xiaohong to prepare to order another batch of Jinhao canned food in advance. But after the conversation, she found out that it was fortunate that Cantu had his annual leave, and it would be more than a month long. She has met many bosses in China, but this is the first time she has seen a boss who gives his employees more than a month of annual leave. In order to better speed up the delivery, she rushed over directly. Of course, there are some personal matters that she can't talk about in person. Miss Tina, please forgive me for this matter. This is our company's system, so there is nothing we can do. Meng Xiaohong said apologetically, but it was impossible for her to go against the rules set by Tomorrow Group. I understand this. To use your Chinese idiom, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Tina smiled indifferently. The Jinhao canned food overseas is now out of stock. However, after the stock was out of stock, she conducted some investigation and found that the canned food became even more popular. This was something she had not expected, and she also learned some information about the holidays at Jinhao canned food. We also know that they have a lot of holidays, so in order to avoid out-of-stock situations from happening again, she has already communicated with the headquarters and decided to purchase an extra batch of canned food this time. After all, the market has proven the popularity of Jinhao canned food, so there is no need to worry about not being able to sell large quantities of purchased Jinhao canned food. Thank you for your understanding. I wonder how many canned goods you plan to purchase this time. Meng Xiaohong nodded with relief. She was a little worried that this incident would make the other party dissatisfied. After all, the person in front of me is the largest partner of Jinhao canned food. If the cooperation breaks down because of this incident, they will have to look for new partners. Of course, they are not worried about not being able to find new partners. Now that Jinhao canned food has been proven in the overseas market, it is still possible to find new partners, but that would be too much trouble. Boss Meng, this time we are going to order 30 billion canned goods. The specific list of canned goods is already written here. You can take a look. Tina said as she handed over the prepared list of goods. Miss Tina, do you mean 30 billion cans? Meng Xiaohong looked at Tina with some surprise. She didn't expect that the other party wanted so many goods this time. It has increased sixfold from the previous 5 billion. Yes, that's 30 billion. Now the overseas sales of Jinhao canned food are very good. I estimated that if all the 30 billion canned food were sold overseas, it would basically take 5 months to sell out. Of course there will be some errors, but in the 4th or 5th month, we should order another batch. I just don't know if you can supply it in time. Tina spoke slowly. The really good canned food is the most popular canned food she has seen in recent years. The main reason is that this can is very cost effective. Miss Tina, don't worry about the supply. Now a branch of Jinhao canned food has started operation and can definitely meet your needs. Meng Xiaohong made the promise. If it was before, she would not have dared to make the promise, but now the Jinhao canned food branch has started operation. Although it is a branch, its scale is indeed similar to that of the main factory. This means that the production speed of Jinhao canned food has now doubled. In that case, I am relieved. Tina breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that. She was really worried. It was a good thing that there was a shortage of canned food. In that case, let's sign the contract first. This time the canned goods don't need to be transported all at once. We need to pack and ship as many cans as possible at the cannery as soon as possible. As for the remaining canned goods, we can just ship out a batch every once in a while. Tina spoke slowly. That's no problem. I'll go prepare the contract. Meng Xiaohong nodded, then stood up and walked to the front of the office, found the contract template, made some adjustments, and printed out 2 copies. This contract template was prepared for them by Lawyer Tang. There is no difference in the overall contract content. She just needs to modify the different transaction amounts each time. Last time it was 5 billion, this time he just needs to change it to 30 billion. Miss Tina, here is the contract. You can take a look at it. If there is no problem, just sign it. Meng Xiaohong handed the printed contract to Tina. Seeing this, Tina reached out to take the contract, then opened it and began to read it carefully. After a while, after confirming that there were no problems with the contract, I sign it directly. Then it's a pleasure to work with you. Meng Xiaohong smiled and spoke when she saw Tina sign the contract. It's been a pleasure working with you. Tina smiled and then looked down at the time, pursed her lips and suggested. I see it's already noon, why don't I go have some lunch? No problem, I'll make a reservation at the restaurant and we'll go there together later. Meng Xiaohong hurriedly spoke when she heard this, as she had just signed such a large order. Not to mention 1 meal, even 100 meals would be no problem. Forget about booking a restaurant. Just eat in the staff cafeteria. When Tina saw Meng Xiaohong was about to use her cell phone to make a restaurant reservation, she quickly spoke up to stop her. Hearing this, Meng Xiaohong looked up at Tina's expression, as if she understood something, and spoke with a smile. Then we can go to the cafeteria to eat. Employees don't have a lunch break yet, so it won't be crowded at this time. It's just right. Saying, he took the lead and walked out of the office. Soon they arrived at the cafeteria. Tina glanced around the cafeteria, saw her target, and walked over quickly. You guys aren't planning on going back to the company headquarters, are you? Tina looked at the few people who stayed in the Jinhaocan and felt speechless. Teams that go on business trips to other places basically have to apply to return to the headquarters every 1 or 2 months, but these people have not applied once in half a year. Chapter 12-15 Learn Chinese? No, mainly because we think it's a good idea to travel here, and we need to transfer personnel from the headquarters for rotation. Also, we have been working here for so long, we have learned a little Chinese and are very proficient in our work. If we rotate now, the new people will have to familiarize themselves with the new tasks again, which is too troublesome. Someone at the table spoke up, and the others echoed him. Tina looked at the few people without saying much. She walked to the dining area and selected some of her favorite dishes. He walked straight to the table where those people were eating and sat down. Meng Xiaohong also sat aside and greeted the other people. She is already very familiar with these people, and basically communicates with them regarding overseas work. Have you learned Chinese? Tina took a bite of food and suddenly thought of what the people opposite her had just said, then asked in surprise. She has studied Chinese systematically, and Chinese is very difficult for her. Words with the same pronunciation have different meanings, making it difficult for her to distinguish them. I just didn't expect that these people have learned Chinese after working here for only half a year. This was something he had not expected. Just a little bit, not much. Several people from the overseas team said this somewhat embarrassedly. So what did you learn? Well, there are fried pork slices, braised pork, 4 happiness meatballs, barbecue. Tina, Meng Xiaohong sat aside, listening to the overseas team members talking about the society's lunch, and couldn't help but smile. Corner pet park, office buildings, inside the meeting room. Construction of the hotel building inside the pet park has already begun, and safety measures around it must also be in place. Also, we need to plan the cooperation with the live gaming club carefully. The live gaming club started operating in early March. Once we open for business, there will definitely be tourists coming and going. If we don't plan well, it will be bad if something goes wrong. Pang Tao looked at everyone in the conference room and spoke slowly. After the square of the pet park was completed, the number of daily visitors to the pet park has reached more than 40,000, and it has been going on for a long time. This means that the current development of pet parks has reached a bottleneck. If you want to attract more tourists, simply expanding the size of the pet park is not enough. But now the live game club is about to open, which makes him see an opportunity. Pang Tao looked at everyone in the conference room and waited until everyone had written down what had just happened before continuing. The other thing is the sales around the pet park and the creation of celebrity pets. Peripheral sales can maintain the previous model, the only requirements are quality and service. The other thing is the sales of cat and dog food. Last year, several partners did a pretty good job in quality control. If no more suitable supplier emerges, we will continue to use them, but at a slightly higher price. They also made a lot of money last year, so they probably won't refuse. Pang Tao looked at the business department and spoke slowly. He roughly calculated that after raising the price, the licensing fees from several suppliers would add up to about 500 million yuan. That's a pretty good profit. Tianga Game Club Indoor Gaming Room. Brothers, the Extreme Survival mobile game will be launched on March 1st. If you want to play it, you can make an appointment to download it in advance. Zhang Jiu looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and spoke slowly. During this period, the Extreme Survival mobile game is in internal testing, and in order to promote it, he also occasionally plays mobile game live broadcasts. However, this time, the Extreme Survival mobile game was developed by their Tianga Game Club, so there is no requirement for Tomorrow Group's non-publicity policy. Therefore, Tianga Game Club has already carried out comprehensive publicity. There is no need for him to keep promoting the live broadcast room. Live broadcast room barrage. The mobile game is finally going to be launched. That's great. I didn't get a spot in the internal beta test, but I finally waited for the mobile game to be launched. To be honest, I have never played a single game of the PC version of Survival, but I watch the live broadcast of Survival every day. It's not that I don't like playing, but it's not convenient for me to use a computer for my work. Me too. It's inconvenient to use the computer, so I can only watch the live broadcast. Now that the mobile game is out, I'm really looking forward to it. I've wanted to play this for a long time. It's great that it's a mobile game. I don't know why the mobile game was developed by Tianga instead of Sangxue Games. It shouldn't be different. I am also worried about this, but I heard from the beta testers that except for the different operations, everything else is the same. I have completed the internal test, the game content is the same, the only difference is that our internal test players will have a set of out-of-print clothes. Brother Gio, are there any spots left for the internal test? We want one too. I didn't catch up with the Freedom War beta test. The limited edition skins in that beta test were really beautiful. I also didn't catch up with the Extreme Survival mobile game this time. Zhang Jiu looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and smiled. Judging from the comments of those people in the live broadcast room, he could still feel that the launch of the Extreme Survival mobile game was still very popular. Brothers, there are no more spots for the closed beta test. The mobile game will be released in a few days, so let's just play the open beta test. As for the out-of-print skins in the internal beta, I can only say it's a pity. Buzz, the phone on the table suddenly vibrated. Zhang Jiu picked up the phone and took a look, a smile appearing on his face. Brothers, I will be doing an outdoor live broadcast later, which will be about a real-life extreme survival game. I won't tell you what this real-life extreme survival game is, but you'll know when the live broadcast starts. Zhang Jiu smiled and said that the real-life extreme survival project under Tomorrow Group will be launched at the same time as the extreme survival mobile game in early March. Today, Mr. Chen and Du Ziting organized the club members to experience it.at the same time. It also helps to promote it. They have all been divided into groups, and each group will have a person doing the live broadcast. He has been looking forward to this real-life extreme survival project for a long time. After all, who doesn't like guns? Brothers, I'm going to go offline for a while and then I'll use my phone to broadcast live. Those who are curious about the real-life extreme survival game can wait a while. Bye-bye. Zhang Jiu waved at the camera and turned off the live broadcast. He took the live streaming device on his mobile phone and quickly left the esports room. Come outside. I found that many club members had gathered at the door. Chapter 12:16 Live Game. You're here. Chen Song looked at Zhang Jiu, who came out and spoke. Everyone is here, let's get in the car and go. You can take our car. Okay, Mr. Chen. Zhang Jiu nodded and followed Chen Song to the front car. We will form a group of 4 later. Zhang Jiu, you have to work hard. You need to fight and broadcast live at the same time. Inside the car, Chen Song spoke up to remind him. Don't worry, Mr. Chen, I'm a professional in live streaming. Zhang Jiu smiled and looked at the people in the car. There are Mr. Chen and Mr. Du, as well as his old teammate Sui Bo. They all knew Mr. Chen and Mr. Du before the establishment of Tianga Club, although after the company was established, it became a relationship of superiors and subordinates, but in private, he still speaks very casually. Soon the vehicle entered the road in the east of the city heading towards Tianga Club. This east part of the city looks much better than before. Zhang Jiu looked at the wide road and spoke. How can it be bad? Tomorrow Group has invested hundreds of millions of yuan in the east of the city. Even this road was paved with funds from Tomorrow Group. Chen Song explained that he knew much more about Tomorrow Group than Zhang Jiu and the others. It is no exaggeration to say that Tomorrow Group has changed the landscape of the East City. The vehicle drove slowly. Soon we arrived at a spacious parking lot. This is it, park here, the real game club is right up there. We can play until the evening today. I have reserved a seat at the Pet Park Square. There is a show going on in the square tonight. We can watch the show while eating barbecue. Du Ziting said as he opened the door and got out of the car. When Zhang Jiu and the others heard what Du Ziting said, they all pursed their lips. They went to the pet plaza once. The barbecued meats were all freshly slaughtered pigs, cows, and sheep. The texture of the meat was fresher and more delicious than the frozen meat. Several people got off the car. Zhang Jiu sorted out the live broadcast equipment and then started the live broadcast. The live broadcast room had just opened and a group of people came in quickly. We're here now. Let me see what the live game club looks like. It's finally aired. I've been waiting for a long time. Zhang Jiu waited until there were more people in the live broadcast room, then turned the camera towards the parking lot. Brothers, I am currently in the parking lot of the live game club. Anyone who wants to drive here in Jiangcheng can come here boldly without worrying about having no place to park. You can check the exact location on the map. It's near the corner pet park. As Zhang Jiu spoke, he walked towards the lobby of the live game club. Enter the lobby, led by a group of staff. They entered the equipment room. Looking at the wall of guns and other equipment, Zhang Jiu couldn't help but be stunned. He was very familiar with all the equipment on the wall and the table. They were the same equipment in the game. He didn't expect that everything could be restored. A staff member walked up to him, picked up a piece of equipment, and began to explain how to use it. Zhang Jiu listened and put on the equipment according to the instructions. At this time, the people in the live broadcast room looked at the equipment in the room and launched crazy barrages of comments. Oh my god, what did I see? Isn't this the legendary ammunition depot? Although I know it's all fake, it's still too shocking. I saw a lot of equipment from the game, AKM, M416, nothing more to say. This wall of equipment alone is worth the trip. I really like those equipments. Zhang Jiu didn't have time to watch the barrage in the live broadcast room. As soon as they put on their equipment, they were taken to small cars and taken to the entrance of the game. Come to the entrance of the game, the driver spoke slowly. The gate will open automatically in a moment, and you can go in and start the game. Pay attention to the map on your watch, where the safe zone will be updated at any time. As for the other rules of the game, someone has already explained them to you before you came here, so I won't repeat them. Zhang Jiu and his companions listened to the staff's words, said thank you, and got out of the car to wait for the door to open. At this time, he also had time to pay attention to the barrage in the live broadcast room. He looked at the content on the barrage and spoke with a smile. Brothers, you have seen the machines on the wall just now. They are all built based on the modeling of the game. Then the game will begin once the gate opens. You have all heard the rules of the game, which are similar to the rules in the game. Inside the game venue, there are many more powerful supplies waiting for us to search. The better the equipment, the greater the advantage in the fight. No more talking, the door is open, I'm going to play. Zhang Jiu leaned against the slowly opening door, no longer paying attention to the content in the live broadcast room, and rushed into the door, quickly looking at the buildings inside the gate that are very similar to those in the game. I felt even more excited. Everyone search for equipment separately first. Currently everyone is entering from different entrances, so we won't meet each other in the short term. Search for more powerful equipment as soon as possible to improve yourself. In the real-life game, Zhang Jiu still plays the role of commander. However, after giving the order, he rushed into the nearest building first. He has played a lot of computer games, but this is the first time he has played a real-life game like this. Search for equipment, upgrade equipment, run laps, fight. An hour later, Zhang Jiu leaned on a bench, looking tired. Also sitting nearby were Chen Song, Du Ziting, and Sui Ba. After an hour-long battle, they finally won. The game is fun, but it is too physically demanding. Everyone take a break, and then play again in half an hour. Chen Song looked at the other people who were resting in the distance and shouted loudly, "This game is tiring, but it's really fun." Zhang Jiu took a short break and turned his attention back to the live broadcast room. He was so engrossed in the game just now that he didn't care about the live broadcast at all. Looking at the live broadcast room, he thought that if he had not paid attention to the live broadcast room just now, its popularity would drop a lot, but to his surprise, his popularity not only did not decrease, but actually increased a lot. Live broadcast room barrage, it feels really fun, I want to play it. Is this a real-life extreme survival game? I really want to play it. It feels very exciting. Is there anyone who wants to play? We can team up together. I just searched and the club is not open yet. When will it open? I really want to play. Don't know the price? Zhang Jiu looked at the comments in the live broadcast room, then spoke slowly. You brothers, this live game club will be officially open on March 1st. If you want to play, just come over on March 1st. Chapter 12:17 Side effects. By the way, I want to remind you of the price. The survival mode I just played requires 40 people for one game, and each person needs to pay 2,000 yuan. So brothers who want to come here to play should also pay attention to their financial ability and don't come here blindly. But if you just want to experience it, there is another mode, the competitive mode. Competitive mode is not as complicated as survival mode. The map is very small and both sides can just put on their equipment and fight each other. The price is 200 yuan for half an hour. I will show you the competitive mode later. Let's not talk about that for now. I need to get ready and start the next game. Zhang Jiu said this and began to organize his equipment. After playing another game in the live broadcast room, a game in survival mode costs 2,000 yuan. I can't afford it. My monthly salary is 3,000 yuan. I really can't afford it. It is indeed expensive, but looking at the weapons, imitating the buildings in the game, and some detailed settings, 2,000 yuan is still worth it. It is worth it, but I really can't afford it. My monthly salary is more than 10,000 yuan, but I have a child at home, so it is barely enough. Tutoring is too expensive now, so I dare not play. Who isn't like this? A monthly salary of 15,000 is barely enough to pay for the mortgage, car loan, and kids. I don't dare to spend too much on other entertainment. Didn't you notice that Joga said there is a competitive mode of play, which only costs 200 yuan and can be played for half an hour? Yes, the competitive mode only costs 200 yuan. If you want to experience it, you don't need to participate in the survival mode at all, the competitive mode is enough. Yes, I am going to go there on March 1st, to experience the competitive mode first, and if it is really fun, I can try the team mode. I am single, and I only have 4,000 yuan a month, but don't think too much, I can still afford it. Let's form a team. I'm also going to go there on March 1st, online team formation, in early March. Tomorrow Group President's Office. Chen Mo looked at the data reports of various companies and rubbed his eyebrows with a headache. He didn't expect that just after a few days of happiness, the companies under the group started to cause trouble for him. He was correct about the box office estimate for A Dream Journey to the West, and the movie was taken off the shelves yesterday. The total box office is 7.5 billion yuan. After deducting various commissions and taxes, he can receive more than 4 billion yuan including other income. His total system funds amounted to 9 billion yuan. The original plan was to invest 5 billion yuan in the desert. In addition, the investment in Manhwa coffee and Nanchi takeaway will consume 3 billion yuan. By the end of the month, he will have only 1 billion yuan left in the system. In addition, there will be an additional investment of 65 billion yuan in the desert, but now the information of various companies on the desktop directly disrupted his plan. From the data, Sangshui Games' live broadcast licensing fees brought in another 1.75 billion yuan in revenue. Then there are the overseas agency fees for the two games Freedom Fight and Extreme Survival. The total revenue was 3 billion. Then there is the licensing fees for various products of Boring Short Video, which also amounted to 3 billion yuan. The agency fees for cat and dog food at the corner pet park also amount to 500 million yuan. Of course, in his eyes, these were just minor incidents, and at most they just caused him trouble. What he could not accept the most was the really good canned food. He had never imagined that this time, overseas buyers would directly place orders for 30 billion worth of canned food. 30 billion, and according to the report, based on the current sales of Jinhao canned food overseas, I'm afraid these 30 billion cans of food will be sold out in half a year. Doesn't this mean that in the future, Jinhao canned food will have at least 60 billion yuan in overseas order revenue each year? Chen Mo couldn't help rubbing his chest. He had gone to great lengths to find more than 60 billion yuan of investment in the desert. He didn't expect that he wouldn't be happy for long before the group brought him so much income. Chen Mo picked up the computer beside him and did a quick calculation. Today, the total revenue of these 6 companies is 38.35 billion. Including the remaining 1 billion of system funds. The total system funds is 39.35 billion. The remaining 65 billion yuan of additional investment in the desert was instantly reduced by half. Chen Mo rubbed his brows with a headache and made some plans. At present, it is impossible for all of the 39.35 billion yuan of funds to remain in the system fund account, otherwise, it will only accumulate more and more in the future. However, out of the 39.35 billion yuan, nearly 400 million yuan will be invested in charity funds. The final system funds are about 39 billion yuan. First, invest 35 billion yuan of system funds into the desert. The progress of the project there will definitely require continuous injection of funds. Adding the 5 billion yuan invested in the previous few days, the total investment is 40 billion yuan. It is enough for the construction in the desert for a period of time, so he doesn't need to pay too much attention to it. So, there is only 30 billion yuan of additional investment left in the desert. He only has 4 billion yuan left in the system funds. He can find other projects to spend the 4 billion yuan there. Our 2 projects currently pending. Point 1 is a sewage treatment project. Point 1 is to spend all the ancient cultural heritage projects. Either of these 2 projects should be able to consume 4 billion yuan. So which one to choose? Chen Mo thought about it seriously and finally chose the sewage treatment project first. Let's improve our living environment first. As for the ancient cultural heritage, everything has been registered and we can invest at any time. However, this time the ancient cultural heritage project was not as lucrative as Laolu massage as he had imagined. The system has given certain restrictions, but now is not the time to consider them. I will consider them when I invest. Then invest in a sewage treatment plant first, and then invest in a beverage company. But we need to find someone responsible. You can't ask someone who doesn't understand to handle it. You must ask someone with experience to handle it. Otherwise, if the sewage is not treated well, the investment will be in vain. Thinking of this, he pressed the call bell next to him and called Shinro over. I need to set up a sewage treatment plant. See if there is a suitable candidate. It requires extensive experience in sewage treatment. Chen Mo looked at Shinro who was coming over and spoke, but he was not in a very good mood. It was Shinro who helped to open up the overseas market for Jinhao canned food. This was a stab in the back from my assistant, and I didn't expect it to have such serious side effects. 30 billion inch. Okay, Mr. Chen. Shinro nodded, then quickly returned to her office. However, I was a little confused. I wondered what happened to Mr. Chen today. He seemed a little unhappy. Chapter 12:18 Seeking Talent. Shinro thought about it carefully, but she didn't expect that Mr. Chen had encountered any unpleasant things today. Why I still don't understand Mr. Chen. I don't even understand why Mr. Chen is happy and why he is unhappy. Shinro rubbed her hot cheeks in distress. She is still not qualified as an assistant. The assistant on TV can guess her boss's thoughts very accurately. When will she be able to become like that? I don't know where my thoughts are flying to. Oops, what are you thinking about? Shinro shook her head frantically, sorted out her emotions, and then posted the matter of sewage treatment to the managers group, asking if anyone knew some connections. At the same time, I also started searching on the internet. In the office, Chen Mo looked at the plan he had made on the rough paper and finally nodded. At present, he still has 4 billion yuan of system funds left, and he can invest once he finds the candidate for the sewage treatment plant. His goal is to open sewage treatment plants across the country, just like Manhwa Coffee and Nanchi Takeaway. Today, these 2 industries have become very stable capital-consuming industries for him, and the sewage treatment plant may be added next. Chen Mo smiled slightly, although the income this time directly reduced his additional investment to 30 billion. However, if there are no unexpected events in the future, there is still a very high chance that a lot of personal funds will be settled when the time comes for settlement. But I have been a little too happy these days. Is this what it means when happiness turns to sorrow? It seems that I need to be more restrained in the future. Chen Mo secretly reflected on himself and decided that he needed to pay more attention in the future. Then he looked at the box office report of the movie A Dream Journey to the West and found that the movie has been taken off the shelves. If you want to spend money, you can continue to invest in movies. However, the cast for this film can be reconsidered. Huang Ying can wait and see, as the other party is already a director and it is impossible for her not to shoot the movie. But there is a better option, that is to find a new filming team. Chen Mo thought in his mind and looked at the computer, where there was some information about Magic City Fortress. I'm really envious. His best ally is truly a genius. 1 week after the release of The Fortress of Devil City, due to the sharp decline in word of mouth and box office, some cinemas gradually removed The Fortress of Devil City from their shelves. He found out that Tianda Cinema was the fastest to remove the products from the shelves. It didn't even wait for a week. It removed all copies of Magic City Fortress from the shelves on the 6th day. There is nothing wrong with taking it off the shelves. The key is that this extra staff member, after taking Magic City Fortress off the shelves, arranged all the screenings originally belonging to Magic City Fortress to A Dream of Journey to the West. After Tianda Cinema did this, other cinemas began to follow suit. Moreover, those two non-staff members have already promoted The Dream Journey to the West in the Hood Alive broadcast. Therefore, the two extras played a big role in the box office of A Dream of Red Mansions, reaching 7.5 billion. This time, he wished he could write the two non-staff members into the sixth old man's book as well. Chen Mo complained bitterly in his heart, and then turned his attention back to the Demon City Fortress. Magic City Fortress has achieved such success today. In addition to his good allies, several other people also played a crucial role, Chen Mo thought in his mind, and then wrote down the names of 3 people on the straw paper. Jia Fan, the director of Magic City Fortress, must have made great efforts to make Magic City Fortress so bad. Lu Wenqing, a science fiction apocalyptic movie, was turned into a love movie. He made an indelible contribution to the achievements of the Magic City Fortress. Songbo, the person in charge of editing for Magic City Fortress. The difference between the editing before and after, one good and one bad, brought a lot of negative topics to Magic City Fortress. This is the talent he has always dreamed of. If I were to use one word to describe his mood at this moment, that means we are eager to recruit talented people. The next talent who can help him make bad movies is already there. Jia Fan, Lu Wenqing, and Songbo. This is his hope of losing money in the film and television industry. Chen Mo had a hint of excitement on his face and quickly pressed the call bell. Not long after, there was a knock on the office door, and then Luo Xiao and Wang Bin walked in. What are Mr. Chen's plans? Luo Xiao and Wang Bin asked respectfully, feeling very happy. A Dream of Red Mansions grossed 7.5 billion yuan at the box office, directly breaking the records of the 2 previous hit movies. Shooting 3 hit movies in a row, each one more popular than the last, is an achievement worth being excited about. Chen Mo looked at the two of them indifferently and pointed at the chair in front of the desk. Sit down. I asked you to come here today mainly because of the new movie. Now A Dream Journey to the West has been removed from the shelves. As the most important film and television company of an entertainment company, we cannot stop producing works. So I have to start preparing for the new movie. Chen Mo looked at the 2 people sitting opposite him and spoke slowly. Mr. Chen, we have already started preparing for the new movie, and the team this time will still be Huang Ying's current team. Luo Xiao said with a smile. He knew that after A Dream of Journey to the West was removed from the shelves, Mr. Chen would definitely ask for preparations for a new movie. So after going back to work after the new year, he started making arrangements. He is now in charge of the company's operations and is unable to organize team shoots. Wang Bin has to go to the crew for filming in a few days, so he doesn't have time. The most suitable candidate is still Huang Ying. With the experience of filming A Dream Journey to the West, he believes that Huang Ying is capable of filming the new movie. No, Chen Mo was a little surprised when he heard Luo Xiao's words. He didn't expect that Luo Xiao had already started preparing for the new movie, but it would definitely not be a good idea to let Huang Ying lead the team. He has just finished filming A Dream of Red Mansions and is probably at his most confident now. It would be bad if he accidentally lets him film another hit movie. Therefore, it is better to suppress Huang Ying first and let her lead the team when there is a chance later. Huang Ying has already shot a film called Journey to the West. As a new director, it is amazing that she shot such a popular film. But at this time, the most important thing to do is not to shoot, but to calm down. Think about why this shoot was successful and what you have gained from this film shoot. We need to settle down and accumulate. So Huang Ying is not suitable to take over the filming of new movies at the moment. Chen Mo looked at Luo Xiao and shook his head slowly. After hearing what Mr. Chen said, Luo Xiao nodded slightly, thinking that there was some truth in what Mr. Chen said. Then his face lit up with joy, and now Huang Ying was not suitable for filming. So the only director who can be used in the company right now is himself. However, it is a bit tiring to shoot and handle company affairs at the same time, but he likes it. Mr. Chen, will I be responsible for the new work? Chapter 12:19 New filming team. No, you don't have to. You are now the head of the entire Blue Film Entertainment. The company is still in the development stage, especially the animation company was established not long ago, and no one has been produced yet. So you still need to be responsible for the operation of the entire company, so it would be better to let other people do the new works. Chen Mo glanced at Luo Xiao indifferently and wanted to accept the new work. After you have shot 2 hit works for me in a row, how could I let you shoot new works with confidence? But Mr. Chen, if I don't go to shoot and don't hire Huang Ying, then there is no other filming team in Blue Film to take charge. Luo Xiao slowly opened his mouth and said that currently there are only 2 filming teams in Blue Film Films. One is Huang Ying, who is leading the team to shoot A Dream Journey to the West and is currently in the rest stage. Another one is the Legend of Sword and Fairy crew, which is currently in the filming stage. Since Blue Films currently doesn't have any extra filming crews, let's just recruit another one. Besides, Blue Film Pictures has already produced 3 hit movies, so it's time to add another filming team. Chen Mo spoke slowly. Then Mr. Chen, I will find a new filming team as soon as possible and will not delay the new work for too long. Luo Xiao spoke immediately after hearing this. I already have someone in mind for the new team. You can just contact them directly. As Chen Mo spoke, he handed the information he had just sorted out about the 3 people to Luo Xiao. Seeing this, Luo Xiao quickly reached out to take it. Then Mr. Chen, I'll contact him right away. Well, after recruiting people, ask them to come over. Chen Mo waved his hand. Seeing this, Luo Xiao and Wang Bin stood up and left the office, and then they went to their own offices. Luo Xiao opened the information given by Mr. Chen, and when he saw the list of people inside, he was stunned. What's wrong? Wang Bin looked at Luo Xiao's expression and asked in confusion. Take a look. As Luo Xiao spoke, he handed the information in his hand to Wang Bin. Wang Bin took the information and started reading it. After seeing the name on it, he slowly raised his head and looked at Luo Xiao. Is this the filming team of Devil's City Fortress? Yes. Luo Xiao nodded. He never thought that President Chen would choose the filming team of Magic City Fortress. Why did Mr. Chen choose the filming team of Magic City Fortress? They just filmed a very bad movie. Wang Bin said with some doubt. Luo Xiao shook his head and was about to say something, but soon thought of something and looked at Wang Bin with a complicated look. Although I don't know why Mr. Chen did that, but wasn't that how Mr. Chen chose us? I had already shot 2 bad movies at that time, and you had been an extra for more than a year, but you didn't achieve anything. And that's how it was. Mr. Chen has chosen us, trusts us, and has given us a company as big as Blue Film to manage, and has invested a huge amount of money to let us make movies. Although I don't know why Mr. Chen did this, I believe in his vision. These 3 people must have advantages that we cannot see. Just like us, if Mr. Chen hadn't appeared, would we have achieved what we have now? It was Mr. Chen who gave us the stage. And these 3 people are the same as we were before. We can't look down on each other just because they made a bad movie. Everyone has failures. We cannot deny a person just because of one failure. Luo Xiao spoke slowly. Mr. Chen gave them the opportunity, so they should also give new people opportunities like Mr. Chen. Yeah, we were all losers. Wang Bin sighed, then continued speaking. In that case, I will find the contact information of these 3 people, and then invite them to the company to talk and see what they think. Well, then I'll leave this matter to you. I'll go find Huang Ying and tell her about the new work. Luo Xiao nodded, then stood up and walked out of the office. Wang Bin also started picking up the phone and asking someone for the contact information of the 3 people. I understand, Mr. Luo. I think what Mr. Chen said makes some sense. When I was shooting a movie, I was learning as I went along. A lot of my experience came from practice. From being a rookie to making such a hit movie, it's more the result of everyone's joint efforts. I do need to settle down and accumulate some experience. I won't have any other ideas because of these things. Huang Ying heard Luo Xiao's words and spoke with a smile on her face. During this period when A Dream of Journey to the West became very popular, she was a little dazed. She did not expect that she would be able to shoot such a hit movie, but she also felt a little uneasy. After all, it seemed that she didn't put in much effort during the filming of this movie, and now that this honor has fallen on her head, she can hardly bear it. However, after hearing what Luo Xiao said just now, she also thought it through. No matter how much effort she put into the popularity of A Dream of Journey to the West, isn't the most important thing how much she gained and how much she grew in this filming. Only by integrating this successful shooting experience into her own mind can she make greater contributions in the future. I'm relieved if you think this way. Just study hard during this period. There will be new works for you to shoot in the future. After hearing Huang Ying's words, Luo Xiao nodded with relief. Jiangchang Nanrui coffee in the office. Bang, it looked like something had been thrown to the ground. Why, I invested 1 billion, but it's not as good as the 800 million investment in the Wandering Earth. Chang Rui held his hands tightly on the table, and on the ground next to the desk was a computer monitor. It was obviously the sound of the computer falling to the ground. Of course, this is not what makes him most angry. What makes him most angry is that the Dream Journey to the West, invested by Tomorrow Group, has become popular again. The investment amount was still 800 million yuan, but the final box office was as high as 7.5 billion yuan. However, his Magic City Fortress began to be removed from the shelves a few days after its release. The more he thought about this contrast, the more uncomfortable he felt. Boom boom boom, there was a knock on the door, then the door opened and 2 people walked in from outside. What are you doing here? Chang Rui looked at the 2 people who came in and said with a bad expression. We are here to express our apologies. We bear a great responsibility for the current situation in Devil's Fortress. Jia Fan looked at Chang Rui and the display screen that fell to the ground and said apologetically. Chapter 1220 Regret. I'm sorry, Mr. Chang. I've always written romances before. During the adaptation of Magic City Fortress this time, I brought a lot of my previous habits with me. Lu Wenqing also said with an apologetic look on his face. He was originally very confident about this adaptation, but after the results of the movie came out and some critical comments about the movie's plot appeared on the internet, he gradually discovered his shortcomings. I'm sorry, it's already happened, come here and apologize to me. I want you to make a hit movie for me. My investment of 1 billion yuan is not as good as others' investment of 800 million yuan in box office. Where are you going to put my face? Chang Rui looked at the 2 people who were apologizing and said angrily, it was these 2 people who caused him to make a bad movie. Mr. Chang, we are responsible for the film becoming what it is now, and we are here with apologies. If you have any help or needs in the future, you can always contact us. Jia Fan took a deep breath and spoke slowly. The movie may end up being a bad one, and every investor must be mentally prepared for this. No film investment is ultimately successful. If we could really know whether a movie will be good or bad before investing, there wouldn't be so many bad movies. Still asking you for help? Should I have asked you to make a crappy movie a long time ago? Do you think I'm stupid? Chang Roe looked at the two people in front of him and sneered without any scruples. Mr. Chang, if you say that, then there is nothing to discuss. We have already sent our apology, and it is up to you whether you accept it or not. Jia Fan's expression was also very unhappy. He felt very powerless as the movie ended like this. As a director who doesn't have much say, what can he say? You invested 1 billion yuan, but just hiring actors, purchasing script copyrights, and publicity have already consumed a lot of money. How many of them are actually used in filming? During the filming of the movie, the two women you arranged refused to obey your arrangement at all. It was already very good that I successfully completed the filming during the Spring Festival. Jia Fan was feeling a little unhappy at this moment, so he turned around and walked out of the office. Director Jia, what are your plans for this year? Come outside. Lu Wenqing turned to look at Jia Fan and asked. Of course I'm still shooting the movie, but because of the Magic City Fortress, it was still affected. I contacted 3 investors, but in the end, nothing came of it. Jia Fan shook his head. There was nothing he could do about the current situation, but he thought it would be fine after a while when the heat died down. What about you? What are your plans? I'm sorry to ask you to adapt a science fiction movie this time. Jia Fan said with an apologetic look on his face. It was he who invited Lu Wenqing over, and now that things have developed like this, it has had a great impact on Lu Wenqing. It's okay. I just want to break through myself. It's a bit boring to keep writing love stories. Lu Wenqing shook his head. I do have some ideas. The endings of your previous romance movies were all too perfect. Do the hero and heroine successfully get together? Are there many love movies like this? Many people are already aesthetically fatigued, and those happy endings no longer bring too many emotions to the audience. Now when I think back to the romantic movies released in recent years, can I still remember what they were? Maybe they had good reviews at the time, but now I can't even remember their names for a moment. I don't know if you've watched Journey to the West, which also depicts love. Many people are still discussing the ending of the movie. The two people who were in love didn't end up together. So don't you think that a happy ending is not the only thing that attracts the audience? A sad ending can also move many people. Jia Fan looked at Lu Wenqing and spoke slowly. I have watched Journey to the West, and I have also noticed what you said. The sad ending is one thing, but the plot in the middle is also very important. In my previous scripts, the male and female protagonists were too sweet, and the relationship was too smooth. They are all nice stories, but they are not very profound. My new idea is to write a tortuous story, let the hero and heroine fight against difficulties together, and the two will develop feelings in the joint fight, which will also give the audience the feeling that the two love each other very much and hope that the two will reunite. Then at this time, I let one of them die, and it will be perfect. A love story that goes too smoothly will not leave a deep impression on people. What people can remember deeply is regret. Lu Wenqing spoke slowly. This was his recent inspiration. It seems my reminder is unnecessary. Jia Fan smiled and spoke, and when he was about to say something else, the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took out his cell phone and looked at the caller ID. It was an unfamiliar number, but considering his profession, it was not surprising to receive unfamiliar calls. Answer the phone. Hello, who is this? Yeah, that's right, tomorrow. Are you available? I'll be there on time. After a while, Jia Fan hung up the phone and turned to look at Lu Wenqing. It seems that there has been new progress in the film investment. An investor has contacted you. Which investor? Lu Wenqing asked curiously. It was still possible to find Jia Fan to invest in a movie at this time. This investor was quite courageous. Blue Films. Jia Fan spoke up. Isn't this the same film and television company that produced Journey to the West? They also produced 2 hit movies before, Conquering the Demons and Wandering on Blue Planet. They are quite capable. And I've learned about this film and television company. They use extras and students from film and television schools to make their films. But they've been able to produce 3 hit films in a row. They're really capable. The more crucial point is that the salary offered by this film and television company is very high. I envy it very much. However, there are many people who want to join Blue Film right now, so it is difficult to join. Lu Wenqing spoke slowly, saying that as a screenwriter, he knew a lot about Blue Film and television and had even submitted his resume once. It is quite good to be able to work as an editor in such a film and television company, but my resume has been ignored without any response. Yes, the person who just called was the manager of Blue Films. He wanted to invite me to join the company, but I haven't agreed yet. I'll go over to discuss it in detail tomorrow. If there are no excessive requirements, I can indeed join. As a director, he knows a lot about Blue Film and television. What he likes most is to be a director in Blue Film and television and have absolute say.
Congratulations then.
Being able to join Blue Film is indeed a very good path.
Lu Wenqing smiled and congratulated. Chapter 12:21 Invitation from Blue Films. It hasn't been decided yet. We still have to go to Blue Films to discuss it tomorrow before we can confirm it.
Ja Fan said with a smile.
I don't think there's any suspense.
Since Blue Films called you, they must be impressed by your ability.
The key question now is whether you want to join. But considering the benefits of Blue Film, I think there is no reason to refuse.
Lu Wenqing spoke. If he has the chance, he also wants to enter Blue Film, but considering his current performance in Magic City Fortress, there is definitely no hope. The failure of Magic City Fortress was largely due to the script. Buzz. Lu Wenqing was thinking about this when he suddenly heard the cell phone in his pocket ringing.
Hello, yes, I'm Lu Wenqing. What can I do for you? Tomorrow?
Sure, no problem, good. After a while, Lu Wenqing hung up the phone and turned to look at Ja Fan.
We may have to go to Blue Film Studio together tomorrow. The manager of Blue Film Studio called me just now and wanted to invite me to join Blue Film Studio. Blue Films has also invited you. It looks like we may have another chance to work together.
Ja Fan was a little surprised when he heard this, but he felt a little relieved. As a director who had just made a bad movie, he was somewhat nervous about joining a company that had made 3 consecutive hit movies, but now that Lu Wenqing joined him, his pressure instantly eased a lot.
I don't know about that.
Even if we join, we have to follow the arrangements of Blue Films.
Lu Wenqing shook his head. That's right. Let's not talk about this. I'll see you tomorrow.
I'll go back and get ready. Good. The two finally agreed on a time and then parted ways. Zhangcheng, old song, it's time to eat.
Dad, it's time to eat.
On the balcony, Songbo listened to the cries of his wife and daughter in the room, looked at the cigarette in his hand that was about to burn out, concealed all the anxiety in his eyes, put out the cigarette but in his hand, and threw it into the ashtray beside him. Here I come.
Finish the meal quickly. I'm going to do my homework.
The daughter put down her dishes and quickly returned to her room.
Why, you look so gloomy these days, still worried about your job? Those people don't want you, that's because they have poor vision. It's a good time for us to take a good rest. I believe that with your ability, you can definitely find a job.
The wife looked at Songbo and spoke slowly because there were huge editing problems with Magic City Fortress. He was rejected by many companies after being interviewed.
I know you've worked hard during this period. Songbo looked at his wife and felt a little better. Why work so hard? We are all a family. Let's find some time in the next 2 days and go out and have some fun as a family.
I heard that there is a live-action game club near the corner pet park.
It will open on March 1st. Let's go to the park and take a look at the live-action game club.
The wife said with a smile.
Yeah, you take a break, I'll wash it.
As Songbo spoke, he stood up, took the dishes to the kitchen, and started washing up. I had just finished washing up when I heard the phone on the table ringing. Looking at the unfamiliar number, I quickly answered the call. He has submitted a lot of resumes during this period. If he receives a call from an unfamiliar person at this time, it is very likely that he is invited to an interview. Although his wife has enlightened him, deep down he still hopes to find a job as soon as possible. Mortgage, car loan, and my daughter's school fees all require money.
Hello, yes, really? Okay, I'll definitely go there tomorrow. Hang up the phone. Songbo's face was full of excitement.
He never thought that it was a call from Lampion Film and Television. Moreover, he was invited to join Blue Film and Television, which was something he never dreamed of. It is very difficult to enter Blue Film Studio. He has learned that those who want to join Blue Film Studio have to queue up for thousands or even tens of thousands of people, and now he has the title of editor of Magic City Fortress, but his reputation has been ruined. He felt a little regretful about this matter, although he was very happy that Fortress of Devil City turned out to be a bad movie in the end. He himself was also affected by it. He may not care about it alone, but he has a family behind him. My actions at that time were too extreme. He also felt very guilty during this period. Despite having such a bad reputation, Blue Films actually invited him to join the company.
What's wrong? Why are you so happy?
The wife entered the kitchen and looked at her husband Songbo's excited expression and asked curiously, I haven't seen my husband so happy for a long time since he left his job.
One good thing is that I may have found a job. And it's a very good company.
Songbo looked at his wife and said excitedly, that company Blue Films, a subsidiary of Tomorrow Group. The wife cried out in surprise when she heard what her husband said. Tomorrow Group is already well known in Jiangcheng. Basically, anyone who knows Tomorrow Group wants to join the companies under Tomorrow Group. After all the companies under Tomorrow Group treat their employees really well, but precisely because of this, it is extremely difficult to enter Tomorrow Group.
I'm going out to get a haircut. I have to sign the contract tomorrow. Songbo left the kitchen excitedly.
The call just now was not an interview call from Blue Film and Television, but a direct invitation for him to join Blue Film and Television. Although he was surprised and didn't know why Blue Film invited him to join the company, it didn't stop him from agreeing directly. It was difficult for him to find a job, so he was lucky to have one, especially in a company like Blue Film.
Joined Blue Films. One of his former interns joined Blue Film and Television and has been working there for a year. His salary is now higher than his. I also wished him a happy new year during the Chinese New Year and had a brief chat about work. The guy was traveling out of town, saying he was attending the Tomorrow Group's annual meeting and had won a travel fund worth $150,000. There were also year-end bonuses, totaling more than 100,000 yuan. During the chat, he discovered that his seniority and experience, which he had always been proud of, were no longer an advantage at Tomorrow Group, and now he is going to join Blue Film Films. How can he not be excited? And no matter what, I must work hard this time and not do such impulsive things again. Chapter 12:22. New team. The next day, morning, downstairs of Tomorrow Group, Director Jia, Director Lu, Hello Songbo was surprised to see Jia Fan and Lu Wenqing at the entrance of Tomorrow Building, but he still hurried to greet them. We came here to talk about something. What are you doing here? Jia Fan looked at Songbo and said in a faint tone. As the head of the editing department, Songbo bears a great responsibility for the failure of Magic City Fortress. In one movie, two different editing qualities appear. Even if the final editing quality of a movie is inferior to the later editing, he won't say anything, but you edited the first part very well, but edited the second part very poorly. This is a question of professional attitude, not ability. This is also his most powerless point. As a director, he was not even shown the finished edited product before it was directly reviewed and put on the shelves. Oh, Blue Films invited me to join their company. I came here today to sign the contract. Songbo did not hide anything and answered directly. Blue Films also invited you? Lu Wenqing exclaimed in surprise. Jia Fan also looked surprised. Songbo looked at the expressions of the two men. Were you two also invited by Blue Films? Yes, then let's go in together. As Songbo spoke, he was the first to enter the building. Jia Fan and Lu Wenqing looked at each other and then followed him in. Please take a seat. Luo Xiao looked at the three people who entered the office, and enthusiastically took them to the reception area of the office. At the same time, he poured a cup of brewed tea for each of them. Mr. Luo, you're welcome. Jia Fan and the other two hurriedly took the tea. So, how are you thinking about joining Blue Films? Luo Xiao looked at the three people sitting opposite him and asked with a smile. Mr. Luo, I'm willing to join Blue Films. Songbo spoke without any hesitation. Luo Xiao's eyes fell on Songbo and his smile grew even wider. He then took out a contract and handed it to Songbo. Since there are no problems, this is the contract. The salary and other contents are all written in the contract. You can take a look. If there are no problems, you can sign it. Okay, Mr. Luo. Songbo reached out to take the contract. Although he already had great confidence in Blue Film, he still had to take a look at the contract. What do you two think? Luo Xiao's gaze fell on Jia Fan and Lu Wenqing again. Jia Fan and Lu Wenqing looked at each other and then spoke. We both really want to join Blue Film Films, but we want to know, if we join Blue Film Films, will there be any external interference in the filming of the movie? Jia Fan asked. When filming Fortress of Devil City, as a director, he had no way to exercise his director's rights. They are either people with connections or big-name celebrities, and are difficult to manage. As for Blue Film, although we knew before that they would not interfere with the director's work, it was still better to confirm it. This is natural. At our Blue Film studio, the director will not be disturbed by other people during the filming process. All our filming is based on acting. And they use their own actors or new actors, so you don't have to worry about them acting like big shots. When Luo Xiao heard Jia Fan's question, he naturally knew what the other party was worried about. So I explained it patiently. If that's the case, I can join Blue Films. After hearing Luo Xiao's words, Jia Fan finally felt relieved. I choose to join too. Lu Wenqing went on to say that as a screenwriter, his most important job was to write scripts. I don't have as many worries as Jia Fan. Here is the contract, you can take a look at it. Luo Xiao said as he handed the contract to the two of them. Not long after the three of them confirmed that there were no problems with the contract, they signed it. Boss Luo, what are our plans for joining Blue Films? Jia Fan put the contract away, looked up at Luo Xiao and asked. Indeed, there is an arrangement. The company is planning to invest in a new movie, and the three of you will be the leaders of the new team. Luo Xiao looked at the three of them and spoke slowly. Upon hearing this, Jia Fan looked at Songbo, hesitated for a moment, and finally spoke. Boss Luo, I want to say that since we are a team, it would be better to hire some people who are responsible for their work attitude. There is a big difference in the quality of Songbo's film editing before and after Magic City Fortress. I think it's better to think about it seriously. He knew that saying this might offend people, but since he had already joined Blue Film, he also attached great importance to this platform. He doesn't want his first work after joining this platform to be a bad movie. So it is better to say the ugly truth up front. Even if Songbo stays, he will surely be more responsible in future work. When Songbo heard Jia Fan's words, he felt nervous and looked at Luo Xiao cautiously. Luo Xiao smiled slightly when he heard Jia Fan's words. Everyone makes mistakes sometimes. Sometimes we should not only look at the result, the process is also important. I believe Songbo can take on the responsibility of editing. Jia Fan was right, but Mr. Chin had already given the order and he would not change it. Moreover, having been a leader for so long, he also knows one thing:
trust the people you employ, and don't employ people you don't trust. So no matter what Song Bo has done before, since you have chosen to use him, just let him do it with confidence. When Song Bo heard Luo Xiao's words, he breathed a sigh of relief and felt very grateful. After thinking for a while, he finally spoke.
Regarding the editing, I want to say something.
Of course, I am not shirking my responsibility. Song Bo recounted the editing process of Demon City Fortress in detail. When Jia Fan heard Song Bo's story and thought about Chang Rui's daily style, he knew that Song Bo was not lying. At the same time, he also realized that he had misunderstood Song Bo. I'm sorry, I didn't understand the situation and misunderstood you.
Since there was a misunderstanding, I must apologize. No problem. Song Bo waved his hand indifferently.
It wasn't just Jia Fan who misunderstood him. He was used to it at least that's how he explained it, and Jia Fan believed it. He had explained this to several companies he had interviewed before, but the people in charge of those companies didn't care about his explanation at all. And now that he has joined Blue Film, what he needs to do most is to edit his works well and prove himself with the final results. Okay, now that the misunderstanding has been resolved, we just need to cooperate well in the future.
I'll treat you all to dinner tonight.
It can also be regarded as a welcome to join Blue Film Films. But before that, I have to take you to meet Mr. Chen, the group's president.
Luo Xiao felt more relieved when he saw that they had talked it out. Chapter 1223 Disaster Theme President Chen? Jia Fan and others exclaimed in surprise.
When they learned about Blue Film and Television, they naturally learned some news about the president of Tomorrow Group. They also knew that the president of Tomorrow Group was called Chen Mo. This is Mr. Chen that Luo Xiao mentioned, but they never expected that after joining Blue Film Films, they would be able to meet the president of the group, which made them a little nervous.
Yes, let's go, Mr. Chen is already waiting in the office.
Luo Xiao spoke, then stood up and walked outside. After signing the contract, he had already sent a message to Mr. Chen. Jia Fan and the others looked at each other and quickly followed. I arrived at the president's office on the top floor, knocked on the door and walked in.
Mr. Chen, the person has been brought here.
Luo Xiao looked at Mr. Chen, who was sitting at his desk, and spoke slowly. Hello, Mr. Chen. Jia Fan, Lu Wenqing and Song Bo hurriedly greeted them.
Well, come and sit over here.
Chen Mo looked at the three people brought by Luo Xiao and realized that these were the three talents he needed. He then stood up and took the three people to the meeting area of the office.
Mr. Chen, this is Jia Fan, this is Lu Wenqing, and this is Song Bo.
After sitting down in the reception area, Luo Xiao introduced the three people one by one. Chen Mo looked at the three of them seriously.
Luo Xiao has already told you the purpose of inviting you to join the company.
Yes, Mr. Chen, Mr. Luo has already told us about the matter and asked us to form a team to shoot a new work.
Jia Fan spoke quickly. That's right.
Now that Journey to the West has just been removed from the shelves, the film and television company is about to start working on a new production. I've thought about it and decided that this new work will be a disaster film. The investment will be 1.5 billion yuan, and I'll leave it to your team to take charge of.
Chen Mo nodded slightly. He had tested the system yesterday.
The maximum investment allowed for movies of different themes is different. After a round of testing, disaster films had the highest investment, at 1.5 billion yuan. It was actually more than the investment in Wandering Blue Star. He had not expected this, but this is a good thing for him. The more he invests, the more money he consumes, and the three people in front of him are talents selected by him.
Mr. Chen, you said you want to invest 1.5 billion to make a disaster movie?
Jia Fan exclaimed. Magic City Fortress had an investment of 1 billion yuan, and he thought it was the movie with the largest investment he had ever come across. I just didn't expect that after the Fortress of Demon City, he would be able to take on another movie with an investment of 1.5 billion yuan. My heart, which had originally relaxed, was lifted up again. Not if this 1.5 billion investment ends up producing a bad movie, he will really have no chance of staying in the film and television industry. Luo Xiao was also stunned when he heard Mr. Chen's words. He did not expect that Mr. Chen's investment this time was so huge.
That's right.
You can work out the specifics among yourselves.
The only invitation is that Lu Wenqing write the script. No one else can be invited.
Chen Mo looked at Lu Wenqing and said seriously, the popularity of The Dream Journey to the West was largely due to the script, and the script of The Dream Journey to the West was written by Hu Bian. Hu Bian is also the only screenwriter of Blue Film and Television at present. Not only can Hu Bian write such a popular movie as A Dream Journey to the West, but the script of the TV series is also written by Hu Bian. Although he hadn't seen it yet, he already had a bad feeling in his heart. In order not to cause trouble for himself, he did not choose to ask Luo Xiao for the TV series script. After all, even if he knew the TV series script now, the filming was about to come to an end, and he had no way to change it. However, Hu Bian must not be allowed to touch the script of this new movie. As long as he gave some suggestions for the script, he gave up. He discovered that whether he gave advice or not, it would not prevent these guys from making hit movies for him. In this case,
he might as well take it easy and let these employees do it on their own.
At least he still has some trust in these three talents.
Okay, Mr. Chen, I will definitely work hard to write a script for a disaster movie.
Lu Wenqing spoke seriously. He wrote a disaster movie himself and invested 1.5 billion to shoot it.
If it succeeds in the end, he will feel a great sense of accomplishment. After the failure of Magic City Fortress, he also summed up some experience, and he felt that this was a turning point for him to break through. Well, you must be Song Bo, the person in charge of editing Devil's Fortress. Chen Mo saw Lu Wenqing nod, and then looked at Song Bo. This is the talent he values the most. If the film editing this time can also create a gap between the before and after for him, it would be perfect. Yes, Mr. Chen. Song Bo nodded, feeling somewhat uneasy. He wondered what Mr. Chen's intention was in mentioning him and talking about editing at this time. That's right, work hard, the company will not treat you unfairly. That's all. You can go back and discuss it among yourselves. The funds will be transferred to Blue Film Entertainment's company account later. Luo Xiao will be in charge of the arrangements. By the way, take these boxes of tea here. Chen Mo pointed at the tea leaves on the coffee table, then stood up and sat back down at his desk. The funding arrangements have been almost completed. 1.5 billion yuan has been invested in the film, and the next step is to find relevant technical personnel for sewage treatment before investing in a sewage treatment plant. Blue Film Entertainment, President's Office, Reception Area. Jia Fan, Lu Wenqing, and Song Bo looked at the tea leaves in their hands, somewhat absent-minded, especially Jia Fan. He drank this tea once, and one box costs more than 10,000 yuan. Mr. Chen casually gave each of them 2 boxes. This was really generous. Don't be surprised. This tea is almost a part of the company's culture. There will be more opportunities to meet Mr. Chen in the future. Luo Xiao said this, picked up his 2 boxes of tea and walked to the cabinet nearby. He opened the cabinet and put the tea leaves in it, and there were several other boxes of the same tea leaves inside. Let's not talk about that. Since Mr. Chen has already decided on a disaster film, the subject of the film has been decided and it won't be changed. What do you think of disaster movies? Luo Xiao returned to the reception area, poured a cup of tea for each of the 3 people, and asked, now that the subject matter has been decided, we must seize the time and finalize the details of the script. Why don't we shoot a movie called Wandering Blue Planet 2 and make the special effects even better this time? Add to that the popularity of the first film, and as long as the filming isn't too bad, it shouldn't be a loss. Song Bo thought about it and expressed his thoughts. Chapter 1224 Disaster Romance. This is indeed a good idea. When Jia Fan heard Song Bo's proposal, he nodded in agreement. Wandering Blue Planet can also be considered a science fiction disaster film. Luo Xiao heard Song Bo's words and shook his head slightly. The script of Wandering Blue Star was written by our company screenwriter Hu Bian. It would be better if he wrote the script for the second part of Wandering Blue Star. After seeing the success of Long Journey 2, he is also considering whether to shoot The Legend of the Demons 2 and The Wandering Blue Star 2. Both of these movies are blockbuster hits. With the popularity of the first one, the second one will definitely make money as long as it is not completely rubbish. This is quite a guarantee. However, Mr. Chen has just ordered that this time the film script will be completed by Lu Wenqing. The first and second parts were not written by the same person, and he always felt that they were not very good. Boss Luo is right. If I were to write a script based on the plot of Wandering Blue Star, it would definitely not be as good as what screenwriter Hu Bian wrote himself. Lu Wenqing spoke slowly. He agreed with Luo Zha's opinion. Asa screenwriter, his design for his script is something that is not shown in many movies. It can be a detail, it can be an introduction, and these things are the key to developing the second part of the story. However, as a spectator, one certainly does not understand his work as well as the author himself. Another point is that if he were to write the second script for Wandering Blue Star, he would always feel like he was taking advantage of other people's success, which he didn't like very much. Does director Lu have any good ideas? Luo Xiao nodded, looked at Lu Wenqing and asked. Lu Wenqing hesitated for a moment after hearing this, and finally spoke slowly. Mr. Luo, my idea is to shoot a disaster romance movie. A disaster romance? When Luo Xiao heard Lu Wenqing's words, he couldn't help but think of The Fortress of Demon City. Isn't that a disaster romance movie? Moreover, the script was also adapted by Lu Wenqing, and the final result is already well known. Under this circumstance, Lu Wenqing also wanted to write a disaster romance film. He couldn't help but feel a little panicked. Boss Luo, I know you're worried, but I've also learned a lot from the failure of Devil's City Fortress. The fundamental reason why Fortress of Demon City failed in plot is not because it is a disaster romance. It is because I wanted to highlight both the disaster and the romance, and I wanted to have both, but in the end I didn't do well. This time, my idea is to use disaster as a secondary role and love as the main theme, using the disaster as a difficulty to let the hero and heroine struggle in the predicament and finally develop feelings for each other. Of course, after observing the romance films of recent years and the explosion of Journey to the West, we can no longer expect the smooth sailing of the past. A film with a regretful ending will be more memorable. Lu Wenqing spoke slowly. Luo Xiao heard Lu Wenqing's words and nodded slightly. Lu Wenqing's story does make sense, but he is not sure whether the script will satisfy the audience. But Lu Wenqing already has a very good idea. If we don't let him develop it, it would be too restrictive for a screenwriter, which is not a good thing. In that case, you try to write an outline of the script and I'll take a look. If it's okay, you can perfect the script. Okay, Mr. Luo, but right now I only have an idea for a disaster romance film,
but I don't have any idea about the specific plot, so even if it's just the outline of the script, it may take me some time.
Lu Wenqing spoke. Well, I know this. I'll give you some time. Luo Xiao nodded.
Then I'll give the script to Lu Wenqing. Director Jia's filming team currently doesn't have any extra people to assign to you, so you still need to form the filming team yourself.
The other is the editing department. Songbo, you will be the head of the new film editing team in the future. You will be responsible for the editing. If you have any needs, just let me know.
Okay, Mr. Luo. Jia Fan and Songbo nodded in response.
That's all for today. Go back and prepare.
Tomorrow building, outside, then the three of us will be a team from now on. As newcomers to the company, this first work is very important.
I hope everyone will take it seriously.
Jia Fan looked at Songbo and Lu Wenqing and spoke. Don't worry, Director Jia, you've already joined Blue Films.
If you don't work harder, you'll be letting yourself down.
Lu Wenqing spoke with a smile. Songbo also nodded. After joining Blue Film Pictures, his salary and benefits directly exceeded those of any other company he had worked for before. He would definitely work hard. The three of them separated at the entrance of the building. Lu Wenqing drove directly back to his home, said hello to his family, and went straight into the study. Writing a script definitely requires inspiration. Since it is a disaster romance film, we must find a suitable disaster as a support. What disaster should be used? Earthquakes, floods, droughts, monsters, tsunamis. Lu Wenqing thought of all kinds of disasters in his mind, but they were all rejected in the end. Disaster films like earthquakes and tsunamis are more inclined towards survival. If he focused on writing about love, it would not be appropriate. Thinking in my heart, looking at the books on the bookshelf, there are also books about disasters. Then I turned on my computer and searched for topics related to disasters. Time passes little by little. He heard his wife calling him to eat outside the door, but he always evaded the question by saying that he was not hungry. He was in no mood to eat before he found a good idea. Hey, I don't know how long it took. Lu Wenqing looked at a topic on the computer. Shipwreck. A shipwreck. Lu Wenqing's eyes lit up slightly, as if this was exactly what he needed. It's a disaster, but not that big. He completely describes the plot in the hearts of those on the ship. After all, when disaster strikes, human nature will be fully revealed. There is ugliness, there is dirtiness, there is greatness, there is selflessness. Under such complex human nature, love is highlighted, and regrets are also well presented. The male or female protagonist gives the last hope of survival to his or her partner and chooses to sacrifice himself or herself. It highlights the greatness of love and also completes the sublimation of the plot. The more Lu Wenqing thought about it, the more he felt that it was very appropriate to define the disaster as a shipwreck. Thinking about this, I started searching the internet for some related shipwrecks. Since it was a shipwreck, it would be more realistic to find a historical accident as a basis. Soon, Lu Wenqing noticed a shipwreck, the sinking of the Titanic. Chapter 1225 Restoration. Lu Wenqing carefully read the whole story of the Titanic shipwreck. Titanic, which was originally known as the unsinkable ship, hit an iceberg during its maiden voyage, causing the hull to break and eventually sink. There were more than 2,000 passengers in total, but only more than 700 were rescued in the end. The Titanic has not yet been salvaged. As Lu Wenqing watched the entire incident of the shipwreck, he became more and more determined to use the shipwreck as the background to write a disaster romance film. While thinking about this, he picked up the notebook beside him and began to record some key factors of the Titanic shipwreck, then start to string together a story based on these key factors. The next day, early morning, Lu Wenqing slowly got up from the desk and rubbed his swollen head. Did you accidentally fall asleep on the table? He clearly remembered that he found the idea for the plot last night and began to quickly organize the story, but later I felt a little sleepy, so I lay down on the table and prepared to rest for a while. I just didn't expect to fall asleep directly. However, he has long been accustomed to this kind of thing. He often does this when he has inspiration for some scripts. He rubbed his sore arm, picked up his phone and checked the time. I found it was already past 7 o'clock. He looked down at the story he had written on the table, and after confirming that there was no problem, he picked up the phone and called Mr. Luo. Now that the plot line is ready, it is natural to report it. After the call was connected, we agreed on a time to meet at the company to discuss the matter. Then I hung up and left the study, preparing to wash up and go directly to the company. Passing by the restaurant, I saw breakfast laid out on the table. Lu Wenqing knew that his wife must have gone to send the children to school, so he went into the bathroom to wash up, then took 2 buns from the dining table and left home. Tomorrow Group, Blue Film Entertainment. Luo Xiao brewed a pot of tea and placed it on the coffee table in the reception area. Lu Wenqing, Jia Fan, and Songbo will be here soon. Lu Wenqing has worked out the plot thread, so we must have a good discussion about it. He was quite surprised about this matter. The disaster romance film was just booked yesterday, and Lu Wenqing had already figured out the plot in just one night, which he had not expected. According to his prediction, this plot would take at least a week. Lu Wenqing finished it in one night, and I don't know what the plot is like. If there is no problem with the plot, then Lu Wenqing's ability is definitely not as bad as uploaded on the internet. Too, Lu Wenqing has made great achievements in romantic movies. This time, the Fortress of Magic City can be regarded as a transformational work for Lu Wenqing. It is normal that a romance movie transformed into a science fiction movie failed in the end.So this time Lu Wenqing rewrote the love-related script, which can be regarded as a return to his strengths. Luo Xiao thought secretly in his heart, if this is the case, Lu Wenqing should focus on love-themed films and TV series at Blue Films in the future. Every profession has its own specialization. Hu Dian has a strong creative talent in science fiction and fantasy, so he will be responsible for science fiction and fantasy in the future. In this way, Blue Films will have screenwriters in two professional fields. As expected, Mr. Chen never makes random choices when it comes to recruiting people. Not long after, there was a knock on the office door, and then Lu Wenqing, Jia Fan, and Song Bo walked in from outside. Mr. Luo. The three of them greeted each other. Don't be polite, sit here. Luo Xiao looked at the three people and took them to sit on the sofa in the reception area. Boss Luo, this is the plot outline I made, as well as some plot-related information. Lu Wenqing handed a copy of the plot outline he had printed out to Mr. Luo, Jia Fan, and Song Bo respectively. Seeing this, Luo Xiao reached out and took the plot outline handed over by Lu Wenqing, then opened it and started reading. The disastrous shipwreck. There are also historical prototypes for comparison. Luo Xiao was surprised. The disaster he imagined was similar to the end of the world, while the disaster designed by Lu Wenqing was just a shipwreck. We also found historical shipwrecks as prototypes. That's a very good idea. In terms of the plot, it fully utilizes the diversity of human nature when disaster strikes and humans face death. Watch the entire plotline in its entirety. Luo Xiao nodded slightly. Even though it was just a plot thread, he was already looking forward to what the whole plot would be like. What do you two think? Luo Xiao looked at Jia Fan and Song Bo. Mr. Luo, I think there is no problem with the plot. Jia Fan spoke up. Mr. Luo, I'm not a screenwriter, so I can't give you any professional advice. But after reading this plot, I really want to see the detailed story. Song Bo shared his thoughts. Well, in that case, the plot is set. Lu Wenqing, you will write the entire detailed script next. Luo Xiao looked at Lu Wenqing and spoke slowly. Okay, Mr. Luo, I will finish the script as soon as possible. Lu Wenqing nodded, and was very happy that the plot he wrote was recognized. Now that we have an idea for the script, based on this plotline, what ideas do you two have for filming? Luo Xiao looked at Song Bo and Jia Fan. Mr. Luo, since the plot of this movie is adapted from real events, we can try to restore some of the real events as much as possible during the filming process. For example, for a shipwreck, we can find more photos of the Titanic at that time, so that I can do more special effects and restore the Titanic. Song Bo shared his thoughts. Recreating the Titanic is indeed a good idea, but instead of using special effects to restore it, we might as well make a prop ship that is the same as the Titanic based on the archive photos. We built a prop ship that was the same as the Titanic, so that the filming could be done entirely on the prop ship. Also, I just checked and found that the Titanic has not been salvaged yet, but the location of the wreck can be determined. We might as well dive to the bottom of the sea and record what the Titanic looks like on the bottom of the sea. When editing the movie, we can edit some of the underwater footage into it. This will be much more realistic than special effects restoration. And with the underwater video, it will be much easier to restore the Titanic than to restore it by comparing it with archival photos. Jia Fan explained his ideas in detail. Chapter 12:26 Wei Yan's participation. After hearing what Jia Fan said, Luo Xiao thought about it briefly and decided that if he wanted to restore it, he had to restore it to the best of his ability. Moreover, Jia Fan's idea is indeed feasible. They had sufficient funds to build a model of a ship similar to the Titanic. As for diving, he can hire professional ocean divers to do underwater diving filming. Director Jia, the Titanic ship model and the underwater filming will be left to you. Luo Xiao looked at Jia Fan and spoke. Okay, Director Luo, I will come up with a plan as soon as possible. Jia Fan nodded. By the way, regarding overseas filming, you can talk to the person in charge of Sangshui Games. They are collecting materials from all over the world for game development. There should be several overseas teams at the moment. If possible, get in touch with them. Your work may be more convenient. Luo Xiao suddenly thought of that Sangshui Games team that was out filming, and reminded them, but he soon realized that Jia Fan had just joined Blue Film and Television and was not familiar with the people from Sangshui Games. Forget it, I'll go and negotiate, you go find a diving team first. Okay, Mr. Luo. Jia Fan responded. Then it was settled. Lu Wenqing was responsible for the script, Jia Fan was responsible for the construction of the Titanic, and the filming of the Titanic's wreck on the seabed. Song Bo, you should organize a core editing team as soon as possible. The editing skills must be strong. When editing a movie, part of the editing content can be outsourced. I also have some editing companies that are good for cooperation with you. But we are still responsible for some core and important editing content. Luo Xiao made some quick arrangements, then watched the three people leave the office. He then made a phone call to Fong Chang of Sangshui Games, got up and left the office, heading straight to the Sangshui Games floor. Snow Game in the office, did anything happen? Wei Yan saw through video that Fong Chang had answered a phone call. Oh, it's Mr. Luo Xiao calling, saying that Mr. Chen on his side has arranged a new movie shoot, and he wants my help with some things.
We're going to meet and talk about it later. Fong Chang opened his mouth to explain and then continued.
Boss Wei, I have just finished talking about the current development of Sangshui games and some subsequent plans.
If there is no problem, I will hang up first.
Mr. Luo Xiao should be here soon. Well, there is no problem with the current development of Sangshui games and some subsequent development plans. Just go for it with confidence.
I believe in your ability.
As for hanging up, there's no need to do that. I'll wait for Luo Xiao to come over and hear what you want to help with.
If possible, I can also participate.
Wei Yin spoke up. He was thinking to himself that since he came to the desert, no one had asked him about work for many days. Otherwise, like before, when he occasionally went fishing, some company leaders would ask him about some things related to the company's development, but now on this side of the desert, it is completely gone. Now that he has finally come across something he can participate in,
he definitely cannot miss it.
Okay, Mr. Wei, but when Mr. Luo comes over, I still need to talk to him first. Fong Chang nodded, and not long after waiting in the office, he heard a knock on the office door, and then Luo Xiao walked in from outside.
Mr. Fong, I hope I didn't disturb you.
Luo Xiao entered the office, looked at Fong Chang and spoke slowly. Don't bother me, but President Wei will also participate in the conversation later.
Fong Chang spoke. Didn't President Wei go to the desert? How can you participate?
Luo Xiao was a little confused. Oh, I'm on a video call with President Wei, and President Wei will hear our conversation later.
Fong Chang opened his mouth to explain. I see. No problem. Luo Xiao nodded without hesitation. He knew Wei Yan's abilities. He would feel more at ease if Wei Yan was involved. Then let's get down to business. Mr. Luo, what do you want us to help you with? Fong Chang asked.
It's like this, we want to see if the overseas team of Sangshui Games can provide some help. Luo Xiao quickly recounted some of the plans for the film.
After listening to your story, I'm a little curious about the new movie. It actually wants to recreate the sinking of the Titanic. Currently, Sangshui has a total of 20 expedition teams overseas. I will check their current locations to see if any of them are close to the Titanic wreck. Fong Chang said this, then turned on his computer to check the current locations of the 20 overseas teams. It was soon discovered that one of the expedition teams was on the island of Finland, and the location of the Titanic shipwreck was in the waters near the island of Finland. We are lucky. There is a research team on Finland Island, which is the closest land to the Titanic shipwreck. We can start from there. I'll give you the contact information of the leader of my team later. When the time comes, your team can contact them directly. I will explain the situation to them in advance. Fong Chang looked at Luo Xiao and spoke with a smile. Thank you very much, Mr. Fong. Luo Xiao opened his mouth to express his gratitude. Wei Yan, who was behind the computer, heard that the two had finished their conversation. He thought for a moment and then spoke slowly. Boss Luo, since you guys are going to build a Titanic ship 1-to-1 based on the Titanic, is there any good location to choose from? Luo Xiao was stunned when he heard Wei Yan's question. He really didn't seem to have considered this matter. He didn't know exactly how big the Titanic was, but since it could accommodate more than 2,000 people, the hull must be quite large. It would be unrealistic to choose a film and television city to build a 1-to-1 replica of such a large hull. Boss Wei, do you have any good ideas? Luo Xiao asked. Since Wei Yan asked this question, there should be a solution. I do have some ideas. You made a 1-to-1 replica of the Titanic. Even though it's just a model, it's shocking enough. My suggestion is that even if it is a model, it should be built solidly, both the exterior structure and the rooms inside. Then the model could be built on a piece of land near a corner pet park or live game club. In this way, even after the filming of the movie is completed, the 1-to-1 model of the Titanic can be used as a tourist attraction. If the movie is a big hit, it will definitely attract a lot of people to visit. Chapter 12:27 Taoist priest Wei Yan briefly explained his thoughts when he and Pang Tao were fishing in the artificial lake before heading to the desert. Pang Tao mentioned that the current passenger flow of the corner pet park is already very stable. If you want to increase the passenger flow, you can only increase the attractiveness of the corner pet park. It will be possible to improve a little when the live game club opens, but if you want to make another breakthrough, there is no better way. However, now that the Titanic model has been built near the corner pet park, not to mention the popularity of the movie, the 1-to-1 model of the ship alone is enough to attract many people. After all, how many residents of China have ever taken a ship? I believe many people would like to go and see what a ship looks like. What's more, if the movie becomes a hit and continues to gain popularity, more people will definitely watch it. Internet celebrity check-in spots are very popular now, like the cat castle and dog castle in the corner pet park. I guess this ship model will become the next internet celebrity check-in spot. Thank you, Mr. Wei, for your suggestion. This is a good idea. Besides, by filming in Jiangchang, I can better understand the progress of the filming. Luo Xiao smiled. He didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain this time. I'm not done yet. Wei Yin heard Luo Zhao's words, then smiled and spoke. The ship can accommodate more than 2,000 people. There should be a lot of rooms inside, if that's the case. Those rooms can also be used as a ship hotel in the subsequent process, and some tourists can stay in them. So this ship model cannot be made into a real toy model. We can discard the technical aspects of the ship itself, such as how it can sail on the sea, etc. But in terms of other qualities, they must meet the standards. Wei Yin recounted his final thoughts, saying that this film had an investment of 1.5 billion yuan. If you want to build a real ship, it will cost at least hundreds of billions of dollars. Moreover, it takes a long time to build a ship. He just learned that the Titanic took 3 years to build. So building a real ship is definitely impossible. However, there is no problem in restoring the appearance and interior of the ship and abandoning the ship's sailing performance. Luo Xiao and Fong Chang were surprised when they heard Wei Yan's words. They thought it would be good enough to build a boat near the corner pet park to attract traffic. It was totally unexpected that Wei Yan once again brought up the idea of a ship hotel. This not only attracts traffic, but also generates revenue. Mr. Wei is indeed the talent that Mr. Chen values the most. With such abilities, he is absolutely beyond their reach. Boss Wei, this hotel on the ship is a great idea. I'll treat you to a meal when you return to Jiangcheng. You've done me a big favor this time. Luo Xiao said excitedly that he was now looking forward to the scene when the filming of the movie was completed and the Titanic was visited by many people. Don't be polite, this is all for Tomorrow Group. Wei Yin said indifferently. He has watched Tomorrow Group grow step by step to its current size. As for the expectation of Tomorrow Group to grow step by step, he believes that he is not much worse than Mr. Chen. Yes, it's all for Tomorrow Group. This time, I will try to make another hit movie. Luo Xiao had fighting spirit in his eyes. After chatting briefly in the office for a few more words, he said goodbye and left. Tomorrow's Oasis base. Wei Yin hung up the video call with a look of satisfaction on his face. He also began to look forward to the new movies from Blue Film Pictures. Boom boom boom, there was a knock on the door, and then Lishan walked in from outside. What's so happy about it? Seeing Wei Yan's happy expression, Lishan asked curiously. It's okay. I just happened to have a phone call with Fong Chang and gave Blue Film some suggestions. Let's not talk about that. How's your work going over there? Wei Yin began to explain. Everything is on track. Now the Well House, the Ring Road, and the Tomorrow's Oasis base have all begun construction. 10 of the Tomorrow Oasis bases are being built simultaneously, and the Ring Road is also divided into time periods, starting just before the Tomorrow Oasis base. The fastest building to be constructed is probably the Well House, which can be completed in about 2 months. Once the well houses are built, the couples living there will be recruited by us to participate in the greening project around the Ring Road. As for the well house, we need to recruit employees in advance, otherwise it will be bad if there are no substitutes. Lishan quickly recounted the work progress of the past few days. By the way, water resources and food supply are top priorities. I understand this. I have already arranged for the transportation of water resources. A certain amount of water resources and food will be transported to the workplace every day. Wei Yin said that if you want those people to work, food and water are essential. That's good. The Research Institute has helped recruit a group of workers. They are now registering outside the base. Let's go over and take a look. Lishan spoke. Wei Yin thought that there was no work to be done at the moment, so it would be a good idea to go and see the new employees. After all, those people will be their comrades in the fight against desertification in the future. Tomorrow's Oasis base in the courtyard. Master, are you accurate? A dark-skinned, sturdy man looked at the Taoist priest in front of him and asked with a look of doubt. If you believe it, it will work. If you don't believe it, it won't work. The Taoist priest looked at the dark-skinned man and said with a smile. Then calculate it for me. Deng Jipeng thought for a moment and then asked. The conversation between the two people instantly attracted the attention of people around them. This is the job registration site, and the appearance of a Taoist priest is quite surprising. Just tell me your date of birth. The Taoist priest got the dark-skinned man's horoscope, then picked up a few copper coins and started to calculate. After a while, look up at Deng Jipeng. My fellow Taoist, your fortune is good, which is a sign of rapid development. In other words, you are going to become rich. Deng Jipeng smiled when he heard the Taoist's words. No matter whether it worked or not, at least he was willing to listen to them. This is the fee for fortune-telling. Deng Jipeng rummaged in his pocket and took out a few banknotes, including 2 5-yuan notes, 1 10-yuan note, 1 20-yuan note, and 1 50-yuan note. He took out the 50 note first, then after thinking for a moment he put the 50 note back, took out the 20 note and handed it to the Taoist priest. Chapter 12:28 You are going to be rich. The Taoist priest took the 20 yuan and put it in his pocket without caring how much it was. Master, please calculate it for me. Another man came forward. From what you see, you will basically have no worries about food and clothing in the future. Calculate it for me. You are similar to the last person. You will basically have no worries about food and clothing in the future. What about me? The Taoist priest looked at the group of people who had gathered around him. If they were all counted, he didn't know how exhausted he would be. After thinking about it, he put his hands behind his back. I am a little tired, so I won't tell fortunes today. Why don't you make money? You gave too little, forget it. Didn't you say that the amount depends on your feelings? That was just now, it has been changed now. What's going on over there? When Wei Yan and Li Shen walked into the courtyard, they saw a group of people gathered together, making so much noise that they couldn't hear what they were saying. Boss Wei, there is a Taoist priest over there who was telling fortunes just now, a staff member spoke up. Oh, fortune telling? Upon hearing this, Wei Yan also looked over with interest, and saw that the crowd over there gradually calmed down, and a Taoist priest with disheveled clothes walked out of the crowd. Are you the Taoist who just told your fortune? Wei Yan walked over curiously. Exactly. What's your name? My name is Yunqing. Master Yunqing, why don't you calculate it for me? You are the person in charge here, right? My name is Wei Yan, and this is Li Shen. We are both the persons in charge here. Wei Yan spoke up. Then calculate it and give me your birth date and horoscope. Yun Sheng nodded upon hearing this, completely forgetting what he had just said about being tired of fortune telling. After a while, Yun Sheng looked at the calculated hexagram and couldn't help but look up at Wei Yan. Master Yunqing, what does my hexagram look like? Wei Yan asked curiously. Friend Wei, from your divination, I can only say that you are following an extraordinary person. Yun Qing spoke slowly. This person's hexagram is definitely deeply connected with the person with the sage's hexagram. I made the right decision to come here. Wei Yan thought about it after hearing this and realized that the person he was following was Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is naturally extraordinary. Anyone who knows about Tomorrow Group in detail will know how powerful Mr. Chen is. After all, in just 3 years, it has grown from a small clothing factory to such a large group. It seems that this Taoist priest must have understood the information, so he said so. But no matter what, since it has been settled, the fees that should be paid still have to be paid. Thinking, he took out 100 yuan and handed it to the Taoist priest. Friend Wei, I cannot accept this money from you. Taoist Master Yun Qing shook his head. He still hadn't figured out what the hexagram meant. He didn't want to take too much responsibility. Why? Wei Yan was a little confused. It is unspeakable. Taoist Master Yun Qing shook his head. Alright, seeing this, Wei Yan said no more, put the money away, and looked at the other people in the courtyard. Welcome to join the Tomorrow Oasis Project. You will be employees of the Tomorrow Oasis Project in the future. The current salary is 10,000 yuan per month. Of course, this 10,000 yuan is just your basic salary. There will be other benefits as well. When you go through the entry procedures later, someone will give you a detailed introduction. Wei Yan looked at everyone in the courtyard and began to speak. Currently, the courtyard can accommodate up to 400 people, but their team already has some people, so they still need to recruit more than 300 people. These people are the vanguard of the Desert Oasis Project. Once the ring road is completed, they will be dispersed to 10 oasis bases of tomorrow and will be responsible for the subsequent greening work. As Wei Yan's words spread, everyone in the courtyard showed surprised expressions. They just knew there was a job opening here, so they came directly here. They didn't expect the salary to be as high as 10,000 yuan. They usually take over other job recruitments, and being able to pay 5,000 to 6,000 a month is already very high. Taoist Master Yun Qing looked at the scene in front of him, thoughtful. The people whose fortunes he had just read basically all had signs of having no worries about food and clothing, and some of them were even destined to be rich and prosperous. Now it seems that it should all be related to the Tomorrow Oasis Project. Okay, those who want to join the Tomorrow Oasis Project can go there for induction later. Wei Yan pointed to the place where he would start work, then turned and left with Li Shen. Taoist Master Yun Qing thought about it and went straight to the starting point. He wanted to see how those who joined the Oasis Project achieved their goal of having no worries about food and clothing. At the same time in the courtyard, other people also rushed straight to the place where they would start work. A job that pays 10,000 yuan a month is very rare, and the fact that the job is recruited by a research institute makes me feel at ease. Do you believe in that Taoist priest? Li Shen asked curiously. He must have learned about the information of Tomorrow Group and deliberately said some good divinations to make us happy. Wei Yan spoke up. But usually, such Taoist priests are only after money, but that Taoist priest didn't take any money. Li Shen spoke in confusion. Well, I'm also confused about this. Let's not think about him. There is a lot of work waiting for us to do in the Tomorrow Oasis Project. Wei Yan shook his head. He was just curious about the Taoist's affairs. As for what the hexagram looks like, he himself doesn't believe in it. By the way, how are the preparations for photovoltaic power generation going? The equipment has been customized by the Research Institute. The next step is to wait for the equipment to arrive and be installed. Tomorrow Group President's Office. Chen Mo rubbed his swollen head.
He had been playing games for the whole morning and felt a little dizzy. Exit the game interface and pick up the information next to it to take a look. Overall, nothing new happened within the group, except that the licensing fees for Sangshui Games, Woling Short Videos, and Corner Pet Park have all been received. Also, the money for the really good canned food has already arrived. However, he had already arranged the money and transferred it all to Desert Oasis and the new movie according to the previous plan. There is currently 2.5 billion yuan in system funds remaining, but March has already begun and new funds are also arriving. The next step is to open a sewage treatment plant, but the relevant technical personnel have not been found yet, so we need to wait a little longer. Chen Mo leaned back in the boss chair, picked up his coffee and took a sip, thinking that the live-action game project had already opened in early March, and he didn't know how the project over there was going. However, the live-action game project has not been promoted, and the price is relatively high, so it is unlikely that many people will come. You can go and have a look. If you feel dizzy after playing computer games, then play some real-life games to relax. Chapter 1229 Live broadcast of Extreme Survival. As Chen Mo thought about it and picked up his phone to call Yang Dahida. He originally wanted to ask all the employees in the group to go together. After all, it would be boring for him to play alone, but he gave up after thinking about it. The last time he played, he already felt that the managers were intentionally taking care of him. There's no point in playing like that, so just go to the live game club and ask Liang Jiming to arrange some employees. At the same time, he could hide his identity, or ask Pang Tao to transfer some employees from the pet park. Thinking about this, he stood up and walked out of the office. When we arrived at the entrance of the building, Yang Dahai had already parked his car and was waiting there. Chen Mo opened the door and got in the car. The car started and headed straight for the live gaming club. About half an hour later, the vehicle slowly stopped in the parking lot of the live gaming club. Chen Mo opened the door and got out of the car. When he saw the scene in the parking lot, he was stunned. According to his expectations, since the live game club had no publicity and the prices were high, basically no one would choose to come and play. But the situation in the parking lot at this time was completely different from what he expected. The parking lot here is very large. Although it is not full, about 1/3 of the parking lot is occupied at this time, and from time to time, there would be pedestrians walking in front of the parking lot. The scene in front of us did not look like there were no tourists at all. Chen Mo frowned slightly, and happened to see a couple walking by in front of him, so he quickly asked, "Hello, excuse me, are you guys going to the live game club upstairs to play?" Yes. When the couple heard the question, they stopped and nodded. "Then how did you know that there is a real-life gaming club in this place?" Chen Mo asked again. This was the key point. He was very sure that he did not publicize it, and there was nothing that would be publicized in the information report of the live game club. It's live streaming. Some streamers who play Extreme Survival have come to experience it and also started live streaming. I heard that it costs 2,000 yuan to play a game here. It's very expensive. Oh, the 2,000 yuan one is for the survival mode, which is indeed very expensive, but there is also a competitive mode. The map of the competitive mode is very small, and the gameplay is just a battle between two sides, but the price is cheap, 200 yuan for 20 minutes, it is still affordable. The couple explained. I see. Thank you. Chen Mo thanked him openly, but was muttering something in his heart. Competitive mode. He seemed to have seen a report about the competitive mode in the live-action game club, but there was a lot of content at the time and he didn't read it carefully, so he just skipped it to it. Turns out that the competitive mode can be played for 200 yuan for 20 minutes, so his method of discouraging players by price is not going to work. The survival mode is unaffordable with 2,000 yuan, but many people can still afford the competitive mode with 200 yuan. And then there's the live broadcast thing. Chen Mo took out his mobile phone, opened Huda Live, and did a quick search. I saw several former game hosts of Extreme Survival who were now broadcasting live extreme production games outdoors. This, after thinking about it, I quit Huda Live and opened another large live broadcast platform. Snaketail Live. I found that there are also some extreme survival game anchors in Shiwei Live, and they are also broadcasting real-life extreme survival games outdoors. Even listen to the conversations between several anchors, and even hold a real-life competition. The anchors from 4 major platforms compete against each other. There are also battles between fans organized by various anchors. What on earth happened? Chen Mo's face looked grim. If things continued like this, it would be hard for this real-life extreme survival club not to become popular. Run, I heard that if you want to play the competitive mode now, you need to queue up. If I had known, I would have come earlier. If you can't play, just stay in a B&B here for one night. The price is not expensive. You can play again tomorrow. Suddenly, 3 or 4 young men ran past, talking as they ran. Chen Mo listened to the conversation between several people inside, then began to move towards the live game club step by step. As soon as I walked into the lobby of the club, I saw Liang Jiming coming out. Hello, Mr. Chen. Well, I see there are a lot of people in this club. How did you do that? Chen Mo looked at Liang Jiming, who came over and asked casually. Mr. Chen, speaking of this matter, I still have to thank the Tianga Game Club. It was the people from the Tianga Game Club who came to experience it a few days ago. When they were experiencing it, a few people started live streaming, which attracted a lot of people. Liang Jiming began to explain. I remember that the only live streaming platform where Tianga Game Club is located is Huta Live. How come there are people live streaming on the other 3 major live streaming platforms? Shen Mo continued to ask. When he learned that someone was live streaming a real-life game club, the first thing he thought of was Hotolive. After all, this kind of thing is not the first or second time that Hotolive has done it, but he was a little confused because the other three major live streaming platforms were also broadcasting live. Mr. Chen is like this. At the beginning, it was just some anchors of the Extreme Survival on Hotolive who were playing live. However, because of the live broadcast of real-life Extreme Survival, the traffic was unexpectedly good. Some other big platforms' Extreme Survival anchors started to follow suit and started live streaming here. As more and more live streamers come online and more publicity is done, many people know about the real-life Extreme Survival Club. Liang Jiming explained the whole story. He was also very surprised at the current traffic of the real-life Extreme Survival Club, Chen Mo. So in the final analysis, it's all Hotolive's business. This extra special guy has caused so much trouble for him. It was used to promote movies, promote pet parks in corners, and promote games when they were released. There was no way he could kick this extra special person out now. After all, he has also invested in the technology of the Haha Bike project. The current development trend is normal. As long as it can survive the competition among many shared bicycles, it will gain huge profits. He can be said to be making money without doing anything. If he had not valued the family background of Chen Song and Du Ziting at that time, he would not have given out this project. After all, the competition behind shared bicycles requires financial support, and the businesses of Chen Song and Du Ziting's families are fully capable of supporting it. Chen Mo let out a breath and stopped thinking about these things. After going through all this, he also learned a sentence. Now that you are here, make the best of it. Since he's here to play, he might as well play a game first. Now that there are so many players in the club, Liang Jiming doesn't need to arrange for staff to play with him. When does the survival mode start? I want a game. Chapter 12:30 Extreme Survival Mobile Game Popularity. Mr. Chen, the next round of the live action game will begin in 10 minutes. How about I ask someone to take you to change your equipment first? Liang Jiming heard this, thought for a moment, and quickly spoke. Good. Chen Mo nodded, then followed a staff member into the equipment room. This equipment room is not a very large one where many people change equipment together. The equipment room here is very quiet and the equipment is as complete as outside. It can be regarded as the club's super VIP equipment room. On the other side, Liang Jiming found the person in charge of forming a survival mode team. How many more people are needed to start the next survival mode? After all, the price of survival mode is there, and it is impossible to turn it on at any time. Moreover, the store has only been open for a few days, and many people don't know that they can make reservations online to form a team, so now they have to wait for others to form a team in survival mode. Boss Liang, we are only 5 people away from 40 and we can start. There's a lot of traffic right now, so we should be able to get together soon. When the person in charge heard Liang Jiming's words, he quickly responded. Don't wait any longer. Mr. Chen is here to play. Including Mr. Chen, we are still short of 4 people. Find 4 staff members to come in and start the game directly. Liang Jiming said without hesitation. Mr. Chen has already come to play. How can we let Mr. Chen wait too long? After all, it's such a big group, and Mr. Chen must have to deal with a lot of work every day. I must have squeezed out time to be able to play here. Okay, Mr. Liang. The person in charge nodded, then took out a walkie-talkie and made quick arrangements. There are staff members replacing the number of people, and this is also planned and filed. After all, it is impossible for every survival mode team to have just 40 people. At this time, it is reasonable to arrange 1 or 2 staff members to make up the numbers and start the game quickly. Survival mode. Gate number 3. Chen Mo looked at his teammates, greeted each other, and studied tactics. At the same time of the game begins soon, and you enter the game venue and start searching for supplies and equipment. Half an hour later, Chen Mo came to the competition mode venue. In a previous encounter, he was eliminated directly, along with his 3 teammates. It doesn't matter if we're eliminated. The arena here is for those of us who are eliminated to play. I've also experienced the survival mode, and I can also play the competitive mode for half an hour here, which is quite interesting. Come in quickly. I guess those who were eliminated earlier have already started competing in the arena. Chen Mo was listening to the conversation between several people and saw that several people were starting to fight in the arena. After a quick observation, I found that the competitive mode is just a battle with guns. When the energy is 0, you will be eliminated directly. The energy lost cannot be restored using medical kits like in survival mode. You can only wait until your energy is reduced to 0 and you are eliminated, and then return to the starting point to reset your energy, just like the infinite resurrection in competitive games. Based on the number of people on both sides of the arena, they were simply divided into groups. Chen Mo went to the starting point, charged his equipment with energy, and then rushed out. If you see a hostile person, shoot quickly. Anyway, you can be resurrected after death, so there is no need to be so cautious. The game is over in half an hour. Chen Mo exchanged a few words with Liang Jiming and then left the gaming club directly. Looking at those groups of players, he felt uncomfortable. However, I didn't go back to the company directly, but went to the corner pet park for a stroll. At the same time, Tianga Game Club in the office. How is it? What is the data today? Chen Song pulled over a chair, sat next to Du Ziting, and asked. Upon hearing this, Du Ziting looked at the data displayed on the computer carefully. According to current data, the download volume of the Extreme Survival mobile game has reached 6 million, and the number of downloads is still increasing. According to current data, in about 3 days, the number of downloads of the mobile game Extreme Survival will exceed 10 million. So fast. Chen Song was surprised when he heard Du Zitting's words. At that time, it took a long time for the PC version of Extreme Survival to exceed 10 million downloads. I just didn't expect that the mobile game Extreme Survival would reach tens of millions of downloads in just a few days. Now the PC version of Extreme Survival has become a phenomenal game, with hundreds of millions of users. With such a large scale, it is no problem for the mobile game to exceed 10 million downloads in a short period of time. What we need to pay attention to most now is not the number of downloads, but the stickiness of players and the daily activity level. Only if these two data are maintained can we ensure the success of the mobile game Extreme Survival. Du Zitting slowly opened his mouth and said that the reason why the download volume of the mobile game Extreme Survival is growing so fast is entirely because of the popularity brought by the PC game. However, the popularity brought by PC games is only temporary, and the key is whether these downloading users can be retained. Just like a restaurant, your sign and facade are very attractive, which can attract many diners to come in and eat, but if the food you cook is bad, no one will want to eat it. A second time, the current situation faced by the mobile game Extreme Survival is almost the same, with a large number of players entering. The key is whether we can retain these players. I know about this. I have arranged for staff to pay close attention to the players' feedback during this period. If we encounter any bad aspects, we will make adjustments as soon as possible. Chen Song spoke up. There is still a big difference between PC games and mobile games. He has also been playing mobile games these days. The biggest feeling he gets from playing on his mobile phone is that there are many buttons on one screen: shoot, direction, aim. With so many buttons, it is easy to accidentally touch them if you don't adjust them properly. When he played, he often accidentally fired the gun and scared himself. However, everyone has different habits, so custom buttons are arranged in the game. Players can adjust the button position and size according to their preferences. There is also the matter of gun control. In short, if you want to play the Extreme Survival mobile game smoothly, it is quite difficult to get started. Therefore, we still need to optimize more to reduce the difficulty of getting started as much as possible. After all, it is too difficult to get started, which can easily discourage some novice players. Well, you'll just have to keep an eye on the Extreme Survival mobile game. I am still responsible for the development of the mobile game for Freedom War. Du Zitting nodded. Well, you can just focus on the Freedom Fight mobile game. Currently, Freedom Fight has more than 70 million users. By the time the Freedom Fight mobile game is available, the Freedom Fight PC game will probably have over 100 million users. Chen Song spoke with a smile. Chapter 12:31 Forced Love. Well, based on the current user download trends, by the time the Freedom Fight mobile game is launched, there will be no problem for the Freedom Fight PC game to exceed 100 million users. Du Zitting nodded in agreement and continued speaking. The matter of Freedom Fight is still to come. At present, the focus is still on the Extreme Survival mobile game. In addition, Sangshui Games has sent technical personnel to help develop the Freedom Fight mobile game. Boss Wei told us before that we should let professionals handle professional matters, so we should let the technical department take charge of the development of the Freedom Fight mobile game. I know that. Chen Song nodded, said a few more words, and then left the office and returned to his own office. The mobile game Extreme Survival was launched these days, and he also wanted to play it more. After all, only by experiencing it personally can he feel some of the bad designs in the game. Kyoto Airport, Su Yening and Linda walked out of the airport together. Sister Linda, the costume competition will be held tomorrow at noon. Let's go to the hotel and put our luggage away first. We can spend the rest of the time strolling around Kyoto. Su Yening spoke slowly. She was both nervous and excited about tomorrow's fashion competition. For more than 2 months, she and Linda have been designing clothes for the competition. There were many inspirations during this process, and I designed several sets of clothes, but they were all rejected in the end. Finally, during the spring festival, the two of them had a video call and got some inspiration again. In the end, they designed a piece of clothing that they both liked. Although they don't know how the results of this competition will be, at least they have some confidence in this design. Linda nodded. Her original company was in Kyoto, and she had worked in Kyoto for several years. She didn't care about the excitement of wandering around Kyoto. The two left the airport, went to the roadside and hailed a taxi directly to the booked hotel. Linda looked at the luxurious business suite and couldn't help but sigh. You really are willing to spend money. It's not my money, it's all reimbursed by the company. In Tomorrow Group, every employee on a business trip is paid with a business suite at the very least. Su Yening spoke slowly. Food, clothing, housing and transportation for business trips are all arranged by Tomorrow Group. Even if she thinks it is expensive and wants to change to a more affordable house, it is not allowed. She had heard that some bosses would require customers to choose low-priced hotels in order to save money on business trips. If the price of the hotel exceeds the budget, the excess amount would not be reimbursed, but Tomorrow Group is completely different. When you travel on business, it forces you to choose a good hotel. There are many other things like this, such as forcing people not to work overtime unless necessary. Of course, every employee likes this kind of forced love. As for the issue of overtime work, the group's employees also sparked a heated discussion. Since overtime work can earn several times the salary, many people would like to work overtime in order to earn more even when the holiday notice came down before the new year. More. Then 70% of employees collectively proposed to work overtime during the Spring Festival. In the past, all we heard about were collective strikes by workers. This was the first time she saw workers collectively wanting to work overtime, but even so, Tomorrow Group still refused to work overtime, which can be said to be President Chen rejected the workers' request for collective overtime. Many people have started discussing this matter. It must be a good thing that so many people want to work overtime. Why did Mr. Chen refuse? The first thing discussed the most was funding. Changfeng Garments is still in a loss-making state, and its 2 large warehouses are almost full. Continuing to work overtime in this state will only increase production and increase the consumption of raw materials, causing the garment factory to lose more money. But later this conjecture was overturned. At that time, it was not only Changfeng Clothing that had employees collectively requesting to work overtime, there are also employees from several other companies, including Sangshui Games and Wuling Short Video. In this case, these profitable companies will naturally not suffer losses. Later, Mr. Wei Yan put forward a point of view, which was agreed by a large number of people. Mr. Chen requires no overtime in order to avoid internal conflicts among employees. Once the requirement for overtime is relaxed, there will definitely be some people who choose to work overtime. Overtime work can bring more salary, and another point is that it can improve your personal abilities faster. In Tomorrow Group, people with stronger personal abilities will have a greater chance of getting promoted. In this way, a competition will be formed. When competition arises, the meaning of work changes. And there will be more struggles. This is not conducive to the working atmosphere and will create a sense of tension for every employee. After all, if a small leader wants to work overtime and wants to compete with other small leaders, then he will inevitably lead his employees to work overtime. However, many of the low-level employees feel that their current salaries are very good and they are very satisfied. I don't want to compete, and I don't want to work overtime. I just want to finish my work during working hours and then go do what I like after get off work. In this way, the lower-level employees will have different ideas from their leaders, and the leader is the leader. If the employees refuse, it will be difficult for them to do their future work. Even if the employees agree, they don't really want to work overtime. In this way, after a long time, what is the difference between us and other companies? It's just a matter of changing to a company with better treatment. Therefore, in order to ensure a good working atmosphere in the company, Mr. Chen directly rejected the request for overtime. If you want to work hard, want to improve your abilities, and wait for the opportunity to compete in the future, then improve yourself after get off work and don't affect the lives of those who don't want to work overtime. Linda nodded when she heard this. Having worked in Changfeng Clothing for so long, she had some understanding of these things, but I still feel a little sad when I think about it. There is probably no other company like Tomorrow Group in the whole of China, or even in the world. Zhangchang Nanha Coffee Diamond Shop. Hello, Assistant Shun. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Louis looked at Shenro, who was sitting at the coffee table, and said apologetically, I came too early, don't worry about it. Shenro said with a smile. Their appointment time was 1500 hours, but because he had something to discuss with Song Xia, he came half an hour earlier. It is not yet 1500 hours and the other party is not late. Professor Liu, please take a seat. Shenro pointed to the seat in front of the coffee table. Chapter 1232, Fortune and Disaster. I heard from Professor Yuan that you want to invest in the sewage treatment industry? Louis sat down slowly, without any politeness, and asked directly. Yes, Professor Liu, but we don't have professionals in sewage treatment here, which is why we asked you to come here, Professor Liu. Shenro spoke slowly. She had been choosing people who had made great achievements in sewage treatment these days. Later, Li Xin communicated with Professor Yuan from the Agriculture Department, and finally contacted Professor Liu in front of him. She has learned about the other party's information, and it is difficult for her to judge his specific capabilities, but he has been deeply engaged in sewage treatment and other technologies for 20 years. Among them, there are several students majoring in sewage treatment, who are currently the owners of several sewage treatment plants. Judging from this aspect alone, Professor Liu is very capable. I heard that your plan is to build several sewage treatment plants to improve the current river pollution situation? Louis looked at Shinro and asked. That's right, but this is a continuous development process and needs to be done slowly. Our CEO Chen means that we should implement a pilot project in Jiangcheng first. After we improve the water environment in Jiangcheng, we will consider developing other places. Shinro spoke slowly. After hearing this, Louis thought for a moment and then asked. Assistant Shin, do you know anything about the profit model of sewage treatment plants? I understand this. Basically, the government provides guarantees based on a certain amount of sewage treatment. There are also recycled water sales and resource recycling, a total of 3 profit models. Shinro answered that when Mr. Chen arranged to find someone to be the person in charge of the sewage treatment plant, she had learned about the sewage treatment plant, including its profit model. That's right, but if you just open a sewage treatment plant, these profit models should allow you to make money. But if you open a sewage treatment plant under the pretext of improving the water environment, it is uncertain whether you can make money in the end. I don't know, are you prepared for this? Louis looked up at Shinro. Shinro fell into deep thought after hearing that. At least she had investigated the information. As for whether the sewage treatment plant could make a profit in the end, she was not an expert and it was difficult for her to judge, but now Professor Liu has made it clear that if a sewage treatment plant is open with the intention of improving the water environment, it is very likely to face losses. In this situation, she was not sure what choice President Chen would make. Professor Liu, the profit and loss issue is something I haven't considered. I need to go back and discuss it with Mr. Chen. It's really troublesome to communicate back and forth like this. Why don't you talk to Mr. Chen? If you have time tomorrow, I can talk to Mr. Chen in person. Okay, Professor Liu, I'll talk to Mr. Chen right away. You can have some coffee first. Shinro nodded, then quickly picked up her phone, walked outside, and called Mr. Chen. On the road, Chen Mo sat quietly in his chair, having just finished visiting the corner pet park. Today, the corner pet park has developed into a very stable industry. He knows this by looking at the tourists coming and going. There is no way the corner pet park can recover from its loss-making state. We simply took a walk around the park and then left by car. I had a headache after playing games for a long time, so I came out to get some fresh air. Unexpectedly, after I came back from a round of fresh air, the headache was gone, but my heart was cold looking at the current customer flow of real-life extreme survival. It is very likely that Tomorrow Group will add another profitable industry. Buzz while thinking, the cell phone in my pocket suddenly rang. When he found out it was Shinro calling, he answered the call directly. Soon Shinro's words came through the phone. Mr. Chen, I have found a suitable person in charge of the sewage treatment plant, but Shinro recounted in detail what Professor Liu had just said. Then he asked, Mr. Chen, Professor Liu said that if we invest in a sewage treatment plant with the intention of improving the environment, we will most likely end up losing money. Should we continue to invest in sewage treatment plants? If the purpose is to improve the water environment, it will result in losses. It improves the environment and makes money at the same time. Kill two birds with one stone. Shinmo's eyes lit up as he listened to Shinro's words, and his originally cold heart began to boil again. If the sewage treatment plant ends up losing money, it can simply expand on a large scale. By that time, this is another project that can sustainably lose money. Investment is definitely necessary. You have to know that everything depends on human effort. Then Professor Liu only said that there might be a loss, not that there will definitely be a loss. So can't we give up investing just because there is a risk of loss? Among the profitable industries under the Tomorrow Group today, there are many that were not profitable before and had a great risk of losses. In the end, it's all about profit. The greater the risk, the greater the benefit. I'm free all day tomorrow. Just discuss the time with Professor Liu and report to me. Chen Mo said with a smile on his face. Good fortune and misfortune go hand in hand. The ancients did not deceive me. Having just experienced the risk of a real-life project that might make a profit, I got a project that is likely to lose money. Okay, Mr. Chen, Nanha coffee. Shinro hung up the phone, then returned to the cafe and sat opposite Professor Liu. Professor Liu, Mr. Chen is always available tomorrow. It depends on when you are free tomorrow. Then let's go to your group at 10 a.m. tomorrow morning. Louis spoke, then stood up and walked out of the cafe. I have other things to do today, so I'll leave first. I'll take you, Professor Liu. Shinro got up and walked Professor Liu out of the coffee shop. She originally wanted to drive Professor Liu, but was rejected. The next day, 10 a.m. Professor Liu, sit here. Chen Mo took Professor Liu to sit on the sofa in the reception area with an enthusiastic look on his face, and poured him a cup of brewed tea. Drink tea, thanks. Professor Liu reached out to take the tea, took a sip, and then placed the tea on the coffee table. Let's get down to business. Okay, Professor Liu, I heard from my assistant yesterday that if we open a sewage treatment plant for the purpose of improving the water environment, we will most likely face losses. I want to know the details? Chun Mo asked curiously. He wanted to find the key to the loss and then jump in directly. Doesn't this increase the probability of loss? Ken. Professor Liu nodded, organized his words a little, and then continued speaking. Chapter 1233 Conversation. The profit model of sewage treatment plants includes government subsidies, recycled water sales, and resource reuse. First, the government subsidy is given according to the amount of sewage treated by the sewage treatment plant. However, the price of the subsidy will change according to the policy at the time. It also includes the sewage treatment fees collected by the water company, but when you improve the water environment of the entire Jiangcheng, you're going to be treating a lot of wastewater, and there's a lot of variability. The second is the sale of recycled water. The water produced by most sewage treatment plants cannot be drunk directly. Ordinary residents' tap water still needs further treatment before it can be delivered to every household. Recycled water sales are the sale of water that meets water quality standards but is not potable, such as for irrigation in industrial parks and road washing. Using this water can avoid using residential water and maximize the use of water resources. But there is also a limit to the water resources needed for irrigation and other things in the park, and there is also a limit to the income. In addition, the sale of recycled water requires the laying of a pipeline network, which is also a huge cost-consuming process. The last thing is resource recycling and reuse. Wastewater often contains substances such as phosphorus and nitrogen. During the sewage treatment process, these substances can be extracted through some technical means and then sold. However, this requires high technology and equipment, so the investment cost is also high. The above three sources of income can be profitable if the sewage treatment volume is controlled within a certain range, but if the goal is to improve the water environment, large amounts of sewage will be treated. The final investment cost will be much higher, and there is a very high chance of losing money. Louis described the profit situation in detail. As a professor of sewage treatment research, he naturally hoped that the country's water resources environment would get better and better. It has also trained many outstanding talents and established a sewage treatment company, but since you are running a company, you want to make a profit. If you don't make a profit, how can you pay the workers in the sewage treatment plant? No one will do charity work all the time. After all, there may be other family members at home, but for this very reason, there is still a long way to go to improve the country's water environment. However, he is well aware of this, but he still continues to cultivate talents in sewage treatment. In any case, every additional sewage treatment plant added in the country will improve the water environment. He said so much to the other party at this time, not to persuade the other party to back off, but to let the other party know that the sewage treatment plant aimed at improving the water environment will not go far. If the sewage treatment plant goes bankrupt due to losses after operating for a period of time, you will have one less sewage treatment plant. What he needs is for the other party to set up a profitable sewage treatment plant, and he can also provide certain assistance so that the sewage can be treated continuously. However, Chen Mo, who was sitting opposite, had a different idea. After listening to Louis' story through the content just now, he summed up a sentence, that is, if the purpose is to improve the water resources environment in Jiangchang, the cost required will be much greater. If the cost of investment is high, the chance of loss in the end will increase. If he wants to ensure losses, he has to further increase the sales costs of the sewage treatment plant. Although the water treated by the sewage treatment plant meets the standards, it is not drinkable. That's less than ideal. The water treated by a sewage treatment plant must be able to meet drinkable standards. As a result, the cost of sewage treatment is much higher and the cost increases. There is also the issue of recycled water sales. Since there is an upper limit, there is even less need to worry about it. He can lay more pipelines and increase consumption costs, but there is a limit anyway, so he doesn't have to worry about excessive profits. The last thing is resource recycling. Professor Liu said that the technology and equipment costs are very high, so we must get the best equipment. All the best technical personnel are recruited and given super high salaries, which can also expand cost consumption. Good, that's it. He invested in this sewage treatment plant. I already know about Professor Liu's profit, but when I set up a sewage treatment plant, profit is certainly my goal, but improving the water resources environment is also my goal. Since I have decided to invest in this project, I will not give up just because of the possibility of losses. So I will definitely invest in this sewage treatment plant, but I don't know if Professor Liu is interested in being the person in charge of this sewage treatment plant. Chen Mo looked up at Professor Liu and spoke slowly. Louis' eyes flickered when he heard Chen Mo's words, but as a professor, he had also taught some people who had the same ideals as the young man in front of him, but in the end, they were defeated by reality. He didn't know how long the young man in front of him could hold on. Mr. Chen, please don't think about it again. I won't consider it. I'm not a cautious person. Also, I don't know if Professor Liu has ever understood my group. Even if there is a loss, with the current strength of the group, we can still bear it. Chen Mo waved his hand and said with a smile. Louis was stunned when he heard this. Before he came here, he really didn't know much about the other party's company. It's just that Professor Yuan said that someone wanted to invest in a sewage treatment plant, and Professor Yuan also emphasized a few points. He and Professor Yuan don't have much contact in normal times, but he still admires Professor Yuan very much. To some extent, they are the same people, just in different fields. So he took Professor Yuan's words very seriously and came here in person. He also hopes that there will be more and more sewage treatment plants, but after listening to what Chen Mo said, he became curious about the other party's company. After thinking for a while, he spoke. Mr. Chen, if you don't mind, I would like to learn about your company's situation. That's no problem, but it would be too much trouble for Professor Liu to check it himself. I have more detailed information here. As Chen Mo spoke, he stood up and took a tablet from the side, found the group's information, and then handed it to Professor Liu. Louis reached out to take the tablet, then looked at the information on it. After a while, Louis looked at the young man in front of him with amazement. When they first met, he thought that the other party was a small boss of a startup company and had some relationship with Professor Yuan, but after seeing the detailed content in the information, he finally understood the other party's strength. But the more this happened, the more shocked he became. The main reason is that the other party is too young. Chapter 1234 Research Room. It is incredible that he could establish such a large group company at such a young age. Also, he finally understood why Professor Yuan attached so much importance to the young people in front of him. Boring short videos have changed the current agricultural environment and reduced losses in many agricultural industries, and because he knew the information about Tomorrow Group, he also understood that the words just spoken by the young man in front of him were not exaggerated. With the strength of Tomorrow Group, even if the sewage treatment plant suffers losses, it will be able to sustain it. After all, the group's other industries are very profitable. Of course, this requires that investors are willing to use profits from other industries to make up for losses in sewage treatment. The young man in front of him was obviously willing, which surprised him. He has met many group bosses, and the impression those bosses gave him was that profit was their top
Priority. If there is a high probability that the sewage treatment plant will suffer losses, then those bosses will definitely not invest in it, nor will they use the currently profitable funds to make up for the losses of other investment projects. He had solicited investments from many industries before, and some industries chose to invest in them, but he was just testing the waters. When they found that increasing investment was not in the company's interest, they simply gave up on further expansion. But the young man in front of him made him see something different. Perhaps this young man in front of us can really completely improve the domestic water resources environment. Just like agriculture, agricultural disasters have occurred frequently across the country before, and scientific research institutes have many ways to avoid disasters, but there is no good way to popularize them. The emergence of boring short videos has directly popularized agricultural knowledge, so that the annual agricultural disasters have been greatly reduced. Mr. Chen, do you really want to improve the water resources environment? Louis asked again. That's right. Water is the source of life. Protecting water resources is also protecting ourselves. Chen Mo nodded and said, well, I won't refuse. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your trust. I will be in charge of the sewage treatment project. Louis nodded. Since he saw hope for improving the domestic water resources environment in this young man, he naturally wanted to get involved and provide the greatest help. Then welcome Professor Liu to join us. We will arrange for someone to make a contract later and will give Professor Liu the highest benefits in the group. Chen Mo spoke with a smile. Welfare benefits are easy to talk about. As long as it can improve the national water resources environment, even if it's free, there's no problem. Louis spoke. He doesn't have high material desires, and the money he earns now is enough for him to spend. Professor Liu, you can't do it for free. You must be given the highest welfare benefits. If outsiders knew that becoming a professor and working outside without salary, how could anyone do scientific research? Not everyone is indifferent to fame and fortune. Only when the benefits are high enough can more people choose the path of scientific research. And Professor Liu, the sewage treatment plant cannot have only you as a technician. We will definitely recruit more technicians. The salaries of those technicians won't be low either. Chen Mo spoke slowly, thinking to himself, if it was free, why would he spend money? He had just tested the system after Louis became the person in charge of the sewage treatment plant. Not only can he enjoy the treatment of a branch general manager, but he can also receive a technical bonus of 1 million every month. 10 million in technical bonuses can be distributed in 1 year alone. Don't underestimate this 10 million. If the settlement amount is lower than the initial system funds, every additional 10 million consumed can convert 100 million. This time, due to the system upgrade and an additional investment of 30 billion, there are several projects waiting for investment. The probability that he can spend the system funds below the system funds is still very high. So that's not 10 million, that's 100 million to be converted. Good. When Louis heard Chen Mo's words, he nodded in agreement. But Mr. Chen, how much money do you plan to invest in the sewage treatment plant first? In terms of investment, I plan to use Jiangcheng as a pilot first, and then expand to other cities after I can really improve the water environment in Jiangcheng. So how much money to invest depends on how much money can completely improve the water environment in Jiangcheng. I don't know much about this, so I'd like you to make a budget, Professor Liu. Chen Mo looked at Louis and said that he didn't know how much investment it would take to set up a sewage treatment plant. Louis pondered for a moment, then spoke. It would cost about 40 million to set up a basic sewage treatment plant. But the purpose is to improve the water environment in Jiangcheng. A basic sewage treatment plant is definitely not enough. We need to expand it 6 times, which costs 240 million yuan. Only 240 million is needed, Chen Mo frowned. This was far different from what he had expected. He spent 800 million yuan to invest in a canning factory branch, but it only cost 240 million yuan to set up a sewage treatment plant that could improve Jiangcheng's water resources. Too little. Professor Liu, you are talking about the most basic sewage treatment plant. If all sewage treatment equipment is the most advanced, the best equipment for recycling resources is also arranged. There is also an official website for recycled water sales. I plan to cover the entire Jiangcheng. In addition, the treated water from other sewage treatment plants may not be drinkable. At my sewage treatment plant, I plan to treat the sewage to a drinkable level before discharging it. And since it's sewage treatment, we definitely need to continuously improve sewage treatment technology, which requires scientific research. Professor Liu is now the person in charge of the sewage treatment plant. Then there must be corresponding scientific research equipment in the sewage treatment plant, so I am also planning to set up a scientific research team. And a full set of scientific research equipment laboratory. The research equipment must be the most advanced. If we live like this, the budget should be higher. By the way, Professor Liu, you may not know the specific benefits of our company. Each of our physical factories has corresponding employee dormitories, employee cafeterias, and employee activity buildings. Since sewage treatment plants are real industries, they definitely need these things. Chen Mo looked up at Professor Liu and told him all his thoughts. Louis listened to Chen Mo's story. His expression changed from calm at the beginning to surprise, and finally his hand holding the teacup couldn't help but tremble. Without saying anything else, the fact that the laboratory was equipped with the most advanced scientific research equipment was enough to shock him. Many of the equipment in the research laboratory where he is currently working are not yet the most advanced. Chapter 1235 Increase investment. Moreover, if he wants to upgrade his scientific research equipment, he has to apply to the higher authorities, and only if it is approved will he receive funding to replace the equipment. He applied to replace a piece of equipment some time ago, and it is still under review. However, if Mr. Chen sets up a research laboratory with new equipment, he can bring some research projects to this laboratory for research and development. Once the technology is developed, it can be directly applied to sewage treatment plants. Thinking of this, he was looking forward to the establishment of the sewage treatment plant more and more. However, according to what Chen Mo had just said, he simply calculated the funds needed. After a while, he looked up at Chen Mo. Mr. Chen, I made a simple budget. If the sewage treatment plant is built according to high standards, it can treat the water environment of the entire Jiangchang. On top of the 240 million, another 200 million will be needed. Then if we want to make the water drinkable, we need to add a lot of processes, which is equivalent to adding a set of water purification processes based on the sewage treatment plant. If we develop everything at the highest scale, it will cost about 400 million yuan, but my suggestion is that this process is not necessary. The water treated by normal sewage treatment plants has already reached the level that can be discharged, and many people would not think of drinking the water we discharge. Most people still drink tap water provided by the water company, and the tap water from the water company is purified water that we have treated. If we directly treat sewage to the point where it can be drunk, the water company will have to treat the water again, which is a bit troublesome. Louis suggested that as long as the sewage was treated to the level of discharge, the water resource environment would have been improved, and there was no need to make it drinkable. It's okay. I plan to set up a drinking water company later. I can use this treated water in the future. If we don't arrange the purification process now, the amount will still increase after the water company is established. Chen Mo shook his head and began to explain. Setting up a beverage company is his next money-losing plan, and he believes that this project can definitely make a loss. After all the sewage treatment processes are arranged in the beverage packaging. Let those who buy the drinks know that the water used in these drinks is purified from sewage. In this case, how many people will choose to buy it? Chen Mo smiled secretly. But the tap water, since Mr. Chen has subsequent plans, I won't say more. When Louis heard that Chen Mo was planning to start a beverage company, he stopped talking about water purification. Then I will move on to the next budget. If Mr. Chen wants to lay the pipeline network throughout Jiangcheng, the cost will be very high. After all, laying the pipeline network requires digging the ground, which will inevitably affect the operation of the city during the laying process. For example, if a pipeline passes through a road, the road needs to be dug up, which will affect traffic on that road. These things need approval before they can be done, and the company needs to bear the responsibility for road maintenance and the negative impact on traffic. So the cost is much higher. I roughly estimated that at least 1 billion yuan will be needed. Also, if we use the most advanced equipment for resource recovery, we will need to spend an additional 200 million yuan. The last step is to build a research laboratory. If we purchase all the research equipment, it will cost about 3 billion yuan. As for the construction requirements for staff dormitories, staff canteens, and staff activity buildings, I don't know much about them, so it's difficult for me to make a budget. At that time, the total budget of all the above projects was about 4.8 billion, plus the previous budget of 240 million. The total budget is 5.04 billion yuan. After Louis finished calculating the final budget, he looked up at Chen Mo. It is acceptable, taking into account the construction of staff dormitories and other factors, as well as some budget changes. I have directly invested 6 billion yuan in the sewage treatment plant. Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. Is this the budget he can accept? Louis was surprised to see that Chen Mo agreed without hesitation after hearing the final budget, and even increased the budget to 6 billion yuan. The research funding he normally gets is only a few hundred million yuan a year. The young man in front of us invested 6 billion yuan in a sewage treatment plant. He was really willing to spend money like that. However, seeing Chen Mo's investment, he became more and more certain that the other party really wanted to improve the water environment. In this case, he also has to do his best to make this sewage treatment plant as profitable as possible. He still insisted that if he wanted to last long, he still needed to make a profit. Now Chen Mo is willing to continue investing money in sewage treatment plants so that other industries can make money. If other industries can't make money, then the sewage treatment business may not be able to continue. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll take over the sewage treatment plant. Then I'll trouble you, Professor Liu. The funds will be directly transferred to the sewage treatment plant's account after the sewage treatment plant is registered. I will arrange for someone to handle the registration of the sewage treatment plant as soon as possible. Chen Mo smiled and said, now there is another 6 billion expenditure, the probability of a high settlement is greater. I'll go get the sewage treatment plant registered. It will be faster. If there's nothing else, I'll go back and prepare.
Louis said that several of his students ran sewage treatment plants, and he also helped out a lot in those areas, therefore, I am very familiar with the process of the sewage treatment plant. For some things, I don't even need to go there in person, I can just make a phone call. Then I'll trouble you, Professor Liu. No trouble. Professor Liu waved his hand, then stood up and left the office. Chen Mo sent Professor Liu to the downstairs of Tomorrow Building and arranged for Yang Dahai to send him back, then he returned to the office. After investing 1.5 billion yuan in movies, he currently has 2.5 billion yuan in system funds. Now it is March, and the normal profit for March is about 3.2 billion. If nothing unexpected happens, the total system funds will be 5.7 billion by the end of March. The sewage treatment plant requires an investment of 6 billion yuan, and with 5.7 billion yuan fully invested, there is still a shortfall of 300 million yuan. Good. Chen Mo smiled slightly. This time, he put all the system funds into the investment in the sewage treatment plant, but there was still a shortfall of 300 million yuan. He still has several investment projects that have not yet been invested in, plus an additional investment of 30 billion yuan in the desert. He felt more and more that this time he could settle his personal assets for a high amount. Thinking in my heart. In a happy mood, he turned on the computer beside him and directly entered the extreme survival game. I heard there's a new skin. Chapter 1236 Public Welfare Exposure. Jiangchang. In an old residential area, I have taken over the position of head of the sewage treatment plant, and I see hope for purifying water resources here. Louis looked at Yuan Chunhua, who was sitting opposite him, with excitement. I told you a few days ago that it would be right if you went there in person. Yuan Changhua listened to Louis's words and said with a smile on his face. Chen Mo is indeed a talented person, but are you so sure that he will be so determined to improve the water resources environment? Louis was confused. A few days ago, on the phone, the other party clearly stated that he wanted to further improve the domestic water resources environment. There is a great chance of becoming the person in charge of this sewage treatment plant. Could it be that the other party has abundant funds? Yuan Changhua smiled and shook his head. There are a lot of people with deep pockets, so why shouldn't I look to others? I can confirm this because of the other party's character and what he did. Is it because his industry is improving the agricultural environment? Louis spoke. No, boring short videos to improve the agricultural environment only account for a small part. There are many other things. This is the information I sorted out some time ago. Take a closer look. As Yuan Changhua spoke, he handed a piece of information to Louis. Louis took the information curiously, then opened it and started reading, but he soon showed surprise, because this data also contained some information about Tomorrow Group, but these were all contents that were not recorded in the information given to him by Mr. Chen of Tomorrow Group. Pet parks have been set up to improve the current plight of stray cats and dogs. Now the number of stray cats and dogs in various cities has decreased significantly. A poverty-stricken mountain area investigation team was established to help countless families in poverty-stricken mountainous areas. At the same time, nursing homes were built to accommodate many lonely elderly people, help orphanages and build schools. Looking at the things in the document, Louis was completely shocked. These were all done by Tomorrow Group. Why is there no record of this in the information Chen Mo gave him about Tomorrow Group? Is this all done by Tomorrow Group? Louis looked up at Yuan Changhua. You can also say that Chen Mo did it. After all, Tomorrow Group is Chen Mo's sole proprietorship. Without his consent, these things cannot be done. Yuan Changhua spoke slowly. He also learned this information by chance. He was also very shocked when he saw these contents. I believe what you said. Chen Mo really wants to improve the water resources environment. Louis calmed down and spoke slowly. He believed that the other party really wanted to improve the water resources environment since they were able to do so many public welfare things. Why don't we help out? If one or two of these public welfare events are exposed, they will definitely attract a lot of attention. Let's not talk about other things. As long as it is exposed, there will definitely be a lot of people consuming the industries under the Tomorrow Group. Louis spoke. He was familiar with this kind of thing. When the country suffered some natural disasters, some industries choose to donate money or supplies. Once these things are exposed, they will be liked by many people and then they will go to consume in this industry. He believed that as long as they exposed the public welfare work done by Tomorrow Group would surely reap a huge wave of profits. Still no. Yuan Changhua shook his head. Tomorrow Group has been doing these public welfare activities for a long time, but they have never been exposed. It is obvious that they do not want to be exposed. You mean Chen Mo of Tomorrow Group doesn't want to expose the public welfare? Why? Louis opened his mouth, and then thought of the information about Tomorrow Group that Chen Mo gave him. It seems to be true. The document does not mention anything about public welfare, which is obviously intentional. This is why we do this. Wouldn't it be more beneficial for Tomorrow Group if it were exposed? Have no idea. Maybe that person has his own plans, so we should not act on our own. Yuan Changhua spoke slowly. Yes, that's true. If Chen Mo really wanted to expose the news, he could just find some random people to spread it and it would be exposed. Louis nodded and continued speaking. Let's not talk about this for now. Since I have chosen to be the person in charge of the sewage treatment plant, I must be responsible.
I may settle down in Zhejiang in the future. I'm going to look at houses in Zhejiang in the next 2 days and plan to buy one. Before he came here, he was still considering whether to settle down here, but after seeing the charity work done by Tomorrow Group, he made up his mind he will do everything he can to make the sewage treatment plant profitable. He doesn't care whether the performance industry can make money, but he really wants groups like Tomorrow Group to make money. After all, the more Tomorrow Group earns, the more it gives back to society. Old Yuan, I have something to deal with at the sewage treatment plant, so I won't have tea with you. As Louis said this, he stood up and walked out of the house. Seeing this, Yuan Chenghua did not try to keep him, but just stood up and walked him out the door. Louis arrived at the gate of the old residential area and found that the driver arranged by Chen Mo for him was still parked at the gate. Professor Lu, you're out. Yang Dahai got out of the car and opened the back door. Didn't you say let me leave? Louis looked at Yang Dahai and asked in surprise. Oh, that's right. Mr. Chen must be very uncomfortable thinking that Professor Lu has been staying in a hotel all the time. So Mr. Chen arranged a place for you, Professor Lu, to live and asked me to take you there. Yang Dahai said respectfully. Well, thank you very much. However, there is some luggage at the hotel that I need to pick up. Louis didn't refuse when he heard this, as he also didn't like staying in hotels. It is indeed possible to live in the residence arranged by Mr. Chen before finding a house of your own. Then let's go to the hotel to pick up our luggage and then go stay there. Okay, thank you for your help. No trouble at all. Yang Dahai smiled and shook his head, then started the car and drove straight towards the hotel. After picking up the luggage at the hotel, I headed straight to the Tomorrow community. The residence that Mr. Chen arranged for us is the Tomorrow community. Half an hour later, Yang Dahai brought Louis to a room in Mingri community. Professor Lu, this is the residence that Mr. Chen arranged for you. There are only 2 houses left in Mingri community, so there are no more options. I don't know if Professor Lu likes it. Yang Dahai took Louis for a walk around the room. Louis looked at the luxuriously decorated room and turned to look at Yang Dahai. How big is the remaining house? This one is too big. I'll just switch to a smaller one. Professor Lu, the houses in the entire Tomorrow community are all this size. Yang Dahai spoke up. Chapter 1237, Fooling, they are all 200 square meters houses. Louis was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and he suddenly realized that he couldn't understand Mr. Chen at all. It was the first time he saw a real estate project with houses of 200 square meters. Basically, in order to meet the needs of different customers, developers will arrange a variety of apartment types in the property. After all, there will be some customers who want to buy properties here, but their budget is not that big, so they can only buy smaller houses. But if all the houses are over 200 square meters, it will be difficult to satisfy those customers. Professor Lu, a man named Mei Yun will come over later to transfer the property for you. He is the person in charge of the property here. Yang Dahai spoke up to remind him. Wait a minute, what do you mean by transfer? When Louis heard what Yang Dahai said, he found that he seemed to have misunderstood something. He thought that Mr. Chen brought him to this house just to let him live there for a while, but after hearing what Yang Dahai said, he realized that Mr. Chen was just going to give the house to him directly. Mr. Chen means to transfer the house to your name. Yang Dahai spoke up inside in his heart. It turned out that learning is very important. People like Professor Lu are welcome everywhere. After all, the technology is at hand. Tell Mr. Chen that I'll just stay here for a few days and forget about the transfer. Louis quickly spoke. Although the price of the house here is still uncertain, the area is 200 square meters. Even if the house price is lower, the price of this house will not be that low. Professor Lu, I'm just a driver. I have no say in these matters. If Professor Lu really doesn't want it, you can talk to Mr. Chen. Yang Dahai did not respond to Professor Lu's words. He knew his position. Okay, thank you for your help. I will talk to Mr. Chen in person. Louis nodded upon hearing this. Then I won't bother Professor Lu anymore. I'll go back first. Yang Dahai nodded and left the room. He also has to go back to Tomorrow Group and wait for Mr. Chen's arrangements at any time. Louis watched Yang Dahai leave, then took out his cell phone and called Chen Mo. Hello, Professor Lu. Soon the call was connected and Chen Mo's voice was heard from the other end. I've moved to Mingri community. That house is too expensive. I can't take it. I'll live there for a while and then buy another house in Zhangcheng. Louis spoke Dahai in the office. After hearing Louis's words, Chen Mo made the character in the game lie down in the grass, and then spoke seriously. Professor Lu, the house over there is not a gift to you, but an advance payment to you. I believe in your ability, Professor Lu. You will definitely be able to improve the water environment in Zhangcheng and lead the sewage treatment plant to a peak that the sewage treatment plant has never reached before. So the house over there is a prepayment for you to be able to do these things. Professor Lu doesn't understand the policies of Tomorrow Group. Currently, the profitable industries of Tomorrow Group, such as the game company, all receive year-end bonuses of 20 million. If you can really lead the sewage treatment plant to the top, this property won't matter to you. Or does Professor Lu feel that he does not have the confidence to lead the sewage treatment plant to its peak and completely solve the domestic water environment problems? When Louis heard Chen Mo, he didn't know what to say for a moment. He found that he felt that by accepting the property, he was admitting that he did not have the confidence to take sewage treatment to the top and completely improve the domestic water environment problems, but he is confident that he can do it as long as there is enough financial support. Professor Lu, you don't have to resist too much. More than half of the people living in Mingri community are employees of Mingri Group. We will definitely get to know each other, which will also be helpful for future work. So Professor Lu, you should just stay here. Moving back and forth and changing houses will take up too much time. These houses are just a place to live, but time is priceless. It would be great if we could use the time spent on house hunting, house buying, and house moving to research and development or company building. Our chances of success will be greater, right? Seeing that Professor Lu did not respond for a long time, Chen Mo spoke again. There are only 2 vacant houses left in Mingri community. As long as Professor Lu accepts that house, he will lose 20 million in income. This is better than selling it for 20 million. Louis listened to Chen Mo's words and felt that there was some truth in what he said. A house is just a place to live, but time is priceless. As I thought about it, I agreed. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll accept it. Thank you for your appreciation. Is that right? I believe in Professor Lu and your abilities. I have some important things to deal with here, so I won't say more. I also live in Mingri community. We can meet and talk when we have time. Chen Mo said this and hung up the phone, then sent a message to Mei Yun. Let Mei Yun go to Professor Lu as quickly as possible and sign the transfer contract first. He was worried that Professor Lu would change his mind after calming down, so he signed the contract first so that he would feel at ease. After finishing all the tasks, his eyes returned to the computer. At this point he was already in the hoop. However, the 3 teammates never left him and kept driving beside him. These teammates are pretty good. I'll play a few more games with them later and give them more gun skins. Tomorrow, in the community, Louis stared at the hung-up phone in a daze. He always felt something was weird, but he couldn't figure out what was wrong. Never mind, let's pack our luggage first, take the suitcase into the room and put some clothes in the closet. About 10 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Hello, Professor Lu. I am Mei Yun and I signed the transfer contract with you. Mr. Chen should have told you. Mei Yun looked at Professor Lu at the door and hurriedly said respectfully. Oh, come in. Louis brought Mei Yun to the living room. He didn't expect the other party to come so quickly. Professor Lu, this is the contract. Please take a look. After Mei Yun sat down in the living room, he took out the contract without wasting time. Mr. Chen specifically told him to sign the contract as soon as possible. Although he didn't know why he was so anxious, he knew he had to do it. Louis looked at the contract handed over by Mei Yun, took it, opened it and read it carefully. It was just a normal contract. Professor Lu, since there is no problem with the contract, just sign it here. Mei Yun took out a pen and handed it over. Louis signed the contract according to Mei Yun's instructions. Okay, Professor Lu, there are still some procedures to go through, and I may need Professor Lu's cooperation. I have some things to do here, so I'll leave first. Mei Yun said this, leaving a contract for Professor Lu and leaving with another contract for himself. Chapter 1238 Ranking announced. Louis escorted Mei out the door, returned to the living room and looked at the contract in his hand. Only then did he realize that the house was already his. Looking at the luxuriously decorated house, why did he accept such an expensive house? Louis rubbed his head and thought about what had just happened. After a while, I smiled helplessly, looking at the decoration in the room. Feeling emotional, since I have already accepted it, I might as well accept it, just like what Chen Mo said. He wants to bring the sewage treatment plant to its peak and completely solve the water environment problems during the new year. He is the same as Chen Mo in this respect. As for things like the house, they are secondary. He is not a person who cares about reputation. He has accepted gifts before, and sometimes things can only be done if interests are involved. He still understands the principle that there will be no fish in clear water. After thinking this through, he took out his cell phone and called his family. Since he was planning to settle down here, he naturally wanted to bring his family over. But his children are all working now and have moved to other cities, so the only one who came here is his wife, Kyoto. In a conference venue. Su Yening and Linda were sitting in the front row of the audience seats, while several models were walking on the catwalk wearing clothes of different designs. As the catwalk came to an end, several models stood at the front of the catwalk in their clothes. Several judges walked onto the catwalk and began to observe the manufacturing details of each piece of clothing. Now we have come to the final stage of fashion design, and the scoring is based on a comprehensive evaluation of design, workmanship, detail processing and other aspects. There are also many more judges, and compared to previous competitions, this final is much more rigorous than before. There were also many spectators sitting in the distance. They were either high-end designers who focused on design or people from the aristocratic circle. Designers come here to learn, while those in your circle come here for the design works. I got to know some outstanding designers and prepared for some custom clothing in the future. After all, as someone from an elite circle, the clothes you need to wear when entering and leaving important places are very particular. If these participating designers are individual designers, they are likely to be noticed and admitted by some high-end design platforms. Even if they don't enter high-end platforms, personal designers will receive many high-end designs in the future, and their income will definitely be much higher than before. If you have a brand, you will also advertise your brand, and this is exactly what Changfeng Clothing needs.
As long as they can get good results in this final, the clothing factory will definitely receive a large number of orders in the field of high-end customization. Of course, high-end customization is not about quantity, but quality.
Sister Linda, what place do you think we can get this time?
Su Yening felt a little nervous as she watched several judges carefully observing their design. There are 8 people in total in the final. She doesn't have high demands. As long as she can get into the top 3 this time, she will have achieved her goal. Linda shook her head when she heard that. She was very confident in designing the clothes this time, but she was not sure how the judges would score them. Every judge has different tastes, and the final scores will definitely be different. Time passes by little. Everyone was paying attention to the design on the stage and was curious about the result of the final of this design competition. I don't know how long it took. All the judges returned to their seats and began the scoring process at the same time. Design number 1 was scored first. In order to ensure fairness in scoring, all design products are packed and sent to the organizer. The organizer will number the entries and arrange for corresponding models to wear them and walk the runway during the competition. Therefore, among these 8 entries, only the designer himself knows which one is his. Their mobile phones and other electronic devices that communicate with the outside world were also put away before entering the venue. Therefore, the scoring of all works this time will ensure maximum fairness and justice. Of course, if someone really wants to take advantage of a loophole, they can still do so, but in addition to the judges, there were also many high-end designers present. If a design work obviously does not deserve the first place, but finally gets the first place, it will definitely cause dissatisfaction among many people. The organizer will also lose credibility, and if they want to hold such a competition in the future, not many designers will be willing to participate. Soon the scoring for clothing number 1 was completed, and the scoring for clothing number 2 began, then number 3, number 4, number 5, until the 6th costume. Su Yening and Linda both sat up straight. The number 6 costume was designed by them. At this time, one judge after another began to score clothing number 6. Due to the lack of electronic products, the two had no way to quickly calculate the score. The evaluation can only be made based on the scores given by each judge. Wait until all judges have finished scoring. Su Yening and Linda looked at each other. The ratings seemed pretty good. Su Yening spoke slowly and said that the scores given by all the judges just now were basically very high. In this way, even if the average score is calculated, it won't be too bad. Well, according to the ratings just now, it must be higher than the ratings of number 2, number 4, and number 5. Linda nodded. Among the scores of number 2, number 4, and number 5, several scores are relatively low. It's definitely higher than them. As for number 1 and number 3, they were also in the high score range, but she was not sure of their specific scores. Soon, costumes for sizes 7 and 8 are also scored and introduced. It seems that we have already entered the top 4, but I don't know if we can enter the top 3. Su Yening said that among the ratings of clothing number 7, there were several relatively low ratings. So now the only ones who can compete with them are number 1, number 3, and number 8. As long as they surpass 1, they will be in the top 3 and achieve their goal. Linda nodded when she heard that. They still had a great chance of advancing from 4 to 3. The two discussed. The judges also walked onto the stage, and several exhibition staff members came with several boxes and returned the electronic products stored in them to the participating designers. Now I will announce the results of this design competition. First, I will announce the costumes for 5th to 8th place. The 8th place is clothing number 4. Soon, the final 4 places have been announced. At the same time, 4 designers gave explanations on their designs. After all, this is the final. Even if they are in the bottom 4, they are still very strong. As the last 4 designers finished their presentations, the host began to announce the top 4. Now I will announce the 4th place design. Chapter 1239 Final Ranking. We seem to be in the top 3, Sister Linda. When Su Yening heard that the 4th place was clothing number 1, she completely relaxed. This time, they have accomplished their goal. Yes, Linda also nodded happily. On the catwalk, the host continued to announce the next rankings. The costume that won 3rd place is costume number 3. Finally, the 1st and 2nd place winners were announced. Now I will announce the winner of the 1st place in this fashion design competition. Congratulations to costume number 6, then costume number 8 is the 2nd place. Everyone who can make it to the finals is already very strong, so don't be discouraged, there will be a broader stage in the future. Now, please invite the top 4 designers to come up to the catwalk and stand on the clothes they designed. The host spoke passionately holding the microphone. Sister Linda, did we get 1st place? Su Yening's face showed shock at first, then excitement. After knowing that she had entered the top 3, she was already looking forward to whether she could win the 1st place in this design competition. I didn't expect that I would actually get 1st place. Yes, Linda also had excitement on her face. This year's fashion design competition was very formal, and being able to win 1st place in this fashion design competition was of great value. It's time to go on stage, get ready. Sister Linda, you're not going up. Su Yening said with surprise when she heard Linda's words. I won't go. I'm not that interested in these things anymore. Besides, the design inspiration this time was also yours. I just played a supporting role. Linda shook her head. She has some fame in the design world, and this championship is just icing on the cake for her, but Su Yening is different.
Before participating in the design competition, she was just an unknown designer. As the champion this time, she will get more attention and bring more benefits when she goes on stage. As a rising star designer, there will be a lot of aristocratic circles paying attention to him, which will bring more advertising effects to Changfeng Clothing. Thank you, Sister Linda. Su Yanning did not refuse when she heard Linda's words. She understood what Linda meant. Both she and Changfeng Clothing needed this opportunity very much. As for Linda saying that she came up with the inspiration, that is indeed true, but Linda also proposed many key improvements during the design process. Without the improvements Linda mentioned, we wouldn't have won the championship this time. No need to say thank you. We are all on the same company platform now. There is no need to say these things. Other designers have already started going up on stage, you should go up first. Linda signaled with her eyes to 3 designers who were walking towards the catwalk in the distance. Then Sister Linda, I'll go over first. Su Yanning nodded, then turned around and walked quickly toward the T stage, finally standing next to clothing number 6. This action instantly attracted many people's attention. After all, number 6 was the first. Su Yanning clearly felt the gazes of many people, and also noticed some flashes of light. From a distance, she saw some people holding cameras and taking pictures of her. Sister Linda told her that these people were reporters from fashion magazines, so when they were taking pictures, she also raised her head to allow them to take clearer pictures. Her ultimate goal of participating in the competition was to bring fame to Changfeng Clothing, and those fashion magazine reporters were the key to spreading the fame of Changfeng Clothing. Soon, the host came over. Please introduce yourselves, and also introduce the clothes you designed. Let's start with number 4. As the host spoke, he handed the microphone to the 4th place designer. The 4th place designer took the microphone, began to introduce himself, and then began to introduce the clothes he designed. Then the 3rd designer introduced himself, and the 2nd. When the 2nd person introduced himself, Su Yanning felt nervous and began to rehearse in his mind what he would say when introducing himself. Soon the 2nd designer finished his introduction. The host walked towards Su Yanning with the microphone. Then please allow the 1st place designer to introduce himself. Upon hearing this, Su Yanning reached out to take the microphone handed to her by the host, and then began to introduce herself. Hello everyone, I am Su Yanning, the number 6 clothing designer, and I am from Changfeng Clothing Company, Ltd. As Su Yanning spoke, everyone's eyes fell on Su Yanning. Some fashion reporters were holding notebooks, quickly recording the key information in Su Yanning's self-introduction. For example, Changfeng Clothing Company, Limited. These are all very critical content. It's Yanning, she's really amazing. I didn't expect that she would win the championship in the design competition. In the audience, a lady looked at Su Yanning on the catwalk and said with surprise, "What do you think? I have a good eye, don't I? I knew Yanning before she won the design competition." Su Huijun said this with a proud look on her face, although she was also very surprised at the time. She also didn't expect that Su Yanning could win the championship in this design competition. Sister Su is still very discerning. Another noble lady spoke up. If Su Huijun had not introduced them to Su Yanning in advance, it would have been very difficult for them to find Su Yanning to design clothes for them. Now that Su Yanning has won the design competition, after all, in Jiangcheng, their strength is pretty good, but when it comes to the whole country, they are not ranked high. And since Su Yanning won the championship this time, she will definitely get to know many people with higher status than them. By that time, if they want to design clothes, they don't know if they can get the chance to design them. On the catwalk, Su Yanning had finished her introduction and felt relieved. This was the first time she spoke on such an occasion. If she hadn't trained herself for a year as a director in a garment factory, she felt her legs would tremble as she spoke on this occasion. Well, let us once again congratulate Ms. Su Yanning for winning the championship in this design competition. The following is the award ceremony. Please welcome the organizer. As the host finished speaking, backstage, an old man in formal attire slowly walked out, followed by several young women holding prizes in their hands. Su Yanning turned her head and took a look, and instantly recognized the other person. The old man was a very famous designer. Soon, the old man walked up to several designers and presented certificates of honor to the top 3. Then came the photo session. After everything was over, Su Yanning also slowly walked off the stage. How does it feel? Looking at Su Yanning, who came back, Linda asked with a smile on her face, very nervous. Haha, I was like that back then. Calm down first. A magazine reporter will be doing a special interview soon. Chapter 1240 Nanrui Incident Special Interview? Su Yanning looked a little confused. This is something that every designer who wins a fashion competition must interview. This special interview is also for the most famous fashion magazine in China, Time magazine. Our champion this time will definitely be able to enter Time magazine. As long as it is included in Times magazine, it will also bring great fame to Changfeng Clothing. Linda began to explain. Is that so? Then Sister Linda, I haven't prepared anything yet. I'll introduce the special interview later. Is that really okay? Su Yanning said nervously. In this case, you don't have to worry. I know the reporter from Time magazine, and I'll be there too, so there will be no problem. But before you go to the special interview, you still have to face some of those people. Linda gestured to the distance and saw some people walking towards them, obviously running towards them. Su Yanning followed Linda's gaze and also noticed the people rushing over. Sister Linda, what should I do? I don't have any experience. Just say hello politely and give them the business card we prepared. Linda spoke up. A good Su Yening nodded. Zhangchang Ruishan Group in the office, what can you do? Chang Zai looked at Chang Zishan and Chang Rui who were sitting opposite him and asked. I think that if we stop the non-Rui coffee project, non-Rui coffee is losing more and more money and is not making any profit. There is absolutely no need for it to continue to exist. Chang Zishan spoke slowly. And now Ruishan Group is investing in a new project and due to a technical problem, it urgently needs a sum of funds to operate it. However, Ruishan Group has been investing money in non-Rui coffee during this period. The already limited liquidity was reduced again. Not if another batch of funds is used for new projects this time, Ruishan Group will really have no working capital. At this time, if any accident occurs, Ruishan Group will have no ability to resist risks. This is also why I often worry about problems, so I called them both over and asked them what they thought. No, when Chang Rui heard what Chang Zishan said, he immediately quit. Why do you want to give up non-Rui coffee? I understand that Tomorrow Group has invested in the Desert Oasis project and wants to build a ring road around the desert, which is very costly. At present, non-Rui coffee has caused Nanha coffee to suffer losses. So as long as we persist, I believe that Tomorrow Group will definitely be the first to give up. Also, why did you give up my non-Rui coffee instead of your new energy vehicles? Dad has invested 3 billion yuan in your new energy vehicles. Have you achieved any results? Speak out loud for me. When Chang Zishan heard Chang Rui's words, her eyes became calm. I can give up my new energy vehicle project, but I have to give up your non-Rui coffee too. If you want to develop new energy vehicles with 3 billion yuan, then new energy vehicles would have been running on the streets long ago. The 3 billion yuan is just to lay a foundation for the new energy vehicle project. As long as there is sufficient funding in the future, the project will progress quickly. No, I won't give up. Chang Rui insisted. Then I have no other choice. Some shareholders have contacted me in the past 2 days, asking me what has happened in the group. If those shareholders knew the current situation of Ruishan Group, I guess we wouldn't be able to sit here so calmly. Chang Zishan looked at Chang Zai and said in a calm tone, she expected Ruishan Group to grow to this point, and she was not surprised at all. A shareholder contacted you. What did you say? Chang Zai's expression instantly became serious when she heard her daughter's words. If those shareholders knew the current situation of Ruishan Group, she might not be so comfortable sitting in this position. I didn't say anything, you can rest assured. Chang Zishan looked at her father who had a nervous face and spoke slowly. I thought to myself, my father has been living in comfort for too long and has probably forgotten that there are other shareholders in the group. When Chang Zai heard Chang Zishan's words, he instantly breathed a sigh of relief and leaned back in his chair. He tapped the table with his fingers, and after a while, he looked at Chang Rui. The non-Rui coffee project should stop here and not continue. No, I'm almost there. Chang Rui stood up instantly. I am not discussing with you, it is in order. You have done a lot this year, but your ability is still not enough. You should stay with your sister and practice more in the future. Zishan, you will be in charge of non-Rui coffee. Try to recover as much funds as possible. Chang Zai leaned back in his chair and sighed, as if he had aged a little. He dotes on his son, but now his own position is unstable, so how can he think so much? No, Chang Rui said with a look of dissatisfaction. Chang Zai looked at his son's defiant look, then turned to look at Chang Zishan. I'll leave non-Rui coffee to you. I'll talk to Chang Rui. Chang Zishan nodded, but she was not happy at all that she was able to have the say in non-Rui coffee. After all, it was already a mess, so what was there for her to be happy about? Dad, why should we listen to Chang Zishan? When Chang Rui saw Chang Zishan leaving, he said with dissatisfaction on his face. Otherwise, I will let you continue to run non-Rui coffee. You should know that Ruishan Group is currently in trouble, and your non-Rui coffee is the only loss-making project in Ruishan Group. You said that if I don't give up non-Rui coffee, should I give up those profitable projects? You have to know that if I don't handle this matter well, my position may be unstable. At that time, you will definitely not be able to invest whenever you want like before. And if this difficulty is over, and I am still in this position, I can at least support you in investing in other projects. I have already explained the pros and cons to you clearly. Please think about it carefully. Study more with your sister during this period. If you can learn half of her abilities, Ruishan Group will be handed over to you in the future. If you can't, just be a rich second generation. I'm tired, please go out. Chang Zai waved his hand and sat back in the boss chair, looking tired. When Chang Rui heard his father's words, he realized the seriousness of the matter. Through his father's words, he understood that his father had begun to consider giving up on him. Snort, it's just studying, he will definitely surpass his sister, Chang Rui thought to himself, turned around and left the office indignantly. Chapter 1241 Study Materials Non-Rui Coffee. In the office, Chang Zishan leaned back in the boss chair and looked up at Chang Rui who followed in. Go sit over there, this is mine. Chang Zishan you. Chang Rui looked at Chang Zishan angrily, but soon remembered what his father had said to him, so he suppressed his anger and turned to sit on the chair on the other side. Should he endure and learn, as long as he wants to learn, there is nothing he doesn't know. Chang Zishan was a little surprised to see Chang Rui sitting obediently in a chair far away. This is not Chang Rui's usual character, but without thinking too much, he turned on the computer and prepared to look at the information about non-Rui coffee, but after turning on the computer, I found that there was not a single document related to non-Rui coffee on the entire computer. Most of them are live streaming platforms and some games. Extreme Survival Freedom Fight? Chang Zishan looked at the two games speechlessly and turned to look at Chang Rui, who was sitting far away. Aren't you sworn enemies with Tomorrow Group? Why are you still playing their games? So what? It's free and I didn't pay for it. Chang Rui spoke up. He didn't want to play at first, but since all his friends around him started playing, he had no choice. You put the information about non-Rui coffee there. I want to see it. Chang Zishan ignored the game. There is no information. Whenever I want to see it, I ask the secretary for it. If you want to see it, I'll call my assistant over. As Chang Rui spoke, he took out his cell phone and called his secretary. I'll be here in a minute. Chang Zishan stopped talking after hearing that and pointed her mouse at the computer's hard drive out of boredom. As the person in charge of a company, if you don't even keep a copy of the company's basic information, what are you doing in the company all day? I casually clicked around on the hard drive, but soon noticed a document of learning materials. Hey, this guy, does he still know how to study? Chang Zishan was a little surprised, then clicked directly into the document. After seeing the learning materials in the document, her brows instantly frowned. This is the kind of learning material. Chang Zishan exited the document silently. She knew that those contents were also called learning materials, but she had just seen the document of learning materials and did not think about it in that direction for a while. But now seeing those contents, I thought that Chang Rui might sit in this chair to read those study materials, or even do something else. He immediately got up from his seat, and then walked to where Chang Rui was sitting, looking at Chang Rui unfriendly. What? Chang Rui looked at Chang Zishan and asked. You go back and sit down. I'll sit here. Chang Zishan spoke calmly. Neuropathy. Chang Rui grumbled, then stood up and returned to his seat. Not long after, the secretary knocked on the door and walked to Chang Rui's position, and prepared to put the information on the desk in front of Chang Rui. No need to give it to me, give the information to her. Chang Rui gestured to Chang Zishan, who was sitting in the distance. Okay, Mr. Chang. The secretary nodded, then walked to Chang Zishan's side and placed the book in his hand on the table in front of Chang Zishan. Chang Zishan picked up the document on the table and started reading it. If I see something confusing, I will ask the secretary standing next to me. After a while, Chang Zishan put down the information in her hand. The more she learned about Nanxi coffee, the clearer she understood how huge the losses of non-Rui coffee were. Today, non-Rui coffee has expanded to 9 cities, and the cost of opening stores alone is 6 billion yuan. The daily operation of coffee in these 9 cities and the salaries paid to employees are almost 100 million yuan. If it continues to operate, the consumption of non-Rui coffee will only increase. She was not clear about the specific situation at Tomorrow Group, but she was very clear about the situation at Ruishan Group. If this continues, it will sooner or later drag down the Ruishan Group. Non-Rui Coffee is preparing to declare bankruptcy, and all employees' salaries and compensation will be handled according to normal procedures. Chang Zishan sighed, turned to look at the secretary standing beside her and spoke. The secretary exclaimed when she heard Chang Zishan's words. She didn't expect that non-Rui Coffee would declare bankruptcy like this. Chang Zishan, non-Rui Coffee has gone bankrupt, why should we give them compensation? Is Ruishan Group short of funds? Wouldn't your compensation give you less funds? When Chang Rui heard what Chang Zishan said, he said with dissatisfaction on his face. If a company goes bankrupt, just close it down. Why bother with so many issues? He has seen many companies do this. Shut up. Chang Zishan looked at Chang Rui and scolded him, then looked at the secretary standing beside him. Go prepare the documents and some bankruptcy procedures. Of course, you can announce the bankruptcy matters and the things I ask you to announce. Okay, Mr. Chang. Upon hearing this, the secretary lowered his head and quickly left the office. Chang Zishan saw the secretary leave and turned to continue looking at Chang Rui. How long has that secretary been with you? Is he reliable? I ask you, and you answer. Chang Zishan looked serious. When Chang Rui saw his sister's serious expression, he subconsciously shrank his neck. He hadn't seen his sister so serious for a long time. Very reliable and obedient. Chang Rui spoke up. I thought to myself, how could he be unreliable? He would do whatever I was told to do in the office. Chang Zishan felt a little relieved when she heard Chang Rui's words, and then said with a serious expression. Don't tell outsiders about the current situation of Ruishan Group. Why? Chang Rui asked with a puzzled look. No reason. If you want to continue living your life as a second-generation rich kid, then you'd better listen to me. Chang Zishan spoke slowly, thinking to herself that her father protected Chang Rui so well. The business world is like a battlefield, not a child's game. The current situation of Ruishan Group is very bad, with a shortage of capital Chang, which is very fatal. If some malicious forces knew this information and deliberately did something against them, they would face very great risks. Well, there's nothing to say about these things anyway. Chang Rui nodded upon hearing this. I have something else to do, so I'm leaving now. Chang Zishan glanced at Chang Rui indifferently, then stood up and left the office. What are you going to do? Chang Rui saw Chang Zishan get up and leave, and asked. Go take care of those equipments of Non-Rui Coffee. 2 hours later, Nanha Coffee Diamond Shop. You said that Non-Rui Coffee is going to withdraw from the competition? Song Xia said in surprise when she heard Chang Zishan's words. That's right, Chang Zishan nodded. When Song Xia saw Chang Zishan nod, she turned around and looked at Sultan, and they all showed happy expressions. If Non-Rui Coffee withdraws from the competition, doesn't that mean Nanha Coffee will turn losses into profits? Chapter 1242 Equipment Recovery. Chang Zishan looked calm when he saw the joy on Song Xia and Sultan's faces. I am not withdrawing from the competition unconditionally, because my brother's impulsive behavior has led to the competition between Non-Rui Coffee and Nanha Coffee for so long. I looked at the information and overall, there is no benefit in continuing the competition like this. Now I am in charge of Non-Rui Coffee. I thought about it and realized that if we continue to waste time like this, both sides will suffer losses. So we decided to withdraw from competing with Nanha Coffee. However, we also made huge investments in the previous competition with Nanha Coffee. Not to mention renting a shop, just buying some equipment for making coffee costs a lot of money. In order to avoid greater losses, I hope that Nanha Coffee can take back our equipment. I've observed the development of your Nanha Coffee. You will definitely continue to expand. Because we don't have many customers, those equipments have basically never been used by us. They are 90% new. I don't want much, just 90% of your original price. Chang Zishan looked at Song Xia and said seriously, and now that Non-Rui Coffee is preparing to declare bankruptcy, it must be thinking about recovering more of its capital. The rent is easy to deal with, we can just sublet it, but the equipment in the coffee shop is difficult to deal with. She thought about it and decided that the place that could handle these devices well was Nanha Coffee. As the saying goes, there are no eternal enemies. As long as there are benefits, enemies can become friends. However, if we tell Nanha Coffee that they have gone bankrupt first, we will definitely not be able to sell it at a good price, hence the previous set of rhetoric. When Song Xia heard Chang Zishan's words, she looked a little suspicious. She always felt that things were not that simple, but she couldn't figure out why for a moment. However, if Non-Rui Coffee really withdrew from the competition, it would definitely be a good thing for Nanha Coffee. By that time, Nanha Coffee will no longer be a loss-making industry in Tomorrow Group, but a profitable industry, and now they have opened Nanha Coffee shops in 9 cities, and the 10th city coffee shop is under renovation. If there is a profit, it will definitely not be hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars like before. With saturated coffee shops in 10 cities, the monthly profit is at least hundreds of millions. Thinking of this, Song Xia was a little excited, but she did not immediately agree with Chang Zishan's words. After thinking for a while, she spoke. 90% of the prices are too unreasonable. Even if the coffee equipment has not been used much, it is still secondhand and is definitely not worth much. Mr. Song, that's not how it works. If Non-Rui Coffee abandons us, we will suffer a loss, and your Nanha Coffee will enter the profit stage next. If we give up the competition, Nanha Coffee will be the biggest beneficiary. At this time, if you spend a little more money to buy back our equipment, you won't suffer any loss, right? After all, you still have to continue to expand, and expansion will definitely require new equipment. The funds needed to purchase new equipment must be higher than the price you can get from us, right? No matter what, you Nanha Coffee are the beneficiaries. And we just want to lose less. If the loss is too much, we might as well continue to compete. At that time, we will see which side can hold out to the end. If we hold out to the end, Non-Rui Coffee will be the final beneficiary. By that time, we can also recycle your equipment, right? Chang Zishan picked up the coffee on the table and took a sip. Song Xia frowned slightly as she listened to Chang Zishan's words. Boss Chang, I don't like what you said. It was Non-Rui Coffee that started the competition with our Nanha Coffee. What do you mean by Non-Rui Coffee giving up the competition? We, Nanha Coffee, are the biggest beneficiaries. We, Nanha Coffee, have already started to make a profit. It is you, Non-Rui Coffee, who would rather suffer losses than insist on competing with us. We have sent people to negotiate with you many times, but you, Non-Rui Coffee, didn't even think about negotiating. If what you just said is true, then Nanha Coffee is the biggest victim. We have been operating at a loss for more than a year. And this year's losses are all due to Non-Rui Coffee, so can Non-Rui Coffee also give us some compensation? Song Xia looked at Chang Zishan with dissatisfaction. Although she couldn't figure out what was wrong with Chang Zishan, she still remembered the time when Manhwa Coffee fell into losses again due to the emergence of Manhwa Coffee. Manhwa Coffee had turned a profit, and they had already received the attention of Mr. Chen. They were the first group sent by Mr. Chen to pick up and drop off poor elderly people. But then, 2 groups of people from as many as 7 companies have participated in the training organized by General Manager Chen.as for Manhwa Coffee. They could only watch and had no right to participate because they can gain the attention of Mr. Chen. Only those companies that can bring profits to Tomorrow Group can participate in the training camp. If it weren't for the existence of Manhwa Coffee, their Manhwa Coffee would probably be one of the first companies to participate in the training organized by President Chen. When Chang Zishan heard Song Xiao's words, she looked at him with some surprise. Unexpectedly, the other party looked young, but he was not confused by her words. Mr. Song, business is like a battlefield. Competition is a normal thing. If I don't care about the losses and continue to compete, we will both suffer losses, but as long as you take back our equipment, we will give up competing with Manhwa Coffee. There's no point in talking about past grudges. We were rivals before, but that may not be the case in the future, right? Eternal enemy in business. Think about it carefully. You recycle our equipment and we give up the competition. You won't suffer any loss, and you can even save some money on equipment when you continue to expand your store. Why not do it? Chang Zishan looked at Song Xia and said seriously. When Song Xia heard what Chang Zishan said, she felt that there was some truth in what he said. But if I agree to this, I will always feel uncomfortable. It feels like when someone slaps you in the face, you should thank them for slapping you. Let's think about it. You drink your coffee first. Song Xia thought for a moment and spoke, then he and Sudan stood up and walked towards the backstage lounge of the coffee shop. Chapter 1243 Threat. Teacher Su, what do you think about this matter? Enter the lounge. Song Xia looked at the Sultan and asked. I feel like something is wrong. Manhwa Coffee and Manhwa Coffee have been competing for so long, and suddenly they say they won't compete anymore. I feel like there must be something we don't know about. Sultan began to analyze. The other party came up and said that they wanted to withdraw from the competition with Manhwa Coffee, and that no matter what Manhwa Coffee did, they would be the ultimate beneficiary. She didn't quite believe that such a good thing would happen to Manhwa Coffee. There is no such thing as a free lunch. I also feel like something is wrong. Song Xia nodded. Otherwise, let's report it to our superiors and see what Mr. Chen thinks. Well, this is also a big deal. The Sultan nodded. After discussion, Song Xia took out his cell phone and called Mr. Chen directly. Tomorrow Group, President's office. Chen Mo looked at the victory game interface with a happy face. After arranging the sewage treatment plant, he once again spent the profit. Even the entire income for March has been prepaid, and there is still a shortfall of 300 million yuan in funds. The current situation is still very good, and there is an additional investment of 30 billion in the desert. He just couldn't believe that even in such a situation, he still couldn't settle his personal assets in large amounts. Buzz buzz buzz. Thinking in my heart, Chen Mo noticed that the phone on the desk suddenly vibrated and he glanced at the caller ID. Song Xia. Without thinking too much, I answered the call directly. Mr. Chen, there are some issues at Manhwa Coffee. I need to report. As soon as the call was connected, Song Xia's voice came through the phone. What's the matter? Tell me. It's like this, Mr. Chen. Today, Chang Zishan, the new head of Manhwa Coffee, came to Manhwa Coffee and said that he wanted to give up the competition with Manhwa Coffee. What? After hearing Song Xiao's words, Chen Mo was a little bit unconvinced of what he heard. Manhwa Coffee is going to give up competing with Manhwa Coffee. What's going on? And wasn't the person in charge of Manhwa Coffee his good ally Chang Rui? How come he became Chang Zishan? Mr. Chen, Chang Zishan, the person in charge of Manhwa Coffee, is ready to give up the competition with Manhwa Coffee. Song Xia repeated the sentence and then continued speaking. However, Manhwa Coffee requires us to recycle their coffee equipment at 90% of the price. If they don't recycle, they will consider continuing to compete. After hearing Song Xiao's words, Chen Mo pondered for a moment and then spoke slowly. You mean to say that as long as we, Manhwa Coffee, don't buy back their coffee equipment at 90% of the price, they will continue to compete with us? Yes, Mr. Chen, what should we choose? I always feel that this matter is a little strange. But it is true that if Manhwa Coffee gives up the competition, Manhwa Coffee will be the biggest beneficiary. Moreover, accepting Manhwa Coffee's equipment will also save us some procurement wages. After all, the equipment at Manhwa Coffee has basically been used for a short time, so it can be considered 90% new. Song Xia asked. She couldn't think clearly about the matter and couldn't make a decision directly, so she could only ask Mr. Chen for his opinion. Chen Mo breathed a sigh of relief when he heard Song Xia's words. Fortunately, Song Xia called him to try to get his sword. If Song Xia had directly agreed to Chang Zishan's proposal and chosen to repurchase Manhwa Coffee's second-hand equipment at 90% of the price, then he would suffer a huge loss. He recycles second-hand equipment at 90% of the price, reducing his
future store opening costs. Moreover, after Nanrue Coffee withdraws from the competition, Nanha Coffee is bound to usher in new profits. By that time, Tomorrow Group will have another profitable industry, and the key thing is that after the last system upgrade, even if Nanha Coffee became profitable, he could not change Nanha Coffee's development strategy. He could only maintain the development trend of Nanha Coffee and continue to open a new Nanha Coffee store in a new city every month. This is the thing he can't accept the most. Also, when did Chang Zishan become his good ally? Mr. Chen. Seeing that Mr. Chen did not respond for a long time, Song Xia called out tentatively. Well, you did a good job this time, so there must be something wrong with Chang Zishan. If you are too nice to someone, you are either a traitor or a thief. There is no need to agree to Chang Zishan's request. No matter what the price is, I will take back their coffee equipment. Chen Mo came back to his senses when he heard Song Xia's call, and then spoke with satisfaction. But Mr. Chen, if we reject Chang Zishan's request, Nanrue Coffee may continue to compete with Nanha Coffee. Song Xia said with some concern that she still wanted to see Nanrue Coffee withdraw from the competition and then Nanha Coffee enter the profit stage. What are you worried about? What is Chang Zishan doing? She is threatening us. As long as we, Nanha Coffee, don't do this, Nanrue Coffee will continue to compete. This is a naked threat. If we agree, doesn't it prove that we are afraid? If they change their mind after we agree, what will you do? Business is like a battlefield. How can you trust the words of an enemy? What's more, our Tomorrow Group is such a big industry, would we be afraid of their threats? If this matter gets out, it will damage the reputation of our Tomorrow Group, you know? Let outsiders think that our Tomorrow Group is a soft persimmon, and then everyone will want to come over and give it a try. So we have to be tough. Nanha Coffee has been operating at a loss for so long, so why are they afraid of continuing to compete? You should make it clear to Chang Zishan later that we at Nanha Coffee will not accept any threats. If Nanrue Coffee wants to fight, I will take over. Chen Mo said indignantly. This Chang Zishan is really abominable. I wanted to form an alliance before to help Tomorrow Group become bigger and stronger. Now that it has taken over Nanrue Coffee, it is actually thinking of giving up the competition with Nanha Coffee. What a cruel heart, where is my good ally? Song Xia was overwhelmed with emotion as she listened to Mr. Chen's words. Yes, if Chang Zishan's request is agreed to this time, where will the face of Tomorrow Group be? Although she didn't know a lot, she knew the importance of reputation to Tomorrow Group. If we sacrifice the reputation of Tomorrow Group in exchange for the profits of Nanha Coffee, Song Xia would never agree to it. Also, Nanha Coffee has been operating at a loss for such a long time. Are they afraid of continuing to compete? I understand, Mr. Chen. Song Xia took a deep breath and said solemnly. That's good to know. Then go and handle this matter properly. Chen Mo nodded, feeling very satisfied with his impassioned speech. Chapter 12:44 News in the lounge. Song Xia slowly put away his phone and looked up at Sudan. She had just turned on the speakerphone, so Sudan heard everything Mr. Chen said. So both of them looked full of fighting spirit. Let's go out. There's nothing more to talk about this matter. In the cafe, Chang Zishan drank her coffee leisurely. She was not worried that the other party would reject her proposal after the discussion. Businessmen pursue profit. She proposed a plan that was very beneficial to Nanha Coffee. Of course, her words would indeed make the other party suspicious. However, during the negotiation process, she could still lower the price of the equipment appropriately. In the face of sufficient interests, she believed that Nanha Coffee would make the decision she wanted. After all, as long as Nanrue Coffee withdrew from the competition, Nanha Coffee would quickly become profitable. She didn't believe that Nanha Coffee didn't want to make a profit. Chang Zishan smiled slightly and looked towards the door of the lounge in the distance. She just saw Song Xia and Sultan open the door and walk out. Have you come to a conclusion from the discussion? Chang Zishan thought to herself. Soon, Song Xia and Sudan walked to the coffee table. Mr. Chang, I'm sorry, but we will not recycle your Nanrue Coffee's equipment. If you want to continue to compete, we, Nanha Coffee, will take over. Song Xia looked at Chang Zishan and spoke with a serious face, completely losing his previous friendly attitude. Chang Zishan? What's going on? We were having a good discussion just now, but after discussing it again, it turned out like this. Mr. Song, do you think the recycling price of 90% is a bit expensive? Chang Zishan tried hard to suppress her emotions and asked. It's not a matter of price. We at Nanha Coffee don't accept any threats of action, so no matter what the recycling price of your equipment is, we will not recycle it. Of course, we are also prepared to continue competing with your Nanrue Coffee. Song Xia spoke slowly. Don't you, Nanha Coffee, want to make a profit? Chang Zishan was completely confused. All the feedback from the other party was somewhat beyond her expectations. This approach is clearly based on emotion and is not at all like a decision made by a businessman. We will want to make a profit, but we will not accept any threats. Song Xia's eyes were firm. Continuing to compete will only cause both of us to continue to suffer losses. It doesn't matter. We are ready. No matter how you compete, we will continue. When Shang Zishan heard Song Xia's answer, the corners of her mouth twitched. She understood that her purpose of coming here today had failed. When Song Xia joined in the discussion, it was as if he was brainwashed. Why don't you accept any form of threat? She was just negotiating terms, and the ultimate beneficiary was still Manhwa Coffee, so how could that be a threat? The more Chang Zishan thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt. She looked at the two people sitting opposite her, took a deep breath, and asked,
"Who among you made this decision?" "It was our CEO Chen who made the decision."
Song Xia raised her head. If she hadn't asked Mr. Chen, she would have been fooled by the woman in front of her.
"I see.
If that's the case, there's no need to talk about it any further." Upon hearing this, Chang Zishan stood up and left Manhwa Coffee. I came outside, looked at the hustle and bustle of traffic, and clenched my fists. Chen Moshe still remembers this person clearly. This was the feeling of powerlessness she had felt when she went to discuss the marriage with the other party before. It was something that was obviously beneficial to both parties, but there was no way to reach an agreement. The same thing happened with Nan and Coffee today. She believed that if she talked to any businessman, she would be able to reach an agreement in the end. It's nothing more than a difference in recycling prices, but it will definitely not be like Manhwa Coffee, where there is no room for negotiation. Chang Zishan shook her head, stopped thinking about these things, went to the parking lot, and drove away. Since Manhwa Coffee can't handle those equipment, we can only think of other ways. Kyoto Investec Group.
Chen Tianlin looked at a message in his computer
mailbox and fell into deep thought. After a while, he called his assistant over.
"Collate all the data on Ruishan Group's business operations in recent months and bring them here."
"Okay, Mr. Chen." The assistant nodded and then quickly left the office. About half an hour, the assistant took the sorted documents and re-entered the office.
"Mr. Chen, here is the business operation data that Ruishan Group has been able to find in recent months. It's all in here."
"Well, leave it here and go do your work." Chen Tianlin watched his assistant leave the office, then picked up the documents on the desk and started reading. After a while, Chen Tianlin finished reading the last piece of information, his eyes flickering. After thinking about it, I finally took out my cell phone and made a call. The call was connected soon.
"Boss Du, we have a big business. Would you like to cooperate with us?"
"Mr. Chen, our industries are not related to each other. I can't think of any areas for cooperation." "Do you heard what Chen Tianlin said and spoke with a smile? Because of their son, the two of them have become closer over the past year? We didn't have any before, but if we get this project, we should have a common project.
Are you interested?"
Chen Tianlin smiled. "What project?" "It's hard to explain over the phone, let's talk in person."
"Okay, I just happen to have time, you tell me the location."
"Kyoto, inside a tea house." You looked at the environment of the tea house, and said to Chen Tianlin, who was sitting in front of the tea table with a look of surprise,
"It seems like this project is so big that you actually came here to discuss it."
"It's not that big, but it's better to be more formal when discussing things." Chen Tianlin smiled, then poured a cup of tea for Du and pushed it over. Du didn't hesitate to take the teacup and took a sip.
"Tell me, what is the project? I'm a little curious."
"There is a problem with Ruishan Group's capital chain."
Chen Tianlin looked at Du and said bluntly. Du paused holding the teacup and looked at Chen Tianlin. After a few breaths, "Is the information accurate?"
"I'm not 100% sure, but you can take a look at the operation data of Ruishan Group in the past few months."
Chen Tianlin said as he handed the prepared materials to Du. Du reached out to take the information, then opened it and started reading. After a while, he looked up at Chen Tianlin.
"Besides these materials, you have other sources of information, right?"
"Indeed, I checked the information after receiving the news."
"Judging from the information, there is a high probability that Ruishan Group has problems with its capital chain." Chen Tianlin spoke with a smile. He didn't expect that the thing he did casually at that time would have such an effect.
Chapter 1245 Agreeing to the target. Are you sure you want to take action against Ruishan Group?
Du pondered for a moment and looked up at Chen Tianlin. In any case, Ruishan Group is also one of the 5 major groups of Xialian Chamber of Commerce. If Ruishan Group goes bankrupt, then Xialian Chamber of Commerce will only have 4 major groups left, and its overall strength will be greatly reduced. There will also be disadvantages in the process of competing with other chambers of commerce. Moreover, Ruishan Group is an old group after all. Even if it has problems with its capital chain now, it is not so easy to be overthrown.
That's right.
At present, we are on good terms with Parkview Group and the Xialian Chamber of Commerce. Only the Shiyu Group and Ruishan Group are not very friendly with us.
Every time we make a decision, they will go against us.
If we take advantage of the opportunity this time, we will not only destroy the Ruishan Group, but also bring it down. If we target them, we can also weaken the strength of Ruishan Group a lot, and finally kick it out of the 5 major groups of the Chamber of Commerce.
In this way, the only one who is against us is Shiyu Group. Even if they want to oppose us, they will not have any chance."
Chen Tianlin briefly stated his thoughts. As a Chamber of Commerce, his opinions could not be accepted. This was something that had always bothered him. Now that he finally has the chance to kick Ruishan Group out of the Chamber of Commerce, he will naturally do it. For the Shiyu Group, he was not worried at all. The old guy was the best at judging the situation. After the Ruishan Group left the Chamber of Commerce, he would naturally know what to do. Kicking Rueishan Group out of the Chamber of Commerce will inevitably reduce the strength of Xiaolian Chamber of Commerce, which is not a good thing for the entire Chamber of Commerce. Do you expressed his concerns? The departure of Rueishan Group will indeed reduce the strength of the Chamber of Commerce, but what if another group is launched to replace Rueishan Group?
Chen Tianlin looked at Du Yu and said with a smile. Mr. Chen, do you have a good candidate?
That's right.
What do you think of Tomorrow Group?
It's in the same city as Rueishan Group. I have carefully investigated Tomorrow Group. At present, Tomorrow Group's strength is not weaker than Rueishan Group.
Tomorrow Group?
When you heard the name of Tomorrow Group, he fell into deep thought that he was not unfamiliar with the name. After all, his son is cooperating with Tomorrow Group, which of course includes Chen Tianlin's son. If we just talk about the relationship, Tomorrow Group is indeed suitable to replace Rueishan Group, but the current situation of Tomorrow Group is a very delicate one. Tomorrow Group, supported by Wulin Short Video and Sangshui Games, has been expanding rapidly. Moreover, the cannery has also opened up overseas markets and its products are now selling very well overseas. There are some other industries. The key point now is that Tomorrow Group is involved in many industries and its employees are treated very well, definitely twice as much as those in other industries. Also, anything produced by Tomorrow Group is very conscientious products, conscientious prices. This is completely sacrificing one's own interests for the same product. Other industries can earn 100 yuan. But the Tomorrow Group can only earn about 50 yuan by exporting the product. The money that was earned less was basically used in production. This leads to the situation that, in the competition for the same product, if the reputation is the same, the sales volume of Tomorrow Group's products is much higher than that of other companies' products. This will affect the profits of other companies in the long run. In addition, the industries involved in Tomorrow Group are very broad, and many industries are now somewhat dissatisfied with the practices of Tomorrow Group. He knew from the news that some companies had begun to prepare to join forces to target the industries of Tomorrow Group. Simply put, Tomorrow Group's current approach has made it make too many enemies, and if it doesn't handle things properly, it will be crushed to pieces. Mr. Chen, you should know something about the current situation of Tomorrow Group.
Du Yu looked at Chen Tianlin and asked. Of course I know. Isn't it that the existence of Tomorrow Group has affected the interests of many people? Chen Tianlin said indifferently. I know what you are worried about. If Tomorrow Group becomes one of the 5 major groups of Xiaolian Chamber of Commerce, will our Xiaolian Chamber of Commerce also be targeted by those people?
There will definitely be some targeting, and even if Tomorrow Group is not pushed to the position of the top 5 groups in the Chamber of Commerce, Tomorrow Group has joined the Xiaolian Chamber of Commerce. So no matter whether Tomorrow Group becomes one of the 5 major groups of the Chamber of Commerce or not, our Xiaolian Chamber of Commerce will be targeted.
It's just a matter of the extent of the targeting.
The only way to avoid being targeted is to kick Tomorrow Group out of the Xiaolian Chamber of Commerce.
But do you want to do this? Chen Tianlin looked at Du Yu. Du Yu shook his head.
It was they who invited Tomorrow Group to join Xiaolian Chamber of Commerce, and in the end it was they who kicked Tomorrow Group out of Xiaolian Chamber of Commerce. If this behavior gets out, how will their Xiaolian Chamber of Commerce recruit other people to join the Chamber of Commerce in the future? Moreover, their relationship has always been good, and he doesn't want to see them become enemies.
That's right.
Since you don't want to kick Tomorrow Group out of Xiaolian Chamber of Commerce, you might as well push Tomorrow Group to the position of the top 5 groups in Xiaolian Chamber of Commerce.
Moreover, the development trend of Tomorrow Group is very rapid.
I have also carefully studied it. The fact that Tomorrow Group has been able to develop steadily until now must be due to the care of the people above. If those people targeted Tomorrow Group but did not kill it directly, then Tomorrow Group would most likely soar to the sky.
As a friendly partner, we will also benefit from it.
As the saying goes, the higher the risk, the greater the reward.
I think I can take the risk.
Today, Tianda Group and Hualing Group have both reached a bottleneck.
If they want to break through, this is an opportunity.
What's more, Chen Song and Du Ziting have been working closely with Tomorrow Group.
We can't avoid it anyway. Chen Tianlin expressed his thoughts. Do you listen to Chen Tianlin's words and finally nodded?
Then we will target Rueishan Group and kick it out of the 5 major groups of Xiaolian Chamber of Commerce. What Chen Tianlin said made some sense, and the mobile game Extreme Survival launched by Du Ziting and Chen Song has become a hit recently. He has launched a batch of mobile phones for Extreme Survival, and the sales are currently very good. According to Du Ziting, a mobile game called Freedom Fight is currently under development. Freedom Fight is also a game developed by Sangshui Games under Tomorrow Group. Its current popularity is approaching that of Extreme Survival. If the mobile game Freedom Fight is launched again, the mobile game company of Du Ziting and Chen Song will definitely be promoted to a very high level. During this period, he has begun to consider whether to develop a game console for the mobile games Extreme Survival and Freedom Fight.
Chapter 1246 Professor Lu's actions, is that right?
But before we do anything, let's go talk to Chun Mo from Tomorrow Group and see what he thinks. After all, Rueishan Group has done a lot of things against Tomorrow Group. Now that there is an opportunity for revenge, Tomorrow Group should not want to miss it.
Chen Tianlin said with a smile.
Okay, but since we are targeting the Rueishan Group, we must act quickly.
We need to start preparing now.
Du Yu spoke up?
Of course. I will make preparations when I return.
Once everything is ready, I will directly attack Rueishang Group.
Chen Tianlin nodded.
That's all for today. Good. The next day, Zhangcheng northeastern suburbs.
Mr. Chen, this area is the location of the sewage treatment plant. The entire area is about 100 square kilometers. After the construction is completed, it will be enough to treat the sewage of the entire Jiangcheng.
And it's located upstream of the river, so the treated water can be discharged directly into the river.
Louis stretched out his hand and gestured at a piece of land in front of him.
Chen Mo glanced at the area ahead and suddenly thought of something. It seemed that the funds for the land use of the sewage treatment plant had not been taken into account. Professor Liu, it will cost a lot of money to contract these 100 square kilometers of land.
I'm afraid the 6 billion budget I gave you is not enough.
Louis smiled slightly when he heard Chen Mo's words. Mr. Chen, sewage treatment plants are already a public welfare industry, and the city's sewage discharge is increasing every year. In order to increase the amount of sewage treatment, the government has certain policies for sewage treatment plants, and land is the most direct one. Of course, as a professor who studies wastewater treatment, I have some connections, so the money needed for 100 square kilometers of land is not a lot. And the 6 billion budget you gave has already exceeded the original budget, so the budget is sufficient. Mr. Chen, there is absolutely no need to increase the budget.
After listening to Liu's words, Chen Mo sighed secretly, thinking that he had missed such a good opportunity to spend money.
Professor Liu, since you already have a plan for the sewage treatment plant, just follow the plan. You can communicate with Mei Yun of Wuren Real Estate regarding construction.
He will be responsible for it.
As for the technical aspects, Professor Liu will need to take more care of it. Chen Mo looked at Professor Liu and spoke slowly. In any case, other industries can find someone who doesn't know the business to be in charge and try to lose as much money as possible, but at the sewage treatment plant, he didn't want to do that. His original purpose in setting up the sewage treatment plant was to purify water resources. He also doesn't want to see a loss caused by hiring an ignorant manager, which results in unsatisfactory sewage treatment results.
Don't worry, Mr. Chen, just leave it to me. And thank you, Mr. Chen, for the house. Louis looked at Chen Mo and thanked him. Now the house in Mingri community is under his name.
He has been strolling around the community in the past 2 days and also brought his wife over. They really like the environment of the community, and the property management takes great care of them. When I go out to buy groceries, I will help deliver them upstairs.
Professor Liu, don't worry. A house is nothing. You researchers have made so many contributions to sewage treatment. You deserve it.
Chen Mo spoke. Louis was touched when he heard Chen Mo's words. They, the scientific researchers, were researching water purification technology all the time. Water purification technology will come into contact with a lot of chemicals. Even though they have taken adequate protective measures, it will still be affected. He knew that several scientific researchers had become ill and died due to the severe effects of chemicals. These people sacrificed their lives for the water purification project, but few people know of their existence. He was deeply moved by Chen Mo's ability to say these words. Professor Liu, I'll leave the matters here to you. I have some other things to do, so I'll leave first. That's where they'll assign you a car and a driver. If you want to go there, just tell the driver. Chen Mo pointed at the new car in the distance and spoke. Professor Liu is not young anymore, and he is still a little worried about letting him drive by himself.
Thank you very much. Louis thanked him and watched Chen Mo leave. Then he went to the car, told the driver the location, opened the door and got in. After a while, the vehicle slowly stopped in the underground garage of Tomorrow Community. Louis opened the door, got out of the car, and then entered the elevator. When I opened the door and entered the house, I heard discussions in the living room, and then a group of people walked to the door. Teacher. Louis looked at the people who came to the door and nodded. These people were once his students and are currently in different places, contributing to the water purification project. Is everyone here?
The teachers are all here. A middle-aged man spoke up.
Let's go to the living room and talk. Don't stand here.
Louis said this and walked into the living room. The other students followed closely behind, and even though they had graduated long ago, they still had great respect for this teacher.
Everyone, please sit down.
Louis sat down on the sofa in the living room and motioned to the students following behind him to take a seat.
I called you here today for only one thing. I need your help. Teacher, you said that as long as we can do it, we will definitely help.
One student spoke up, and the others nodded.
This is the project plan. You will know after you take a look at it. Louis did not answer, but took out several project plans and handed them out. He wrote this project plan based on Mr. Chen's requirements for the sewage treatment plant. Several students took the plan curiously and started reading it. After a while, after reading the plan, all the students looked at Louis in shock. Teacher, is this plan true? When have we ever joked with you? Now that you've seen it, you should know what I did to you.
I can't handle this sewage treatment project by myself. I need you to come and help. You are just the first batch. There will be others coming later, but you are enough for now.
I won't force you. You can come and volunteer if you want. If there are not enough people, there are other candidates. Louis looked at several students and spoke. These students in front of him were the ones with more outstanding abilities among the students he taught. When those students heard Louis's words, they all spoke without hesitation. Teacher, this project is so attractive that we are willing to come even without you. Chapter 1247 Order Takeout. According to the contents of the plan, they knew that this time the investors of the sewage treatment plant had high expectations for the sewage treatment plant. The entire plan is aimed at purifying the country's water resources, and purifying the country's water resources is the ultimate goal of these people. The places where they are currently are just contributing to the purification of water resources, but to purify the water resources of the entire country is certainly impossible, and now there is a project that can allow them to purify the country's water resources, and it is led by Professor Liu, whom they trust the most. What else do they have to hesitate about? In that case, you should all get ready, hand over to your current work unit as soon as possible, and then come to my side. Louis was not too surprised when he heard the answers from several people. The reason why these students are his most satisfied students is simply because they share the same goal with him, which is to solve the problem of water pollution in the country. These people are very pure, so he knows that as long as he asks them to come over, they will basically not refuse after seeing his project plan. Professor Liu, I don't need to hand over here, you can come over here directly. Feng Yong said with a smile. He is currently working as a consultant for several sewage treatment plants, helping them solve some technical problems, but he is not actually employed and can leave at any time if he wants. Then you can stay here today. There are many rooms here, and you will not be short of other things. The sewage treatment plant will enter the construction phase in the next few days, and we need your help. This is the employment contract. You can take a look at it and see if there are any problems. If there are no problems, just sign the contract. As Louis spoke, he took out a contract and handed it to Feng Yong. After handing over the sewage treatment plant to him, Mr. Chen also explained the treatment provided by Tomorrow Group, so he could be fully responsible for recruiting these technicians. Upon hearing this, Feng Yong curiously took the contract handed over by Professor Liu and opened it to read. Seeing this, several other students also looked over curiously. The entire contract was no different from the contracts they had signed before, but when they saw the treatment, they were all stunned. Professor Liu, is the technical bonus for the salary written wrong? Feng Yong looked up at Professor Liu. His initial salary was 100,000 yuan a month, which alone exceeded his income from all his previous jobs, and behind the salary, there is actually a technical bonus of 800,000 per month. 800,000. This is unlikely, it should be 80,000. Feng Yong thought secretly in his heart. Several other students were also shocked when they saw the contract terms. Although they all have advanced sewage treatment technology, they do not receive much salary. No mistake. It's an 800,000 yuan technical bonus. It's the same for all of you. I've already confirmed it. There's no mistake. Professor Liu looked at the few people and said affirmatively. In terms of salary and benefits, he confirmed it with Mr. Chen twice. His salary would be higher than that of several students, but compared to getting a high salary himself, he would be more gratified to see these students getting high salaries. He knew what these students had paid, but in the previous environment, these students were not treated well. Feng Yong got Professor Liu's confirmation and exchanged glances with the people around him. With a basic salary of 100,000 and a technical bonus of 800,000, the total salary for them is 900,000. The salary was something they had never dared to imagine before. Professor Liu, who are the investors? Feng Yong took a deep breath and looked at Professor Liu with curiosity. He is now very curious about the investors who can give them such high treatment. You will gradually understand this after you join the company, so I won't explain it to you. If Feng Yong has no problem, just sign it. I'll take it to the construction site of the sewage treatment plant tomorrow to have a look. Professor Liu looked at Feng Yong and spoke. Feng Yong came to his senses quickly after hearing this, and without thinking anymore, he quickly signed the contract. Not only is the treatment so good, but there is also the opportunity to solve the country's water resources and environmental problems. What else does he have to hesitate about? Several other students looked at Feng Yong with envy and some anxiety in their eyes. Professor Liu, is it okay for us to start work later? There won't be other people joining us, right? A student asked with some concern. Who would complain about poor treatment? If they are offered good treatment and can also solve water resource and environmental problems, how can they resist such temptation? Yes, Professor Liu, if we join the company later, will the investors be dissatisfied? Several other students also asked with some concern. They were really worried that if they joined the company too late, they would not have the opportunity to get a job. Don't worry about that. I am currently the person in charge of the sewage treatment plant, but we still need to hand it over as soon as possible. Professor Liu said with a smile. It's getting late. Let's have a meal before leaving. While we're eating, let's discuss the project. Professor Liu glanced at the time and found that it was almost noon. Professor Liu, let us help your mistress. Several students were not surprised to hear Professor Liu's words, as they had eaten at their teacher's home more than once. Basically every time the master's wife cooks, they will go over to help. Not today. The food is almost here. Professor Lu waved his hand. After coming to Jiangcheng, he had another convenience, which was eating. If they don't want to cook, they can order takeout. If they had ordered takeout before, they would definitely be more tired and cook it themselves instead of ordering takeout. But there is a Nanchi takeaway in Jiangcheng. You can watch how the chefs prepare all the meals, and the vegetables are all fresh. He and his wife looked at it several times and found that it was even cleaner than if they did it themselves. So during this period, when they don't want to cook, they will order takeout. What surprised him was that Nanchi takeaway was actually also an asset of Tomorrow Group. It turns out that Mr. Chen is a very conscientious person. The profit from such healthy takeout must be much less. I thought of the charity work Chen Mo did. This was the first time he had seen an industry develop to this level. Ding dong, the doorbell suddenly rang. The takeaway has arrived, please go to the door and pick it up. Professor Lu heard the doorbell and spoke. Upon hearing this, several students stood up and walked towards the door, but there was a look of surprise in everyone's eyes. Professor Lu actually ordered takeout? Chapter 12:48 Discussion plan. In their impression, ordering takeout has nothing to do with Professor Lu. Not to mention ordering takeout, even going out to eat, Professor Lu would feel unclean. This is also the reason why they cook at Professor Lu's house every time they go there. They had talked about it many times at that time, but it didn't change Professor Lu's mind. Professor Lu was easy to talk to, but his wife was determined that takeout food was not clean. Why do you start ordering takeout as soon as you get to Jiangcheng? Several people murmured in their hearts. After arriving at the door, take the takeaway to the restaurant. The packaging of this takeaway is pretty good, and the food is pretty delicious. Why can't I see any store? There's no logo on this bag. From the looks of it, it looks delicious. Louis put the takeaway bag aside and greeted them. Everyone sit down and eat. Don't Professor Lu and his wife not eat takeout? A student couldn't help but ask. It's not about not eating takeout, but not eating unhealthy takeout. This takeout is different from other takeouts. It is a new takeout industry. It's called Nanchi takeaway. If you learn more about it in the future, you will know the situation of this takeaway. Louis spoke with a smile. Stop looking and start eating. As Louis spoke, he had already started eating. He knew that if he didn't pick up his chopsticks first, these students would not pick up their chopsticks. When the students saw that Professor Lu had already started eating, they started eating too. How does it taste? Louis saw that several students had already eaten and asked, tasty, this takeaway tastes similar to what I had when I went to a star-rated restaurant before. I don't know how many times I've eaten takeout, this is the best takeout I've ever had. When several students heard Professor Lu's question, they all spoke up. After tasting the takeaway, they probably understood why Professor Lu ordered the takeaway. Let's not talk about this. You have all seen the sewage treatment plant project plan. Do you have any ideas? Professor Lu looked at them and asked. Teacher, if we want to purify the sewage in Jiangcheng, we need to monitor the factories that discharge sewage every day. A student spoke up. Yes, our sewage treatment plant is built upstream of the river, so there will be many factories in Jiangcheng that will discharge sewage to the middle or lower reaches. This way, we build sewage treatment plants upstream, and there is no way to treat the sewage discharged by these factories. Then it will happen that when we purify the water upstream, it will be polluted again when it reaches the middle and lower reaches. Another student spoke up. Well, I have considered this situation. I have already communicated with the government in Jiangcheng. We will increase supervision of wastewater discharged by factories in Jiangcheng. If the discharge does not meet the standards, there will be corresponding penalties. During this process, we need to develop more chemicals and sell them to those factories. This will also be a source of income for our sewage treatment plant in the future. Professor Lu said that he had learned about the specific situation and that many factories, in order to reduce costs, often discharged wastewater that did not meet the standards of this time. In order to purify the entire Jiangcheng water environment, he has communicated with the government and will increase the punishment against those factories that do not meet the sewage discharge standards. Professor Lu, many factories are secretly discharging pollutants. Even if we increase the penalty system, there is no way to ensure that there will be no factories that will not secretly discharge pollutants. One of the biggest challenges in sewage treatment is that many factories discharge sewage secretly. In a city as big as Jiangcheng, there are many factories discharging sewage, and it is difficult to monitor every factory. That's another plan. Professor Lu began to speak. Ensuring the quality of factory wastewater discharge is only the first step. I have a comprehensive plan here. That is, we need to register all the factories in Jiangcheng that need to discharge sewage, and then lay sewage discharge pipes. These pipes are connected to every factory that discharges sewage. From now on, all sewage discharging factories in Jiangcheng will no longer discharge sewage outside, but will discharge it all into the pipes. The wastewater from these factories is then discharged into the storage tanks of the upstream sewage treatment plants through pipes. This way, we can collect all the sewage in Jiangcheng, and then we can purify the water and discharge it into the river. Another point is that once all the pipes are laid, we can test the wastewater discharged by each company. It is possible to detect at any time whether the wastewater discharged by those companies meets the standards.
Louis spoke slowly. The idea of laying pipelines came to him when he saw that Mr. Chen wanted to lay a pipeline network throughout Jiangqing to transport recycled water. In this case, the sewage pipes can be laid when the pipeline network is laid. In this way, there won't be too much extra money spent. When several students heard Professor Lu's idea, their eyes lit up. If this idea could be implemented, there would be no problem in purifying the water resources of the entire Jiangqing. After all, as long as the sewage pipes are laid, the sewage discharged by every factory will be monitored. Coupled with the government's increased penalty system, it is estimated that no factory will discharge wastewater that does not meet the standards anymore. In addition, in order to ensure that the wastewater they discharge meets the standards, those factories will certainly purchase more water purification agents, and at this time, the agents they develop can be sold. It's a very perfect cycle. Feng Yong thought about it and then came up with a question. Professor Lu, even if we lay sewage pipes, there is no way to completely prevent factories from secretly discharging sewage. Every policy from the top has its countermeasures from the bottom. This kind of thing happens all the time. Well, the secret discharge of sewage is indeed a way to completely prevent it. Professor Lu nodded upon hearing this. However, the sewage treatment plant will implement a reporting policy after the sewage pipes are laid. As long as a citizen finds that a factory is secretly discharging sewage and reports it to us, we will confirm that the report is correct. Citizens who successfully report the crime will immediately receive a reward of 100,000 yuan. Also, after the official website is laid, the government will impose very heavy penalties on factories that secretly discharge sewage. I believe that if this policy is implemented, the number of factories secretly discharging sewage will be reduced to a minimum. Chapter 1249 Changfeng Clothing High-end clothing. This is a good idea. As long as the report is successful, there will be a 100,000 yuan reward. In today's society, many people may not earn 100,000 yuan a year. If they report it, they will receive a 100,000 yuan bonus. I believe that someone will definitely report it after discovering it. Not only that, if this reporting mechanism spreads, I'm afraid there will be a group of people who specifically target companies that discharge sewage. I wonder if there are employees reporting it within the company that discharges the sewage. That's right. If you are a factory employee and you find that the factory is secretly discharging sewage, and you can't earn much in a year, you might as well report it directly. Take a bonus of 100,000 yuan and change jobs. On the dining table, Louis and several students discussed a series of issues related to the sewage treatment project. Changfeng Clothing. In the meeting room, let us congratulate Minister Su and Minister Linda for winning the fashion design competition. Jiang Cheng looked at everyone in the conference room with a smile on his face. At that time, Su Yanning was participating in a fashion design competition and he was very much looking forward to it. After all, this competition gave him the opportunity to promote Changfeng Clothing. I just didn't expect that I would win the championship in the fashion design competition now. With Su Yanning and her team winning the championship in the fashion design competition, Changfeng Clothing has gained a good reputation in high-end custom clothing. Even in 2 days, the clothes that Su Yanning and her teammates wore when they won the championship will appear in the fashion magazines, and the name of Changfeng Clothing will also appear in the fashion magazines. This change has brought many high-end customized orders to Changfeng Clothing. But in terms of high-end customization, Changfeng Clothing has never been well known before. Changfeng Clothing's high-end customized stores have not expanded so many. High-end customized orders cannot be taken now. Therefore, this meeting is mainly about this matter. As for the subsequent decisions, they were basically suggestions made by his wife Wang Wan. As Jiang Cheng finished speaking, there was loud applause in the conference room. Minister Su, Minister Lin, please say a few words. Wait until the applause dies down. Jiang Cheng looked at Su Yanning and Linda. Su Yanning and Linda looked at each other, then stood up and spoke. We don't have much to say. We are all employees of Changfeng Garments. We all have to work hard to gain more benefits for Changfeng Garments. Changfeng Garments is still in a loss-making state. This time, winning the fashion design competition may be a turning point for us to turn losses into profits. After Su Yanning said a few words, he sat down. Then it was Linda's turn to speak. She also spoke for a few words and then sat down. When Jiang Cheng saw that the two had finished speaking, he began to speak. Winning the fashion design competition this time has given Changfeng Fashion a good reputation in the field of high-end clothing. Minister Su is right. This is an opportunity for Changfeng Garments to turn losses into profits. But at present, except for one high-end clothing store in Jiangcheng, there are no high-end clothing stores in other cities. Now that Changfeng Clothing's reputation for high-end clothing has increased, it will definitely launch corresponding high-end clothing stores. I will take care of the store matters. The most urgent task now is to train a group of high-end clothing store clerks and store managers as soon as possible. Minister Su will need to take care of this matter. Jiang Cheng turned and looked at Su Yanning. High-end clothing stores are different from ordinary clothing stores. What high-end clothing stores need is service and professionalism, so it is impossible to just hire a salesperson casually. IT definitely requires a group of waiters with this kind of service attitude and some professional knowledge of clothing. As for the store manager, he is even more important. IT definitely requires a professional fashion designer who also has to have certain management skills. Mr. Jiang, I can recruit a group of clothing salesmen and give them targeted training. That will be enough. As for the store manager, there is no problem either. Mr. Chen previously requested to recruit more fashion designers than the quota, so we can transfer some of them to serve as store managers. And high-end clothing stores are basically in first-tier cities, and it would be nice if they could be established in quasi-first-tier cities. As for other cities, there are not many high-end consumers in high-end clothing. Su Yening briefly stated his thoughts and then changed the subject. It's easy to talk to the store manager and the staff. Most high-end clothing stores offer private customization. And currently, the only two people who are sure to be in charge of private customization are Minister Linda and I. As for the people in the private customization department, they have not yet been fully trained, so orders in the private customization direction can only be completed by Minister Linda and I. In the past 2 days, some people have started to order custom clothes, and we may be too busy to handle it. Su Yening said with some concern that now that they have won the championship in the fashion design competition, the most obvious change is that many people are looking for them for high-end customization, but they are simply too busy and will miss out on many high-end custom orders. When Jiang Cheng heard Su Yening's worry, he shook his head and said, "There's no need to worry about this. The championship in the fashion contest was won by you and Linda alone, and those people came to you for high-end customization simply because you won the championship. Even if there is a designer who can do private customization in a clothing factory, do you think those who come to you for high-end customization will choose him? So you and Linda don't have to think about the order quantity. What you need to focus on is the quality and price. Since it is high-end customization, the price must be high. Since the price is high, we must ensure the materials and designs of the clothing. So what you need to do now is to secure every private custom order as much as possible, and then increase your value as a designer. Also, the designers trained by your high-end customization department are not qualified for private customization tasks now. But it's still possible to design a batch of high-end formal wear." Jiang Cheng looked at Su Yening and asked, "Mr. Jiang, there is no problem designing some high-end formal wear." Su Yening spoke up. "That's no problem. As high-end clothing stores open in various cities, they will definitely need a batch of high-end formal wear to fill the stores. During the opening period of the store, we will need your high-end custom-made department to design those high-end formal wares." Jiang Cheng spoke up. "Okay, Mr. Jiang." Su Yening nodded, Jiang Cheng nodded, then looked at everyone in the conference room. The high-end clothing this time is very important. I hope you all will fully cooperate with the high-end customization department. Chapter 1250 School completed. The meeting is over. Jiang Cheng returned to his office. Now that the high-end clothing matters had been arranged, the only thing left was the store matters, but he already has an idea for the store. Tomorrow Group and Tianga have always had a pleasant cooperation, and behind Tianga's Chen Song is the Tianda Group. He contacted Chen Song and found that there would be no problem in opening a high-end clothing store in Tianda Plaza in various cities. He has also made an appointment with the other party to go fishing together in the community tomorrow evening, then we can just talk about things while fishing, Jiang Cheng thought in his heart. He turned on the computer and started writing the report. Now that such a big thing had happened in Changfeng Clothing, he must report it. At the same time, Tomorrow Group, President's office, Chen Mo just sat down at his desk, ready to play a couple of games to relax. Then I saw Shen Ro walking in. Mr. Chen Tianlin, the chairman of Tianda Group, wants to meet you tomorrow. He said he has something to discuss. Did you say anything? Chen Mo spoke. The other party didn't say anything, just said they needed to meet and talk. Shen Ro spoke. Okay, then you reply and make an appointment. Chen Mo nodded and said. He knew Chen Tianlin, the chairman of Tianda Group and also Chen Song's father. No matter what the matter is, if the other party asks him to discuss something, he must meet in person. Okay, Mr. Chen. Shenro nodded, then put a piece of information on the table. By the way, Mr. Chen, this is the report of No One Real Estate. I understand. Go and help. Chen Mo nodded, then picked up the report on the desk and started reading. It's not a surprise. Instead, new office buildings and schools have been built and renovated. Is it all done already? Chen Mo murmured something in his heart, looked at the computer, and finally stood up and walked out. Let's not play the game for now. The office building and school have been built, so it's better to go and take a look. But this time, Shinro, who had just returned to the office, was also called along. Now that the school has been built and renovated, it is time to start recruiting students and other matters. East of the city, new office building. Lift them carefully, don't bump them, the placement is marked, don't put them in the wrong place. Wang Yang directed the workers to move pots of green plants into the building. These green plants were customized in advance, and the talisman papers given by Li Shin were also placed in the flower pots. As the workers moved the flower pots inside, they saw a black G-Class driving towards them in the distance. The car he recognized belonged to Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen is here, Wang Yan thought to himself and walked over quickly. When the car slowly stopped in front of the building's entrance, Mr. Chen's assistant opened the door and got out first, followed by Mr. Chen. Hello, Mr. Chen. Seeing Mr. Chen getting out of the car, Wang Yang quickly greeted him. Hasn't the office building been renovated? Why are you still here? Chen Mo looked at Wang Yang and spoke in surprise. It has been renovated, but there are still some green plants that have not been placed. I came here today to supervise them to place the green plants and make sure they are not placed in the wrong place. Wang Yang started to explain and pointed at the workers who were moving green plants in the distance. Chen Mo looked at the green plants that the workers were moving into the building in the distance. Seeing that it was not the money tree that was causing him trouble, he nodded with satisfaction. That's thoughtful. Mr. Chen, this is what I should do. Wang Yang spoke with a smile. Well, I'll go upstairs and take a look. You just do your thing. Chen Mo nodded, and then took Shinro into the office building. Because it is newly built, the office building here is much more luxurious than the previous one. Enter the elevator. He took a quick look at the several floors and then went straight to the top floor. That's where his office is. Enter the office. Looking at the luxurious decoration and design, he nodded with satisfaction. The office here is much better than the previous one. You can come here to work in the future. The environment is good. And it is located in the east of the city, much closer to the tomorrow community. Arrange it when you have time. As for the other floors of the office building, they will be used for the headquarters of Manhwa Coffee and Nanshi Takeaway. The three industries in the previous office building, Sangshui Games, Wuling Short Videos, and Blue Film Entertainment, were all more profitable than the other. If you move to an office building where everyone is losing money, you will feel much better. Chen Mo thought to himself that after visiting the office building, he went directly to the school. The school is also built in the east of the city, so the distance is not far, and it only takes about 10 minutes to get there. Hello, Mr. Chen. As soon as I got off the car, I saw Mei Yun walking towards me quickly. You lead the way, I'll take a look around. Chen Mo looked at Mei Yun and spoke. He had already informed Mei Yun in advance before coming here. After all, the school is very big, so you still need a guide. Okay, Mr. Chen. Mei Yun nodded, then pointed straight ahead. Mr. Chen, the school is right in front of us. The whole school has 3 campuses, elementary school, middle school, and high school. Chen Mo followed Mei Yun's gaze and saw the school gate. On the right side of the gate there is a huge stone with the word tomorrow engraved on it. Looking at those 2 poetic words, it is obvious that they were written by a great calligrapher. Where's the orphanage? Isn't it on campus? Chen Mo spoke in confusion. He remembered that he had arranged to build an orphanage here. Mr. Chen, the orphanage is on the right side of the campus. Mei Yun pointed to the right. Chen Mo followed the direction where Mei Yun pointed and saw a hospital area with Red Star Kindergarten written on the entrance. Although he built an orphanage here, he did not include the word orphanage in its name. He didn't want those children to know all the time that he was an orphan, and now that they have entered here, they have a home. Let's go to the kindergarten first. Okay, Mr. Chen. Mei Yun responded and then took the lead and walked towards the kindergarten. Soon I entered kindergarten. Mr. Chen, this is the kindergarten's playground. Various entertainment facilities for children have been arranged and all safety precautions have been taken. The one in front is the teaching building, the one on the right is the dormitory building, and the one in the back is the cafeteria. With Mei Yun's introduction, Chen Mo took a brief tour of the kindergarten. After confirming that everything was built according to his requirements, he headed towards the school. Mr. Chen, the campus in the middle is the high school campus, the one on the left is the junior high school campus, and the one on the right is the elementary school campus. Each campus has its own canteen and dormitory building. And the townhouse at the back is the hobby building you requested, Mr. Chen. Chapter 1251, Hobby Activities Building. Let's go to the teaching building first. Chen Mo took a look at the campus environment. The entire greenery and some facilities were all very good. Soon, the 3 of them entered the teaching building and walked around every classroom. The classroom space is not very large and can accommodate about 25 students. Of course, if we squeeze in a little, there will be no problem in accommodating 40 students, but he had no plans to do so. The reason why he arranged a smaller classroom was that the classroom he attended before was so large that it was very difficult for the students in the back to see the blackboard or hear the sounds. Moreover, the classroom is large and there are many students, so the teacher cannot take care of so many people. This time when he built the classrooms, he arranged for about 25 students in one classroom. He believed that the teaching quality would definitely improve a lot. His purpose of building the school was to lose money, but he couldn't just build the school and ignore the quality of teaching. Now that the school has been built, we naturally have to improve the school's teaching quality and environment within our capabilities. After walking around several classrooms, he found that the arrangements of the classrooms were all according to his requirements. However, the entire classroom is currently empty, and the seats and some related teaching equipment have not yet been arranged. Just purchasing teaching equipment can also consume a lot of money. Go to the student dormitory and the cafeteria. After visiting the teaching building, Chen Mo looked at Mei Yun and spoke. Mr. Chen, the dormitory building is over there, and the cafeteria is also next to the dormitory building. Mei Yun said this and walked straight towards the dormitory building. Enter the dormitory building. Chen Mo then entered several dormitories, all of which were empty rooms. He arranged a 4-person student dormitory with a bed above and a desk below, as well as a small balcony and a separate bathroom. The balcony is mainly used for drying clothes. It has an independent bathroom, and water heaters, washing machines, and other equipment will be arranged in due time. Next is the cafeteria, but there is nothing much to arrange there. The main thing is that it is big enough, clean, and the food tastes good. These problems are easy to solve, whether by transferring some chefs from Tomorrow Canteen or Nanshi Takeaway. Let's go check out the Hobby Activities Building. Chen Mo spoke, then turned to look at Shinro.
Where are Tang Qiu and Yang Ju? He wanted to ask Tang Qiu about some school-related matters. Yang Ju is now the director of the orphanage, and she is responsible for arranging whatever the kindergarten needs. Moreover, now that the entire school has been built, someone is needed to take charge. He thought Yang Ju was a good candidate. After all, Yang Ju's parents have been on business trips to inspect poor mountainous areas across the country. Although he arranged very good treatment, travel and accommodation were the best arrangements, but once you enter the impoverished mountainous areas, there is no good accommodation. Those with better conditions can stay in villagers' homes, while those with worse conditions may have to set up tents and spend the night outside. So the work of the team that goes on a business trip to visit poor elderly people is very hard, but it also shows the love of those people. Yang Ju is in charge of the school just like her parents, so there is no problem, at least for those students. Mr. Chen, they will be here in about 10 minutes. Shinro spoke. Well, when they arrive, just let them wait at the kindergarten. Chen Mo nodded, and then followed Mei Yun to the Interest Activities Building. Mr. Chen, this is the Hobby Activity Building, which contains many hobby projects. There are basketball, badminton, table tennis, and a swimming pool on the first floor. The second floor has photography, dance, music, piano, painting. The third floor has carpentry, models, and repairs. Overall, this activity building includes a lot of interests. Mei Yun came to a sign that listed the floors for each interest. He was very curious about this activity building. In a normal school, there wouldn't be so many interest activities. From elementary school to high school, isn't academic performance everyone's goal? As for hobbies, it's not so bad for rich people, as they can take some extracurricular classes to expand their interests and hobbies. But ordinary families don't have so much money and time to expand their hobbies. Basically, they only care about their academic performance, and all their time is spent on studying. After all, learning is the most convenient way for them to cross classes. The same is true for some schools. In order to improve the rate of admission, let alone interest activities, even the most basic physical education classes are basically occupied by other subjects. He didn't understand what Mr. Chen wanted to do by setting up such a hobby activity building. What about the library? Chen Mo turned and looked at Mei Yun. As a school, a library is very necessary. Mr. Chen, the library is on the left side of the hobby activity building. It is connected to the hobby activity building. There is a corridor on the 6th floor of the hobby activity building that leads directly to the library. Of course, you can also go in through the main entrance of the library instead of going through the hobby activities building. Mei Yun began to explain. Mr. Chen, do you want to go over and take a look? No. Chen Mo shook his head. As long as the library was there, it would be fine. There was nothing interesting to see now since there were no books inside. Even if you want to visit, you have to wait until all the books are displayed before you go to visit. Okay, Mr. Chen. Mei Yun nodded and led the way out of the school. Mr. Chen, Tang Qiu, and Yang Ju are already waiting at the kindergarten. Shinro walked up to Chen Mo and spoke. Well, let's go over there. Chen Mo nodded. Red Star Kindergarten. Mr. Chen is so caring. Yang Ju looked at the construction of the kindergarten with joy. She knew that the children in the orphanage would no longer have to be crowded in that small orphanage. Yes, a huge amount of money has been invested in this entire campus. Tang Qiu nodded in agreement. She has joined Tomorrow Group for more than 2 years. During these 2 years, she knows clearly what charity work Mr. Chen has done. This campus is just one of them. Mr. Chen is here. Yang Ju looked at the 3 figures in the distance and spoke. Hello, Mr. Chen. When Mr. Chen approached, the 2 of them greeted him. Well, let's talk over there. Chen Mo looked around and finally pointed to a rest area in the distance. There is a meeting room in the kindergarten, but the seats haven't been arranged yet, so we can only find a place to arrange things. A few people walked over and sat down casually on the chairs in the rest area. Chen Mo looked at Tang Qiu and Yang Ju. Now that the school has been built, there are some things that need to be arranged for you to do. Chapter 1252 Candidate, please speak. Mr. Chen, Tang Qiu, and Yang Ju nodded. The first thing is the formalities. Now that we are about to enroll students and start teaching, what formalities are left? Chen Mo looked at Tang Qiu. At that time, he arranged Tang Qiu to take care of the school affairs, and now he doesn't know what the progress is. Mr. Chen, the formalities have been almost prepared. The only thing left is the inspection of teaching qualifications. This inspection is mainly reflected in the construction. As a school, we must be very strict about construction. We need to confirm that our construction is up to standard. The second point is whether the teaching equipment can support the opening of the school. The third is the teaching staff. Since we are going to teach, we definitely need enough teaching staff. If the above 3 points are all met during the inspection, there will be no problem. Tang Qiu quickly described the current progress of the school procedures. Chen Mo thought about it briefly after hearing this. There are definitely problems with the construction, and he requires everything to be built to the highest standards. There is no need to worry about teaching equipment. As long as the money is in place, teaching equipment is not a problem at all. Finally, there is the teaching staff. He is not very clear about how to judge this specifically, but there are so many teachers in the boring short videos, which should also be a problem. Chen Mo thought about it in his mind, then looked up at Tang Qiu. You don't have to worry about the construction. As for the teaching equipment, you can do a statistics of what is needed. Funding is not a problem. We will arrange everything according to the best teaching equipment. The last thing is the teaching staff.
I don't know the specific requirements, but there are many teachers live streaming on boring short video.
You can go there to communicate. Chen Mo looked at Tang Qiu and spoke seriously. Okay, Mr. Chen, I will handle these matters as soon as possible. I have already calculated and arranged the teaching equipment when the school was being built, and it will cost about 50 million yuan.
Tang Qiu spoke up. Some teaching equipment also has requirements for decoration, so during the decoration and construction process, she had already planned the teaching equipment. Only 50 million, this doesn't fit his idea. I'll give you a budget of 200 million, which includes teaching equipment, teaching desks and chairs, and library books.
Try to get as many books as possible in the library and fill it up.
Chen Mo spoke slowly. The library is very large, 8 stories high, and covers an area of more than 2,000 square meters. For such a large library, it is definitely not enough to have only some teaching books. Since it is a library, the books must be comprehensive. From elementary school to high school is the stage for developing students' interests. When he built this school, he did not intend to focus on academic performance. He will focus on students' interests, but of course their academic performance cannot be too bad. At least you have to pass. What is more important is the cultivation of students' 3 views. I don't want them to have positive values, but at least they shouldn't be bad people. I understand, Mr. Chen. Tang Qiu nodded. After arranging school matters, Chen Mo's eyes fell on Yang Ju. As you can see, the kindergarten has already been built.
You can calculate what is needed and what the budget is.
We will try our best to equip the kindergarten with all the necessary equipment, so that the children in the orphanage can move here as soon as possible.
Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll handle it as soon as possible.
Yang Ju said with joy that she had just looked around the kindergarten and there were still vacancies. Even if Mr. Chen didn't say it, she would have mentioned it appropriately to see if the kindergarten could be set up as soon as possible and then take the children from the orphanage over.
Well, there is another thing.
As you can see, there is no suitable person in charge of the community next to the kindergarten.
That means you will be the principal of the elementary school, middle school, and high school. I think you are very suitable, so you will be the principal.
Chen Mo looked at Yang Ju and spoke slowly. When Yang Ju heard what Mr. Chen said, she looked towards the school in the distance and then quickly shook her head.
Mr. Chen, this position is too big.
I am okay for managing a kindergarten, but I am not capable enough to manage such a large community. Being the principal of 3 communities is certainly a big position, but compared to this position, she was more worried that she would not do well enough and would delay the children in the school. You have to believe in yourself. Chen Mo looked at Yang Ju with affirmation.
Mr. Chen, I have never managed such a big thing before. Moreover, this also concerns the future of my children. I am worried that something will go wrong.
Yang Ju insisted. After hearing what Yang Ju said, Chen Mo thought about it and realized that it was indeed as Yang Ju said. He trusted Yang Ju's character, but was unsure of her ability. There are many people who mean well but do the wrong things. In this case, it is indeed somewhat unreasonable to arrange Yang Ju as the only one to be responsible for the affairs of the 3 campuses. In that case, it shouldn't be a problem for me to assign you another person with certain management skills. This way, if there is anything in the future, you can discuss it with each other. If it doesn't work, you can also consult Tang Qiu or Shinro and others. There will always be a solution. That would be a big hassle for Mr. Chen. Yang Ju breathed a sigh of relief. With a partner who had certain management skills, her pressure would be much less.
Then it's settled. Chen Mo nodded and turned to look at Shinro. You heard what I just said. Do you have any suitable candidates? Currently, Shinro is handling most of the affairs in Tomorrow Group. She will come into contact with more people and should be able to find some suitable candidates. Mr. Chen, there are 2 suitable candidates. Shinro thought for a moment, then spoke slowly. Oh, who is it? Chen Mo looked at Shinro in surprise. He didn't expect Shinro to think of a suitable candidate so quickly. Mr. Chen, these 2 candidates are Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei. They are currently the person in charge of the academic live broadcast of Wuling short video. The subject live broadcast department is already very large. The 2 of them have been managing it for nearly 2 years, and nothing has gone wrong. And the subject live broadcasts are also related to teaching, and all of them are graduates from normal universities. There will be no problems with their management ability or professional expertise as school leaders. Shinro spoke slowly. She has a very good relationship with Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei, and she is very clear about the abilities of these 2 people, Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei. When Chen Mo heard these 2 names, his brows unconsciously frowned. Chapter 1253 Process. It was he who requested to recruit these 2 people, thinking they were the talents he needed. However, he did not expect that these 2 people would enter the boring short video subject live broadcast. Subject related live streaming has developed rapidly, which is also the starting point for the rise of boring short videos. As for these 2 old guys, his original idea was to just leave them there for boring short video subject live broadcasts. Now Shinro suggested that Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei are very suitable to be the person in charge of the school. In terms of abilities, the two of
them have been training through boring short videos for nearly 2 years. In terms of professional knowledge, he graduated from a normal university, and in the boring short videos, he is responsible for subject-related live teaching. He is indeed a very suitable candidate, but you really have to use them. Chen Mo was a little hesitant. If he uses them, he's worried that these two old guys will cause trouble for him, but if we don't use them, we can't find a suitable candidate within the group for the time being. He didn't want to find someone he wasn't familiar with at school. After all, he was responsible for those children, and an unfamiliar person wouldn't even know the other person's character. Chen Mo fell into deep thought. What he is most worried about is the school's profitability. However, the school's profit comes from tuition, accommodation, food, and some sponsorship fees. If it is a university, there may also be scientific research funds for cooperation with enterprises. However, scientific research is not involved from elementary school to high school, so there is no need to consider this aspect. As for sponsorship fees, with the support of Tomorrow Group behind us, there is no need for sponsorship from other companies. The only remaining profit points are tuition, accommodation, and food expenses. As for tuition fees, he just needs to set a price, and then charge according to this price in the future. And there is no need to worry about any changes. If the child is an employee of a company under the Tomorrow Group, he or she can enjoy 9 years of compulsory education for free and only pay high school tuition. In this way, as long as there are enough children of Tomorrow Group employees, the number of students admitted by the school will be much smaller, and the tuition income will also be much lower. Children of employees of Tomorrow Group's companies can go directly to school without having to take exams like other students, but it's just school. There can't be any discrimination. The necessary rules should still be followed. If something bad happens in school, such as campus bullying, there should be zero tolerance. Normal conflicts between classmates can be mediated, but if a lot of people are bullying one person, just persuade them to quit. Since he built the school, such students are not allowed to exist. In addition, there are accommodation and food expenses, which can also be priced. In addition, some poor students will be selected. As employees of Tomorrow Group, there are no poor families. He is very sure of this. This poor student program is mainly for children who are not employees of Tomorrow Group but have very poor economic conditions. These poor students can go to school for free, receive free accommodation and free meals. There are also some scholarships set up, which can be awarded as long as the grades meet the requirements. As for what kind of academic performance and ranking you want, you can consider it after the actual enrollment. In this way, the school's basic income is almost determined. Even if Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei are recruited, it doesn't seem to affect the school's income. Chen Mo thought about it carefully, confirmed that nothing was missing, and then looked up at Shinro. Please notify Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei and ask them to come to my office tomorrow. Now that we can confirm the income from the school, there is nothing to worry too much. Okay, Mr. Chen. Shinro nodded. Chen Mo nodded and looked at Yang Ju again. Talk to Shinro and the others about the time, and come to my office together tomorrow. Okay, Mr. Chen. Yang Ju nodded when she heard this, and she felt relieved knowing that Mr. Chen was going to arrange for other people to take charge of school affairs with her. Tang Lu, you will be required to handle the subsequent procedures of the school. Mei Yun, you must fully cooperate with the school's follow-up work. Shinro, you should pass on the school's affairs to each company and count the students who are willing to transfer, and count the number of students in different grades. As for the teachers, we also need to do the statistics later. I want to open the school as soon as possible. Chen Mo arranged all the school affairs in one go. Okay, Mr. Chen. Shinro and others nodded in response. After arranging everything, Chen Mo went to the parking lot and drove away from the company. Boring short video manager's office. Okay, Assistant Shin, I'll call Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei over right away. Wu Yu nodded after listening to Assistant Shin's words. Although Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei managed the subject-related live broadcasts of boring short videos very well, since Mr. Chen asked them to manage the school, he would definitely cooperate. Thank you for your help. Shinro nodded. Denali Shin has been transferred to the desert, and Wu Yu is now the person in charge of the boring short videos. So even though Mr. Chen had already given the order, she still had to communicate with Wu Yu first. Even if she went directly to Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei to arrange this matter, Wu Yu would not say anything. She wouldn't do that. This is a necessary procedure, and even if he is Mr. Chen's assistant, he cannot disrupt it at will. There is no order without rules. As Tomorrow Group expands bigger and bigger, rules are very important. Not long after, there was a knock on the office door, and then Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei opened the door and walked in. Boss Wu, do you have any plans? Yang Yaoyao looked at Wu Yu, who was sitting at the desk, and asked. Assistant Shen has something to arrange. Wu Yu pointed at Shinro, who was sitting next to him. Upon hearing this, Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei noticed Shinro sitting next to them and greeted her. Mr. Chen has some arrangements to make. I'll pass them on. Shinro spoke with a smile. Mr. Chen's arrangement? Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei were stunned for a moment when they heard this. Ever since the boring short video subject live broadcast became popular, Mr. Chen never contacted them again. I don't know what Mr. Chen wants them to do at this time. Yes, didn't Mr. Chen invest in a school? It has been built and the formalities are almost done. Now the school needs someone to be in charge. The two of you have been dealing with boring short video subject live broadcasts, and you often come into contact with those live broadcast teachers. Also, the recruitment of teachers in the school is also done by you and the teachers who do the live broadcasts. Plus, you graduated from a normal university, so there is absolutely no problem for you to be the school leader. So you are here today just to communicate. Go to Mr. Chen's office at 10 a.m. tomorrow and Mr. Chen will make arrangements for you. Also with you is Yang Ju from the orphanage. You guys recognize her. Chapter 1254 Guarantee Shinro looked at Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei and spoke. Yang Ju also knew the two of them. She had taken them to visit the orphanage before. Okay, Assistant Shin, but we're going to be the person in charge at the school. How are we going to arrange the subject live broadcasts? Yang Yaoyao spoke up. You guys need to discuss this among yourselves. If you don't have a good solution, you can talk to Mr. Chen tomorrow. Shinro said that academic live broadcasts were an internal matter of boring short videos, and she didn't know much about it, so it was difficult for her to give any advice. Okay, I've got my message across. I have other things to do. After that, Shinro left the office. Yang Yaoyao and the others watched Shinro leave, then sat down again in the office. After all, if they want to go to school, the work here must be handed over. You two can just go to the school without worrying about the academic live broadcasts. Live broadcasts of academic subjects have become very popular nowadays. Coupled with the official promotion, the number of users is also gradually increasing. Now we just need to find a person in charge who can stabilize the current situation of academic live broadcasts. Now that the subject live broadcast department has been established for such a long time, you should have some suitable candidates. Wu Yu looked at Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei who were sitting opposite him and spoke slowly. There are indeed two suitable candidates. If that's the case, we will start the handover after things are confirmed tomorrow. Yang Yaoyao nodded and said that she was not sure how Mr. Chen would arrange it. The handover could only wait until she went to Mr. Chen's office tomorrow to confirm everything. Well, sure, just go ahead and do it. Don't worry about the boring short videos. Wu Yu spoke up. Nowadays, boring short videos have basically reached a stage of slow development. What we need to do now is to maintain the reputation of boring short videos. So basically, there's not a lot to deal with. The IT is actually a good thing for tomorrow group that Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei go to a new environment. After all, the abilities of these two are still very good. If I continue to stay in the subject-related live broadcasts, I will be a bit buried. At the same time, Shinro also returned to her office and sent the school matters to the managers group. I talked about the schools admissions and asked the company manager under tomorrow group to pass on the admissions information. Then we counted the number of people who were willing to transfer. Among managers, Fong Chang, is the school invested by Mr. Chen ready to start recruiting students? My kid is in the third year of junior high school this year. His academic performance is neither good nor bad, and he has always wanted to go to high school. Now it seems that I can directly enter Mr. Chen's school. I believe in Mr. Chen. Zhang Chang, can students from other places transfer schools? My daughter is now in the first year of high school. It would be great if I could go to school under Mr. Chen. Wei Yan, Mr. Jiang, don't worry, it will definitely be possible. Elishan, I am a single guy and I can't think about having children. Otherwise, I will find an opportunity and go to school by myself. Pang Tao, Mr. Li, your place is very close to Xinjiang. Why don't you find a girl from Xinjiang? Wang Manyan, we are just waiting for Mr. Chen's school to start recruiting students. I am not at all worried about the other schools. It would be more reassuring to send the child to Mr. Chen's school. Luoshao, I don't know how many employees will choose to send their children to Mr. Chen's school. Wei Yan, I'm not sure about new employees, but at least 90% of them are old employees. Shinro looked at the messages in the group and started to deal with other things. The next day. 10 a.m. tomorrow group, President's office. Everyone, please sit down. Chen Mo looked at Yang Yaoyao, Lu Weiwei, and Yang Ju, and pointed at the sofa in the reception area. You all know about the school, right? I plan to let the three of you be the school's leaders. Now the school has a kindergarten, elementary school, junior high school and high school. The kindergarten mainly has children from the orphanage, and later on, children of some of the group's employees may also go there. Besides that, the kindergarten does not recruit students from outside. The remaining three stages are elementary school, junior high school and high school. I don't plan to follow the traditional education method for school and only focus on students' grades. At present, a large interest activity building has been set up in the entire community, where there are teachers teaching various interests. If students are interested, they can go there to take classes and study according to their own interests. So in terms of curriculum, you need to give those children more time to study their interests. As for how to arrange it, you need to make detailed arrangements. There is also the issue of the school environment. Normal conflicts between students are understandable, but if bullying occurs, there must be zero tolerance. Children who participate in bullying, regardless of the reason, must leave the school. If a child is bullied during the process, the matter must be reported to the teacher. The teacher did not care about this matter. We have zero tolerance for such teachers and will expel them. In this school I built, students can have poor academic performance, but they must have good character and values.
As a teacher, you should be a role model. You should not only focus on the children's grades, but also care about their physical and mental health. The school needs to arrange some professional psychological teachers to regularly counsel children on their psychological problems. Finally, there is the issue of schoolwork. Heavy homework will cause children to lose a lot of their own time. So when it comes to homework, every teacher needs to coordinate with each other so that children have more time to expand their interests and hobbies. I don't know if this method is correct, so I will make a detailed admissions explanation of what I just did so that parents who want to enroll in the school can read it clearly. Chen Mo looked at the three people sitting opposite him and spoke slowly. He was not sure what he was doing was right regarding the school's affairs, but the only thing he can be sure of is that the children who graduate from his school are healthy and happy both physically and mentally. Of course, if these children do not have good development after leaving school, Tomorrow Group will arrange corresponding jobs for them. And no matter what, working in Tomorrow Group can at least allow them to live a comfortable life. Of course, he did not say these words to anyone. He did not want those parents to know that as long as their children could be admitted to the school, they would choose to send their children in. What he wants is that parents really pay attention to their children's physical and mental health rather than their academic performance. Not every child has a talent for learning. Some children may not have very ideal academic performance, but may have a very high talent for painting. Chapter 12:55 Teacher's Salary. Yang Yaoyao, Lu Weiwei, and Yang Ju listened to Mr. Chen's words and quickly took out their notes to record them. These contents should be the future development concept of tomorrow's school. The other issue is the position. Yang Ju is the principal of the entire campus and is fully responsible for the overall work of the school. Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei are vice presidents, responsible for the education and ideological cultivation of students. As for the specific work of the school in the future, you can discuss it with each other. That's about it. If you have any questions, just ask. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he picked up the tea on the table and cleared his throat. Mr. Chen, I can be a vice president. Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei should be the principal. Yang Ju quickly spoke up. Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei both graduated from key normal universities and are more capable than her. In any case, these two people are more suitable for the position of principal than her. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo turned to look at Yang Ju and secretly complained in his heart. If he didn't want to open the school as soon as possible and be as responsible as possible for the school, he would not have appointed Yang Yaoyao and Lu Weiwei to the positions of vice principals. And now, the live broadcast of boring short videos on academic subjects makes him hundreds of millions of dollars every month, and these two people have contributed a lot. Yang Ju, abilities are acquired through practice. Not everything needs to be decided by you alone. School matters need to be discussed by all of you. So you don't have to worry too much. You can manage the kindergarten well, and I believe you can manage the school well too. It's settled. You don't have to refuse. Also, the orphanage is too crowded. Try to fix the kindergarten and take those children over. Chen Mo made the decision directly and no longer gave Yang Ju the chance to refuse. Yang Ju nodded when she heard this. Mr. Chen had already said this much, and there was no reason for her to refuse. Seeing that the two had finished talking, Yang Yaoyao spoke. Mr. Chen, we had already discussed the selection of teachers when the school was first built. However, we don't have accurate information on salaries, so the teachers haven't made any final decisions yet. I still need to confirm the salary so that I can talk to the teachers. Yang Yaoyao spoke up. When I was communicating with those teachers, I just talked about the situation in the school. As for the treatment, they have no say on it. All they can say is that Tomorrow Group will definitely not treat its employees badly. They had no way of giving a definite answer as to what the actual treatment would be at that time. Therefore, those live broadcast teachers were not invited to give a definite answer. After all, if the salary you get after becoming a teacher is not as much as what you get from live teaching, then even if you become a teacher, you will feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, there are not so many selfless people. Chen Mo nodded when he heard Yang Yaoyao's words. Paying salaries was his favorite thing. In any case, since those live broadcast teachers are recruited into the school, their salary must be higher than when they were doing live broadcasts. However, the monthly salary of those live broadcast teachers will definitely be different, and it is impossible for every teacher to be treated differently. It is better to unify them as much as possible. Chen Mo thought about it and came up with an idea. He looked up at Yang Yaoyao. Go back and calculate the monthly income of those live streaming teachers who want to join the school. For each grade, for example, first grade in primary school, all first grade teachers, the ones with the highest salary, can communicate with them to see if they are willing to be the first grade head teacher. The salary of these head teachers should be 1.5 times the income of the person with the highest live streaming income among them. As for teachers who are not class teachers, they should be paid 1.5 times the salary of the highest earning teacher in each subject. That's the rough salary range. As for the salaries of some positions like the Dean of Studies in the school, you can increase them little by little based on the current salary and the level of the position. As for your salaries, just pay them twice your current salaries. As a school teacher, you will also enjoy all the benefits of the Tomorrow Group, and your salary will increase accordingly in the future. At the same time, teachers will receive corresponding bonuses if they have outstanding performance during teaching, such as stopping school bullying.
But there is one more thing, that is, teachers who enter schools must not live stream for more than 2 hours a day.
Chen Mo briefly talked about the teacher's salary and benefits.
As for limiting the length of teachers' live broadcasts, it is mainly to allow those teachers to have more time to prepare lessons. Since he is a teacher, he should be more responsible for the students, and he believes that the salary and benefits have been adequate. Okay, Mr. Chen. When Yang Yaoyao heard Mr. Chen's arrangements, she nodded with relief. With such treatment, she believes that live broadcast teachers will choose to join. After all, the salary has increased, and no one will be dissatisfied with the salary. And as a teacher, I have summer vacation, which adds up to more than 2 months of vacation. When doing live broadcasts, there is no paid leave.
Okay, if there are no problems, go back and prepare.
You can communicate with Lawyer Tang about the progress of the school. She is in charge now.
Chen Mo waited for a while, and when he saw that the 3 people opposite him didn't say anything, he spoke. Upon hearing this, Yang Yaoyao, Yang Ju and Lu Weiwei stood up and left the office. Chen Mo watched the 3 people leave and looked at the time.
There was still an hour before he met Chen Tianlin from Tianda Group. He also needs to prepare. Boring short video subject live broadcast office. Mr. Chen's teaching ideas are somewhat different from those of other schools in the world.
Mr. Chen seems to value students' physical health and talent discovery more.
Back in the office, Lu Weiwei spoke slowly. He is very familiar with today's schools, and most of them focus on academic performance and admission rates. It is very rare to find someone like Mr. Chen who gives children more opportunities to explore their interests.
I think this is good. At least some children won't suffer from mental illness due to excessive pressure from poor grades.
Yang Yaoyao spoke up. She saw many children become depressed and even develop many mental illnesses due to pressure from their parents and teachers about their academic performance.
Chapter 1256. Excited. Some children really don't want to study.
Some children have already worked very hard, but their results are not ideal. After all, not every child has a talent for learning. It is unreasonable to force a child without a talent for learning to compete with those talented children in terms of academic performance. It was originally a very bad thing. Is academic performance really as important as a child's health? Yang Yaoyao was very confused. She even saw some parents criticizing their children because they got first place in the last exam but only got second place this time. I would take out his test paper and tell him where he got it wrong and why, and what he shouldn't have gotten wrong. Second place, what a great result, but in the end, what I got was not praise, but criticism and dissatisfaction.
I guess Mr. Chen is intentionally cultivating the child's special talents.
The interest activity building that Mr. Chen built is used to develop the child's natural interests. In Mr. Chen's school, there may not be many top scorers in the college entrance examination, but there is a high probability that a group of talented people will emerge.
For example, a painter, a dancer, a pianist, a good swimmer. Yang Ju sat aside and talked about her thoughts.
She had just come to the office with them. After all, from now on, school affairs will be mostly under their charge.
Yes, I think so too, so we can develop more in this direction in the future.
When a child develops an interest and talent for something from an early age, we, as school leaders, can increase some resources and focus on nurturing that child. I hope that many years from now, I will see on TV a painter, a pianist, or an Olympic champion who graduated from our school.
Then our school can be considered a success. I think Mr. Chen established this school for the same purpose.
Yang Yaoyao said with anticipation that if a school could achieve this, it would be a very successful thing. If that were the case, our school would be famous. Lu Weiwei smiled, and as she listened to Yang Yaoyao's words, some anticipation began to show in her eyes. Yang Ju also smiled and then spoke.
Then let's divide the work and open the school as soon as possible. Yaoyao, you have communicated with those live broadcast teachers, so the teacher recruitment will be left to you, okay?
That's no problem. I will decide on the teacher as soon as possible.
Yang Yaoyao nodded.
Then Weiwei, you should systematically organize Mr. Chen's requirements for the school today, and use them as the school's teaching philosophy in the future. Of course, this teaching concept will still need to be gradually improved in the future. There are also some psychology teachers, school chefs, and other logistics personnel to recruit.
I'll leave it all to you. There's no problem.
Yang Ju looked at Lu Weiwei, feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Normally, the ones who convey orders in this way are basically the teachers in the orphanage, and the rest may just assign some tasks to the orphans.
No problem, just leave it to me. Lu Weiwei smiled and nodded.
Okay, then I will be responsible for recruiting students, and I also need to place the children from the orphanage in the new kindergarten. Yang Ju was relieved to see that both of them agreed to her arrangement.
Then the matter has been settled. If there is anything, we can communicate with each other. Mr. Chen, you are really young and promising.
You have built such a big industry at such a young age. Tomorrow Group, in the president's office, Chen Tianlin looked around Chen Mo's office and sighed in his heart. This office is even more luxurious than his own.
Mr. Chen, you're too polite. It was just luck. I'm the junior, so you can just call me Xiao Chun. Otherwise, it would be a bit weird to call each other Mr. Chen.
Chen Mo smiled, poured a cup of tea for Chen Tianlin and pushed it over. Chen Tianlin reached out to take the tea, took a sip, and then sighed.
Mr. Chen's life is really comfortable. This tea is not cheap.
He usually drinks tea, and just by tasting it, he can naturally tell whether the tea is good or not.
Making money? If you don't improve your living conditions, then what's the point of making money? Chen Mo also picked up the tea and took a sip, thinking to himself that he was spending the system's money anyway, so he didn't feel bad about it. Let's talk business. I wonder what Mr. Chen wants to talk to me about today. Okay, let's get down to business. Chen Tianlin put down the teacup and spoke slowly. I wonder if Mr. Chen knows much about the current situation of Rueishan Group. Rueishan Group?
They are in Jiangshan, so they must know something about it.
I don't know what situation you are referring to, Mr. Chen. Chen Mo looked at Chen Tianlin in confusion.
Rueishan Group was the key to Manhwa Coffee's losses, so he naturally knew that. It seems that Xiao Chen, you still don't understand the current situation of Rueishan Group.
Chen Tianlin smiled.
Since Chen Mo asked this, he must not be clear about the current situation of Rueishan Group. Rueishan Group's capital chain has some problems now. I also learned that Rueishan Group has been targeting Manhwa Coffee, a subsidiary of Tomorrow Group. If Mr. Chen wants to fight back, now is a very good opportunity.
Chen Tianlin spoke slowly. You said that Rueishan Group's capital chain has problems?
When Chen Mo heard Chen Tianlin's words, he couldn't help but exclaimed, and the hand holding the teacup couldn't help shaking. He immediately thought of what happened to Chang Zishan from Non-Rue Coffee 2 days ago. So thinking about it, he immediately thought of something very bad. I'm afraid Non-Rue Coffee will have to withdraw from the competition with Manhwa Coffee. A few days ago, Chang Zishan of Non-Rue Coffee asked them to recycle their coffee equipment in order to stop the loss. So whether they recycle Non-Rue Coffee's equipment or not, Non-Rue Coffee is likely to withdraw from the competition with Manhwa Coffee. His good ally is quitting. He even thought of a possibility that Rueishan Group's capital chain problem might be caused by competition with Manhwa Coffee. After all, it is very costly to open enough coffee shops in a city every month. This, Chen Mo was a little confused. If that was the case, then Manhwa Coffee would start to make profits after Non-Rue Coffee withdrew from the competition. Chen Tianlin sat opposite and watched Chen Mo's reaction, shaking his head secretly in his heart. As expected, he is still young and couldn't control his emotions when he heard the news, but this is normal. When he was the other party's age, he heard that his opponent had problems with his funding chain. I guess he was also very excited and thrilled.
Chapter 1257 Chen Tianlin's visit. Yes, according to the known information, Rueishan Group has basically confirmed that there is a problem with its capital chain. I came here today to talk to Mr. Chen. Are you interested in doing something against the Rueishan Group?
Also, this time we are targeting Rueishan Group. Even if Rueishan Group does not collapse, its overall strength will decline a lot. It is no longer enough to serve as one of the 5 major groups of Shelian Chamber of Commerce. We would like to invite Mr. Chen and your Tomorrow Group to become one of the top 5 groups of the Shelian Chamber of Commerce.
Chen Tianlin quickly explained the purpose of coming here today, targeting Rueishan Group. When Chen Mo heard what Chen Tianlin said, he was suddenly speechless. Now, due to problems with its capital chain, Rueishan Group is ready to withdraw from the competition with Manhwa Coffee. If we target them again, this good ally will almost withdraw from the competition with Tomorrow Group. After all, if we don't target them,
we may still be able to do something against Tomorrow Group once the problem of
Rueishan Group's capital chain is resolved. They may still be good allies in the future, but if he were to target them, his good ally would simply withdraw from the competition. In Jiangcheng, Tomorrow Group will not face any resistance. In addition to the profitability of Manhwa Coffee, he still has an additional investment of 30 billion yuan and some backup plans. But I can't stand having such accidents happen to him all the time. Chen Mo thought about it and looked up at Chen Tianlin. I don't know what you are going to do, Mr. Chen. What does Tomorrow Group need to do?
At present, I have communicated with Du Yu of Hualing Group. Since Rueishan Group has problems with its capital chain, we will do something about the funds.
We are familiar with the industries that Rueishan Group is involved in. We just need to do something for these industries so that Rueishan Group can invest more funds in them. It's like the competition between Manhwa Coffee and Non-Rue Coffee.
If Mr. Chen is interested, I will provide some plans and Mr. Chen only needs to invest. Of course, there are some risks involved. If we can't directly bring down the Rueishan Group, there are definitely some industries that we can't successfully target. Based on my experience, the chances of Rueishan Group being directly overthrown are slim. The most likely scenario is that Rueishan Group will make a bold move and cut off some of its capital-consuming industries, pool the funds together, and preserve some of its industries. At this time, if the industries we target include those that Rueishan Group wants to keep, then we can no longer target them. After all, no one wants to suffer continuous losses. As you know, a capital war basically hurts the enemy by 1,000 and hurts yourself by 800.
No company would be willing to continue like this.
Basically, after seeing Rueishan Group's drastic measures, our targeting can also end, which can maximize our benefits. And the risk is that if the industry we target is the industry that Rueishan Group wants to preserve, then the money we invest may not get any return.
Chen Tianlin spoke slowly. He probably knew all the industries involved in Tomorrow Group.
Except for coffee, there were basically no other industries similar to Rueishan Group. In this way, even if Tomorrow Group wants to target Rueishan Group, it will be difficult to do so, but it's different here. As one of the 5 major groups of the Xiaolian Chamber of Commerce, although the industries they are involved in are not as many as those of the Rueishan Group, there are many industries in the Chamber of Commerce that need their support. If they want to target them, they can always find a way. The most effective way to target Rueishan Group is to wage a financial war, just like Manhwa Coffee and Non-Rue Coffee. Chen Mo listened to Chen Tianlin's words and was a little resistant at first, but when he heard the words later about investment and risks, I immediately became interested. If I could spend some money targeting Rueishan Group, there would still be risks. As long as he invests the funds in the industries that Rueishan Group wants to preserve, will the funds be wasted? Not bad. Manhwa Coffee has basically confirmed that Non-Rue Coffee will withdraw from the competition. It is only a matter of time before Manhwa Coffee turns losses into profits, and more importantly, it was during the last system upgrade. The system has stipulated that, unless there are special circumstances, the current development rhythm of each company must be maintained. In other words, even if he has to wait until Manhwa Coffee turns a profit, he will still maintain the current pace of development. Thinking of this, Chen Mo always felt like he was being tricked by the system. This damn system must have anticipated that Manhwa Coffee would eventually become profitable, and then imposed this restriction during the upgrade. The more I think about it, the more possible it seems. However, since Manhwa Coffee is bound to make profits, he seems to have now found an industry that can take over Manhwa Coffee's loss-making position. All he has to do now is inject funds into the industries that Rueishan Group wants to preserve, and then continue to fight against Rueishan Group. Even after Rueishan Group makes a drastic decision, he will still have to continue investing money, so there will be another project that continues to lose money. However, there are 2 points that need to be resolved. The first is to determine what industries Rueishan Group wants to keep. Chen Tianlin should have some ideas about this. The second is the issue of industry. If he wants to continue to target it, he needs absolute voice. Chen Tianlin is right. No boss in any industry would want to continue to suffer losses. If he does not have absolute say, it will be difficult to ensure unity of opinion. If you want to have absolute say, you need to be a sole proprietor, but it is still difficult to buy a suitable industry. If it really doesn't work, then target them first, then invest money to set up one, and then target Rueishan Group. Chen Mo thought about it and had a rough plan in his mind. Then he looked up at Chen Tianlin. Mr. Chen, if you can target the Rueishan Group, I would naturally be willing to participate. I just don't know what industry the Rueishan Group wants to preserve. Does Mr. Chen have any information? Chen Tianlin nodded secretly when he heard Chen Mo's words. He knew that the other party would be willing to target Rueishan Group. After all, Tomorrow Group has been targeted by Rueishan Group for so long, and anyone would be a little angry about it. The other party knew about the industries that Rueishan Group wanted to preserve, and he also understood that since there is a high probability that Rueishan Group cannot be brought down all at once, we have to target industries that Rueishan Group can give up. In this way, after success, there will be certain gains, and there will be no losses. Chapter 1258 Car Company? Mr. Chen, I can only give you a positive answer. As for other industries, I am not sure. The only industry that Rueishan Group can possibly preserve is the automobile industry. It is the foundation of their group and they cannot abandon it. Chen Tianlin opened his mouth slowly and said that he had never thought of targeting Rueishan Group's automobile industry. After all, he doesn't have any car-related industries under his name, so if he wants to target them, he will definitely need to invest a lot of money. No matter how you look at it, the loss outweighs the gain. The automotive industry, Chen Mo nodded slightly. He didn't need too much, just needed to confirm one knot. Then the next step is to see if we can take over a wholly owned automobile industry, which seems a bit difficult. In any case, consult Chen Tianlin first. Mr. Chen, do you know if there are any bankrupt car companies that are ready to be sold off? Chen Mo looked up at Chen Tianlin and asked. Are you planning to target the automotive industry of Rueishan Group? When Chen Tianlin heard Chen Mo's question, he instantly guessed what Chen Mo was thinking. I think you'd better give up this idea. Rueishan Group will definitely not give up the automotive industry. If you target Rueishan Group's automotive industry, both sides will suffer in the end. Unless you want to keep competing with Rueishan Group, but this is very risky. If you want Rueishan Group to give up the automotive industry, you can only wait for them to go bankrupt. Chen Tianlin tried to persuade them, secretly sighing that young people are still full of youthful vigor. Rueishan Group has been targeting Tomorrow Group. Now that they have the opportunity to fight back, Chen Mo wants to destroy Rueishan Group directly, but how could a group that has been established for such a long time collapse so easily? Mr. Chen, I have always wanted to get involved in the automotive industry. Now is an opportunity. I can not only strike a blow against the Rueishan Group, but also establish a car company. But it's too slow for a car company to start from scratch. If there is a car company that is about to go bankrupt, I will just buy it and reform it so that I don't have to worry too much. Chen Mo found a random excuse and spoke. Chen Tianlin glanced at Chen Mo indifferently without saying much. If the other party really wanted to invest in the automotive industry, he could have invested long ago with his current strength. There was no need to wait until now, but he probably still wanted to target Rueishan Group more. He couldn't say much about this.
He had already given a reminder, but the other party still insisted on doing so, and he had no choice. However, the other party has been too successful from its inception to now, so it is good to encounter some setbacks. At least he will not be too reckless in the future. I do know a car company that used to develop mobile phones and now has crossed over to the automotive industry. Now that the company is in trouble and about to go bankrupt, if possible, you can directly purchase the car company part. Chen Tianlin spoke up and asked why he knew so much about this industry. It's simply because the other party's mobile phone industry is doing very well. At its peak, it could compete with Hualing Group's Hualing mobile phones. When Diu from Hualing Group was chatting with him, he also regarded the other party's mobile phone brand as a very big competitor. However, he did not expect that before the competition even started, the other company would run into problems and he would go bankrupt first. Moreover, cross-border car companies are doomed if they don't even start marketing. This couldn't help but make him sigh. Oh, what car company? Chen Mo was surprised. He didn't expect that there would really be a car company that was going to go bankrupt. His luck is pretty good. The company's brand is called Joy. Mr. Chen should have heard of it. Happy Chen Mo thought about it and realized that he had actually heard of this brand of mobile phones. He often saw their advertisements when watching TV before. I just didn't expect that the other party would cross over and become a car company, and I didn't expect it to go bankrupt. Mr. Chen, if you are sure you have an idea, I can help you contact them. The other party has already been determined to be bankrupt, and the purchase price will not be too expensive. It was mainly the equipment in the car company and the Sheila brand. At that time, the boss of Sheila invested a lot of money in marketing. Another point is that if Mr. Chen wants to get the car company up and running as soon as possible, the workers must accept it. However, due to the bankruptcy, there may be some unpaid wages. If we accept those workers, Mr. Chen may have to solve the problem of salary. Chen Tianlin spoke slowly. Okay, then I'll trouble you, Mr. Chen. Chen Mo nodded. I secretly calculated in my mind that acquiring a car company would consume a certain amount of funds. We must definitely take over the workers' affairs. Are they owed wages? This is a good opportunity to win their hearts and minds, so naturally we have to pay the owed wages. Once the car companies are operating normally, we can directly target Ruishan Group's car companies and continue to incur losses. Perfect business. This wave is a sure win. Chen Mo smiled secretly in his heart. Okay, but I still have something to remind you. Currently, the Tomorrow Group is involved in a wide range of fields, but it also affects the interests of some people. According to the information I have learned, some industries are preparing to unite and target Mr. Chen's Tomorrow Group. So Mr. Chen should be careful about investing in car companies and not be too reckless. Chen Tianlin thought about it and gave a reminder. Chen Mo gave him the impression that he was very reckless, and he was worried that the other party would invest too much money in the car company. When the time comes and we face targeting from other industries, there will be no extra funds to deal with it. This may very likely become the next Ruishan Group. Oh, thank you Mr. Chen for the reminder. I will pay attention to it. Chen Mo was secretly delighted when he heard this. Is there anyone else planning to target Tomorrow Group? Wouldn't that mean we would gain a lot of better allies? It seems so. In this settlement, the balance of victory tilted even more towards him. Okay, that's all for today. As for the matter of Tomorrow Group becoming one of the top 5 groups of Shelian Chamber of Commerce, we can discuss it again after we target Ruishan Group. After Chen Tianlin finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the office. Mr. Chen, please stay a little longer. Do you want to go out for dinner? Seeing this, Chen Mo quickly spoke up and said that the other party had given him such a good opportunity to lose money, so he must treat him well. Forget about eating. I have other things to do. Chen Tianlin shook his head upon hearing this. Chen Mo did not try to persuade him to stay, but enthusiastically sent him to the entrance of the building. Then he went back to the office, thought about it and did a quick search about Sheila. After a while, Chen Mo looked at some Sheila-related information on the computer. Why did he feel that what was happening in this company was very similar to a company in his previous life? Chapter 1259 Planning. Chen Mo smiled and said, if that's the case, that would be great. He knew the status of the company in his previous life. Relying on a large number of copyrights, the employees in the company lived a good life, but the automobile industry had long since disappeared. Now that he has taken over the automobile industry and has not affected other industries, the employees of those companies should still be able to live an exciting life like in their previous life. Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart and decided that he was ready to take over the automobile industry no matter what. However, the funds now need to be carefully planned, but soon. He also thought of what Chen Tianlin said when he left. Chen Tianlin was right. There were many people who wanted to target Tomorrow Group now, so he had to be prepared. Now Tomorrow Group is no longer the original garment factory. It has many industries under its umbrella, and each industry represents countless employees. Although the bankruptcy system has stated that there will be a guarantee, however, bankruptcy is also a process, and it is bound to be the collapse of one industry after another first, just like the Ruishan Group, which first took drastic measures and finally went bankrupt. The collapse of one industry after another means the unemployment of one employee after another. Although he could use the guarantee provided by the system to call back all the employees when Tomorrow Group goes bankrupt, he would not go this route unless it was absolutely necessary. And now if he wants to settle a large amount of funds, he does not need to bankrupt the group.
All he needs to do is consume the system funds to below the initial system funds during settlement. His initial system funds this time were 100 million. As long as he spent the remaining system funds until there were 90 million left, he could convert 100 million personal funds. Of course, in the worst case scenario, if the remaining system funds exceed the initial system funds, part of the guaranteed funds can also be converted. Therefore, the best settlement method at present is to maintain the normal operation of all current industries, and then consume the remaining system funds to below the initial system funds as much as possible during settlement. Thinking of this, Chen Mo pressed the call bell and called Shinro over directly. Collate the revenue data of each company under the group.
I want to see it. Okay, Mr. Chen.
Shinro nodded, then quickly returned to the office. Chen Mo leaned back in his chair and carefully thought about his recent investment projects. That was the sewage treatment plant project, in which he directly invested 6 billion yuan. According to the previous revenue plan, almost all the funds for March have been paid, but there is still a shortfall of 300 million yuan. Now 3 billion yuan of funds have been allocated to the sewage treatment plant project, and the remaining 3 billion yuan is planned to be supplemented in April. However, if we want to join the automotive industry now, we will have to wait a while before we can replenish the follow-up funds. Let's buy the car company first. The subsequent financial battle with Rueishan Group will definitely require funds. However, Manhwa Coffee is about to make a profit, and the profit can be used to support the fight with Rueishan Group. However, as the number of Manhwa Coffee stores increases, the profits will also increase in the future. It is estimated that by then, it will not only be able to support the financial war with Rueishan Group, but there will also be a lot of surplus. Overall, the situation is pretty good. Manhwa Coffee's profits have been exchanged for a new industry that can make losses. A good ally is still his good ally. Chen Mo leaned back in his boss chair, picked up the teapot beside him, poured himself a cup of tea and took a sip. Not long after, Shinro walked in carrying a stack of information.
Mr. Chen, this is the information of each industry under the Tomorrow Group.
As Shinro spoke, she placed the information on the table in front of Mr. Chen.
Well, go ahead and get busy.
Chen Mo looked at Shinro and nodded, then picked up the information on the desk and started reading. The first piece of information is from Manhwa Coffee, but Manhwa Coffee's current information is still in a normal loss-making state. After all, even if Manhwa Coffee immediately withdraws from the competition, it is impossible to make a profit immediately. At least we need to give customers a certain amount of time to react before we can gradually see the results. Therefore, there is no need to calculate the losses of Manhwa Coffee. He casually glanced at the information about Manhwa Coffee, put it aside, and then picked up the next piece of information to read. This information is about boring short video, which is currently in a state of slow development. The number of short video users has been increasing, and their popularity is also gradually increasing. At this point, the profits from boring short videos are already much higher than before. Previously, the monthly profit of Wolling short video was 2.8 billion yuan, and now the monthly profit has reached 3.2 billion yuan, 400 million more than before.
This industry is completely hopeless. Chen Mo put the information aside.
He no longer had any expectations for the boring short video. Then he picked up the 3 documents about the pet park, BL Game Club and Live Action Game Club and started reading them. The pet park's income has increased a lot again due to the emergence of the Live Game Club. The Live Action Game Club became extremely popular right after its opening due to the explosive popularity of the game Extreme Survival, and went straight into profitability. Currently, the Corner Pet Park's monthly profit has reached 400 million yuan. The income of a live gaming club is about 20 million. After deducting expenses such as salaries, the monthly profit is about 10 million. Next is the BL Gaming Club. The professional team has indeed been consuming funds, but it cannot resist the 2 old men from expanding into other industries. Yao Bagwood and AtoZ, the 2 old managers, organized a national 2-dimensional comic exhibition. Currently, we hold a comic convention in a city every month. Another blind box of action figures has been released and has been sought after by many people. Currently, the BL Game Club has a monthly profit of up to 50 million. Chen Mo put a few documents aside with an unhappy look on his face, and then picked up the next one. This is the information of Lao Lu Massage. Currently, it is all funds and is definitely in a state of loss. The monthly loss is about 120 million yuan, because at the beginning of the new year, the salaries of training employees have also increased a little. The current losses are slightly greater than before. And next is the information about Nanchi Takeaway. Currently, Nanchi Takeaway has expanded to 3 cities. There are 3 cities, Jiangcheng, Kyoto and Modu. The losses have also increased a lot, and now the monthly loss is 1.4 billion. Chen Mo put the information aside with satisfaction. It turned out that the loss-making industry he chose was very reliable. Pick up the next piece of information, Chongfeng Clothing. It turns out to be information about Chongfeng Clothing. Chen Mo smiled. He was also very confident about Chongfeng Clothing. This is the one that makes him most at ease among all his loss-making industries. After all, the initial losses have lasted for more than 3 years until now. Chapter 1260 Overall Profit. Chen Mo flipped through the information on Chongfeng Clothing and started reading it, but soon his expression froze. Looking at the contents of the Chongfeng Clothing information, he suddenly discovered some differences. In early March, the popularity of Chongfeng Clothing's high-end customization, which won the fashion design competition, instantly increased, and it was even featured in Time magazine. Looking at the series of unexpected information, Chen Mo's relatively
Calm heart was instantly filled with turbulent waves. Could it be that Changfeng Clothing, which has been holding on for more than 3 years, is finally going to turn losses into profits? This, Chen Mo suppressed his emotions and continued reading, and soon finished reading all the content and the entire information. There is no news about Changfeng Clothing's profitability, however. Winning the fashion design competition brought Changfeng Clothing many high-end customized orders. According to estimates, high-end customization can bring Changfeng Clothing around 10 million in revenue per month, and this is just the beginning. Currently, many cities across the country have begun to open Changfeng Clothing high-end custom stores. After the stores are opened, I wonder how much revenue these high-end custom stores can bring to Changfeng Clothing because of the fame brought by the championship of the competition. The only thing that makes him feel relieved at the moment is that because the people who pay attention to the fashion design competition are basically upper-class people, it does not have much impact on ordinary stores of Changfeng Clothing. According to statistics, although the sales of Changfeng Clothing stores across the country have increased, they have not yet reached the level of an explosion. Previously, Changfeng Clothing suffered a loss of 340 million yuan every month. Subsequently, a branch factory was successfully built, and the losses increased by 160 million yuan. The total loss was 500 million, but because of winning the clothing competition this time, the current monthly loss is about 300 million yuan. Although the sales of ordinary stores did not increase much, there are too many stores. If each store increases a little on average, thousands of stores would generate an additional revenue of nearly 200 million yuan. Chen Mo looked at the information of Changfeng Clothing for a long time without saying anything. The current loss is 300 million, but once the high-end formal wear store opens, the losses may be less, or even profitable. This will require more attention. Chen Mo sighed helplessly, put the information about Changfeng Clothing aside, and picked up the information below. Sangshui Game, another old six company, Chen Mo complained in his heart. Then opened the information and started reading. He had already prepared for the profits of Sangshui Game, and he started to do so after seeing the content. Inside, it still caught him off guard. The popularity of Extreme Survival has been gradually increasing, and the income has also increased slightly compared to before. Not to mention Freedom Fight, its popularity is growing even faster than Extreme Survival. The income has also increased a lot compared to before. He had been mentally prepared for these two games, so the increase in income was not surprising. What really surprised him was the mobile game. At that time, he explicitly prohibited Sangshui Games from developing the mobile games Extreme Survival and Freedom Fight. Sangshui Games did not develop the mobile game, but Sangshui Games directly authorized Tianga Games to develop the game. Not only will we carry out authorized research and development, but we will also take 60% of the revenue. Mobile games. Chen Mo's hand holding the information couldn't help but tremble. As a veteran, he knows how big the mobile game market is, especially the mobile games of Extreme Survival and Freedom Fight. Although only 60% of the revenue can be obtained from licensing, it is still very beneficial for the mobile games of these two games. A 60% profit is already terrifying. Wei Yan, this trader, caused such a big trouble for him before going to the desert. Now the mobile game Extreme Survival has been launched, and it is obvious that the authorization was obtained early on. The trader harmed me. Chen Mo looked at the final revenue summary of Sangshui Game. Sangshui Game's own game profits totaled 2.5 billion. The licensed mobile game Extreme Survival has currently earned 200 million yuan in revenue. However, this is just the launch of the Extreme Survival mobile game, and the popularity has not yet fully built up. We will have to wait until it becomes a huge hit. Subsequent income will only be greater, and this is just the Extreme Survival game. Wait until the subsequent Freedom Fight mobile game is launched. Sangshui Games will get even more share. Chen Mo looked at the contents of the document and finally put it aside helplessly. It is estimated that the revenue from the Sangshui game will exceed that of the boring short videos in the future. Next is the information about Blue Film Films and Blue Film Entertainment. Currently, the only way to ensure income in the film and television industry is to wait for the works to be released. The filming of the TV series is almost finished now, thanks to the huge hit of The Dream of Red Mansions. Now he is not sure whether the TV series has made a loss. We can only wait for the final edit to come out and take a look. Next is the animation department of Blue Film Entertainment. The animation is still in production and the situation is still uncertain, but the music department caused quite a stir for him. The show We Are Men, in which Zhang Lan participated, became a huge hit. Coupled with Zhang Lan's outstanding performance in the show, she instantly gained countless fans. With the support of the songs he gave her, Zhang Lan's popularity is now close to that of first-tier stars. Recently, Zhang Lan has been invited to be a mentor on a music program, and her appearance fee is already very high. In addition, other singers in the music department, under the management of Zhang Lan, also continue to appear on various programs. One of the singers, named Zhao Lei, even created a hit song. Today, the income from the music department is sufficient to cover the salaries and daily expenses of all employees of Blue Film Entertainment. So at present, Blue Film Entertainment has funds except for investing in film and television. It is in a state of balance between income and expenditure, and next it depends on the performance of the TV series. Next was Baishu Law Firm, which was also beyond his expectations. As most of the law firm's trainee lawyers have been converted to full-time employees, some cases have begun to be accepted. The entire law firm also turned losses into profits, although the profit is not much. The monthly profit is probably about several $100,000. Considering the huge amount of funds of Tomorrow Group now, these hundreds of thousands can be
Ignored, the unmanned building is still building a new community and is currently in a consumption state, with approximately 300 million yuan in salaries consumed each month. Because of the expansion of the Johan agricultural base, a lot of employees were recruited, and the consumption also increased a lot compared to before. The monthly consumption is about 100 million yuan. It's a good thing that the canned food business only has overseas revenue and has already turned losses into profits. However, some time ago, overseas parties directly requested orders worth 30 billion yuan, and there will be no more orders in the short term. The non-military security department has now recruited 10,000 veterans for training. The current monthly consumption is about 120 million yuan. Chen Mo quickly sorted out the overall revenue. Now Tomorrow Group is in an overall profitable state for the month. The monthly profit is 4 billion. Chapter 1261 is full, 4 billion in profits. By the end of March, after deducting the 3 billion yuan paid to the sewage treatment plant, he had about 3.5 billion yuan left. The settlement time is the end of September, which means there are still 6 months left: April, May, June, July, August, and September according to normal profits. He can still earn 24 billion by the time of settlement. However, the situation of Changfeng Clothing has not yet been determined. In addition, the mobile game Extreme Survival licensed by Sangshui Games to Tiange Games is still in its growth stage, and it is still uncertain what the specific profit will be. The TV series is also about to be completed, and it will definitely be released before the settlement. Finally, he was not sure how much profit Manhwa Coffee would bring. So for now, the revenue of 24 billion is just a guaranteed profit, and there will definitely be more in the future. However, as long as the automotive industry is taken over, some consumption can be increased. He still has 30 billion yuan of additional investment in the desert that has not been used, and another 3 billion yuan of additional investment in the sewage treatment plant. Finally, Chen Tianlin said that some people are preparing to join forces to deal with Tomorrow Group, but they don't know when to take action. They are all his good allies. With these factors in mind, he didn't believe that he would not be able to settle a large amount of personal funds this time. Chen Mo smiled faintly, then opened a drawer beside him and took out a booklet. Although the changes in several companies this time will not disrupt his loss-making plan, but Lao Lu is Lao Lu, and he still has to record it in his little notebook. Thinking about this, he opened the booklet and went straight to the page about Wei Yan. Sangshui Games authorized Tiange Club the right to develop mobile games. Both the Extreme Survival mobile game and the Freedom Fight mobile game will bring huge profits to Tomorrow Group. This trader must be noted down again, but when Chen Mo saw the page about Wei Yan, he was stunned. Before he knew it, Wei Yan's page was already filled with crosses, and there was no room left for him to draw new crosses. How much trouble has this trader caused him? The corners of Chen Mo's mouth twitched twice. Then he turned to a new page, wrote Wei Yan's name again, and drew a big cross behind it. Then he found Fong Chang's name and drew a cross behind it. Both of them were managers of Sangshui Games. They authorized the mobile game to Tiange Game Club, so Fong Chang must have been involved. Next came Zhang Lan. The music department of Blue Film Entertainment was led so well by Zhang Lan that it had already started to generate stable revenue. She was also a 6th place winner. Finally, there are Jiang Chang, Su Yanning, and Linda from the garment factory. I thought that after Wei Yan, Li Xin and others were transferred away, there would no longer be Lao Lu in the garment factory, and he has always thought so. After all, apart from the issue of the championship team uniforms, the clothing factory has not been causing any trouble for a long time. He just didn't expect that such a big thing would suddenly happen to him. If things go well, Changfeng Clothing will turn losses into profits. Chen Mo turned to a new page in the booklet and wrote the names of Jiang Chang, Su Yanning, and Linda respectively. 3 new members have joined the 6th order. He complained secretly and put the booklet back into the drawer. Atlantic. A ship is sailing slowly in the sea near the island of Finland. Director Jia, the captain has sent a message that we are about 1 kilometer away from the Titanic's shipwreck location. Su Bing came to Jia Fan and spoke slowly. After the new year, he went directly to the Finnish island to conduct a map survey. At that time, he was given a total of 3 choices in that Sangshui Game. Point 1 is to stay in Sangshui Games as a small leader. The salary will not be low. Another thing is to lead a team to collect information and prepare for the production of new games. There are 2 options for collecting information. One is in China and the other is abroad. However, there is a difference in treatment. Domestic business trips to collect information will be paid 1.5 times the original salary, with a travel allowance of 500 per day. When traveling abroad, the salary will be double the original salary, plus a travel allowance of 1,000 yuan per day. As a small leader now, his monthly salary is only 30,000 yuan. If he goes on a business trip abroad, the salary will be doubled to 60,000 yuan. If we add the 1,000 yuan daily subsidy, it would be 30,000 yuan a month. If you go on a business trip abroad, you can earn 90,000 yuan a month. Add some other travel allowances, and a monthly income of 100,000 yuan is no longer a dream. Su Bing thought about it carefully. There were not many opportunities for such business trips, so before the team set off, they made a simple trip plan. This business trip will take about 1 to 2 years. He is now taking advantage of the business trip to earn more money, and then returning to the company to become a small leader. Wouldn't that be great? And you can also travel on business at public expense, which is also very good. So after thinking about it, I decided to go on a business trip abroad. Just a while ago when I came to Finland again, I received a call from the company's headquarters saying that Blue Film was preparing to shoot a disaster movie. In order to ensure the authenticity of the film, it is necessary to conduct an on-site investigation of the Titanic shipwreck for filming, and they just asked them to assist here. So we have today's itinerary, the Titanic wreck. If he hadn't been assigned this task,
He wouldn't have known about this matter, so he made a point to learn about it and gain some knowledge. Well, is everything ready over there on the submarine? Jia Fan nodded, with some excitement on his face. Hearing this, Su Bing turned and looked at Lu Chenaway. Is everything ready over there on the submarine? Brother Bing, everything is ready. As long as we reach the location, we can start diving and filming. Lu Chenaway nodded and said that since he switched at Sangshui Games, he suddenly felt like he had entered heaven. He has been working for a few months and his basic salary has exceeded his previous salary when on business trips abroad. My monthly income is more than 3 times what it was before. However, the salary of Tomorrow Group was paid in advance. Although he had not started work in the new month, the salary for the new month had already been directly deposited into his card. This feeling is really great. Another thing is business trips. When traveling on business with other companies, there are still restrictions on travel expenses, but here, everyone stays in the best local hotels, and there is no fixed limit on food and accommodation. There are customary rules in the team, and as long as they are not too excessive, it is fine. More importantly, in addition to having all travel expenses reimbursed, there will also be a travel allowance of 1,000 yuan per day, and as for work, it's not the kind of overload. As long as I complete my daily plans, there is basically nothing else to do. Chapter 1262 Diving. Of course, the entire team is very active in their work. Even if they have completed the tasks for the day, they will still do tomorrow's tasks if there is enough time. As a game designer, he is still very much looking forward to the current game concept. At that time, no one knew whether such a realistic game would be popular after it was made, mainly because it was too hardcore. No matter what, he felt that the best decision he had ever made in his life was to switch to Sangshui Games. Thank you for your hard work. When Jia Fan heard Lu Chenaway's answer, he thanked him. Originally these people had their own tasks, but because of him, they all put down their work and cooperated with them wholeheartedly, which touched him deeply. Director Jia, there's no need to thank me. Our mission is to record the information on the Finnish island. There is a shipwreck in the waters of the Finnish island, which is also a good material for us. We will also try to put the content shot during the dive into the game. This can be used as a game Easter egg. Su Bing smiled and said that he did have this idea and had discussed it with the leaders at the game headquarters, who also thought his idea was good. Later on, the Titanic shipwreck will also be arranged near the waters of the Finnish island in the game. Not if the movie produced by Jia Fan and his team becomes a hit in the future, and if this game goes online, maybe some adventurers in the game will come here for diving expeditions. After all, if you die in real life, you are really dead, but if you die in this game, at least you can start over from scratch. Who knows how many people will choose to take the risk here by then. Su Bing thought secretly in his heart. The ship moved slowly and soon arrived at the designated location. Several professionals in charge of the submarine have come out with their equipment. Jia Fan looked at several professionals and spoke solemnly. I'm counting on you. It takes a lot of courage to choose to dive to the bottom of the sea to photograph the Titanic shipwreck. After all, the sea area where the Titanic shipwreck is located is very deep, and there is very high water pressure inside. If you are not careful, your life may be in danger. Okay, Director Jia, let's dive down and determine the exact location of the sunken ship. The submarine leader nodded. Okay, Jia Fan nodded. He had spent a lot of money to get this submarine. It cannot be said that he got it. To be specific, Tomorrow Group contacted the people above and got it through their connections. Before coming here, he had done enough homework on diving. If he just wanted to use an ordinary submarine to dive to a depth of more than 3,000 meters to photograph the shipwreck, he would have to go there. The most likely scenario is implosion, where the extremely high water pressure will directly crush the submarine. So for the sake of safety, he used his connections and financial resources to get this submarine. This submarine can dive to a maximum depth of 6,000 meters, but they are not sure whether this is true or not, so they recruited someone to be in charge of the current batch of divers. Of course, these people are willing to do this only if they are given enough benefits. After all, when diving into the deep sea below 3,000 meters, everything is unknown. Soon, several people in charge of diving got their equipment ready, entered the submarine, and the submarine began to dive. Wait until the submarine sinks to the bottom of the sea. Su Bing looked at Jia Fan. Director Jia, let's go into the cabin, where we can watch the submarine footage. Okay, upon hearing this, Jia Fan nodded and walked towards the cabin with Su Bing and others. They all have a strong curiosity about the seabed below 3,000 meters. After all, for most humans, the most mysterious place is the seabed. Soon several people came to the cabin. Through the screen, they could clearly see the scenes around the submarine, as well as several professionals communicating with the interior of the submarine. They are responsible for monitoring the real-time status of the submarine, and if they find that the submarine is overloaded, they will return immediately. Jia Fan and his companions did not know much about professional matters. They just looked at the screens in front of them. At this time, they could already see the submarine slowly descending. Some marine creatures appeared around me while I was diving, some of which I recognized but some of which I couldn't name. However, as the submarine gradually dived, the view on the screen gradually became dim. This means that there is no natural light at this depth, and the only thing that allows them to observe their surroundings is the submarine's own lights. Through the dim light, you can occasionally see some fish swimming by. Some fish seem to be very curious about the submarine and swim around it several times before leaving. Everyone in the cabin was attracted by the scene on the seabed. Occasionally, a strange-looking marine creature would swim by, which would attract some people to discuss in a low voice. Time passes slowly. The submarine had dived below 3,000 meters, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw this. Since there was no alarm below 3,000 meters, it means that the submarine is capable of photographing the Titanic shipwreck on the seabed. The submarine continued to dive for a distance and finally saw the surface at a depth of more than 3,600 meters in the sea. The first stage of the dive was completed. All that was left was to search for the Titanic that had sunk to the bottom of the sea. The submarine was sailing slowly on the seabed. The water on the bottom of the sea was unusually clear, but also unusually silent. Everyone held their breath, and the submarine moved very slowly under the sea. A half an hour passed. The submarine has not found the exact location of the shipwreck. Could the location of the shipwreck be wrong? How come we haven't found the location of the shipwreck for so long? There was some worry in Jia Fan's eyes. The longer the submarine stayed stopped, the greater the danger. Moreover, after a long time, the oxygen in the submarine will be insufficient, and it will need to return to the surface. The location is correct, but there is definitely a certain amount of error, and this is in the sea area, so a small error may lead to a long deviation. Let's wait a little longer. The professionals there said that the submarine has not yet sounded any alarm in this deep sea, which means that the submarine is capable of filming on the seabed. Now we have to see if we can find the sunken ship before the oxygen runs out. If not, we will have to return to the surface to repair ourselves before going back to the sea. Su Bing spoke up. Jia Fan nodded, his eyes fixed on the underwater images taken by the submarine. Time passed by little, and the submarine's oxygen had been consumed by 2/3. If no shipwreck was found after a period of time, it would have to return. After all, a certain amount of oxygen still needs to be reserved for the return flight. Just when everyone thought that this underwater exploration would not find a shipwreck, a shout suddenly rang out. What do you see ahead? Chapter 1263. Mr. Chen should have known it long ago. As the exclamation was heard, everyone noticed an arc-shaped outline appearing in the camera at the front of the submarine. Just looking at the outline, it's clear what it is. Titanic wreck finally found it. Jia Fan breathed a sigh of relief as he watched the scene in the camera. It would be easy to find the exact location of the shipwreck now. This time, you can locate your position based on your current location. No matter when you go diving to take pictures in the future, you will not have the problem of not being able to find your location. On the screen, after discovering the shipwreck, the submarine did not return immediately, but instead circled the shipwreck and took pictures. Of course, it only took pictures of the outline and did not capture any details. Although I only captured a silhouette, I was still shocked by the scene in the picture. This time, the entire hull was already covered in rust, and occasionally some marine life would swim over the sunken ship, while the entire hull was directly broken off in the middle. That should be the location where the Titanic hit the iceberg. It is not difficult to imagine that when the hull broke, the people on the Titanic were in panic and despair. Of course, there were lifeboats on the Titanic, but the lifeboats were definitely not enough to pick up everyone. The time, who would get on board and who wouldn't. Before death comes, the good and evil of human nature will be fully displayed. There would certainly be a scramble to get on board, and signs of cannibalism. Of course, there are also some just and selfless people. Soon after, the submarine took complete photos of the outline of the sunken ship and finally slowly began to return. 20 minutes later, the submarine returned to the sea surface. Jia Fan brought people to greet them and took them to the lounge to rest. In the next few days, these people would have to go to the sea many times to take more detailed photos of the Titanic shipwreck. After the filming is completed, these contents will be sent to the crew for model construction. Lu Wenqing has already started writing the script in more detail. Previously, he only had a rough outline of the story, and he still needs to think more about the entire plot. And since the shipwreck is a real event, the plot of the whole story still needs to be written based on some real events, so that it can be more involved. And this time they chose Titanic to adapt into a disaster romance film, another reason being its international appeal. In recent years, the popular movies produced by Blue Film have not received as good a response as they did in China. After being released abroad this time, the information and background all come from abroad. I wonder if there will be any changes after the film is released overseas. Jia Fan thought about it, and after communicating with the person in charge of the submarine, he left directly. He wanted to transmit the footage of the shipwreck he had just shot to the crew. Baiming County Johan Agricultural Base, these are the smart greenhouses that Mr. Chen invested in this year. When they are all built, the area of the entire smart greenhouse will be expanded by more than twice. When the cross-regional fruit planting technology matures, the fruit output here will be a considerable amount. The fruit from the south is transported to the north and sold here, and the price is often many times higher. If our greenhouses can successfully grow southern fruits, it will definitely be advantageous in terms of sales, as it will save a lot of transportation costs. Jin Hong pointed to the smart greenhouse being built in front of him and spoke slowly. Mr. Chen's idea is really beyond our reach. If it succeeds, the fruit planting area here will gradually expand. By that time, I think we will be able to monopolize the southern fruits in the north. Lu Jinhua's face was full of admiration. His clothing factory branch in Suzhou and Hangzhou is now officially in operation. Mr. Chen directly opened 2 branches, one of which was directly located in his hometown, Baiming County. In order to complete the construction of the branch factory as soon as possible, Lu Jingguo was directly sent here from the branch factory to carry out the construction of the new branch factory. He was very willing to this arrangement. As this was Mr. Chen's hometown, he was really curious about what kind of place could raise someone like Mr. Chen. Of course, this time he was responsible not only for the construction of the garment factory branch, but also the construction of the cannery branch. The current plan is to build the factory first and then arrange for the person in charge of the branch factory to come and manage it. So currently he is in charge of the construction of the 2 branches. However, both branches are built near the Johan agricultural base. He lives in the dormitory of the agricultural base, so it is much more convenient. At this scale, we are not yet at a point where we can monopolize the market, but if we continue to expand at this pace for a few more years, that may be a possibility. By then, this place may become a delivery base for southern fruits. And others will want to follow suit and build such smart greenhouses. The cost alone has eliminated many people. It's impossible to plant crops like in the south, as long as there is suitable land. Qin Hong began to analyze. That's right. Lu Jingguo nodded and continued speaking. If that's the case, it makes sense for the cannery branch to be opened here. Nowadays, many canned fruits require southern fruits. If the southern fruits here can be successfully cultivated in the future, then the canneries in the north basically don't need to import fruit from the south, which also saves a lot of transportation costs. Lu Jingguo spoke slowly and said that because of the quality requirements, the quality of fruits also has certain requirements. He once saw some fruit merchants who would specifically buy rotten or bad fruits that had fallen on the ground at a low price. Basically, a box costs a few dollars, and these fruits are collected to make juice or canned food. These situations are definitely not allowed in the Jinhao canning factory, so when producing some canned foods that require southern fruits, the cost often increases a lot, but it will be different once the greenhouses here are able to grow southern fruits. The canning factory does not need to go to the south to wholesale fruits, it can just use the fruits grown in the greenhouses here. Moreover, they would not miss out on the fruits from the south. One of the 2 canning factory branches built this time was built in Baiming County, Mr. Chen's hometown. The other one is built in a seaside town in Zhongshan City in the south. The canning factory can directly purchase fruits from the south, and the transportation and purchase costs will be reduced a lot. Building it near the sea will also make exporting overseas much more convenient. It seems that Mr. Chen should have started planning long ago. Chapter 1264, Manhwa Coffee's opportunity to turn losses into profits. Now that the canning factory has opened up the overseas market, the demand for canned food is very high. If we can reduce the cost of canning while ensuring the quality of the canned food, we will definitely make more profit. And the smart greenhouse built by Mr. Chen here is the key. If the cultivation is successful, it will definitely reduce the production cost of Jinhao canned food. And the fruits from the smart greenhouses can monopolize the sales of southern fruits in the north, which can also bring in a lot of income. Qin Hong said with a sigh. He observed the various industries under the current Tomorrow Group and found that a cycle has gradually formed. These cycles are all designed to maximize the interests of Tomorrow Group, but this was not something Mr. Chen did on purpose, he just didn't believe it. I look forward to the moment when the cultivation is successful. Lu Jingguo smiled, although he was not among the first batch to join Tomorrow Group. However, when the garment factory expanded and recruited people, he was the first one to be recruited by Jiang Chang. Overall, he is also an old employee. These old people have the strongest sense of belonging to Tomorrow Group, and naturally hope to see Tomorrow Group become stronger step by step. We will work hard here. Qin Hong nodded solemnly. He understood that after the cannery in Baiming County was completed, it would all be up to their agricultural base, so he had to speed up the progress. There have been certain achievements in pineapple cultivation recently and some tests are being carried out. If there are no problems, pineapples can be planted and cultivated normally. Of course, they were able to achieve results so quickly because Professor Yuan gave them some information on pineapple cultivation. As a professor of agriculture, he has conducted scientific research on various crops. The cultivation information of those pineapples plays a vital role in their cultivation progress. 2 days later, new office building in Chengdong, Chen Emo leaned back in the brand new boss chair, looking at the newly configured computer in front of him, feeling happy. The configuration of this computer cost more than 400,000 yuan, and he asked a professional to configure it for him. Now he can play all games without any pressure. Anyway, decorating his own office would consume system funds, so he didn't feel bad at all. Looking at the new computer in front of him, Chen Emo suddenly felt itchy and clicked directly into Freedom War to play a game. At this time, in a brand new office on the 6th floor of the building, Song Xia looked at the Sultan sitting opposite him. Teacher Su, have you finished moving the R&D room over there? There are still some finishing touches today, and we'll be up and running tomorrow. The Sultan nodded. After the renovation of the East City office building was completed a few days ago, they were notified to move the headquarters of Manhwa Coffee here. A normal office is easy to move, but what takes the most time is the equipment in the research laboratory. The research laboratory is currently the key to Manhwa Coffee. New coffees are often released. After all, a coffee shop must have new products. By the way, what's the situation with non-Ruwei Coffee now? Are they still closing stores one after another? Sultan looked at Song Xia. Just 2 days ago, Manhwa Coffee stopped renovating its new city. At the same time, some coffee shops began to close one after another. They didn't know what Manhwa Coffee was trying to do, so they had been keeping an eye on its developments over the past 2 days. Stores are still being closed one after another. Except for the stores in Gyeongchang and Kyoto, almost all stores in other places have been closed. I feel like Manhwa Coffee may have to withdraw from competing with Manhwa Coffee. Song Xia spoke slowly, saying that if Manhwa Coffee was planning to do something small, it would be impossible to close the store so completely. Moreover, closing the stores will not bring any benefits to Manhwa Coffee. Before Lenovo, Chang Zishan, the head of Manhwa Coffee, came to discuss withdrawing from the competition. It's not hard to guess. Is Manhwa Coffee ready to withdraw from the competition? Didn't they plan to compete to the end if we didn't recycle their coffee equipment? Why are they withdrawing now? Sudan was confused. She was still planning to continue the competition, but Manhwa Coffee withdrew quietly. I feel like when Manhwa Coffee came to discuss things with us, they were already ready to withdraw from the competition. So whether we recycle their coffee equipment or not, we will withdraw. And if we recycle their equipment at 90% of the price, we can also reduce some losses. And Mr. Chen should have seen the problem a long time ago. Come to think of it, they were competing well before. Why did they suddenly want to withdraw from the competition? I guess there must be some funding problems at Rueishan Group, which is not enough to support Manhwa Coffee to continue competing with us. Song Xia spoke slowly with a smile on his face, and now that Manhwa Coffee has withdrawn from the competition, Manhwa Coffee will finally have the opportunity to turn losses into profits. Now, except for Gyeongchang and Kyoto, the revenue of Manhwa Coffee in other places has increased significantly in the past 2 days. In a while, it will be able to attract all the customers who went to Manhwa Coffee. By that time, Manhwa Coffee will turn losses into profits. She had been waiting for this moment for a long time, and finally it had come. After some time, Manhwa Coffee will no longer be a loss-making project. That should be the case. Mr. Chen is really amazing. If we recycle the equipment of Manhwa Coffee, even if Manhwa Coffee finally withdraws from the competition, it will still be a trick. There was admiration in Sudan's eyes. When he joined Manhwa Coffee, Tomorrow Group had not yet developed so many industries. In just 2 years, it has developed to this point, which is really amazing. Yes, Mr. Su, you are busy. I have something to go out for. Song Xia glanced at the time, then stood up and walked outside. Today is the day for the second part of the driving test. She is going to take the test, but she doesn't know if she can pass this time. She has become a little numb. Kyoto, inside a tea house. Mr. Chen, are you sure someone wants to buy my car factory? Zhou Cheating looked at Chen Tianlin, who was sitting opposite him, and asked with surprise. Do I have to lie to you? One of my friends wants to set up a car company, but starting from scratch is too difficult. You have encountered problems and are ready to give up the car industry. We can buy your property here. Chen Tianlin spoke slowly as Zhou Cheating thought for a moment after hearing this, then spoke slowly. That's true. Although I have encountered some problems here, the equipment in the factory has only been put into production for a short time. If I hadn't encountered some problems, I wouldn't have planned to sell it, so the price would definitely not be cheap. Chapter 1265, Price Cut. Chen Tianlin smiled when he heard Zhou Cheating's words. Mr. Zhou, it's fine for you to say these things to other people, but don't say them to me. There are only so many companies in the automotive industry now, and there are basically no companies that want to enter the industry, especially after your failed attempt to enter the automotive industry. So do you think if we don't acquire your car factory, you still have a chance to sell it to someone else? I think the final result is that all the equipment in the car factory will be sold at a low price. Do you think the selling price at that time will be higher than the price we paid for it? So I advise you not to ask for too much. We buy from you just to save time in opening the factory. If the negotiations fail, we can just buy some equipment ourselves. As for the workers, if you declare bankruptcy, we can take over the workers directly. I believe the workers will be willing to do that. It's just a little more troublesome, but the final result won't be much different. Chen Tianlin looked at Zhou Cheating and spoke slowly. Mr. Chen, you are not buying it yourself, but negotiating for someone else. Why take it so seriously? Why don't you ask for a higher price and I'll give you some? Zhou Cheating asked tentatively. What Chen Tianlin said was right, but who would complain about having too much money? If he could buy more with the money, he would definitely buy more. Chen Tianlin shook his head when he heard this. Mr. Zhou, if it was someone else, I would consider it, but there's no need to say more about this. The price is not negotiable. After hearing what Chen Tianlin said, Zhou Cheating realized that there was no way to bargain, so he thought for a moment and spoke. Anyway, I have invested a lot in this car factory, and the equipment is all complete. If the price is too cheap, I would rather sell the equipment. Of course, the price we offer here will definitely be higher than the price Mr. Zhou sells the equipment for. Mr. Zhou, don't worry about this. Chen Tianlin took a sip of tea. Why don't you give us a price first, Mr. Zhou? The price? How about 2.5 billion?
Zhou Cheating thought for a moment and spoke slowly.
Mr. Zhou, you're joking. I've asked a professional to estimate the price of your equipment. It's about 1.5 billion yuan. The construction of the production workshop, the office equipment, and the branding effect. I spent a lot of money to promote this car.
Even if all these are counted, they are not worth 1 billion yuan, and your car factory still has unpaid wages.
Then how much do you want to give?
Zhou Cheating looked up at Chen Tianlin. 1.8 billion, no matter how you calculate it, this price is acceptable. You don't need to deal with the issue of the factory workers' unpaid wages. Chen Tianlin directly stated his expected price, 2.3 billion, 1.8 billion, 2 billion, this is the final price, 1.8 billion. Chen Tianlin insisted with a smile on his face. Zhou Cheating looked at Chen Tianlin seriously, and finally said through gritted teeth.
It seems that you know something. It's 1.8 billion.
I need to sign the contract as soon as possible and transfer the money to my account as soon as possible.
Chen Tianlin nodded and said, I will contact my friend later.
If everything goes well, we can sign the contract tomorrow.
Deal, I'm leaving now. After the contract is signed, I'll give your factory manager's phone number.
You can communicate with him about the follow-up matters.
I won't be involved.
After Zhou Cheating finished speaking, he quickly left the tea house. Chen Tianlin watched Zhou Cheating leave. He had no idea what Zhou Cheating said about him finding out. He simply asked someone to contact a small manager who worked at Zhou Cheating's car factory and got an estimate of the equipment in the factory. As for what Zhou Cheating said, he didn't understand what it was. He just thought that given the current situation of Sheila Automobile, basically no one would buy it. So the highest amount that the equipment could sell for would be 1.5 billion, and the 1.8 billion he gave was already enough. If he didn't want to buy the car factory as soon as possible, he would have pushed the price even lower. However, after hearing what Zhou Cheating just said, it seemed that there must be some things about Sheila Group that he didn't understand, but this has nothing to do with him. Chen Tianlin thought about it, then took out his cell phone and called Chen Mo. Zhangcheng, Chengdong tomorrow office building. Chen Mo looked at the game victory screen with a relaxed look on his face. New office, new computer, and smooth operation. However, the hero routine he just developed some time ago has already been known by many people. This game is so popular that some tricks were just developed and soon became known to everyone. Why you should develop some strategies for other heroes when you have time. It is easier to gain points if you have strategies. I was thinking about starting another game. The phone on the desk suddenly rang. Chen Mo picked up the phone and glanced at the caller ID. Chen Tianlin, there should be news from the car factory, he thought, and quickly answered the phone. Xiao Chen, the car factory has been negotiated. The final price is 1.8 billion. If there are no problems, we need to go to Kyoto tomorrow to sign the contract. Chen Tianlin's voice came from the phone. 1.8 billion, Chen Mo frowned. This was less than he expected, but it was okay. He still had many places to spend money, so he didn't care whether a project consumed more or less. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll book a flight tomorrow morning and arrive in Kyoto around noon.
Let's schedule the contract signing time for afternoon.
Chen Mo slowly said. After a brief exchange of words, he hung up the phone. He looked at the game interface on the computer, thought for a moment, and then called Tang Qiu. Chen Tianlin was in charge of the contract signing this time. He was not sure what the contract was like, but it was too troublesome to ask him to go and see what the contract was like. It would be better to bring Tang Qiu over and let him take a look. If there is no problem with the contract, he can sign it directly. As for the price, he is not worried. If it can be a little more expensive, it will be better so that he can spend more money. Downstairs, Baishu Law Firm, Tang Qiu simply walked around the 3 floors. After the office building on the East City side was built, the law firm also moved in. Their law firm has a total of 3 floors.
With the current number of people in the firm, 1 floor is basically enough. However, the lawyers will definitely grow in the future, and the subsequent floors are to prepare for the expansion of lawyers.
Chapter 1266 Contract. However, if the law firm wants to expand again, it still has to wait for the current group of lawyers who have just been converted to full-time employees to grow up. Then we recruited a group of trainee lawyers and had them led by these mature lawyers, and the law firm gradually expanded. Lawyer Tang, both cases of Xiaoli and Xiao Wei have been concluded today, and both were won.
This is a new case received by several other lawyers.
Please take a look. As Su Wan spoke, she placed the information in her hand on the table.
Well, take those 2 piles of information. The information on the left is fine, so you can go take the case.
The information on the right is not well prepared yet, so you need to prepare more. Tang Qiu pointed to the 2 piles of documents that had been prepared on the table. Currently, the lawyers in the law firm had all just been converted to full-time employees. If you handle the case casually, you were likely to lose the case. So in order to avoid losing the case as much as possible, she has been keeping watch from behind. After all, this is the development stage for lawyers, and the winning rate of lawyers is related to the quantity and quality of future clients.
Okay, Tang Lu.
Su Wan nodded, then picked up the documents on the desk and left the office. Tang Qiu watched Su Wan leave, but did not pick up the information Su Wan had just sent him. Instead, he picked up another document on the table and started reading it. This information comes from the school.
Currently, the school's teaching equipment has been installed in the school one after another. Yang Yaoyao has also confirmed the candidate for teacher. The next step is to wait until all the teaching equipment is installed before going for approval, and she has already communicated with the approval department. Basically, as long as the teaching equipment is installed, there will be no problem with approval. Once the approval is completed, the school can officially start recruiting. Students, however, at present, probably only the children of employees of Tomorrow Group can go to school. As for getting outsiders to enroll in a new school, it is still very difficult. After all, a famous school, especially a high school, often needs to be supported by the admission rate. Primary and secondary schools must also have sufficient teaching quality. Whether it is the admission rate or the teaching quality, it will take a period of time for the school to gradually show up. Besides, Mr. Chen has very strict requirements for the school's enrollment. Tomorrow school, you need to take an exam to get in, and the academic requirements are very high. If you don't have high achievements and want to get into school, you need to show talent in some area. Therefore, in the short term, the school should be attended by children of Tomorrow Group's employees. After Tang Qiu finished reading the information about the school in his hand, he picked up the case information and the lawyer's handling plan that his assistant Su Wan had just sent him, quickly read the case materials, and then divide them into 2 batches. One batch has a good processing plan and can be processed directly. Another batch of plans still have some shortcomings and need to be improved. Of course, she only separated the information and did not give any suggestions on the plan itself. After all, now is the time to train those lawyers. If she gives too much advice, it will not have the effect of training. Moreover, over time, those lawyers will become too dependent on her. So now she just finds the case information that lacks handling plans, and leaves the rest to the lawyers to solve themselves. Tang Qiu placed the divided case materials on the desk, reached out to pick up the coffee beside him and took a sip. Just as I was about to relax, the phone beside me suddenly rang. Tang Qiu picked up the phone and took a look. He found that it was Mr. Chen calling, so he immediately answered the call. Okay, Mr. Chen. Yes, I understand. After a quick communication, Tang Qiu hung up the phone and sighed in his heart that Mr. Chen was expanding his business too fast. Some time ago, we invested in a sewage treatment plant, and now we are getting involved in the automotive industry. Tang Qiu couldn't help but feel a little worried. Tomorrow Group was expanding too fast, which could easily lead to problems, but soon when I thought about the expansion of Tomorrow Group in the past 3 years, I felt relieved. Isn't Tomorrow Group always expanding in this way? I haven't seen any problems, so don't worry about it.mr. Chen should have his own plans. Tang Qiu thought about it secretly in his heart, and no longer worried about the expansion of Tomorrow Group. He opened the computer in front of him and began to learn about the affairs of Sheila Group. The next day, near noon Kyoto, Chen Mo and Tang Qiu left Kyoto Airport together. Just as they walked outside the airport, a car stopped in front of them. The car door opened and Chen Tianlin walked out of the car. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Chen Mo said something politely to Chen Tianlin, who was getting off the car, then extended his hand to introduce him. Mr. Chen, this is Tang Qiu, the legal director of our Tomorrow Group. Tang Qiu, this is the chairman of Tianda Group, Mr. Chen Tianlin. Upon hearing this, Tang Qiu hurriedly greeted him. Hello, Mr. Chen. Tianda Group is so famous that basically more than 90% of people know the name of Tianda Group. Hello Director Tang, maybe I'll have legal questions for you in the future. Chen Tianlin greeted with a smile. Mr. Chen, you're welcome. Tang Qiu smiled. A group as big as Tianda must have a more professional legal team. Let's get in the car first. We've already arranged a location. It looks like the other party will be there soon. We can just go there directly. Chen Tianlin glanced at the time and spoke. Chen Mo nodded when he heard this, then took Tang Qiu and Chen Tianlin into the car. After everyone got in the car, it started slowly. Mr. Chen, this is the contract to be signed today. Take a look at it. When we get there, we can sign the contract directly after a brief discussion. In the car, Chen Tianlin took out a contract and handed it to Chen Mo. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Chen. Chen Mo reached out to take the contract, looked at it symbolically twice, and then handed it directly to Tang Qiu, who was standing beside him. Seeing this, Tang Qiu took the contract. The purpose of her coming here today was to read the contract. When Chen Tianlin saw this scene, he looked at Tang Qiu a few more times. Chen Mo was able to hand the contract directly to Tang Qiu, which obviously meant that the other party should be someone Chen Mo trusted very much. About 20 minutes later, after Tang Qiu finished reading the contract, he turned to look at Mr. Chen and nodded slightly. Seeing this, Chen Mo realized that there was no problem with the contract, so he could just sign it later. Another 10 minutes passed. The vehicle stopped in front of a tea house. Mr. Chen is here. I just received a message that Mr. Zhou is also at the tea house. As Chen Tianlin spoke, he opened the door and got out of the car. Seeing this, Chen Mo took Tang Qiu and followed him directly into the tea house, and then entered a private room. At this time, President Zhou was sitting in the room. After some introductions, they sat down at the tea table together. Mr. Chen, since there is no problem with the contract, let's just sign it. 1.8 billion is already very cheap. If Chen Tianlin hadn't been keeping the price down, I would have planned to sell it for 2.5 billion. Zhou Cheating looked at Chen Mo, who was sitting opposite him, and spoke slowly. Chapter 1267 Contract negotiated 2.5 billion. Chen Mo was stunned when he heard Zhou Cheating's words.
There was a difference of 700 million yuan. As expected, the father of the non-staff member is also the non-staff member. This saved him 700 million yuan at once, but now it's time to sign the contract, and he would seem stupid if he raised the price at the last minute. Moreover, Chen Tianlin had worked hard to bargain for him, but he took the initiative to increase the price again without giving the other party any face. And no matter what, the other party is considering him. 1.8 billion is 1.8 billion now. He has many areas where he spends money, but he is also obsessed with spending less, and without Chen Tianlin's help, he would not have been able to purchase the car factory so smoothly. Chen Mo said a few polite words and then signed the contract with Zhou Cheating. Then this car factory is yours, Mr. Chen. I have some things to do here. As for the purchase money, I hope Mr. Chen can transfer it to my account as soon as possible. After Zhou Cheating finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the tea house. Chen Mo watched Zhou Cheating leave, then turned to look at Chen Tianlin. Thank you, Mr. Chen, for your help. It doesn't matter. Now that the contract has been signed, the car factory will be yours, Xiao Chen. Let me take you to the car factory. I have already had a brief conversation with the person in charge of the factory, and he has called all the employees of the factory here today. But there is one thing. The auto factory is still in arrears of wages. When we were negotiating, we had already agreed that we would be responsible for the outstanding wages. I talked to the person in charge at the car factory and found out that they are owed about 2 months' salary. Chen Tianlin briefly talked about the issue of wage arrears in the automobile factory. He lowered the price to 1.8 billion yuan, which was already very low. As for the unpaid wages, it is nothing compared to the lowered prices. I'll take care of the salary issue. Chen Mo felt a little comforted when he heard this. Some salary can be spent here, and the factory is already under his name. In order to improve the sense of belonging of these employees, it is necessary to increase their salary. Also, the current automobile factory is not easy to manage in Kyoto, so it would be better to move the factory to Jiangcheng. Building a factory in Jiangcheng will also cost a lot of money. Then let's go there now. The car factory is in the suburbs of Kyoto, so it will take some time to get started. Chen Tianlin said this and stood up and walked outside. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo took Tang Xiu and walked out. Kyoto suburbs, joyful automobile factory. In the open space outside the factory. Ji Xiujie stood in the stands, looking at the automobile factory employees gathered below. There was some chaos at this time, with people shouting about salaries, and many people had angry looks on their faces. Ji Xiujie sighed as he watched the scene. He understood these people's anger. After all, it was 2 months' salary, especially in Kyoto, where consumption is very high. You can imagine the pressure of not getting paid for 2 months. He even knew that 2 junior leaders in the technical department had taken out loans to buy houses in Kyoto, but housing prices in Kyoto were already very expensive. Even though he was a small leader in the technical department, with the salary he received, he still needed to take out a large loan to buy a house. This time, the factory directly owed 2 months' salary, which was very stressful for the employee. I called him to borrow money a while ago, and he lent me 2,000 because of his relationship with me, but he didn't lend me more. Although he was the head of the automobile factory, he also did not receive any salary, and his family also needed financial support. Looking at the employees below, Ji Xiujie sighed and then shouted loudly. Everyone, please be quiet. I called you all here today to discuss salary matters. If you still want us to wait, then there's no need to say anything. We've been waiting for a month. Yeah, if it drags on like this, if we weren't asked to wait, we would have gone for an interview and changed companies long ago. We can't even afford to eat at home. Manager G, can you please give us a definite answer on our salary? I think what are you waiting for? Just sell the factory's equipment and use it to pay our wages. As soon as Ji Xiujie finished speaking, the workers below started shouting. Everyone, listen to me first. I called you all here today to solve your salary problem. So everyone please be quiet for a moment. Ji Xiujie looked at the employees below and spoke patiently. At the same time, several small leaders standing nearby also began to shout. Gradually, the employees on the scene also quieted down. Ji Xiujie breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that all the employees had quieted down, and then he spoke. Just yesterday I received news that our car factory has been acquired by another boss, so now our Sheila car factory no longer belongs to the Sheila group. Our 2 months' salary will be paid by the new boss, so don't worry. Also, the new boss will come to our factory in a while and tell us the details, so everyone can rest assured that the salary issue can be resolved. As Ji Xiujie finished speaking, there was silence at first, and then people began to ask questions. Manager G, will the new boss really solve our salary problem? As this person started asking, everyone else looked at Ji Xiujie, as this was the question they were most concerned about. You can rest assured about this. The new boss bought our car factory and he must want to continue producing cars. If he doesn't pay us, we won't work, right? So everyone can rest assured about the salary. After the new boss takes over, the salary and benefits are uncertain. And when the new boss comes over, he will probably talk about these things. Ji Xiujie spoke slowly. After hearing Ji Xiujie's words, the workers on the scene quieted down. No matter what the future treatment would be like, being able to get their previous salary back was what they cared about most. As for the future treatment, if it is too low, they can simply change jobs. But everyone was curious about the new boss who was coming. In any case, it was the new boss who bought the car factory and solved the problem of their salaries. While discussing, the group walked towards the lounge. After all, they didn't know when the new boss would arrive, and there was no need for them to wait here. At the gate of Sheila Automobile Factory, a car drove in slowly and then stopped in the factory's parking space. Then Chen Tianlin and several others got out of the car. Chapter 1268. Going to the car factory. Xiao Chun, this is the Sheila Automobile Factory. Chen Tianlin spoke. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo took a look at the car factory in front of him and became more convinced of the idea of building a new car factory. The automobile factory in front of him was far inferior to the clothing factory and cannery he owned. The main reason is that the buildings are very densely packed and the lighting is not very good. A car factory is so small, which does not fit the identity of Tomorrow Group at all. Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart that he had made up his mind. He would communicate with the person in charge of the factory here and start building a new automobile factory in Jiangcheng. Conversation room. A middle-aged man walked quickly towards them from a distance. Hello, Mr. Chen. Ji Xiujie looked at Chen Tianlin and said happily. Chen Tianlin nodded when he heard this, and then began to introduce. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Chen Mo, the man who acquired the car factory. This is Mr. Chen's legal officer, Director Tang Xiutong. Mr. Chen, this is Manager Ji Xiujie, the person in charge of the automobile factory. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiujie looked at Chen Mo in surprise. He did not expect that the owner of the acquired automobile factory was so young, but he did not dare to neglect him. I quickly opened my mouth to say hello. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Director Tang. Hello. I heard from Mr. Chen that all the employees in the factory are here today. Let's call them all together. I want to talk about something first. Chen Mo looked at Ji Xiujie and spoke. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll call them over right away. But Mr. Chen, the car factory has been in arrears of wages for 2 months, and the workers may be very emotional. Ji Xiujie thought about it and finally spoke up to remind him. Although Mr. Chen had communicated with those employees before he came, there was no guarantee that there wouldn't be some unreasonable employees who would contradict the new boss right away. It would be bad if you make your new boss unhappy. Give a reminder in advance so that it will be easier to talk when something similar really happens. It doesn't matter, you just need to gather them together, and I will take care of the rest. Chen Mo shook his head indifferently. It would be strange if he was in a good mood after being owed wages for 2 months. If he went to work and was owed 2 months' salary, he wouldn't be in a good mood, but he came here today to resolve this matter. Ji Xiujie felt a little relieved after hearing this, and then he quickly made a phone call, and now those employees were basically staying in the lounges of various departments. He called the factory's small leader and asked him to call all those employees out. After the phone call, he turned to look at Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, please follow me. Saying, he led the way and then came to the stands in a small square of the factory. Mr. Chen, please wait here for a moment. The workers are already rushing over here. Okay, first tell me about the current situation of the automobile factory, such as how many employees there are. Chen Mo spoke upon hearing this. Mr. Chen, the total number of employees in the automobile factory is about 1,000, including about 200 professional technicians and more than 50 office staff. There are about 100 people in the business and publicity departments, and the remaining 600 people are all workshop workers. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiujie began to introduce the situation of the automobile factory. Tang Qiu listened at the side and shook his head secretly. All these contents were written in the contract just now. Chen Tianlin was also secretly amazed. If it were any other time, when he saw a boss like this, he would just think that the other party was too lazy and would not achieve anything great, but the person in front of him built the Tomorrow Group that even he admired in a short period of time. A few minutes later, employees from the car factory gathered little by little, then several people walked quickly onto the stands. Ji Xiujie started to introduce. Mr. Chen, these are the leaders of the automobile factory. Upon hearing this, Chen Mo looked at several factory leaders and nodded slightly, then looked at the employees gathered below. Are all the employees here gathered? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiujie turned to look at the leaders who had just come up, and when he saw them nod, he quickly spoke. Mr. Chen, all the employees are here. Let me introduce them to you first. Chen Mo nodded. Ji Xiujie walked to the front of the stands, looked at the employees below, and shouted loudly. Everyone, this person in front of you is the new boss of our automobile factory, Mr. Chen Mo. Please give a round of applause, everyone. The words fell, there was sparse applause from below. Compared with the applause from the employees of Tomorrow Group, this applause was many decibels lower. However, Chen Mo didn't care much about it. He looked at the employees who were applauding perfunctorily and spoke slowly. Hello everyone, I'm Chen Mo, the new boss of the car factory. I won't say any more polite words. Let me talk about the issue that everyone is most concerned about, salary. First of all, the 2 months' salary owed by the original factory owner. I have already negotiated with the original boss. The 2 months' salary owed to you will be paid by me. Chen Mo paused slightly when he said this, and the employees below were also in a commotion when they heard Chen Mo's words. Suddenly one of the employees shouted.
Mr. Chen, when will the 2 months' salary be paid? I need to pay off my mortgage, as this employee started asking. It was like disturbing a hornet's nest, and other employees also started asking. Yes, Mr. Chen, when will the money be distributed? I really need this money. Can you send it faster? Ji Xiujie saw the scene and hurried forward. Everyone be quiet and listen to Mr. Chen. Since Mr. Chen said he would send it to everyone, he will send it to everyone. Don't worry. After a burst of noise, silence returned. Chen Mo looked at the employees below and spoke slowly. The wages owed to everyone will definitely be paid, and it will be paid quickly and will not be delayed for a long time. If it goes fast, the money will be deposited into your account within 3 days. If it goes slowly, it will definitely be deposited into your account within 7 days. Normally, the salary of Tomorrow Group employees is paid within 3 days. However, since the acquisition had just taken place, some formalities might take some time, so he did not set a hard time. All the employees breathed a sigh of relief when they heard Mr. Chen say that the 2 months' salary owed would be paid within 7 days at the latest. What they are most worried about is that the new boss will keep dragging their feet, but since the other party has said so, they think he will not drag them down. Chen Mo waited for a moment and then continued speaking. The issue of unpaid wages was left by the previous boss. Now that I have taken over the car factory, the salary and benefits issue must also be changed. Chapter 1269 Welfare Benefits. The scene had just quieted down, but with Chen Mo's next words, the noise broke out again. Ji Xiujie stood aside, maintaining order for a while, and was secretly guessing in his heart, how exactly is this young man going to change his salary? Should we reduce or increase salaries? However, based on his understanding of most bosses, there is an 80% chance that they have cut salaries. It is estimated that the money for paying the unpaid wages will have to be recovered from the salary. The general strategy is to cut salaries first and then set up an assessment system. Completing the assessment will result in a salary increase. Either some people increase their salaries to stabilize people's hearts, while others reduce their salaries. This is equivalent to raising salaries to retain some core staff and reducing salaries for others. If they want to stay, they can stay, and if they don't want to stay, they can leave. These are roughly the strategies, and the main goal is to avoid being at a disadvantage. The wool comes from the sheep. He has been working for more than 20 years, gradually rising from a technician to a company manager, and has long been familiar with some of the boss's tricks. The employees below were also feeling nervous. They don't ask for much, they just want to maintain their original salary. Although changing jobs is possible, the various interview processes are time-consuming. Moreover, most of them live in staff dormitories. After all, renting a house in Kyoto is too expensive, and they have never thought about buying a house. But if they change jobs, they have to consider a lot of things. I hope that even if there is a salary cut, it won't be too much. Most employees thought secretly. Chen Mo didn't understand the mentality of his employees. He just paused for a moment and continued speaking. I don't know what your salary packages were like before, but now that the Sheila Automobile Factory has joined the Tomorrow Group, all employees of the company will receive a 30% salary increase on their previous salaries, and will also enjoy all the benefits of the Tomorrow Group. As for the specific benefits, the leaders of each department will inform you. There is also the matter of salary payment. All salaries of Tomorrow Group are paid in advance, probably at the end of last month. But it's almost mid-March now, so this month's salary payment is from today to the end of March. Also, if you can maintain perfect attendance from today until the end of the month, you will also receive a perfect attendance bonus. This month's salary will be deposited into your account along with the outstanding wages. Please pay attention to your account in the next few days. Chen Mo stood in the stands and briefly explained the salary and benefits. All the employees showed surprised expressions when they heard the words of the new boss in the stands. There was no salary cut, but a salary increase. Moreover, the salary increase is not a raise of 100 or 200 yuan as usual, but a direct increase of 30%. You should know that the most basic workers in automobile factories are paid more than 6,000 yuan. 1/3 of it is 1,800. The minimum salary increase is 1,800 yuan. In the future, the salary of automobile factory employees, including full attendance, will be at least 8,000 yuan compared with 6,000. There is a big difference. Also, are there any companies that offer to pay wages in advance? All the employees were stunned. The benefits offered by the boss were completely different from what they had imagined. Several leaders of the automobile factory in the stands were also stunned. A 30% salary increase means that the higher the salary, the greater the increase. The monthly salary of these leaders is basically around 10,000 to 20,000 yuan. The salary increase is more than 3,000. Even Chen Tianlin, who was standing aside, looked at Chen Mo with surprise. He had thought that Chen Mo might get a salary increase. After all, he also knows how the employees of Tomorrow Group are treated. But I didn't expect that the salary would increase by 30% all at once. Chen Mo was really nice to the company's employees. Thinking about the development speed of Tomorrow Group and the work attitude of those employees are all very good. His son's company, Tianga Games, generally offers very high salaries. Although not as high as Tomorrow Group, it's half as high as it is. He also observed his son's company a few days ago and found that with high salaries, the results were very good.
At least it was worry-free in terms of management. In order to keep their jobs, those employees work very hard. I can consider going back and raising the salaries of the group's employees. The salary increase is just a drop in the bucket compared to the profits of Tianda Group. Implemented and see the effect, Chen Tianlin thought secretly in his heart, while everyone was thinking. Chen Mo also finished his speech.
Okay, that's all. Let's all go back and rest today. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are Saturday and Sunday are rest days. Just come to work normally on Monday.
After Chen Mo finished speaking, he was about to walk down to the stands, but Ji Xiujie next to him whispered.
Mr. Chen, do all employees have a day off on Saturday and Sunday?
Ji Xiujie heard Chen Mo's words and asked. At the automobile factory, grassroots workers have Saturdays and Sundays off, only office staff and technical employees have a day off, and it is only 1 day off a week, not 2 days off a week. And now the new boss directly said that we can rest on Saturdays and Sundays, and he is a little confused about how they can rest. Yes, I don't know how you rested before, but from today on, all employees of the automobile factory will have 2 days off a week, and will not work overtime unless necessary.
These are the basic rules of the company.
When I go to the office later, I will explain the basic rules of the company and the welfare benefits to you. Chen Mo looked at Ji Xiujie and explained, then walked towards the stands with Chen Tianlin and others.
Mr. Chen, do you have time tonight? Let's go have dinner together. The restaurant has been booked.
As Chen Mo walked, he spoke to Chen Tianlin beside him. No matter what, Chen Tianlin helped him acquire the company and led him the way today, so he had to thank him no matter what. On the way here, he had already hinted to Tang Qiu to book a hotel in Kyoto, and it had to be a very prestigious one. This kind of business entertainment could use system funds, so he didn't need to be polite. Although you can eat at Nanchi takeaway, the food may not taste much different from that at the hotel, but the cards still have to be there. Yes, we can discuss the matter regarding Ruishan Group just now. I'll also invite you from Hualing Group.
Chen Tianlin nodded when he heard this.
They were currently preparing for the Ruishan Group and would be able to start in about a week.
Okay, then go to the office first and I'll arrange the rest of the work. Chen Mo nodded, then followed Ji Xiujie towards the office.
Chapter 1270. Changing factory area. As Chen Mo and his companions left, a commotion suddenly broke out from below the stands. All the employees started talking.
Is what the boss said true or false? Why do I have a feeling it's not real? Don't mention you. It's not real for me either.
Not only is the salary increased by 30%, but the salary is also paid in advance.
I didn't expect this. Which company would pay in advance? I've never seen this before. Yes, there are 2 days off a week. I am really surprised.
I have been a worker for so many years, but I have never enjoyed the treatment of 2 days off a week.
Yeah, the factory has 2 days off a week. Why do I feel like they are fooling us?
In the factories I've seen, not allowing overtime is already very humane.
I've never seen 2 days off a week.
Basically, they are trying to meet deadlines, so not only do they not allow people to rest, they also have to work overtime.
Don't think about it. The new boss has already said it. Let's just go to work and see how things go.
If only my salary for the week and the outstanding wages are really deposited into our account like the boss did, then there will be no problem.
Yeah, let's just wait a week and see how things go.
We've already waited so long, so a few more days won't matter. The new boss has acquired the car factory, so he's going to have to run it.
There's no way he won't need us. Inside the car factory office. These are the future rules and regulations of the Sheila Automobile Factory, as well as the welfare benefits for employees.
As Chen Mo spoke, he took the information handed over by Tang Qiu and then handed it to Ji Xiujie.
Take a look first. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Okay, Mr. Chen.
Ji Xiujie nodded when he heard this, reached out to take the information, and then quickly read it. After seeing the contents inside, I was even more shocked that he originally thought that what Chen Mo said on the stands were all the benefits the company provided, but looking at the content in the information, he found that the benefits Chen Mo mentioned were only part of the benefits compared to the information. Is this benefit serious? Ji Xiujie sighed in his heart and handed the information in his hand to the young leader beside him. I will make a few more copies of these materials and then distribute them to each department so that all employees in each department will be aware of the contents. If the boss in front of them can fulfill the benefits listed in the information, then they can be considered to have turned a disaster into a blessing. We have already discussed the welfare benefits and other matters. One more thing is that the group is currently in Jiangchang, so I plan to rebuild a new automobile factory in Jiangchang.
From now on, all employees will work in Jiangchang. The factory in Kyoto is just a temporary workplace. So you have to explain this to those employees. Employees who don't want to go to Jiangchang can consider switching to other companies during the next period of time.
Chen Mo looked at Ji Xiujie and spoke slowly.
Mr. Chen, can I ask if the new automobile factory will have dormitories for employees?
Ji Xiujie thought for a moment, then spoke slowly. The issue of employee dormitories is very critical, as many of the workers currently working here are not planning to settle down in Kyoto. If we move to Jiangcheng and have staff dormitories, it will have no impact on these workers. At the end of the year, he and his wife plan to buy a house in the suburbs of Kyoto with a down payment, but after the Chinese New Year, when the automobile factory began to owe wages, he temporarily gave up the idea. And felt somewhat fortunate. Fortunately, I did not buy a house here. If I had bought a house with a loan, even though it was a house in the suburbs of Kyoto, the price would still be quite high. The monthly mortgage payment is also a considerable amount. If there is a situation of wage arrears at this time, the pressure will be very great, just like the young technical leader in the factory. After experiencing this incident, he and his wife have agreed not to buy a house in Kyoto and to save the money first. Only when money is in your own hands can it be the most reliable. So now if the factory is moved to Jiangcheng, he would be very willing. Although Jiangcheng is not as prosperous as Kyoto, it is also a very good city, and the housing prices are not that high. It is also closer to their hometown, so it is undoubtedly a better choice to buy a house and settle down there. Moreover, with the current savings, there will be no pressure. There are staff dormitories and staff canteens, so you can rest assured. Chen Mo spoke with a smile. I don't have any professional people here to build the car factory, so I need you to arrange it. It's fine whether you go there in person or arrange for someone to go there. The capital for building the factory is 500 million yuan. I will arrange for someone to contact you regarding the construction. You just need to explain the requirements for the factory construction to him. The 500 million is just for the construction of the factory. The other thing is the scale of the car factory. A car factory with 1,000 employees is definitely not my goal. My goal is at least a car factory with 10,000 employees. So the subsequent automobile factories will still need to add equipment. As for what equipment needs to be added and how much needs to be added, you need to do the statistics. You can make a procurement plan based on the 10,000 person automobile factory, calculate the budget, and report it to me directly. Remember to budget for all the equipment according to the best one. Chen Mo spoke slowly and said that Mei Yunlai would naturally be in charge of the construction. He originally planned to buy all the equipment again. After all, that would consume more wages, but he did not get permission from the system. If he bought new equipment, his spending of 1.8 billion would be no different from buying a company shell. Mr. Chen, you said 500 million to build a factory? Upon hearing this, Ji Xiujie asked uncertainly, is the 500 million yuan just for building the factory? Yes, the funds will be transferred to the account of Sheila Automobile Factory later. Someone named Mei Yun may contact you later to discuss the construction of the automobile factory with you. I have something else to do here, so I'll leave first. If you have any questions, just call me. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he stood up with Chen Tianlin and others and walked out of the office. Seeing this, Ji Xiujie and several small leaders hurriedly got up and followed behind. No need to send him off. There are still many things to do at the car factory. We need to restore the car factory to normal operation as soon as possible. After a while, there will be tasks assigned to us at the automobile factory. Chen Mo glanced at the people following behind him and spoke. Then a few people came to the parking space, got in the car and left. In the office, Manager G, do you think all the benefits listed in the document can really be realized? A small leader said with some disbelief. Chapter 1271 joint. Now that I've said that, there's probably no problem. I just checked on the official website of Tomorrow Group. I also learned about the benefits of each company under the Tomorrow Group. Although there is not much information about this, I did see some comments. In Jiangcheng, Tomorrow Group is quite well known. It is recognized as the group company with the best benefits. It is very difficult for many people to join Tomorrow Group. But no one has explained in detail what the specific benefits are. But this information cannot be faked, so basically there is no problem, so everyone should prepare well for the next step. Ji Xiujie turned his head and looked at several junior leaders. He had just used his free time to learn about the information of Tomorrow Group. After all, the young boss offered so many benefits that it was a little hard for him to believe. It would be more reassuring to find out more. Yeah, I just checked it out too. And what a coincidence, one of my former classmates is currently working at the canning factory under the Tomorrow Group. I talked to him for a few words, and he only said that if our company was acquired by Tomorrow Group, good days would come. I wanted to know more details, but he refused to tell me. He only said that the canning factory he worked for was acquired by the Tomorrow Group, and that he is living a very comfortable life now. The specific description will only make you feel exaggerated. Only by actually experiencing it will you know how good the benefits are. A department leader spoke slowly. If that's the case, then it means there is no problem with this Tomorrow Group. Ji Xiujie nodded after hearing this. The leader took the content he had found out more seriously. If so, it really is a blessing in disguise. However, the only thing that puzzled him was that a group company with such good welfare benefits was only famous in Jiangcheng and had not spread out at all. This was a bit surprising. Don't sit still. Take a rest tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Make plans for your departments and get the factory up and running as soon as possible when you go back to work on Monday. Ji Xiujie looked at several department leaders and spoke slowly, then he walked out of the office. Mr. Chen wanted to build a car factory with 10,000 employees in Jiangcheng. He needs to plan it carefully, and he also needs to make a budget for what equipment will be needed later. Imperial Capital in a luxury hotel. Hello, Mr. Du, this is Tang Qiu, the legal director of my group. Chen Mo looked at Du Yu from Hualing Group, who had rushed over and began to introduce him. Hello, Mr. Du. Tang Qiu also greeted him. After that, they exchanged a few polite words and started talking about business. Xiao Chun, you have acquired Sheila Automobile, but it is still very difficult to compete with Ruishan Group in the automobile industry. Let's not talk about other industries of Ruishan Group, but automobiles are their starting point. Their car brands still have a large audience over the years. And Sheila had just entered the automotive industry and had only done some publicity, but before any cars were sold, it went bankrupt. So in terms of popularity, we will definitely be at a disadvantage if we compete with Ruishan Group. With the same configuration and the same price, more people will definitely choose Ruishan Group. So if we want to compete, we have to lower the price with the same configuration. Du Yu looked at Chen Mo and spoke slowly. He did not expect that Chen Mo would choose to compete with Ruishan Group in the automotive industry. Thank you, Mr. Du, for reminding me. One of the reasons is to compete with Ruishan Group. The main reason is that I also want to get involved in the automotive industry, so this time it's just a side trip. Chen Mo smiled slightly. He thought to himself that this was his new loss-making strategy. How could he miss it? Then I wish Xiao Chen success. Du Yu nodded and continued speaking. But you just acquired a car factory, and it takes time to operate and produce it, so you won't be able to target Ruishan Group in the short term. So the early stage of the targeting process will be handled by Mr. Chen and I. Chen Tianlin waited until Du Yu finished speaking, then he spoke. That's right. First, get your car factory up and running normally, and then think about targeting the Ruishan Group. We are almost ready here, and we will start targeting them next. Then congratulations in advance to President Du and President Chen for their success. Chen Mo opened his mouth to congratulate. It will indeed take some time for him to target Ruishan Group. After all, if you want to compete in the automotive industry, you must first have products. He hasn't even produced a single car, so how can he compete? So what he needs to do now is to resume operation of the car factory first, then find Ruishan Group's cars for benchmarking and produce his own cars. Finally, sell it at a lower price. Of course, these things can only be considered after the factory resumes operation. Haha, then I'll borrow Xiao Chen Jian's words. Du Yu smiled, then thought of something and started talking. Did you authorize the game company to develop the mobile game to my kids' game club? Now the mobile game is online, it's very good. During this period, I am planning to develop a gaming phone for these mobile games, and your game company has also provided me with some gaming information. We have just reached a cooperation with your Xingshui game in the past few days. We plan to use the co-branded Extreme Survival for the first gaming phone. When the phone is launched, you will get 20% of the profit from the sales of the phone. Du Yu said with a smile that the popularity of Extreme Survival is very high at the moment. If we use Extreme Survival for collaboration, the effect will definitely be very good, and I heard from Du Zeding that the mobile game Freedom Fight will be launched in the future, and there will be more cooperation in the future. Chen Mo was stunned when he heard Du Yu's words. Has Xingshui Games cooperated with Hualing Group for co-branded mobile phones? You can share 20% of the profits. He originally thought that there would be no profit from the game, so how come a co-branded mobile phone suddenly came out? I didn't expect that Wei Yin was taken away by him. That guy Fong Chang is not honest either. To want the original Extreme Survival created by Fong Chang? The reason why Tomorrow Group was able to develop to its current scale in the early stage, we basically rely on the income from Extreme Survival to support ourselves. It can be said that Fong Chang is a key figure in the success of Tomorrow Group today. When I get back to the company, I will definitely give Fong Chang a cross. Chapter 1272 Screenwriter in the hotel. After they finished their business, they ate and chatted. About an hour later, Mr. Du, Mr. Chen, you don't have to see me off. We have already booked a hotel. At the hotel entrance, Chen Mo looked at Du Yu and Chen Tianlin and slowly said yes, then he got into the car parked nearby. The car was the one he asked Tang Qiu to rent during the meal. Stay at the hotel tonight and go to the film and television city tomorrow. I heard some time ago that the TV series was about to be completed, so I went to check out the progress. This time he was ready to have a good look, and the 3 movies became a hit. He just doesn't believe that a TV series can become a hit. So I will need a car tomorrow as well, so it would be more convenient to just rent one. He quickly returned to the place where he booked the hotel, told Tang Qiu the departure time for tomorrow, and then went straight back to his room to rest. The next day, 10:30 am, Kyoto Manhwa coffee shop. Mr. Chen, the non-Rue coffee in Kyoto has also started to close one after another, so the customer flow of our Nanha coffee has also slowly begun to increase. The person in charge of the Kyoto Nanha coffee office spoke slowly. Okay, I understand. Go ahead and get busy. Chen Mo nodded upon hearing this. When he was getting ready to leave this morning, he thought of Nanha Coffee in Kyoto. Since Nanrue Coffee is preparing to withdraw from the competition, he plans to take a look at the situation of Nanha Coffee in Kyoto. While drinking coffee, I found that the customer flow of Nanha Coffee was obviously much more than before.
Mr. Chen, once Nanrue Coffee completely withdraws from the competition, our Nanha Coffee will basically be able to turn losses into profits.
Tang Qiu watched the person in charge of the Nanha Coffee office leave, then spoke with a smile. Nanha Coffee has been in a loss-making state, and she always feels it is a pity. After all, Nanha Coffee had already been profitable before, and its subsequent losses were entirely due to the competition from Nanrue Coffee. And now that Nanrue Coffee has withdrawn from the competition, it is probably just a matter of time before it becomes profitable. Chen Mo listened to Tang Qiu's words and looked down at the coffee in his hand. The coffee, which was already bitter, became even more bitter now. What a loss-making industry that has become a profitable industry. Moreover, according to the regulations during the system upgrade, the pace of expansion must be maintained. Nanha Coffee's profits will only increase in the future.
Well, let's go to the crew after we finish our coffee. Chen Mo looked at Tang Qiu and said something. I finished drinking, Mr. Chen. Tang Qiu nodded. Then let's go.
After Chen Mo finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the coffee shop. Get in the car, then he headed straight towards Kyoto Film and Television City. Kyoto Film City. Hu Bian looked towards the distance of the intersection with a nervous look on his face. After a while, Mr. Chen came over. Although it was not the first time he met Mr. Chen, he was still very nervous. After all, you are the president of Tomorrow Group. Except for those managers, it is very difficult for others to meet Mr. Chen. Of course, this meeting does not mean just looking at each other from a distance, but communicating face to face. Not long after, a car slowly appeared in the field of vision. Hu Bian looked at the model and license plate of the car and knew that this was the car rented by Mr. Chen. Soon the car stopped at an intersection not far ahead. The door opened and a woman got out first. He knew the woman. She was Tang Qiu, the company's legal officer and the manager of Baishu Law Firm. That he had seen it twice before. As Tang Qiu got out of the car, Mr. Chen followed suit. Seeing this, Hu Bian hurried over to meet him. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Tang Lu. Hu Bian looked at Mr. Chen and Tang Qiu and greeted them. Well, is the crew still filming? Chen Mo looked at Hu Bian and nodded slightly. He didn't know what to say about Hu Bian. After A Dream Journey to the West became a hit, it was learned that the script of The Dream Journey to the West was written by Hu Bian. That he learned about Hu Bian's affairs in detail, and then he discovered that the script of Wandering Blue Star was also changed by this guy. Considering the popularity of Wandering Blue Star, Hu Bian had already started to contribute. Now, A Dream Journey to the West is popular again. This Hu Bian is the sixth among the sixth. What made him even more uneasy was that the script of the TV series currently being filmed was also written by this guy in front of him. The scripts of the two hit movies are basically related to Hu Bian, which is enough to show Hu Bian's talent in screenwriting. Even if the TV series doesn't become a huge hit, it shouldn't be that bad, Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart. Mr. Chen, we haven't started filming yet. We were just filming a scene, and we're all having lunch at this time. Hu Bian spoke slowly. But if Mr. Chen wants to see the filming, I will organize it and arrange the filming. No need, just take me to the filming site first. Chen Mo waved his hand. He was originally planning to visit the crew at 10 o'clock, but this morning I thought about Kyoto Minami and coffee, so I changed my time temporarily. So I came over from the coffee shop and happened to see us eating here. As for organizing those actors and crews to shoot now, he didn't want to do that. No matter what, he was the one who formulated the system of Tomorrow Group. He didn't want to destroy it himself. Work is work, and rest is rest. Many of the benefits of Tomorrow Group may be related to his desire to spend more funds. However, when it comes to systems like 2 days off a week, holidays, and no overtime unless necessary, he considers them more from a worker's perspective. He has worked in 2 lifetimes and experienced a lot, so he knows how difficult it is to be a worker. Essentially, he just wanted to see how to start a company with such a system and such benefits. What will be the final outcome of the company? Anyway, even if he fails in the end, he can still settle the system funds. But what he didn't expect was that despite the fact that he provided so many benefits, the company still grew step by step. There is no loss due to the good welfare benefits, but the only thing that is certain is that this approach will definitely not earn as much as exploiting employees. So in the final analysis, it's not that we can't provide good welfare benefits, but that if we provide good welfare benefits, we will earn less. Chen Mo sighed secretly. Mr. Chen's shooting site is over there, please follow me. When Hu Bian heard what Mr. Chen said, he hurriedly led the way. Soon the 3 of them arrived at the filming location of the crew. There were several staff members walking around the filming location, and several actors in period costumes were seen eating, taking a break, and reviewing the script. After walking around the crew, I finally found a rest shed and sat down. Mr. Chen, drink some water. Hu Bian took 2 bottles of mineral water from the side and handed them to Chen Mo and Tang Qiu respectively. Chen Mo reached out to take the mineral water, took a sip, and casually put it on the table beside him. However, my eyes were attracted by the script on the table. There were only 2 big characters Xian Jian written on the cover of the script. Chapter 1273 Sword Sacrifice Fairy Sword. Looking at these 2 words, Chen Mo suddenly had a bad feeling. The TV series he requested to be filmed should be of a fantasy theme, and there is no problem with naming the TV series Legend of Sword and Fairy, but this name easily reminded him of The Legend of Sword and Fairy from his previous life. The main thing is that you can't help thinking about it. Now Blue Film Films has filmed many of his past life's works for him one after another. Today, this script called Legend of Sword and Fairy may be the Legend of Sword and Fairy of the previous life. However, he knew very well the status of the Legend of Sword and Fairy in the previous life. If the TV series this time is the Legend of Sword and Fairy, then there is no need to think too much about it. It will definitely be a hit, Chen Mo thought to himself, then turned and looked towards the lake. Is this fairy sword the name of our TV series? Yes, Mr. Chen. It's a fairy tale theme? I think the name Xianjian is more interesting. And the whole TV series is also related to swords. Hu Bian began to explain. As Chen Mo listened to Hu Bian's story, he felt more and more that this was a replica of the Legend of Sword and Fairy. I picked up the script and casually opened it to take a look. Basically, I didn't watch it too much, just part of the plot, but I felt that in many places, it could match up with the Legend of Sword and Fairy. This. Chen Mo was speechless. Although he was not completely sure in his heart, he was already 80% sure. After watching the footage later, we can basically confirm what the situation is. Hu Bian is also a senior veteran. We must not let him write scripts anymore. He should just be a director from now on. About half an hour passed, there was a noise in the distance. Hu Bian glanced at the time, turned to look at Mr. Chen and spoke. Mr. Chen, the filming has already started. Let's go over and take a look. Chen Mo nodded and followed Hu Bian towards the shooting location. Hello, Mr. Chen. As soon as we arrived at the shooting location, a woman in ancient costume came to greet us. Chen Mo took a serious look and recognized her. She was one of the earliest actresses to join Blue Film Films. I remember her name was Zhang Shuet. Now, he has become very famous because of his first 2 hit movies and his outstanding appearance. He is basically considered a second-tier actor, but he could imagine that if the filming this time was really the Legend of Sword and Fairy, Zhang Shuet definitely has the chance to break through and become a first-tier actress. Well, what scene are being filmed ahead? Chen Mo nodded and looked at the filming in the distance. He also knew the actor. It's called Su Tang. He joined Blue Film and Television together with Zhang Shui, and his current fame is similar to Zhang Shui's. Oh, we are filming a sword sacrifice scene now. Zhang Shui spoke, her expression somewhat sad. Even though this was just a filming, I still felt sad when I thought about the sword sacrifice plot in the script. Sacrifice the sword? Chen Mo's pupils shrank, and then he said subconsciously. The purpose is to defeat the evil sword immortal? Mr. Chen, have you read the script? It's not about the evil sword immortal, it's about the evil demon sword. Zhang Shui spoke up. A demonic sword. Chen Mo sighed secretly. What's the difference? The plot is the same. Then what are you playing? The incarnation of a spirit fruit. Mr. Chen, you know it. Zhang Shui looked surprised. She didn't expect that Mr. Chen knew the script so well. Chen Mo secretly complained when he heard this. I didn't read the script much, but I have seen the film TV series. Do you believe it? Having said that, it can be confirmed that this Xianjian is the Legend of Sword and Fairy of the previous life. Looking at Su Tang jumping into the prop pool in front of me, I knew in my heart that this TV series was ruined. And he couldn't do anything to stop it. He could only watch the filming of the TV series be completed, then edited, and finally put on the shelves and become a hit. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have come here. Wouldn't this just be causing trouble for myself? Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart. The jumping posture needs to be adjusted and refilmed. The action director shouted, and then began the second take. The filming progressed step by step, and soon the sword sacrifice scene was completed, and the next scene to be filmed was Zhang Shui's part. Seeing that both the crew and the actors were filming very seriously made him even more unhappy. Just now he was still looking forward to it. The plot is the same, but the acting may be different. He mobilized a lot of extras, but after seeing those actors who were filming seriously and had no acting problems in the previous 3 hit movies, I gave up this idea. Hello, Mr. Chen. Thinking room. A man in ancient costume walked over from a distance and greeted respectfully. Hello. Chen Mo looked at the man coming over. He didn't remember this person, but he was present when the Cambridge Memorial Service was being filmed just now. Mr. Chen, this is Lingu, the male lead of the Legend of Sword and Fairy. Hu Bian introduced from the side. Male lead Lingu. The name is just 1 letter away. Chen Mo really looked at Lingu. Although his appearance was different, he was indeed very handsome. He definitely didn't run away. He stayed in the crew for a while, arranged for Hu Bian to organize a team building tonight, and left after a day of rest tomorrow. Since he has come here, he must spend some money on team building. Otherwise, when Legend of Sword and Fairy is released, I don't know how much money he will make. Chen Mo thought to himself and left the crew with Tang Qiu. The flight at 6 p.m. will arrive in Jiangcheng around the evening. A week later, Jiangcheng, Tomorrow Group. Ji Xiujie and a company leader looked at the office building of Tomorrow Group and said with emotion, such a large building belongs to Tomorrow Group. It seems that our Sheila automobile factory has really changed its luck. There are not just 1 but 2 office buildings like this. Ji Xiujie heard the words of his leader and spoke with a smile. Just the day before yesterday, the unpaid wages and salaries of all employees of the Sheila automobile factory have been deposited into their accounts. He checked and found out that everyone's money had arrived, and now when employees go to work, they are all full of energy and no longer as depressed as before the money arrived. Although everyone was at work, they were all listless, not to mention any work efficiency. But the day Before yesterday, after the money was transferred to everyone's account, the work status of all employees took a complete 180-degree turn from the previous depression. I became very positive. After all, some of the company's welfare systems have already been communicated. Under this welfare system, an ordinary worker has the hope of promotion. He also told those employees that Mr. Chen wanted to build a car factory that could accommodate 10,000 people, and that the increase in the number of people
would require more leadership and management.
Chapter 1274. A group of managers helping each other. As for the promotion system of Tomorrow Group, all the company leaders are basically selected from the grassroots. This means that after the factory with 10,000 employees is built, some of the grassroots employees here can be promoted to small leaders, and under the welfare benefits of Tomorrow Group, the treatment of leaders is very good. So now the work attitude of factory workers is so serious. Everyone wants to show off and strive to be promoted to a small leader after the factory with 10,000 employees is built. In the past, when we asked people to do something, everyone pushed it aside and no one was willing to do it. Now he basically doesn't need to give orders, as many things have already been done before he gives the orders. Now under this situation, the Sheila Automobile Factory quickly resumed operations, and they came here today to inquire about the mission. After all, after the factory resumes operation, vehicles must be produced. What kind of vehicle is produced, what the cost is, and what the configuration is all need to be understood. In addition to this matter, there is another thing, which is the construction of a 10,000-person automobile factory.
Hello, this is Manager G, right?
While the two were chatting, a woman in formal clothes came over, looked at them and asked,
"Yes, you are Assistant Chen?"
Ji Xiujie nodded and then asked. When he came here, he spoke to Mr. Chen on the phone, who said that an assistant named Shinro would come to pick them up.
"Yes, come with me."
Shinro glanced at Ji Xiujie and the other man, then turned and walked towards the president's special elevator. The building here is somewhat different from the previous one. The new building has a small elevator exclusively for the president, which is not normally used by other employees. Only employees authorized by President Chen can use it. Currently, she is the only one authorized to ride the elevator. Thinking of this, Shinro couldn't help but feel a little happy. He entered the elevator and finally reached the top floor, where he took the two of them into the president's office.
"Mr. Chen, the person has been brought here."
Shinro looked at Mr. Chen, who was sitting at the desk, and spoke slowly.
"Well, go ahead and get busy." Chen Mo nodded and looked at Ji Xiujie behind Shinro. "Let's talk this way."
Saying, he stood up and took the two of them to the reception area of the office, pointing at the sofa in the reception area.
"Sit down."
"Okay, Mr. Chen." Ji Xiujie nodded, then pointed at the person next to him and started introducing him.
"Mr. Chen, this is Sule.
I am here to be in charge of the construction of the new car factory, and he will be in charge of the management of Kyoto."
"Sule, what position did you hold in the car factory before?" Chen Mo turned to look at Sule. He had some impression of this man.
When he visited the Kyoto automobile factory a few days ago, he was one of the small leaders, but I was just visiting at that time and didn't know much about those small leaders.
"Mr. Chen, I used to be the technical director."
Sule spoke a little nervously. Even though the person in front of him was very young, much younger than him, he was the president of a group. But I'm still very nervous. Mr. Chen, although he is the technical supervisor, he is still very good at technology.
You can rest assured that he will be in charge of the automobile factory.
Ji Xiujie was worried that Mr. Chen would misunderstand him for letting a technical director manage the car factory, so he quickly explained. Well, with such technology, it would be a waste of talent to have only one technical supervisor. So, now the Sheila Automobile Factory has only one manager. You will be the deputy manager.
Your salary and benefits will be the same as those of the manager.
Chen Mo looked at Sule and spoke slowly. Having one more manager would cost more money, and it would be difficult to convince people to let a technical director manage the car factory in Kyoto. Mr. Chen, this. Sule was speechless for a moment after hearing this, not knowing what to say. Be polite and don't want to be one, but this is a manager. With the treatment provided by Tomorrow Group, the manager's monthly salary, although we don't know the exact amount, will definitely not be a small amount. If he is too polite, Mr. Chen will really not give him the job.
Just go for it.
Since Manager G said you have great skills, I believe in Manager G.
Chen Mo spoke with a smile. "Thank you, Mr. Chen. I will work hard to manage the factory."
Sule quickly spoke.
"It's okay. Today I'm mainly going to arrange the tasks at the car factory. Just do what I say."
Chen Mo spoke with a smile, then changed the subject. But before arranging the task, Manager G, please tell us about the budget for the equipment. Look at Ji Xiujie. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiujie hurriedly took out a document from his briefcase and handed it over. Mr. Chen, according to my budget, if we build a factory with 10,000 employees, I have already recorded the additional equipment in the data.
The total cost of these devices is 1 billion yuan.
Chen Mo reached out to take the information, opened it and took a quick look, then put it aside. Okay, then including the 500 million for building the factory, the total is 1.5 billion.
The funds will be transferred to the car factory's account in the next few days. Okay, Mr. Chen. Ji Xiujie nodded. He has already communicated with Mei Yun regarding the current construction matters. After entering the manager group, those managers also enthusiastically helped to choose the location. It was near the newly established sewage treatment plant of Tomorrow Group in the east of the city, and he didn't even need to get involved in the matters concerning the land. The manager of the sewage treatment plant said he would take care of it. He felt that his job as a manager was too easy, as the construction was the responsibility of the manager of the construction company. There were many managers who helped him find a location, even the land was acquired by someone. Moreover, these managers are managers of different companies under Tomorrow Group. How can they be so united? Before the Sheila automobile factory was acquired, this was not the way he communicated with managers of other companies under the Sheila Group. Although those managers may seem friendly on the surface, they don't care about the life or death of a car company in private. There will never be a situation of mutual assistance like the Tomorrow Group. Then the construction is settled. Let's talk about the arrangements at the Kyoto automobile factory. Chen Mo nodded, then looked at Su Lei and spoke. Mr. Chen, you say. Upon hearing this, Su Lei quickly sat up straight. There are some situations here right now. Our car factory needs to compete with Rueishan Automobile. So you need to learn about the models that are selling well at Rueishan Group. Then we will produce cars with similar configurations based on their models, and then compete with Rueishan Automobile for the market. Of course, no matter how competitive we are, the quality of the cars we produce must be guaranteed. Chapter 1275T. After hearing what Mr. Chen said, Su Lei and Ji Xiujie looked at each other, as if they wanted to say something but hesitated. If you have any questions, just ask. Chen Mo looked at their expressions and figured out what they wanted to say. After hearing what Mr. Chen said, Ji Xiujie hesitated for a moment and then spoke slowly. If Mr. Chen is competing with Rueishan Group, it might be a little irrational. Rueishan Automobile is an old brand with many loyal customers and a certain reputation in the automobile industry. If we rashly compete with Rueishan Group, we will most likely be the losers in the end. Although we have the same configuration as them, or similar configuration, and the price is cheaper, most people will still choose Rueishan Automobile from the brand effect. After all, we are a new car company. The previous boss did some publicity, but no cars were sold, and the public did not have an accurate understanding of Sheila Automobile. So if we compete like this, we won't get any benefits. Ji Xiujie briefly explained the disadvantages of competing with Rueishan Automobile. As a technician in the automotive industry, although he does not agree with the quality of Rueishan cars, the Rueishan brand as their old brands give people a sense of security for no reason. When Chen Mo heard Ji Xiujie say this, he felt more at ease. If even the technical giants in the automotive industry say so, then he made the right choice in the automotive industry. What he wants is losses. Result, the automotive industry will once again become a continuous loss-making project. A good ally is still a good ally. Good, really good. Chen Mo was delighted and looked at Ji Xiujie and spoke. That's fine. I understand that the other party is an old brand, but you just said that the quality of Rueishan Automobile is not very good. The only thing that supports Rueishan Automobile is the old brand. But we are different. Our brand is not as good as Rueishan Automobile, but our workmanship must be better than Rueishan Automobile. For example, safety, the strength of the car body, airbags, brakes, these things are all top priorities. Also, the price. After we ensure safety, the price will definitely be cheaper than Rueishan Automobile. Good wine needs no bush. As long as our cars are of good quality, sooner or later, our Sheila Automobile brand will be well known throughout the country, even the whole country. Chen Mo said seriously. When Ji Xiujie heard Chen Mo's words, his heart couldn't help but surge with emotion. Yes, according to Mr. Chen, except for their brand, everything else is an advantage, so why can't they win? A brand can be cultivated slowly, and as long as the quality is up to standard, he doesn't believe that the brand cannot be established. Moreover, he really doesn't like the quality of Rueishan Automobile. He knew about several accidents involving Rueishan cars, and in each accident, the car body suffered serious damage. It is obvious that there is not enough material for the body, especially in key locations such as the bumper. This is obviously for greater profit and saving on materials. If it is really possible to defeat such a car company, he would like to see it. After all, the quality of a car is linked to safety. If the quality of cars is good, the number of people killed in accidents can be reduced. I understand, Mr. Chen. We will quickly produce matching vehicles for Rueishan Automobile's different best-selling models. Ji Xiujie said solemnly. Yes, just go ahead and do it. However, the quality of the car must meet the standards. No. Not meet the standards, but exceed the current standards. We have our own safety index at Sheila Auto, and we do some anti-collision tests to try to protect the safety of the car owner when the vehicle is hit by a high-intensity collision. Chen Mo spoke slowly. Raising the safety standards would definitely increase the cost of building the car, which would help him lose more money. Okay, Mr. Chen, but no matter how good the car is, it is impossible to guarantee the owner's safety 100%. Ji Xiujie spoke up. I know this, so you just need to maximize the safety of the car. Chen Mo nodded slightly. He understood this. That's pretty much it. If you don't have any questions, go ahead and get busy. Okay, Mr. Chen. Upon hearing this, Ji Xiujie and Su Lei stood up and prepared to leave. By the way, take the tea leaves on the table. Chen Mo pointed to the tea leaves on the table, which had been prepared in advance. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat, so spend as much as you can. Thank you, Mr. Chen. Ji Xiujie was stunned for a moment after hearing this, and then he understood a little. Those managers are really great. He said he was going to meet Mr. Chen today and should be able to bring back 2 boxes of tea. Chen actually gave him tea. I don't know how those managers guessed it. Ji Xiujie was confused, but he and Su Lei each took 2 boxes of tea and left the office. Chen Mo watched the 2 men leave, then stood up and returned to his desk. Just a simple calculation: the construction of the automobile factory with 10,000 employees cost 500 million yuan, and the subsequent addition of equipment will require 1 billion yuan. The acquisition of the automobile factory cost 1.8 billion yuan. He spent a total of 3.3 billion yuan on the entire Sheila automobile factory. By the end of this month, he had a total of 3.5 billion yuan in funds. After investing all the money in the Sheila automobile factory, he would still have 200 million yuan left. However, there is still an additional investment of 30 billion yuan in the desert and an additional investment of 3 billion yuan in the sewage treatment plant. There are also some ancient cultural heritage projects waiting for investment. However, some profits are still uncertain. Manhwa Coffee's revenue has been increasing in the past few days at a very fast rate. I wonder what the final profit will be when it finally stabilizes. The popularity of the mobile game Extreme Survival authorized to Tianga Club has been rising. Sangshui Games gets 60% of the share, but it is not certain how much it will get in the end. There is also the joint venture with Hualing Mobile Phone. The mobile phone is almost ready, and he can also get 20% of the profits. I don't know what the final sales will be like after the release. Next up is the TV series Legend of Sword and Fairy, which will be completed soon and will be released in June at the latest. With his knowledge of the immortal sword in his previous life, this life will definitely not be much worse. Thinking about this series of uncertain income, Chen Mo couldn't help but feel a headache. These unknowns are the stumbling blocks that affect his large-scale settlements, but overall, he has an additional investment of 30 billion in the desert, so the probability of a large settlement is still very high. Chapter 1276 New Tomorrow Canteen. Chen Mo thought about it, then turned on the computer next to him and entered the game directly. Boss G, thank you very much just now. When they arrived outside the office, Su Lei began to express his gratitude. Just now, Ji Xiujie said that his skills were very good, so Mr. Chen trusted him and gave him the position of deputy manager. Ji Xiujie was stunned for a moment when he heard this, then he thought of what Su Lei was thanking him for, and then he smiled and said, "What's there to thank me for? Your skills are amazing. It's a waste of your talent to keep being a supervisor. Anyway, thank you." Su Lei insisted on thanking him, saying that his skills were indeed very good and he would have no problem becoming a supervisor in any car company, but being a manager is not that easy. Seeing that Su Lei insisted on thanking him, Ji Xiujie stopped talking and took out his cell phone to check the time. It's almost noon. Following the advice of the managers in the manager group, we can go to the cafeteria to have lunch tomorrow. The cafeteria? Assistant Shin said when we went upstairs just now that the cafeteria is on the first floor. Su Lei spoke upon hearing this. When they were in the elevator just now, Assistant Shin introduced the office building to them and heard that there was also a fitness floor. Well, let's go over and take a look. I heard the food is very good. Ji Xiujie nodded. With the treatment provided by the company, it doesn't seem strange that the food is better. Su Lei nodded. So the two took the elevator to the first floor and soon found the Tomorrow Canteen. The two entered the cafeteria and looked around, looking for a place to get food. The main reason is that the cafeteria is too big. Manager Ji, do you want to have lunch? Suddenly a female voice came from behind. Ji Xiujie turned around and saw that it was Assistant Shin who took them upstairs. Hello, Assistant Shun. I heard that the food in the group is very good, so I came to try it. Ji Xiujie said politely. I see. The place to get food is in the front left. Just find an empty table. You can get drinks from the refrigerator in the restaurant. There are all kinds of drinks in there, but you can't drink alcohol in the morning or at noon. If you want to drink, you can drink it after get off work and dinner. I have something else to do here, so I'll leave first. Assistant Shin gave a brief introduction and then walked inside with the food basket. It was almost noon, and she also had to go to give Mr. Chen lunch. However, after moving to the new office building, getting meals has become much easier, as the cafeteria is on the first floor. Thank you, Assistant Shun. Ji Xiujie thanked him and then walked over to the place where Assistant Shin pointed out for food. On the way, we also saw a refrigerator next to the dining table, which contained various drinks. Are these drinks free? Su Lei spoke. According to Assistant Shin, it should be free. Ji Xiujie said, not to mention the food. Providing these drinks free of charge to all employees of the company is also a huge expense. While talking, the two of them also came to the place where they were getting food. Looking at the various dishes on the table, the two were stunned again. They thought the food would be very good, but when they looked at the food on the table, they suddenly realized that the reality was even better than they had imagined. I didn't count them in detail, but at least
The number of dishes is more than 10, and he was not mistaken about the one placed in the front. It was actually abalone. There is abalone in the staff cafeteria. Is this normal? The two looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. It turns out that the food is pretty good in the eyes of those managers. That's right. Let's get some food. Ji Xiujie took a deep breath and said something to Sule. While talking, the two started to get their meals, but looking at the variety of dishes, they didn't know what to eat for a moment. I want to try everything, but if I try everything, I won't be able to finish so many dishes, and that would be such a waste. You will be in charge of the car factory in Kyoto on your flight this afternoon. I will add you to the group of managers later. Ji Xiujie looked at Sule and spoke. He will stay here to be responsible for the construction of the car factory. As for where to live, he has already solved it. A manager from the Tomorrow Group invited him to live in his home. He originally refused, but the other party was too enthusiastic, so he couldn't refuse later. However, he was not planning to live here permanently. He was just going to stay for a few days and then consider renting a house here once he settled down. If I settle down completely, I will plan to buy a house here. Although the house prices here are not cheap, they are not as outrageously high as those in Kyoto. Given his current financial situation, he can still buy it. I know, Brother G. I will sort out the information of Ruisheng Automobile as soon as possible after I return, and then produce it according to the standard. Sule nodded. Well, I'm still assured about this. We must pay attention to the quality. Mr. Chen has repeatedly emphasized the importance of car safety. Doing more crash tests will be the key to our future competition with Ruisheng Automobile. Ji Xiujie spoke up and reminded them that there was no way they could compete with Ruisheng Automobile in terms of popularity nowadays. The quality of their cars is the key to their ability to compete. Okay, Brother G, I will focus on the quality of the car. Sule nodded and said, sometimes when producing cars, the quality is not determined by technicians like them, but by funds. Sometimes their technology is more than enough to produce cars of good quality, but many times, the funding they are given is limited, allowing them to produce vehicles with certain configurations given the funding constraints. All they could do was save money on material selection. So this time Mr. Chen gave them enough room to play, so the quality of the car can definitely be guaranteed. However, with the same configuration, their quality is better, but the price is lower than that of Ruisheng Automobile, so the final profit may not be much. This is what he is a little worried about. No matter what, before the Sheila Automobile brand becomes popular, it will definitely be at a disadvantage in competing with Ruisheng Automobile. I just don't know if Sheila Auto can persist in such a disadvantageous competition, but Mr. Chen has already said that what he can do is to develop cars better. Finished lunch quickly. Ji Xiujie watched Sule get into a taxi, and then he got into another taxi and went to the location given by the manager. Tomorrow's community. This community was also invested and built by Tomorrow Group. I don't know what the environment is like. Ji Xiujie was thinking in his heart that it would take about 10 minutes to reach the Mingri community. It's really close. Ji Xiujie sighed, then communicated with the manager and walked into the community. Soon after, a young man walked over from a distance. Hello, you must be Manager G. I'm Wu Yu from the boring short video. Chapter 1277. The quality of the house. Hello, Mr. Wu. Ji Xiujie looked at Wu Yu in surprise. He didn't expect that the person in charge of this boring short video was so young. Come with me, Mr. G. Wu Yu looked at Ji Xiujie and spoke with a smile. Sorry to bother you, Mr. Wu. Ji Xiujie said politely. What's the problem? Your Sheila Automobile factory is now part of the Tomorrow Group, so we are colleagues from now on. We should help each other. Wu Yu smiled and shook his head. He was once the one who was helped. If Li Xin and Wei Yan had not been with him all the time, he would not have been in the position he is now. It was unbelievable for a man who had just graduated from university for more than 2 years to become the manager of a company with a monthly profit of several billion yuan, but in Mr. Chen's company, this is possible. When Ji Xiujie heard Wu Yu's words, he asked curiously. Boss Wu, I noticed that the managers of the various companies in our group had been getting along very well with each other before. This is different from the previous groups I joined. The managers of the previous group companies were at most polite to each other on the surface. But in reality, there is no way to help each other. Wu Yu smiled slightly when he heard Ji Xiujie's words. Because this is the culture of Tomorrow Group. Tomorrow Group offers everyone very high salaries and benefits, and everyone is very satisfied with the salaries and benefits. So helping each other in making Tomorrow Group stronger is more beneficial to people like us. After all, if we don't help each other and do our own thing, and eventually one of our companies runs into problems, then the Tomorrow Group will be affected, and our other companies will also be affected. Also, during the growth of Tomorrow Group, many managers have received help. For example, I was not a manager before, but I have always received help from President Wei and President Li. It is because of their help that I have been able to reach my current position. I grew up with other people holding umbrellas for me, so naturally I have to hold an umbrella for others. Ji Xiujie nodded slightly after hearing Wu Yu's words. In any case, he likes this kind of atmosphere very much. As a technician, he doesn't like open or covert fighting, and I should have the opportunity to hold an umbrella for others in the future. The two chatted as they walked and soon arrived at the artificial lake. Wu Yu pointed to the artificial lake in front and began to introduce it.
The water level of the artificial lake here is very deep. If you can't swim, you still have to be careful. But if Mr. G likes fishing, he can go fishing by the lake. There is a special fishing area in front. If you don't have a fishing rod, you can borrow one from the managers. Currently, most managers of Tomorrow Group live in the Tomorrow community. When Ji Xiujie heard Wu Yu's words, he looked at the artificial lake in front of him with a puzzled expression. Can I fish here? Yes, the fish in the lake were put there at the request of Mr. Chen. However, because we fish too frequently, the fish in the lake are much smarter now and it is difficult to catch them. Wu Yu said that in the past, as long as you fished for a longer time, you could probably catch 1 or 2 fish, but it doesn't work now, we often run out of air force. The building in front of you on the right is the Community Activity Building. It has a basketball court, billiards, table tennis area, fitness room, swimming pool. If you want to exercise, you can go to the activity building. When Ji Xiujie heard Wu Yu talking about the various projects in the activity building, he couldn't help but take a few more glances. It is rare to see a community activity building with so many projects. This building number 8 is my building number. Mr. Chen also lives on the top floor of this building. Arriving in front of building number 8, Wu Yu began to introduce. Ji Xiujie was surprised when he heard this. He didn't expect that Mr. Chen also lived in this building. Soon the two entered the elevator and finally stopped on the 16th floor. Boss Ji, you will live in this house from now on. I will record your fingerprints. Wu Yu said this and started to operate the fingerprint lock. Ji Xiujie followed the steps to record his fingerprints, then opened the door and entered the room. After a quick tour around the house, Ji Xiujie said with a look of surprise. Mr. Wu, this house must be about 200 square meters. Mr. Ji's vision is still good. It's just 200 square meters. You can live there without worry. This is my house. Wu Yu said with a smile. Mr. Wu, your house is mine. Where are you going to live? This house has just been renovated. I won't be the first one to live here. Ji Xiujie took a deep breath. He thought the place he would live in would be a simple 1 or 2 bedroom apartment, but he never expected it to be a 200 square meter house. Mr. Wu is really generous. He just gave him such a big house to live in. It's okay, just live there without worry. I'm currently living in Mr. Li Shen's house. Mr. Li is on a business trip now, and I've gotten used to living there, so I haven't moved back yet. Wu Yu spoke up. Because it was a 200 square meter house, he felt it was very empty living alone. It just so happened that Li Shen was also alone and worked for a company. The two of them decided to move into the same house, and his house remained empty. Thank you very much, Mr. Wu. I will stay here for a while. After I settle down here, I plan to rent or buy a house in Zhangcheng. Ji Xiujie started to express his gratitude. The relationship between the managers of Tomorrow Group was really good. Mr. Ji, do you want to buy a house in Zhangcheng? Wu Yu asked after hearing this. Yes, if I settle down, I will still buy a house. Ji Xiujie nodded. He also learned about the housing prices here and felt that there was no pressure to buy a house here. Then Mr. Ji, please wait for a while before buying. Wu Yu spoke up. Does Mr. Wu have anything to say? Ji Xiujie looked confused. It's not that there is any saying, but the new building invested by Mr. Chen is expected to be completed in about a year. Mr. Chen also built a dormitory building for employees. According to the current construction schedule, it will be completed in about half a year. However, the area of the staff dormitory building is only about 70 square meters, but the staff dormitory building is free to live in. Except for the smaller area, the park environment and construction quality are not worse than the Tomorrow community. If Mr. G really wants to move out, my suggestion is to wait for half a year and live in the staff dormitory for a while, and then wait until the new building is built and buy a house there. I won't say much else. The quality of the house built by Mr. Chen is absolutely flawless. Chapter 1278, Agent of Real Game. Wu Yu began to introduce that they were very clear about all the materials used in the property invested in built by Mr. Chen, not to mention the environmental issues. The safety alone is enough to make them feel at ease. After hearing Wu Yu's suggestion, Ji Xiujie thought about it for a moment. He saw the Tomorrow community, and both the decoration and the construction of the park were very good. As for the quality issue, he also believed what Wu Yu said. After all, just now in the office, Mr. Chen repeatedly emphasized the issue of vehicle safety. This shows that Mr. Chen attaches great importance to safety and will basically not cut corners on the project. If that's the case, we can wait. Ji Xiujie thought for a moment, then looked up at Wu Yu. Thank you for your suggestion, Mr. Wu. In this case, I may have to stay with Mr. Wu for a while longer. Mr. Ji, you are too polite. Just stay here and don't worry. I don't know if Mr. Wu drinks. I have invited a few managers to come over tonight. How about we have a drink then? Wu Yu smiled. I can drink a little. Ji Xiujie did not refuse when he heard this. The other party and other managers came over more because they wanted him to get to know them. After all, we will be colleagues in the future, so there will definitely be areas for communication. Okay, I'll call you tonight. I still have some things to take care of here. The house is fully stocked with daily necessities. After Wu Yu finished speaking, he turned and left the room. Ji Xiujie watched Wu Yu leave, then familiarized himself with the layout of the room, and finally chose a guest room to stay in. East of the city, Live Game Club. Liang Jiming smiled as he looked at the tourists queuing up to play the team competition mode. The Live Game Club reached its peak right from the start. He learned about the operating status of various companies under the Tomorrow Group. Many of them were loss-making at the beginning, but gradually turned losses into profits after slow development. But the Live Game Club is different. It immediately becomes profitable when it opens. Of course, all of this is thanks to the traffic from the pet park and the hosts from various live streaming platforms coming here to broadcast live. But no matter what the reason, the Live Game Club has now started to make a profit and is becoming more and more popular, and many people from other places came here just to play a real-life game. Of course, there are more and more anchors coming here recently, and he is now considering whether to organize a competition like the one at the pet park, production mode competition and team competition. Of course, the competition still needs to be carefully planned. If it is held rashly, it will only be chaotic. Boss Liang, everyone is here. Suddenly a staff member came over quickly and spoke. Yes, I understand. Liang Jiming nodded, then turned and walked towards the reception room. Today he made appointments with some people who want to bring live-action gaming projects. Currently, live-action gaming is very popular. Although many people come here to play by car, there are still more people who cannot travel far, so even if they want to play, they can't come here to play. At this time, he would outsource the live-action game project, charge some agency fees, and then take a certain share of the profits. In this way, live gaming projects can make more money. Of course, this is all thanks to President Wei's reminder. If it weren't for President Wei, he wouldn't have thought of this. Soon I arrived at the door of the reception room, opened it and entered the conference room, where the person who wanted to be the agent was sitting. He has made appointments for 10 people today, but other agents will come later. Mr. Liang. When everyone in the reception room saw Liang Jiming come in, they all stood up and greeted him. Hello everyone, let's sit down and talk. Liang Jiming nodded and pointed to the chair in the reception room with a smile on his face. Everyone introduce yourselves, and then I'll talk about the agency. As Liang Jiming finished speaking, everyone in the reception room introduced themselves. Liang Jiming looked around at everyone in the reception room, took note of their general information, and then spoke. Since everyone has come all the way here, they must be very interested in bringing out the real game club. I won't say much about whether the live game club can make a profit. You can see the tourists queuing outside. What I can say is that this market is huge, and Jiangcheng is definitely not going to be able to take up the entire market. Of course, there are still certain conditions on the agent's side. First of all, we don't represent the survival mode of real-life games. The sales department should have communicated this to you before you came here. Liang Jiming looked at everyone in the reception room. Mr. Liang, we know this. Several people in the conference room spoke slowly. For them, even if the live game club authorizes the survival mode, they will not do it. After all, the cost of the survival mode is too high, including land and construction costs. The investment is too large and the risk is also high. So they will not choose the real-life game survival mode. That's good to know. Then let me tell you about the agency rules of the team model. First of all, the agency fee is 100,000 yuan, and then we will take 10% of your subsequent profits. If you make a loss, we will not take any commission. As for equipment and instruments, we will provide them to you, but every 6 months, we will charge a certain amount of equipment maintenance fees. This fee is also determined based on your business conditions. Liang Jiming spoke slowly. The agency fee was discussed by him and several managers. The agency fee of 100,000 is neither high nor low, and many people can still afford it. This can greatly increase the number of agents. As long as there are enough agents, they can gain more profits through commissions, and it is a continuous income. Mr. Liang, there should be a limit on the cost of equipment maintenance. If you make a lot of money, then the maintenance costs will be very high, which is unreasonable. Someone in the reception room asked. Well, there is definitely a limit. The maximum fee is determined based on the degree of wear and tear of the equipment. The more customers there are, the greater the degree of wear and tear of the equipment will definitely be. The maximum amount of equipment maintenance costs is 1/3 of the entire price of the equipment. Of course, this will basically never reach the maximum amount. We want to take a cut of the profits, so we definitely want you to make money. The more you earn, the more commission we will get, so don't worry. Liang Jiming spoke seriously. Chapter 1279 Agent quoted. Everyone in the reception room nodded slightly when they heard Liang Jiming's words, and he was right. The live game club takes a cut of the profits, so naturally they hope he makes more money. So after listening to Liang Jiming's words, everyone in the reception room felt relieved. As for risks, there are definitely some, but after all, every investment has risks. The risk they are most worried about is the real-life game. After all, many projects recruit agents to collect agency fees. However, after the conversation just now, they understood that the Live Game Club really wanted to cooperate for a win-win situation rather than collect their agency fees. As long as this is not the case, the remaining risks are operational risks and the risk that the project may lose popularity. They need to control their own business risks. As for the popularity of the project, the live-action game project has just come out in the Popularity is very high, and with the collaboration with the hit game Extreme Survival, the popularity will definitely not drop in the short term. If they choose to be an agent now, they can at least get a piece of the pie while this wave of popularity is booming. Boss Liang, when can we sign the contract for the agency? One of the people in the reception room asked. If you have decided to join the agency, you can sign the contract now. But there is one thing I haven't mentioned yet. The equipment we provide now is only the first generation of equipment. However, our equipment research department is currently developing the second generation equipment, which will be more playable. But if you want to upgrade the equipment, you still have to pay a certain fee. The price is probably around 50,000. But don't worry about upgrading the equipment. Research and development is still ongoing and it won't be completed in a short period of time. There won't be a situation where you have to upgrade every once in a while. Liang Jiming spoke slowly, saying that the equipment research department had already been established and equipment upgrades were also in progress. I know, Mr. Liang. Will upgrading the equipment make the battle more realistic? I've already thought about it. I'll sign the contract today to be the agent for the real person game project. A middle-aged man spoke quickly, and now is the time when live-action games are at their hottest. The sooner you join, the more popularity you can gain. He has been inspecting the live-action game these past 2 days. Every day, he has to photograph many people in the live-action game team mode, and some people cannot even be photographed. It costs 200 yuan per person. A team competition mode game consists of 20 people and each game lasts 20 minutes. Excluding some preparation work, 2 games can be played in an hour. So, by this calculation, it's 8,000 yuan per hour. There are 2 phases in the day, morning and afternoon, which can operate for about 6 hours in total. Of this way, the daily income is nearly 50,000 yuan. As long as they open a live-action gaming club and find some anchors to play and promote the game, they can basically earn back the agency fees within a week of operation. With such benefits, why would he hesitate? Okay, I'll arrange for someone to come over and sign a contract with you. All that's left is for you to choose a venue, and we'll deliver the equipment to you later. Liang Jiming smiled and said when he heard this. As Liang Jiming finished his words, the other people in the reception room, who had been a little hesitant, could not help but speak up. We also chose to sign the agency contract today. Liang Jiming's smile widened as he heard other people vying to become the agent of the live gaming club. Then wait a moment, I'll arrange for someone to come and sign the contract with you. Having said that, he picked up his cell phone and made a call. He quickly nodded and looked at the people in the reception room. Everyone wait a moment, the contract will be brought over in a moment. Liang Jiming spoke up and said that he thought someone might sign a contract with him immediately after today's talks, but he didn't expect that all 10 people who came over would sign a contract with him immediately. Not long after he finished speaking, there was a knock on the door of the reception room, and then an employee of the live game club walked in with a stack of contracts. Liang Jiming instructed the employees who came in to distribute the contracts to everyone in the reception room. Please take a look at the contract. If there are no problems, you can sign it. After everyone in the reception room received the contract, Liang Jiming spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone in the reception room opened the contract and started reading it. After a while, after everyone read the contract and confirmed that there were no problems with it, they signed the contract. Liang Jiming said with a smile when he saw that everyone had signed the contract. Then everyone will have a happy cooperation. Mr. Liang, it's a pleasure to work with you. Everyone in the reception room also spoke with a smile. Well, everyone, I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Someone will contact you about the follow-up matters. Also, please transfer the agency fee to the company's account as soon as possible. We will only deliver the equipment after you pay the agency fee. After Liang Jiming finished speaking, he stood up and left the reception room and returned to his office. Not long after, a staff member came in. Mr. Liang, this is the list of appointment agents. How many people should we invite to come tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Liang Jiming reached out to take the list and did a quick count. Currently, the number of people who had made appointments to negotiate agency deals had exceeded 200. He has a plan on his side and will not release agents without limit. After all, if there are too many people acting as agents for live-action game projects, there will be excessive competition for players. Basically, 2 agents will be deployed in first-tier cities, and 1 agent will be deployed in second-tier cities. For lower-tier cities, whether to arrange an agent will be determined based on the situation in that city. However, he did a simple calculation and found that there are about 70 agency vacancies in total, and now we have 10 agents. So what are the cities that these 10 people are agents for? Among these 10 people, only 2 are from first-tier cities. So, except for those 2 first-tier cities, the other 8 cities where agents are located can no longer recruit agents. Therefore, among the current list of agents who have made appointments, if there are any agents who want to be agents for those 8 cities, they will be rejected directly. Liang Jiming thought to himself, looked at the list, and then crossed out all the appointments from the cities that he already had agents for. He took a quick look and then returned it to the employee who delivered the information. From the remaining list, invite all the people who made appointments first in each city. First come, first served. Those who make an appointment first will be invited first. If all the people invited this time choose to act as agents for live games, then those who come after can be directly rejected. If someone does not choose an agent, he can continue to make appointments with the next person. Okay, Mr. Liang. Upon hearing this, the employee took the list and left the office.
Chapter 1280 Smart Bracelet. Liang Jiming's current employees left and he made some calculations in his mind. There are a total of 70 agency places, and the agency fee alone is 7 million. And however, agency fees are not their goal. Their goal is profit sharing. If all these 70 agents can maintain player saturation, the profit will be around 40,000 a day, and they take 10% of the profit, which is 4,000 yuan. That's 120,000 yuan a month, and this is just the commission for one agent. 70 agents can earn 8.4 million in commission per month. Taking into account some equipment maintenance costs, the commission can be around 10 million per month. Although it is far behind those companies in Tomorrow Group that have monthly revenues of several hundred million, it is at least not making a loss. Moreover, the upper limit of the live game club is there. If you want to earn more in the future, you can only think of other ways. Real person game competitions could work well. Liang Jiming thought about it in his mind, then got up and left the office. He was going to go to the research department to check on the progress. Soon came the research department.
Mr. Liang.
Chu Yan, the head of the research department, spoke up.
Well, how is the progress of the equipment upgrade? Liang Jiming asked.
Boss Liang, the body armor sensor system has been upgraded, and it is more sensitive to damage. There is also the appearance setting of weapons.
A number of equipment with skins have been released. The functions are the same, but the appearance is cooler. Mr. Liang, what is this skin made of?
Chu Yan asked with a puzzled look on his face.
Of course it's for sale.
If some loyal fans of real-life games want to have a gun of their own.
And since it's your own equipment, who doesn't want it to be cool? And these cool equipment are naturally more expensive than those ordinary equipment.
Liang Jiming smiled and said, there are some skins in the game, so why can't there be some skins in reality? At that time, we will build a VIP locker where players can put the purchased equipment, so they don't have to bring equipment every time they come to play. Moreover, it is not advisable for tourists to take these weapons and equipment outside, for fear of any adverse effects. The sale of guns is also a way for him to make money in the real-life game. He believed that those who could play the real-life survival mode for a longer time must have the money to buy those equipment.
So that's how it is.
Mr. Liang, if you plan to sell equipment to make money, I have an idea.
Chu Yan spoke. What do you think? Liang Jiming asked.
We also need to upgrade the watches used in the survival mode.
Currently, the positioning is not very accurate, and communication between teammates still relies on walkie-talkies. The research lab is preparing to upgrade the bracelet.
It is too troublesome to communicate using an intercom.
We are preparing to upgrade the bracelet to have a call function.
In the future, we will also upgrade the bracelet to include heart rate detection, calorie burning detection, and other functions. Once these functions are available, this bracelet will not only be used for gaming, but also for physical exercise, and you can use the bracelet to monitor your exercise status. Chu Yan briefly expressed his thoughts. He believed that such a bracelet would definitely be liked by more people. When Liang Jiming heard Chu Yan's idea, his eyes lit up instantly. He not only thought of the need for a bracelet for exercise, but also thought about upgrading the bracelet to have the function of making calls and adding a positioning function. So if children wear this watch, will there be a certain degree of safety protection? If a child is lost, the child can talk to his or her family through the bracelet. And you don't have to worry about your children playing with mobile phones. Where you can upgrade the bracelet to have features that can detect physical conditions, such as sleep. In this way, the bracelet will have a much larger audience, Liang Jiming thought to himself, then looked up at Chu Yan. I want to upgrade the bracelet to be smarter. For example, I can set it to one-touch calling, just like making calls on a mobile phone. I don't know if bracelets with these requirements can be developed.
Liang Jiming asked.
It can be developed, but it may take a longer time.
Chu Yan spoke slowly.
Then let's reduce some functions first, maintain the needs of the game, and then add a one-touch call function.
Will it be faster? If that's the case, it will definitely be faster.
Okay, then we'll just develop these features first, and the other features can be developed slowly later. Liang Jiming spoke. He will first sell a batch of bracelets using the one-touch calling function. He believes that parents who are worried about their children getting lost will definitely buy this bracelet. The bracelet can be upgraded later, just like a mobile phone. In this way, the market will gradually expand. Perhaps this bracelet will be the key to increasing revenue for live gaming clubs. Liang Jiming thought about it in his mind, then communicated with Chu Yan for a few more words and left the laboratory. I started thinking about the bracelet in a university dormitory.
Xiao-Chen, do you really want to work at the Desert Well House? I have contacted a pretty good large company. How about we go there for an interview? Xiang Yang spoke.
Yes, 10,000 a month. I've seen interviews at other big companies, and it's good to get 5,000 at the internship company. But even if this well house is for internship, they still give 10,000 yuan.
And didn't you see the photo of the well house on the recruitment page? It's not a well house at all. It's clearly a two-story Western-style building. Besides, I don't really like crowds. Didn't you see that they deliver all kinds of supplies every day? In this way, I don't have to go out to buy things. The work is simple. I just water the green plants around the well house. To put it nicely, I am doing charity work, right? Xiaochen said with a smile on his face. He secretly thought that simple work meant less work intensity and he could have more free time. He has already made up his mind that after receiving his first month's salary, he will buy himself a computer and play games in his spare time. No one has yet to influence him. How cool. That's true, but I checked the information about the well house on the internet, and it's completely different from the well house and the recruitment information. You think he's a liar? Xiang Yang said with some concern. To be honest, he was also attracted by the salary of 10,000 yuan, but now there are so many cases of kidney cutting that he is a little worried. This is a recruitment announcement from the National Research Institute. There's nothing to worry about. How about it, Yoko, do you want to come with me? There happens to be 2 people in a well house. After we finish the work, we can play games together. Chapter 1281 Photovoltaic Equipment. Xiaochen looked at Xiang Yang and invited him. 2 people are required to stay in a well room. Now he is going there alone, and he doesn't know who will be assigned to him later. It would be bad if the person is someone difficult to get along with, but if he invited Xiang Yang to go with him, it would be different. The 2 of them have always been very good friends, so there is no need to worry about them getting along with each other. Xiang Yang felt a little hesitant when he heard this, because the opportunity in that big company was rare. Although the internship salary was not high, it would be a different story if he could get a full-time job after the internship. The salary after becoming a regular employee is about the same as that of Shuingfang, at least 10,000 yuan a month, and there is still room for promotion in the future, but it was different at the well house. He knew the work of the well house, which was nothing more than watering the green plants growing in the desert. These jobs are too replaceable and there is no subsequent development opportunity at all. After Xiang Yang thought for a moment, he looked at Xiaochen and spoke. I'm still not going. I think you should think about it carefully, Shinzi. The current salary at Shuingfang is indeed much higher than the internship salary. But there is no room for development. I am afraid that my salary will always be 10,000 yuan a month. But it will be different if I enter a big company. In a large company, as long as you work hard, you can still have room for promotion. I can't say you can become a manager, but it's still possible to become a supervisor. After hearing Xiang Yang's persuasion, Xiaochen nodded slightly. Yoko, you're right, but you also know that I'm not a hard-working person. This job in the well house is just right for me. The work is easy and not tiring, and the salary is what I expected. Apart from the remote location, there are no disadvantages. In my eyes, it's just a high-paying security job, which saves me 60 years of detour. Xiaochen said with a smile. He doesn't have any ideals. It's enough for him to make enough money for himself. As for falling in love, how can there be any fun games? Okay Chinzi, I won't persuade you anymore, but I still decided to work at the big factory. Xiang Yang nodded when he heard this. He also understood Xiaochen's character, so he stopped trying to persuade him. If one day Xiaochen can no longer work at Shuingfang, perhaps he can help introduce a job to the big factory. Then we 2 brothers will separate, but we still have to play together when we have time. Xiaochen said with a smile. Of course, wait for me to take you flying in the wild. Xiang Yang also spoke with a smile, then thought about the interview and asked, when will you prepare for the interview? Oh, I don't need an interview. All you need to do is provide a resume. I've already sent it over. It has been reviewed. If you want to start the job, just reply to the message. Then we will set a time to leave, and they will reimburse our travel expenses. Since you're not going with me, Yoko, I'll leave tomorrow. Xiaochen opened his mouth slowly and said, go for internship earlier and get your salary earlier. He is already looking forward to his esports room. Okay, I'll go to the interview tomorrow too. Xiang Yang spoke upon hearing this. Well, I wish you a successful interview. Xiaochen congratulated them, then took out his cell phone and sent a message to the person in charge of the well house, preparing to go to the well house tomorrow. The message was just sent and someone responded quickly. He was provided with a more convenient way to get to the well house, but of course he could also choose his own way to get to the well house. Once he has decided on the route, the toll will be paid directly there. Seeing this, Xiaochen felt more relieved. Generally speaking, in the case of out-of-town interviews, travel expenses will be reimbursed only after the interview, or even after you start working. It is rare to see travel expenses reimbursed so readily. About half an hour later, Xiaochen put down his phone and spoke. I've got my tickets booked. We're leaving at 6 a.m. tomorrow. I need to pack some luggage. It's decided so quickly? They provided the route and bought the tickets for me directly. It was very convenient. Then I'll drop you off tomorrow, and right after that I'll go for the interview. Yeah, okay, Taklamakan Desert, tomorrow's oasis. How's the recruitment going at the well house? Wei Yan turned to look at Li Shun and asked. The recruitment process is still very slow. Although the salary is good, it is a very remote place in the desert after all, so few people are willing to come here. But there are still some people coming over, and we just need to replace them slowly. Li Shun spoke slowly. That's the only way. However, the work in the well house is indeed very boring.
In order to ensure the fun of life for the staff in the well house, the network must be very good.
There is also the issue of remuneration.
Our salary of 10,000 is just a normal salary, but normally for those working at Tomorrow Group, we have to take a day off on Saturdays and Sundays. But when working at the well house, I have to look after the green plants near the well house every day, so I can make a plan for rest.
Wei Yan continued to speak. Brother Yan, I understand this and have already made plans.
You can choose to rest on Saturdays and Sundays, and we will arrange for someone to take your place. Or just don't take a break and then pay them double the salary. Of course, 2 people will be assigned to a well room. One of them will choose to rest, and the other will choose not to rest. And we don't need to arrange for someone to go over and choose one person to take care of the green plants. That person will be paid 4 times the overtime pay, provided that person can ensure that he or she can do the job well on his or her own. Li Shin briefly expressed his thoughts.
Well, as long as you have a plan, the work in the well house will be left to you.
Wei Yan nodded slightly.
No problem, what's the progress on photovoltaic power generation?
Li Shin nodded and spoke. At present, the equipment has been delivered, and the makeshift houses are also being installed. They are being installed one after another, but the photovoltaic power generation side also needs to recruit employees. After the photovoltaic power plant is built, there will be a lot of dust in the desert every day, and it is necessary to continuously clean the dust on the photovoltaic power plant. Wei Yan said that photovoltaics is currently the project that can produce results the fastest. As for the projects he envisions, they all require time to cultivate green plants.
Didn't they say there would be equipment that automatically cleans the sand and dust?
Li Shin spoke in confusion after hearing this. The actual effect of the automatic dust cleaning equipment at the Research Institute is not ideal, so manual assistance is still needed for cleaning.
Chapter 1282 Planting Formation. Wei Yan started to explain that photovoltaic cleaning is very important. If the cleaning is not done properly, it will affect the efficiency of photovoltaic power generation. Is that so?
Then the automatic dust cleaning equipment will have to be upgraded later. Li Shin spoke. The area of photovoltaic power generation is very large, and manual cleaning is very laborious, so the equipment must be upgraded. Well, we have communicated with the Research Institute, and they will contact the R&D department to upgrade the research and development.
Wei Yan spoke, then thought of something and spoke again. Do you remember the Taoist priest who came here for the interview before? Remember, what happened to the Taoist priest?
Li Shin asked curiously after hearing this. He had an impression of the Taoist priest, but when he came for the interview, he also told fortunes for the employees, and the scene was quite lively. The Taoist priest is currently the captain of one of the teams. When planting green plants, he created a planting formation based on the desert terrain. After testing by the Research Institute, that planting formation will have a very good sand blocking effect. What's even more amazing is that if the planting formation is placed in other desert locations, it will not have the effect of blocking sand. Wei Yan briefly talked about things related to Taoist priests.
Is it so miraculous? Didn't the Research Institute find the reason?
Li Shin was surprised when he heard this.
The Research Institute has done research that says the planting patterns are designed based on the terrain.
When the wind blows, the wind force is different in different terrains. The Taoist priest designed it based on the terrain, but it's even more magical. The Research Institute also has different sand blocking solutions based on different desert terrains. But those plans were developed after a long period of scientific research. But the Taoist priest has a feng shui compass that can judge wind speed and other things.
It's really magical. Wei Yan couldn't help but praise.
If that's the case, he's really a talent. Li Shin was also surprised when he heard this. When he saw the Taoist priest telling fortunes for those employees, he thought he was just a charlatan. Now it seems that there is really something.
There are indeed some things.
I plan to find an opportunity to promote that Taoist priest to a higher position and see what he can accomplish with his team. Wei Yan spoke slowly. He always had a feeling that this Taoist priest would definitely bring him some unexpected results.
Yes, sure. With this ability, you can definitely get a promotion.
Li Shin nodded in agreement and then spoke. A group of people from the well house will be coming tomorrow, and I need to go get ready. Saying, he got up and left the office. Desert, inside the Tomorrow Oasis base number 6, in a big tent, a group of people were playing cards together. If you win, take the money, Deng Jipeng said excitedly. No more playing, old Deng, you must have figured out what cards I have. An employee threw the cards in his hand onto the table and simply stood up and walked away.
That's right, old Deng, you must forget it. I didn't count. You didn't calculate, so how come you always win?
What good luck, Deng Jipeng said with a smile, and seeing that he didn't want to play anymore, he put the poker cards on the table. Old Deng, a Taoist priest came to the desert to control sand and played cards with us.
Don't you Taoists care?
Like Buddhism, people abstain from meat, alcohol, sex, one of them asked with a puzzled look on his face.
You don't understand this, we in Taoism are different. We emphasize following your heart. If someone punches me and I feel unhappy, I will punch him back twice.
Deng Jipeng said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the people in the tent also started chatting.
Old Deng, how are we going to plant tomorrow? Do we need to change the planting terrain?
Yes, Lao Deng, I asked around, and our planting speed is much faster than other bases.
I heard from the management that they are going to give us a bonus.
Deng Jipeng listened to the words of the people in the tent and smiled slightly, then he spoke.
This is the planting formation I drew. Take a look at it and divide the work among yourselves. Then just plant according to this tomorrow.
As he spoke, he took out a drawn blueprint and placed it on the table. Everyone in the tent looked at the drawings on the table curiously. All I saw on the drawing were crooked circles, crosses, and other shapes. This drawing looks like a child's doodle. If they hadn't seen it often and were not used to it, they wouldn't be able to understand it at all. However, they have been able to understand the purpose of this drawing very well. Different shapes represent different plants. Soon everyone looked at the drawings and then assigned the tasks for planting tomorrow. Since there is a bonus for being the fastest in planting speed, they will definitely continue to maintain this first place.
Old Deng, since you are so good at calculating, why don't you calculate where there is oil in this desert?
As the tasks were arranged, someone suddenly spoke.
Yes, I heard there are a lot of oil resources under the desert. Old Deng, do you want to look for it?
If oil is discovered, that would be a big deal.
It might even become an oil field.
A group of people began to talk jokingly. Deng Jipeng smiled and spoke upon hearing this.
This oil field is not so easy to find. I don't tell fortunes out of thin air.
If I really want to find an oil field, I have to understand the feng shui of the entire desert first. How about this? I'll learn about the feng shui of the desert during this time, and then do the calculation. The next day, Jiangcheng Sangshui Game, Mobile Games Department. Mr. Su, the R&D and internal testing of the mobile game has been completed.
In the office. A staff member reported. I understand. Give me the download link and arrange a few staff members so that we can play together later. Su Yuan spoke up.
Okay, Mr. Su. The staff nodded and then quickly left the office. Not long after, Su Yuan received the download link and started downloading. After a while, the download was completed. Just open the game directly and enter the game skillfully. He was responsible for the development of the game, so he was very familiar with how to play it. At this time, he was just experiencing what a completed game looked like. Soon the room was full, with a total of 8 people. The game begins. Su Yuan watched the game start animation, and first he was given a flag at random. The first 3 rounds are about fighting wild monsters. Wild monsters will drop different equipment, and equipping the flag with equipment will add different effects. In this game, the combination of bonds and equipment is very important.
Chapter 1283 Mobile Game. Su Yuan played the game seriously.
As a game planner, he knew that this game had many gameplay strategies. There are 5 levels of cards in total, and the purchase costs of cards of different levels are also different. A level 1 card costs 1 gold coin, a level 2 card costs 2 gold coins, and so on. The highest player level is 9. Each round of battle can increase a fixed amount of experience, and you can also use gold coins to purchase experience. The higher the player's level, the higher the probability of refreshing high-level cards. Every 3 identical cards can be upgraded to 2 stars, and 3 identical 2-star cards can be upgraded to 3 stars. The higher the level, the fewer cards there are, so the probability of a level 1 card being upgraded to 3 stars is much greater. This time he was going to play a low-level card, and upgrading the card to 3 stars, coupled with suitable bonds and equipment, would be very powerful, and could also put some pressure on those players who used gold coins to upgrade. The game progresses slowly, players keep losing health, and when their health drops from 100 to 0, they are eliminated. Half an hour later. Su Yuan looked at the game victory screen and nodded slightly. There is nothing wrong with the way he plays. From his experience, the whole game is pretty good. There is a lot of fun in it, drawing cards to upgrade stars, and upgrading to form advanced bonds. Some distinctive cards paired with suitable equipment can also produce very good results. He briefly summarized that low-cost cards upgrade quickly and are relatively strong in the early stages, while the big bond with the royalty card takes a long time to form, but once it is formed, it will be very strong in the later stages. The entire game can be operated or gambled on cards, and strategy is very important. Of course, there is also a certain element of luck. I don't know if such a game will be popular after entering the market. There is no card game of this type on the market yet. Su Yuan was still a little nervous, as he had no idea about the market for a new type of card game. Thinking room, there was a knock on the office door, and then Lu Ren opened the door and walked in.
Mr. Su, that's great.
I didn't expect the lineup of low-cost cards to be so powerful.
Su Yuan looked at Lu Ren, who came in and spoke with a smile.
Although it's a low-cost card, it's of high quality. It can directly suppress your health very low in the early stage. Of course, I was lucky in this game and my star upgrade went smoothly.
That's also amazing. I don't know what lineup to play. I can't beat anyone.
Lu Ren said as he sat down opposite Su Yuan. Although he participated in the design of this game, he only gave some suggestions and didn't know much about the specific design content. So when I first tried it, I was still confused.
So what do you think? If the game is released, will it be popular?
Su Yuan asked. Lu Ren had been in the gaming industry longer than him, so he must be more experienced in judging games than him. Lu Ren hesitated for a moment after hearing this, then spoke slowly.
To be honest, I didn't have a good experience with the game just now.
I basically died before I even understood what the bond was. So at the moment I can't tell whether this game will be popular, but at least there should be some consideration for new players.
Just like the game just now, you are the entire planner of the game.
You basically know how to play the game and what kind of bond lineup is more powerful. But I didn't know that it would not be a good idea to let the newcomers lose all the time at the beginning. Lu Ren briefly expressed his thoughts. Su Yuan nodded slightly after hearing Lu Ren's words. Brother Lu, I understand this matter, so at the beginning, we will recommend some playable lineups to novices, so that they will not be confused about what to play when they first start playing. Also, in the early stages of the game, I will randomly assign certain AI opponents to new players, so that players can get through the early stages when they don't understand the game. Su Yuan briefly explained how to deal with it. Lu Ren nodded upon hearing this.
If that's the case, then there's no problem.
Many games have some novice guidance stages to help players get through the early stages of the game. As for whether the game will be popular after it is released, it still depends on the feedback from the internal test players, so it is better to conduct internal testing for now.
Regarding the internal testing, I have already contacted Mr. Chun from the Tianga Club. He will arrange the internal testing.
Su Yuan spoke up. At Sangshui Games and Tianga Games have been cooperating for a long time. Basically, every internal test of the game is conducted by Tianga Game Club. In addition, through promotion through Hutalive, the game can bring great popularity before its official public beta.
Then there will be no problem. We just need to pay more attention to the feedback from the beta test players in the future.
Although we are planners, we should not underestimate the ideas of players. Sometimes the content we plan may become another way of playing in the hands of players. Just like in Freedom Fight, there are often some players who don't buy equipment according to our settings. It was clearly set to buy physical damage equipment, but in the end, magic equipment was released, and the effect it produced was even better than physical equipment. Also, even though he is a DPS hero, the player bought all tank equipment, and in the end his combat power was very high. So don't underestimate the creativity of players. The game in our eyes may be another game in the eyes of players. Lu Ren spoke slowly, saying that the current level of development of Freedom War by players is much higher than that of their planners. Nowadays, there are some players who specialize in studying some black technologies. This brings a lot of problems to them. After all, once some black technology is developed, it will affect the balance of the game too much. They will definitely balance the heroes that affect the game balance as soon as possible, which will greatly increase their workload. So much so that now he has a love-hate relationship with those players. They hate it because the emergence of these black technologies has increased their workload. But it is precisely because of the emergence of these black technologies that a lot of fun is added to
the game. This is true. Then I'll take a look at the internal test results first. Su Yuan said with a smile. Tianga Game Club in the office, do you play the new mobile card game released by Sangshui Games? Chen Song looked at Du Ziting, who was sitting opposite him, and asked.
I've played it for more than 10 times.
It's quite fun. The more I play, the more addicted I get. Du Ziting nodded and said.
Chapter 1284 Jiangzhou's live broadcast. We have already communicated with Sangshui Games yesterday, and they are going to find the players for the internal test. The launch of Sangshui Games' new game, if broadcast live on Hutalive, can also bring some new popularity to Hutalive nowadays, because both games of Sangshui Games are now broadcast live on Hutalive.
The number of users of Hutalive is already ranked first among the 4 major live broadcast platforms. Yeah, it's really interesting. Sangshui Games is really amazing.
They can develop different games every time. Although it's also a card game, this free chess is much more interesting.
There are so many bonds. I reached level 9 today and made a big bond. It was so cool.
Chen Song nodded and said that he was really curious about the Sangshui game. Today, the two games Freedom Fight and Extreme Survival are unique in the market. If you go to an internet cafe now, you will basically see people playing either Freedom Fight or Extreme Survival. In addition, the overseas market is also booming. Even if Sangshui Games no longer develops new games, it can still make a lot more money, and now a very novel card game has been developed. Where does Sangshui Games find its talents, and how come it is always able to develop such advanced games? By the way, the people for the internal test were already arranged yesterday.
How is the feedback from the internal test? Du Ziting asked.
Well, I just learned about it. The most common feedback is that you don't understand it when you first start playing, but once you really learn how to play it, you'll feel more and more addicted. From the feedback alone, the overall feedback of this mobile game is still very good, but it is still a bit difficult to reach the heights of Freedom Fight and Extreme Survival. Chen Song spoke up. Although the feedback on free chess is generally good, it does not give people the feeling of staying up all night to play as in the internal testing of Free War and Extreme Survival. It's still very difficult to reach the heights of Extreme Survival and Freedom Fight, and it's probably going to be hard to find a game that can surpass these two games in a short period of time. Du Ziting nodded and said he played more than 10 games of free chess, and there were too many things to record. You need to remember what attributes different bonds add and what role each card plays, otherwise it will be difficult to change the lineup flexibly. However, recording these contents was still very boring for him. He still likes the feeling of going straight into battle after getting the equipment in Freedom War. Or in Extreme Survival it feels better to just charge forward with a gun. It takes a process to become proficient at playing this free chess. Many people don't have that patience. Indeed, but I really like this free chess. Chen Song spoke slowly, saying that Freedom Fight and Extreme Survival required too much skill and his hand speed was not that fast, but this free chess is different, and the requirement for hand speed is not high. It still requires more strategic operations and a certain amount of luck. By the way, how is the arrangement for the live broadcast going? Chen Song suddenly thought of the Huta live broadcast and asked. It has been arranged. We have recruited several beta testers to conduct the live broadcast. At the same time, arrange for Jiang Jiao and several other players with high live streaming traffic to take some time out to do live streaming to attract traffic. We will strive to train a group of anchors who specialize in live streaming free chess before it is released. Du Ziting spoke slowly. Although he is not very enthusiastic about free chess, the playability is there. It will definitely attract a large number of players to play, although the popularity may not be as high as Extreme Survival and Freedom Fight, but the popularity will not be much lower. After all, the card characters in free chess are all the characters in free war. Certainly some diversion can be achieved. Is that so? Then I'll go watch Jiang Jiao's live broadcast. That guy has unique insights into every game. I don't know if we can develop some interesting lineups that we can learn from in the live broadcast room. If we figure out the lineup during the closed beta, we can still gain a lot of points during the public beta. Chen Song thought to himself. Soon it was evening. Tianga Game Indoor Gaming Room. Brothers, today's live broadcast of Extreme Survival ends here. I will play a new game later. Friendly reminder, this game was developed by Tsangxue Games. Jiang Jiao quit the Extreme Survival game and spoke to the live broadcast room. I in the live broadcast room. New game? Has Tsangxue Games developed a new game? Oh my god, has Tsangxue Games quietly developed a new game? It's a bit difficult. I can't play Extreme Survival and Freedom Fight anymore. Me too, I can't play both games anymore, and Tsangxue Games has developed another game, which I really can't play anymore. You guys can't play with me, so I'll play, ha 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 ha. Tsangxue's products are high quality. Since a new game is out, I must support it. That's right, whether you play it or not, there aren't many conscientious game companies like Tsangxue Games. Even if you don't play it, you have to go and support it. Ha, I've already saved enough money for a cup of milk tea. No matter what the game is like, I'll get the 3 cards first. After talking for so long, what kind of game is this? Jiang Jiao looked at the comments in the live broadcast room, then spoke with a smile. This time the game is a mobile game, a card game, but this card game is a little different from the card games currently on the market. And the characters on those cards are all heroes in Freedom War, and some of them haven't even been launched in Freedom War yet. Everyone can look forward to it. Jiang Jiao spoke slowly. As Jiang Jiao finished speaking, a heated discussion began again in the live broadcast room. What? It's actually a mobile game. Has Tsangxue Games developed a mobile game? I thought Tsangxue Games licensed the mobile game of Extreme Survival to Tianga Games and would not develop the mobile game anymore. The mobile game is great. Tsangxue Games finally released a mobile game, and the cards in the mobile game are the heroes in Freedom War. Not only the heroes in Freedom War, but also the heroes that have not been launched in Freedom War. In this way, we can know in advance what heroes will be launched in Freedom War later. Chapter 1285 Live Broadcast Effect. I wasn't very interested in card games originally, but after what you said, Brother Jiao, I am now interested. Hurry up and play, Brother Jiao. I want to see what new heroes will appear in the subsequent Freedom War. Jiang Jiao looked at the urging words in the live broadcast room, smiled slightly, and then clicked on the free chess that had already been played. He had played this game about 20 times yesterday, and then learned about the skills of each card. He found that this card game was very different from those card games on the market. For most card games on the market, the final strength depends on the quality of the cards, and high-quality cards require Krypton gold to be obtained through lottery. So at the end of the game, it still depends on who recharges more money. So he didn't really like those games per se because he had no money. Even if he understands the game, he can't beat those big spenders. But now that he has money, he doesn't want to play those pay-to-win card games anymore, as he can't experience the feeling of competition. But this free chess is different. To win, you still need operations and understanding of the game the most. The skills of some cards are still very interesting. This game is basically the same as Freedom Fight and Extreme Survival. It is impossible to increase your combat effectiveness by spending money. Soon the game opened, and Jiang Jiao pulled 7 scheduled beta test players into the room. Brothers, this card game is different from other card games on the market. It contains many professional ties. As the game started, Jiang Jiao began to explain the basic gameplay of the game and some things that needed attention. For example, you can check interest rates, and at what level is it more appropriate to draw cards. Time passed little by little, and 3 hours later, people in the live broadcast room probably understand the basic gameplay. This card is quite interesting. You can adjust your position by yourself, and there are so many bonds.
Good is really awesome. It turns out that you can combine bonds like this. I have to try it out. It looks interesting, but unfortunately I didn't get a spot in the internal test. I like this game. I don't like the fighting and killing and extreme survival and freedom fight. This card game is more to my taste. Brother Joe, when can you increase the number of people who can participate in the internal test? I really want to play it. Game over. Jiao looked at the comments in the live broadcast room. Brothers, the number of places for the internal test will increase. It will be in about a week, and the number will be about 10,000. Brothers who want to play can follow the anchors in the lower right corner. The places will be distributed through their live broadcast rooms. I won't be broadcasting this game often, I'll just broadcast a game for everyone occasionally. Of course, I will still take some time out these few days to broadcast free chess. Jiao spoke slowly. At present, he is still the captain of the Extreme Survival Professional Battle, and the focus must still be on Extreme Survival. As for other games, you can only play them when you have time. Moreover, Hutalive is interested in cultivating anchors for free chess, so he naturally has to help attract traffic. Do you want to draw a spot for the internal test from other anchors? I'll go check it out. I'm back now. There are 2 very good anchors. Brother Joe, I may not come here often in the future. Haha, Brother Joe, let me know when I get back. I'll be back later. Jiao looked at the comments in the live broadcast room and shook his head. Among those anchors, there are indeed a few girls with very good looks, but these old perverts are hopeless. After sighing inwardly, he continued playing the game. Zhangcheng night, in an office, several people sat quietly in front of the computer desk, their faces full of silence. Chung-Hu looked at them and sighed secretly. He thought for a moment, then slowly spoke. Brothers, we have tried our best. Since we did not succeed, it is obviously because we are not capable enough. The key problem now is that even if we want to persist, we don't have enough funds to do so. So continuing to remain silent won't solve the problem, so let's make a decision as soon as possible. They spent nearly a year developing a total of 2 small games. After the first mini-game was developed, we made some money at the beginning, but that was only in the first 2 months. 2 months later, the number of players began to slowly decrease, and revenue also began to decline. Moreover, there are only 4 people in their studio and they have not recruited any employees. The maintenance of the game also requires someone to be responsible. As their income decreased, they gradually gave up on that little game. After all, it is no longer profitable. If we continue to maintain it, we will have to pay for it later. They developed a second mini-game. Although the first game did not make money later, it still made money in the early stages. Overall, they have gained some experience, so they increased their investment in the second minigame. I just didn't expect that after the second game was launched, it wouldn't make as much money as the first game. This has been going on for more than half a month now. They even took out some money to invest in some traffic, but subsequently they didn't even make back the money they invested in the traffic. By now, their studio's funds have run out and are simply not enough to support them to continue. This failure completely shattered their self-confidence. The high spirits they had when they just left campus had been worn away in the past year or so. The 3 people in the studio began to come back to their senses after hearing Chang-Hu's words. Duan Mingyuan sighed and then spoke slowly. Brothers, I am sorry for you. The game studio is a failed investment. I'm sorry. Duan Mingyuan felt a little guilty because it was he who suggested setting up a game studio. Each of them invested more than 100,000 yuan in this studio. That's how I lost money. Brother Yuan, how can I blame you? We built the game studio together. Even if it fails, it is all our responsibility. So you don't have to blame yourself. This failure can be regarded as an experience for us. I believe that as long as we don't give up, we still have a chance. In the office, one of them spoke slowly, the others also nodded. Duan Mingyuan was touched when he heard this, but still a little confused. We have no funds left, so where can we get opportunities? Brother Yuan, I have some ideas here. To be more precise, my girlfriend has some suggestions. I wonder if you guys would like to listen to them. Chang-Hu looked at the 3 people in the studio and spoke slowly. Chapter 1286 Studio Selection. Does your girlfriend have any suggestions? What suggestions? Duan Mingyuan heard Chang-Hu's words and asked curiously. The other 2 also looked over curiously. They knew Chang-Hu's girlfriend, who would come over occasionally and bring them a lot of food. The impression is still very good, so they were not averse to Chang-Hu's girlfriend's suggestion. Well, let her talk to you in person. Chang-Hu spoke slowly, then took out his cell phone and made a call. After about 10 minutes, the door of the studio was opened. Chang-Hu's girlfriend Zhou Yu came in with a bag of food. Everyone is here. Chang-Hu said you haven't had dinner yet, so he brought some dinner for everyone. Let's eat while we talk. Zhou Yu said this, and then put dinner on the dining table in the studio. Thank you, Sister Yu. Duan Mingyuan and others looked at the food Zhou Yu brought and hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Zhou Yu often came to see Chang-Hu, and when he did, he would bring them some food. Plus, Zhou Yu was 1 year older than them, so after getting to know her, they started calling her Sister Yu. You're welcome, come and eat. They're all made by Nanxi Takeout, and they taste really good. Zhou Yu smiled. As Zhou Yu finished speaking, everyone walked to the dining table, looked at the food on the table, and couldn't help swallowing. They basically haven't eaten much during this period because of the game. Eat first, Zhou Yu greeted. After hearing this, several people stopped being polite and started eating. This Nanchi takeaway is really good. It tastes delicious. Yeah, not only is it delicious, it's also hygienic. I remember this Nanchi takeaway is also under the group that Sister Yu works for. Several people started talking while eating. Yes, and the food cooked in the cafeterias of all the companies under our group tastes similar to the food served at Nanchi takeaway. Zhou Yu spoke. Joining Changfeng Clothing was definitely the best decision she made. Now she is also the head of a department and has worked at Changfeng Clothing for more than 2 years. Her salary is already very high, including the year-end bonus and the year-end project bonus. The annual salary is already over 1 million. Such a salary would be impossible to achieve by going to other companies if you don't join Changfeng Clothing. She also chatted with some of her former college classmates and got a general idea of their current situations. A better option is to join some big brand clothing companies, but the treatment there is simply no way to compare with hers. Moreover, the workload is much heavier than theirs. After all, even if they enter a big brand clothing company as interns, they can only be assistants to others. Is this true? Can the company cafeteria be so good? Duan Mingyuan and the others looked puzzled. I can confirm this. It does taste similar to Nanchi's takeout. Chenghu spoke. When he went to the garment factory to find Zhou Yu yesterday, Zhou Yu took him to the cafeteria for a meal, which was indeed similar to Nanchi's takeaway, but before, he didn't really believe that a canteen could do so well. Let's get down to business. Zhou Yu interrupted the discussion about the cafeteria. She had told them about the cafeteria before, but these people didn't quite believe it. I have 2 suggestions at the moment. The main reason why the club can't continue now is financial problems. If you want to continue, I can provide a certain amount of financial support, but I won't give out too much, probably just 500,000 yuan. Of course, this 500,000 is not provided to you for free. Consider it my investment. I want 60% of the shares of this studio. That is to say, I will have a say in this studio from now on, and you will be the shareholders. Of course, I won't interfere too much with your game development. Just continue working on your own projects. Zhou Yu spoke slowly. She already has a lot of savings, so it's okay to take out a portion of it to invest. What about the second suggestion? Duan Mingyuan asked. The second suggestion I have mentioned before is to join Sangshui Games under the Tomorrow Group. I won't say much about the treatment of the Tomorrow Group. You can still find out something if you want to know in Jiangcheng. If you want to join that Sangshui game, I will introduce you. As for what you want to choose, you can think about it. Zhou Yu briefly talked about the second suggestion. After listening to Zhou Yu's words, Duan Mingyuan and others fell into deep thought. You two can discuss this while I go to the bathroom. Zhou Yu said this and then stood up and left the studio, leaving the space for them to discuss. What do you think? When Duan Mingyuan saw Zhou Yu leaving, he looked at Chenghu and the other two and asked. If it were before, he would definitely stick to his own studio without hesitation, but after going through so much, he has lost some confidence. But no one answered, and everyone remained silent. Duan Mingyuan sighed upon seeing this. In that case, let me tell you what I think. Seeing that no one spoke, Duan Mingyuan slowly spoke. My idea is to join Sangshui Games. We have all learned about the treatment there, and many people are eager to join. We have always wanted to set up our own studio in order to complete our previous vision of a free world game. We have also tried to make that game for a while. To complete our game concept, we need a lot of financial support. This amount of money is not hundreds of thousands or millions, but more likely tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. So if we want to earn enough to develop the game we want based on our own abilities, it will probably be very difficult. And just like Sister Yu said before, as long as we join Sangshui Game and become a small leader of Sangshui Game through our own efforts, it is also an opportunity to come up with our own game ideas and then develop the games we have envisioned. Duan Mingyuan spoke seriously about his thoughts, but of course there was one idea he didn't mention, that is, this money was invested by Chenghu's girlfriend. If this investment is successful, it would be fine, but what if it fails? How should they face Chenghu, and how should Chenghu tell Zhou Yu? Will it destroy their relationship? He was not sure about these things, and this failure had already made him lose confidence. It would be safer to join that Sangshui game at this time. Chapter 1287 Free Chess? This is my idea, you can tell me what you think. Duan Mingyuan finished speaking and then looked at the other 3 people. Chenghu thought about it and then spoke. My idea is to join Sangshui Games, mainly because of Zhou Yu's investment. I am not so confident that I can develop a game that can make money this time, so you should understand. It was his girlfriend who invested. If he really lost all the money in the end, he wouldn't know how to explain it. We understand. Duan Mingyuan nodded upon hearing this. He chose to join Sangshui Games for some of these reasons, but he didn't say them out loud. Following Chenghu and Duan Mingyuan's statements, the other two also made decisions. We also chose to join that Sangshui game. After more than a year of entrepreneurship, they realized that sometimes things are not just his own, they have parents too, and if they continue to suffer losses like this, their families will be worried. This time, it is better to find a reliable job to reassure your parents. Since everyone has chosen to join that Sangshui game, then it's settled. Duan Mingyuan saw that everyone nodded and finally made a decision. Upon hearing this, the others nodded. After reaching a consensus, Chung Hu silently sent a message to Zhou. Not long after, Zhou walked in from outside. Sister Yu, we have already discussed it. Duan Mingyuan saw Zhou come in and then spoke. Well, which one do you choose? Zhou looked at them and asked. We have chosen to join Sangshui game. I'll have to trouble Sister Yu with this matter. Duan Mingyuan spoke. Okay, I'll go and communicate during this time. It's getting late. I'll leave first. After Zhou finished speaking, he stood up and walked out of the studio. Seeing this, Chung Hu stood up and followed behind. Xiao Yu, I'm sorry to bother you today. Chung Hu looked at Zhou and thanked him. Why should we be polite? If you join Sangshui Games, we will both be employees of Tomorrow Group and colleagues. Zhou spoke with a smile. In fact, she was more inclined to let Chung Hu and the others join the Sangshui game. After all, they have just graduated and have no social experience. It is too difficult to start a business. If she were to go back to the stage of graduation with her current mindset, he would definitely not think of starting his own studio. Only when you have actually experienced it, you will know how difficult it is to start a business. Now, the two chatted for a while in the parking lot downstairs, and Zhou got in the car and left. The car was not bought by her. After she became the director of the company, she was directly given a car worth 300,000 yuan. She chose the car herself as long as the price met her requirements. Chung Hu watched Zhou leave and then returned to the studio. Old Chang, you're back. Let's discuss the interview. Duan Mingyuan saw Chang Hu coming back and then spoke. Although Zhou will help them make the contact, an interview will definitely be required. The results of their 2 attempts to develop small games were not very good, especially the last time, which basically resulted in a loss, and they didn't know whether they would pass the interview. So they still need to discuss the interview carefully. Good. Chung Hu nodded. Tomorrow Group, President's office. Chen Mo rubbed his swollen head. And quit the game directly. I've been playing the game for too long. My head is a little dizzy and I can't play anymore. Mr. Chen, this is the report from Sangshui Games. Please take a look. There is also a report sent over from the Johan Agricultural Base. Shinro said this, and then placed the sorted information on the desk. Okay, I understand. Go ahead and get busy. Chen Mo nodded, then picked up the information on the desk and took a look. At the top is the information about Sangshui game. I flipped through the report and found that the general content of the report was that the mobile game had been developed and was currently in the internal testing phase. Has the mobile game been developed? Chen Mo was a little surprised. He didn't expect that the mobile game had been developed without him noticing. He has requested a turn-based card game this time, so there won't be any accidents. Chen Mo smiled slightly and didn't think that any accidents would happen in the mobile game this time. He has been restricted like this. How can we still give him another War of Freedom? Chen Mo put the information aside and then took out the information about the Johan Agricultural Base. He opened the document and took a look at it. His brows frowned slightly, but soon relaxed. The black bitter fruit trees that were first planted at the Johan Agricultural Base have begun to bear fruit this year, and will begin to mature around August. This report is mainly intended to arrange sales channels in advance. When the black bitter fruit trees mature, there is a chance that they will bring a certain amount of income to the Johan Agricultural Base. However, when he thought about the taste of the black bitter fruit tree, he knew how many people would buy such unpalatable black bitter fruit. If there were really many people buying it, black bitter fruit would probably have been available in fruit supermarkets by now. So after thinking about it, he was not too worried. After all, even if someone bought the black bitter fruit, basically not many would be sold. Overall, the Johan Agricultural Base will still be in a loss-making state. Chen Mo shook his head and smiled. When he first saw the information, he thought that Lao Lu had also appeared at the Johan Agricultural Base. So far, the situation seems to be very good. At least it's not the news about the successful cultivation of southern fruits in the smart greenhouses. Even if the black bitter fruit tree bears fruit, it is not easy to sell, but the fruits in the south are different. If they are really grown and if you want to sell them, they are still easy to sell. Really my choice at that time was correct. I chose the black bitter fruit tree. Even if the fruit is ripe, it cannot be sold at a high price, Chen Mo thought secretly in his heart, and then put the information aside. He sat back in the boss chair, picked up the tea beside him and took a sip. But what is the development of Sangshui Games mobile games like? Chen Mo was a little curious. Although he already knew it was a card game, he still needed to understand it. Thinking about it, he took out his cell phone and made a call. If he has moved to the new office building, the only way to call Sangshui Games is by phone. The call was connected quickly, and they talked about the mobile game and then hung up. Soon after, Chen Mo opened his email and saw that Sangshui Games had sent him a download link. Take out your phone and download the game, Free Chess. Looking at the name of the mobile game, Chen Mo frowned. A Free Chess. Looking at the name, he couldn't help but think of a card game in his previous life. No wait, I hope Sangshui Games won't develop that game for him.